Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. He would never be more excited than he was today. 10 years had gone by and now a Pokemon would finally become his. Ever since he was old enough to remember, he had been fascinated by Pokemon, and now he would be able to travel Kanto as a trainer and collect a full team of them. Professor Oak would be showing up in less than 5 minutes, if the man was on time. Ash ducked under his mother's reaching arm as it tried to fluff his hair, ignoring her amused chuckle. "Come on, Ash. You still have bad hair. I thought you said you brushed it," she admonished, a smile on her face. "I did. My hat just messed it up," he said back, holding up the offending object. He jammed it back on his head, twisting the cap forward. His backpack pulled against his shoulders, chock full of everything he would need, a belt wound around his waist. The corners of her lips twitched up into a warm grin. "And I wouldn't ever part you from your precious hat." She paused and turned to the wall, which proudly bared a clock that Ash had checked more times in the last hour than ever before. "It's 9:13, Ash. Shoes tied?" He rolled his eyes but did check. They were. Professor Oak had, for the past 20 years, been gifted 3 very special Pokemon from the League. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander, Kanto's 3 starter Pokemon. Professor Oak trained them to be ready for their trainers and then sent them off exactly 1 week after the Indigo Conference, which happened once a year. But of course, there were many more than 3 trainers starting out in Kanto. The League told him which trainers to give those Pokemon to, although the professor did get a say. This year, they would be going to his grandson, Gary, the daughter of Charles Goodshow, and a psychic personally recommended by Sabrina. All other trainers received starters either from their parents, breeders, or from the closest gym leader. For those in the sleepy Pallet town, that would be Viridian City. Delia peered toward the window next to their door, her auburn hair drawn back into a tight bun against the back of her head. Ash paced in front of the door, glancing up at the clock yet again. 9, well, the professor and never been known for being punctual. He had another trainer to pick up in Pallet, which was a rather small cast this year, although he knew Leaf was getting her starter from her parents. There were a few other properly aged trainers in Pallet, but most chose to get their starters from breeders that could promise a rarer Pokemon than the free gym leader starters. His mother suddenly perked up. He spun toward her. "Oh. There he is." Ash twisted his cap one last time before opening the door. There, walking casually up with the bright morning sun reflected behind him, was Professor Oak. Another boy, rather lean and gawky, trotted behind him. Professor Oak smiled at him. "Ah. Saves me the trouble of ringing. Are you ready to go to Viridian City?" He nodded quickly and trotted off of his porch, turning back to wave to his mother. She waved furiously back, calling out, "Come back right after you get back, okay?" Ash smiled and nodded. Oak turned back to the other boy, Derek, Ash remembered, though they hadn't interacted much over the years. "Well then. Have either of you teleported before?" They both shook their heads. Oak looked around, leading them closer and closer toward the edge of town. "That's fine. I hardly expected you to have done it before. Pallet isn't known for its psychics." Chuckling slightly, he pulled out a remote-shaped device and pressed a thin button. "My Alakazam doesn't like her Pokeball, and I use this to alert her," he explained, and Ash's eyes went wide. He had known Oak for many years and had explored nearly every inch of his fields, but he hadn't ever met his famed Alakazam. He and Derek exchanged wide-eyed looks. After another moment, the air distorted like a heat wave and a Pokemon appeared. She stared over the group, black eyes blank and bushy mustache floating without any feeling of wind. She was mainly a dark yellow and brown, standing easily over Ash's minuscule height and evenly matching Professor Oak. He smiled, gently tapping her shoulder. "Ah, thank you. We're ready." She stared at them with blank eyes, 2 spoons clenched tightly in her hands. Ash frowned, staring around. The world suddenly went black, like he had blinked, though his eyes were still open. The next second, he was standing on the edge of a very different forest, a burst of colder air hitting him like a wave. Professor Oak shook it off while Ash and Derek both stared around. Derek, in particular, looked at the sprawling Viridian city in awe, eyes wide. Ash hadn't felt anything beyond a temporary screen of darkness, and even that had only lasted for a heartbeat. He couldn't even imagine how powerful she must be. Oak coughed lightly to get their attention, turning to the city. Viridian was bigger than any place he had ever been before, although he had never been to a city before. Oak gave them one more minute to stare around before starting to walk, leading them toward the city limits. It was early morning and a Sunday, and the crowds that normally gathered were only grown by the fact it was the day that trainers received their trainer IDs. Hundreds of people congregated around the sidewalks, holding pokeballs and chattering to their neighbors. Professor Oak smoothly slid through the crowd, ducking his head to avoid being noticed. In only 10 minutes of incredible sights, they pulled to a stop in front of a large building with a dark orange tiled roof. A sign out front proudly proclaimed it as the Pokemon Academy. Giovanni's out on league business, has been for nearly 3 months, so while he captured the Pokemon, he can't hand them out, Oak explained. The Academy was more than happy to allow the starter selection to happen in their battle hall. Come along now. Feeling a bit like a Psyduck baby following its mother, Ash trailed after the professor as he entered the building. It was warm, filled with posters and helpful attendants. One woman wearing a badge directed them to the left, and only 2 turns later they had entered what had to have been the battle hall. It was tall, nearly 3 stories to allow flying types to have their fair share. Bleachers lined one wall and the middle of the room was hard-pressing dirt, surrounded by a wide walkway of tiled stone. The platforms for trainers had been cleared away and dozens of people roamed around, voices bouncing off of the walls. Ash paused, staring around. The ceremony should start in a few minutes, but was he supposed to do something before? Professor Oak cleared that up, coughing again to get their attention. I'm going to go sign you in, boys, just wait here, someone will come and start calling names. Make sure get your ID. With a final clap on their shoulders, Oak turned and walked toward a desk, leaving Ash and Derek alone. You excited? Derek asked, voice a fair bit lower than Ash's. He was staring around the room, uncomfortable with the large crowd, but his eyes still flashed with awe and readiness. Of course. You. Yeah. They hadn't talked much, at all, back in Pallet, and other than their burning excitement, they didn't have many topics to talk about. They both turned back to watch the growing crowd. The clock struck 9:30 with a quiet click, yet the noise from the crowd picked up several times over. The starting trainers were shoved to the front of their groups, bright-eyed and red-cheeked. Ash walked forward, toward the front of his group. This was it. He would be getting his Pokemon today, as well as the license that allowed him to capture more and compete in the Indigo Conference. It was the moment of a lifetime. There was the click of heels and a woman marched out in front of them. She had incredibly dark hair and wore a professional suit, thin glasses flashing. A clipboard was tucked in her arms. My name is Jean Matori, and I am Giovanni's assistant. Now, when you hear your name, please step forward, all others are required to either sit on the bleachers or leave. Professor Oak gave him and Derek one last cheerful wave from the rows of metallic seating. Parents and friends said their good lucks before moving back as well, leaving the 7 trainers tucked together in the middle of the room. Jean began to read off names, pointing each trainer toward a group of 2 helpers behind her. Ketchum, Ash, was the third called, and he trotted quickly toward the small group, backpack bouncing against his spine. The man stared over him, eyes flicking down to a small page that held his picture. Professor Oak had already signed him in, and after a few moments, the man grunted in agreement and turned to the person next to him, a rather squat boy. Ash Ketchum. The boy nodded, a bright smile on his face, and gestured Ash over. He extended a thin bracelet, memorized words filling the air. This is your trainer ID. It's waterproof, fire retardant, and should stretch to fit you for 3 more sizes. The League replaces them free for new sizes, but lose, damage or destroy it, and the cost is $300. It clicked smoothly over his wrist, and the boy pushed him back to the center of the battle hall as the next trainer stepped forward. He brushed his fingers over his trainer ID. It was a thin bracelet and weighed almost nothing, and if he looked away he couldn't even feel it was there. Thin black and white slashes ran over the inside of his wrist, revealing his code. If he lost it, he'd have to remember a 12-digit number in order to buy things, at least until he got a new one. The steep price was a firm reminder to keep a close eye on it. Finally, all 7 trainers had been fixed with their trainer IDs. They stood in the semblance of a line, quiet before Jean's impassive gaze. She snapped her fingers and a man stepped forward, 7 pokeballs in his hand. Ash grinned. His starter was in there. Giovanni was very kind this year. While he was out on official business, he was able to capture a few more rare Pokémon than we normally have, namely several ground types. You will each come up to me and tell me which Pokémon you want. If there are several wanting one, you will peacefully come to an agreement. If you cannot, I will decide. With a flash of scarlet light, 2 Pokémon were released. They were floating rocks with 2 arms each, wide eyes and a grinning mouth. Both stared around curiously but stayed still, eyes fixed on the trainers. These are 2 Geodude found in the rock tunnel. 3 moves each. Another flash. There were 3 Pokémon, a bluish-purple quadruped twitching its large ears rather nervously, a brown bird with a bright crest, and a tadpole with a long, wagging tail. A female Nidoran, a Pidgey, and a Poliwag. 4, 2, and 3 moves respectively. There were a few excited murmurs at the Nidoran's 4 moves. The last 2 Pokémon were released. One was a small, mouse-like Pokémon with a tough outer shell of stone. The other was shaped like a rhino, thick gray plates covering every inch of its skin. It stared around with bright scarlet eyes, rumbling. This is a Rhyhorn, only a month old from our traveling herd. 1 move. The other is a sand shrew, with 4 moves, one of which is a rare egg move. Dozens of whispers shot out at the sand shrew's move pool, but they each stayed still. Jean finally inclined her head and most of the trainers moved forward, trotting up to meet each of the Pokémon. Ash hung back for a moment longer. All but 2 trainers had gone immediately to the sand shrew, which looked rather panicked, the others going to the Nidoran and the 2 Geodude. He avoided the large crowd and went to the Pokémon that had caught his attention. Rhyhorn were powerful Pokémon, even though the one in front of him was only a month old. It was almost half of what the average height was, 2 feet at the top of its spines instead of 3.5, but bulky muscles showed through the thick rock plates and its claws were sharp. Ash knelt in front of the Pokémon, who peered up at him with those scarlet eyes. He remembered they didn't have the best sight and stomped his foot quickly on the ground. Immediately, Rhyhorn's ground typing sensed the vibrations and turned more cleanly to him, a low rumble escaping its mouth. It didn't seem threatening, and the Pokémon seemed more comfortable with Ash kneeling than standing. "Hey there," he said softly. "Do you want to travel with me?" The Pokémon's scarlet eyes lit up. A puff of dusty air escaped its nostrils. Ash pushed a little harder, a nervous grin on his face. "Would you like to be my friend?" There was a moment's pause before Rhyhorn stepped forward and butted its head against Ash's knees. The stone scraped past his pants but it didn't hurt. He laughed and patted the ground type on its head, getting a warm rumble in response. His grin strengthened into something excited. "I'm going to go talk to Jean, and then we'll be friends," he promised. Rhyhorn snorted again but stood there docilely as Ash rose up to his full height and turned toward Jean, who was watching the proceedings quietly. The 4 trainers surrounding the sandshrew were whispering furiously amongst each other. Ash could see Derek, the boy's height pushing him above the rest. Jean stared down at him as he approached, eyes calm. "Have you chosen your Pokémon?" He nodded. "I'd like Rhyhorn, please." "Very well then." She scratched a note on her clipboard before staring back up at him. "I'll ask you to wait a minute here to see whether any others would like it, but if no one does, the Rhyhorn is yours." He had never been more jittery. Rhyhorn narrowed its eyes as a trainer walked past it toward the Poliwag, chased away from the Sandshrew, but they didn't come close to it. No one wanted the Pokémon with only one move, it seemed. Ash didn't care. 60 seconds passed and Jean raised her voice to call across the room. "The Rhyhorn is about to be chosen. Would any others like to contend for it?" The trainer by the Geodude raised their head for a moment before turning back to the pair. No one else spoke up. Jean turned back to him. "Well then, Mr. Ketchum, the Rhyhorn is yours. My assistant will give you its Pokeball as well as a pamphlet about its basic care, and then you may leave with your guardian or caretaker. Have a good day, and a better journey around Kanto." He grinned wildly, which she returned to a much lesser degree before shooing him behind her, where another desk sat. A tall woman with short-cut brown hair waved him over, a red and white sphere in her hand. "Ash, is it?" At his nod, she continued, a wide grin and excited bounce in her step. "Well then. You're the first of our trainers to choose their starter. We have a herd of Rhydon and Rhyhorn that travel around here en Route 22, they came down from Victory Road several years ago and don't bother us too much. Giovanni caught it almost 2 weeks ago, and it's been ready to travel ever since it left that Pokeball. Speaking of which, here." She handed over the Pokeball. Ash snatched it up and cradled it in his hands, eyes wide. She chuckled. "Every year, I swear. Here's a pamphlet, there's not much on here except for a few tips, you can look everything else up online or all of the books you can find at Pokemon centers. I've filled out its basic information on the front page, gender, ability, moves, you know the drill. If you came with anyone else, I'd probably wait for them unless they get mad, but other than that, you're free to go." He thanked her profusely, holding the slim pamphlet before tucking it into his backpack. He'd look it over with his mother when he got home. But for now, he sped quickly back toward Rhyhorn. It looked up at him and rumbled. The 3 trainers around the Sandshrew had marched toward Jean and now she was asking them questions, presumably to decide who got the Pokémon. There was a trainer with the Nidoran trotting quickly by their heels and another with a Geodude. They were slowly clearing away, ready for their journey. "Hey there. Let's go over and see Professor Oak, okay?" Rhyhorn rumbled and stood fully up. Ash noticed it had stretched out on its stomach while waiting for him, not seemingly able to sit properly. They walked toward the bleachers, Rhyhorn's feet sending tiny tremors through the ground with every step. Professor Oak stepped forward to greet them, a wide grin on his face. "A Rhyhorn. They are truly impressive, as I'm sure many will say. We'll just wait until Derek finishes up before heading back to Pallet, I have some things I'd like to give you." He winked before turning back to the other trainers. 5 minutes passed before the Sandshrew was chosen. It was actually Derek who won it, quickly speeding back toward the rather timid creature and recalling it. The ground type didn't seem to want to be able to crowds very much. He walked triumphantly back toward Professor Oak, a wide grin on his face. "Well done, boys. Giovanni usually captures several ground types but Sandshrew and Geodude were never truly common here. Congratulations. Are you ready to return to Pallet Town?" Ash looked down at Rhyhorn, who had finished staring at Oak and apparently decided he wasn't a threat. He wanted to get to know the Pokémon, and there was no better place to do that than at home. "Yes, please. XXX." The second he opened the door, his mother swooped down upon him with a wide grin and tight hug. He returned it just as warmly, his hat stabbing into her shoulder. She flicked it as she pulled back, grin widening. "Ash." She pointed to his belt, where a bright sphere glinted in the light. His grin was enough to answer her. She smiled warmly and grabbed onto his arm, pulling him through the kitchen to the back door. He trotted after her, dodging her pushed-out chair and the cup of cooling tea still settled on the table. The next moment and he was out in the backyard, grass curling over the edge of his boots. Their picnic table was perched on the porch, and a Pidgey sitting on it looked up, startled, and flew away. Ash pressed the button on his pokeball and released his starter in a flash of scarlet light. Rhyhorn appeared and immediately growled, tensing up and shaking itself, plates grinding each other. He stepped forward, stomping his feet a little harder than normal, and Rhyhorn peered up at him and calmed slightly, snorting out a puff of dusty breath. Ash grinned and tapped Rhyhorn behind its horn, the stone cool to the touch. Delia grinned and kneeled down, making herself smaller. Rhyhorn huffed but stayed closer to Ash, plates shifting. They got out the pamphlet from Ash's backpack, Rhyhorn sniffing curiously at the silver fabric. Just as they opened the page to Rhyhorn's information, there was a hesitant knock on their fence gate. Ash stood and turned to see Professor Oak by their path entrance, a black bag in his hand. He waved with the other, his bright shock of silver hair shifting as he opened the gate and walked in at Delia's warm greeting. "Hello again, Ash." "And Delia, of course." He smiled and walked around Rhyhorn, keen eyes searching out everything on its body. A good size for its young age, Ash, expect it to grow rather slowly for Pokemon. "I'd expect quite a while until it's ready to evolve, though the time will decrease if you train it strongly." Ash grinned. Rhydon were forces to be reckoned with, although Rhyhorn were no slackers. But there had to be some other reason for the professor's sudden visit. "Professor, why did you come here?" "Oh." The man perked up and raised his hands, bringing attention back to the black bag. "I have been tasked by the League to create a sort of learning encyclopedia, which I called a Pokédex. It scans caught Pokémon and discovers their moves, abilities, gender, favorites, as well as other things. For wild Pokémon, it can't tell moves and such, but it does tell what they are, as well as having access to a veritable treasury of Pokémon habitats and known locations. Truly ingenious, I might add." Ash blinked, grin growing. Professor Oak was a genius of many levels, there was no doubt in that. But this would revolutionize the Pokémon world. It will also have a section for trainers to put down notes and such on their own Pokémon. I'll go over it first, double-checking it with other trainer accounts, but they'll be able to gather research without making my old bones go out onto the field again. Delia clapped her hands together. "That's wonderful, Sam." He accepted her praise with a wan grin. "But I didn't come here to brag about an old man's accomplishment, of course. The League gave me a grant to start production of them, as test runs to figure out how well they work. My grandson received one, as well as several others, but it turns out I had just enough money to make one last device." With a flourish, he pulled a red Pokédex out of his bag. Ash gaped as he accepted it, but his mouth quickly fell into a wide grin. The Pokédex was about the size of his hand and glimmered with bright silver metal, the red outer casing molded smoothly over the device and in top condition. Several buttons lined its outsides. Overall, it looked more professional than anything he had ever owned before. "Thank you, Professor. I'll do you proud." "I know." There was a smile on the man's face as he pointed out the buttons Ash needed for activation. "That's why I trusted you, Ash, you never backed down from a challenge. I do believe you might get new facts on every Pokémon in Kanto, if not the world." There were a few more minutes as Ash figured out how the Pokédex worked. It beeped to life, already knowing his name, before displaying a white screen. He felt along the edges and found a circular orb in the back, embedded in the surface. Aiming it at Rhyhorn, he scanned his starter. Rhyhorn, the Spike's Pokémon. This Pokémon is known for its extremely high defense, its outer shell being made of thick rock plates. They can take several hours to feel pain from blows. This Rhyhorn knows the move Horn Attack. Its ability is Lightning Rod, which lets it store electricity in its horn. Ash glanced down at its horn, which had to be nearly 3 inches long and impressively sharp. Rhyhorn rumbled at the praise the Pokédex offered it. Ash frowned and toggled a few buttons before he found what he wanted. Rhyhorn was male. Professor Oak nodded warmly before taking his leave. He would have given Gary his starter already, but the boy was probably still at his lab, gathering last supplies. Neither would leave without seeing each other. He sat down on the porch step, pulling off his backpack. The pamphlet was tucked into a safe side pocket. While he had a Pokédex now, that didn't mean that the tips and tricks on it wouldn't be helpful. His Pokédex went on a small hook on his belt that was normally used for a flashlight, but it would be far more important now. Delia moved in to help him. Though he had checked everything for the past week and triple-checked this morning, he did it all one last time. A hearty supply of potions, a rather heavily detailed map, and enough food to last him and his Pokémon a bit past Viridian, where he would buy the bulk of his new supplies. There was nothing else to do but say goodbye. He turned to his mom and found the words stuck quite thickly in his throat. His mother looked down at him with warmth spilling into tears in her eyes. "I'm so proud of you, Ash," she whispered, pulling him into another tight hug. Rhyhorn rumbled but didn't make a move to attack her. He had seemingly attached Delia to the list of safe people around his trainer. "I love you," he said into her shoulder. She squeezed him tighter before turning him around and pushing him toward the fence gate. It was time to go. Rhyhorn trotted next to him, plates creaking as they caught on the edge of the gate. His strength was enough to bend the wood before it snapped back into position. He closed it quietly behind him and saw his mother staring past him to the wooded land of Route 1, eyes shining. It was only a few-minute walk to the end of Pallet Town, being situated on the edge as his house was. There was a shape on the edge of the forest, poking around a few trees with a vaguely humanoid figure beside them. Ash grinned and stepped forward. Romaine Chikara, better known as Leaf. She hated her first name. "Hey-oh, Ketchum," she yelled, waving her hand in forth. "I was about to leave you." He trotted up next to her, Rhyhorn rumbling as he tried to keep up. The shadows of the trees were pushed back and revealed her starter, the Mach-Hop she had been talking about for the past 2 years. It narrowed its eyes across the path to him, arms crossed and blue-gray skin shining. They had agreed to walk together, at least to the first town before they split up. Gary had originally wanted to come with them but had decided only a few weeks back that he wanted to go solo for most of his journey. Being the grandson of Professor Oak put a fair amount of responsibilities on his shoulders, ones he hadn't really begun to handle. "So what moves do you have?" she asked, tapping Mach-Hop on the shoulder to get its attention. "He knows low kick, leer, and focus energy right now, but I'll train him up to be the next Bruno." Ash snorted. "Just horn attack for now, he's only a month old." "Have you seen Gary? We've been planning our battle for nearly a year now, and if he even thinks he can escape me I will personally hunt him down." He frowned as Leaf broke into a wide, smug grin. "Ah, Ashy boy," a voice said from behind the nearest tree. "I didn't know you cared so much." With a flourish, Gary appeared from behind the thick trunk, a cocky grin on his face as he balanced a pokeball on his fingertip. Leaf grinned. "He had me hide him before you came, wanted a dramatic entrance. Both of you are hopeless." Hopeless though they might be, both immediately split up and stopped about 15 feet apart. Leaf's Mach-Hop kicked away a few spare rocks and sticks before retreating to stand calmly by her side, arms crossed. "So which one were you able to get?" Ash asked, still grinning. Rhyhorn seemed to understand this was a battle and stepped forward, rumbling deeply in his chest. It sounded like grinding stone. "Gramps made me go last, for whatever reason." Gary snorted. The psychic wouldn't touch the Bulbasaur with a 10-foot pole, something about poisons being bad around psychic types or something. "So Gucho's daughter took it, Psychic took the Charmander, and you can guess which one I snagged." He stared over Rhyhorn's bulky form, even for his young age. "Although Rhyhorn aren't too bad. You ready or what?" He released his Squirtle, which stood tall. It was about a foot and some change tall, blue skin bright and slightly moist. Its shell was hard, rough browns and tans, and it looked ready for battle. Rhyhorn actually growled at the sight of the water type, age-old instincts coming to the forefront. It hissed back, pounding its arms together. "Come on, let's do this. Go get it, Squirtle. Tackle." Rhyhorn squared up as Squirtle started to charge, feet sturdy against the ground. The tackle would hurt him, but Ash didn't know whether Rhyhorn would be able to dodge. "Meet it with horn attack." Squirtle dodged at the sight of the horn, swerving around Rhyhorn to slam into his side plates. Rhyhorn grunted and moved back a few inches, but turned as fast as he could and lunged again with his horn. Squirtle stumbled back just in time to avoid the attack, dazed from hitting the rocky plates with its head. Gary called out again and Squirtle circled slowly, looking for a place to hit. It saw some sort of opportunity and charged again, but Rhyhorn was able to spin fast enough to slam his horn right into Squirtle's underbelly. The turtle squeaked and fell backward, writhing for a moment before falling flat, unable to battle. "Ah, damn it." Gary grinned despite the outcome. He knelt down and tapped Squirtle on the shoulder before recalling it, whispering a few congratulations. "Squirtle's has really soft scales on his underbelly right now, but just you wait until he learns a water move or two. Then you won't stand a chance." Ash laughed. "So where are you heading first?" "I'm not sure yet." Gary shrugged his shoulders, giving Mackhop an appraising look like he wanted to battle it as well. "Pew'll be a piece of cake with Squirtle, and I'm sure I can find some grass type or something to work with me for Cerulean. I don't know what order I'll take the big 3 gyms, but you can put down that I'll get them all, Ashy boy." He couldn't hold back a sigh at the near-decade-old nickname. Gary roared with laughter and slapped his shoulder, eliciting a rumble from Rhyhorn. "I'll see you on a battlefield soon enough though," Gary promised. "You won't escape from me that easily." Ash bobbed his head, grinning. "I'll be waiting." Gary grinned and walked away, most likely back to his grandfather's house to get his Pokémon healed. It wasn't smart to go onto any route with your Pokémon injured or knocked out. Leaf slapped him on the shoulder, grinning. "Hell kid, not bad. You ready to travel? I think we could probably go to the prof if your Rhyhorn needs some healing from the tackle." Rhyhorn snorted at the very idea. He butted his head against Ash's calf, pushing the boy forward a few inches. "I think we're fine." He tapped Rhyhorn behind his horn, to which the ground type huffed. "Should take us either 3 or 4 days. What do you think?" Leaf asked, Mackhop marching a few feet in front of her and test-punching a tree hard enough to make it shake. Ash stared up at the forest that would mark the beginning of his journey and grinned. 3. XXX. Rhyhorn was surprisingly good at trotting along next to them. He was built for incredible charges that could shatter steel, but his endurance was far from wanting. Night was growing near and he hadn't gotten close to giving up yet. Leaf had kept up a constant babble about Mackhop and all of the other Pokémon she wanted to catch. Their entire friendship was built around Pokémon and their love for it, though while she wanted to specialize, he wanted to be the best. She hadn't laughed when he told her what he wanted not only in his journey but for his life was to become the Pokémon Master. Then again, she had followed Bruno religiously for many years and knew of seemingly unattainable goals. For now, the conversation they had kept up rather easily began to slip away. He didn't have any other ideas to bring it back to life and so let it die, the only sounds their feet crunching against the dirt of early spring and Rhyhorn's occasional snorts. The sun dipped lower and lower and Rhyhorn had begun to lag behind now. Ash recalled his friend, although Mackhop was easily able to keep pace with them. The only other trainers from Pallet, Gary and Derek, were nowhere to be found. While it made sense Gary was behind them, Ash had been excited to battle Derek and see just how strong his rare egg move Sandshrew was. Few other trainers came down Route 1 unless they wanted to see Professor Oak, and while several wild Pokémon flitted about, Leaf just had Mackhop chase them away with its fists raised. Both of them wanted a good distance away from town before they started to slow by battling Pokémon. Ash was excited to finally reach Viridian City. When he did, the real challenge would begin. There were several hundred trainers traveling around every year, and most, if not all, were up for battles. Rhyhorn would grow stronger with training, but the real way to win was to battle. The night grew more oppressive and Leaf began another topic to keep the silence at bay. Ash joined in, both flitting around before settling on the one thing they both loved, the Elite Four. Just last week the Indigo Conference had ended, letting the winner challenge the Elite Four. Leaf paused during a particularly vicious description of Lorelei's Lapras using sheer cold and stared around. Macop had frozen and tensed, fists raising and feet squaring off against the ground. It sensed something. Ash settled a hand on Rhyhorn's Pokeball but didn't let loose the less-than-quiet Pokemon. After a moment, he heard it, the whispering buzz of wings somewhere to their left. Beedrill. It seemed like only one, maybe two, probably scouts for the actual swarm. Several more moments later and the sound disappeared, flitting deeper into the forest. Leaf's scowl grew as she untensed. Beedrill. She scoffed, but there was worry in her eyes. Macop could probably take down a few but it'd hurt. He doesn't have any moves that would be able to hurt them well. Why'd Mew have to make poison types resist fighting? Rhyhorn wouldn't be too hurt by their attacks but there's no way he could knock out more than a couple. He only has one move, Ash admitted, frowning. He needed to start training Rhyhorn up to at least several more moves in order to be able to defeat even just the wild Pokemon around here. A grin appeared on his face. Why'd you switch from begging your parents for a Growlithe to a Macop? When you were 6, that's all you ever wanted. It could have helped us out here. Oh, shut it. She shoved his shoulder. Although that's not as bad as you trying to get Professor Oak to give you his Tauros. He winced at the memory and conceded defeat. They walked on for a while longer before ending up at a small pocket of clear ground next to the route. After having Macop check the surrounding forest for anything too dangerous, he had come back once holding onto a Caterpie, which both of them had laughed at before Leaf commanded him to let it go. They began to set up camp. Professor Oak had taught all of the trainers the basics of fires and warmth. Ash frowned, setting down his bag and digging through the side pocket. After another moment, he reappeared with his pamphlet, grinning to Leaf's confused expression. Rhyhorn is a ground type, he explained, flicking through the short bundle of papers to try and find something. So, theoretically, he should be able to eat the dirt both for nutrients but also a fire pit. Her eyes widened and she grinned back at him. He found a passage a minute later, reading it aloud. Though Rhyhorn was a bit confused, Ash picked up a stick and scratched a circle into the ground, asking him to start eating from there. It was rather strange to watch as beings that didn't eat dirt. Rhyhorn stretched out next to the circle and stuck his face in, eating it a bit like porridge. Leaf quickly taught Macop how to gather firewood before sending him out, his gray skin blending into the dusk almost as perfectly as if he had come from the trees instead of caves. Ash settled himself by reading the rest of the pamphlet in the rapidly fading light. He'd still have to feed Rhyhorn regular Pokemon food, but the bulk of his meals would come from the ground itself. Neat. After a while, Rhyhorn had eaten his fill. The pit was about a foot deep, a little too much for Ash's likings. He kicked some more dirt to raise it up a bit before waiting for Macop to return. Not too long after, the superpower Pokemon reappeared with an armload of sticks, though most of them were too thick and looked like they had been broken off of trees, if the greenwood was anything to go by. Both of them had prepared for not having a fire type. Ash pulled out a bundle of matches, though it took 2 until he was able to light the tinder. After babying the small flame, a decent blaze flashed light around the clearing. Their 2 sleeping bags were laid out, but Ash frowned at their water bottles. It was too dark to wander around the forest to try and find a source of water, they'd have to do it in the morning. Rhyhorn thankfully didn't need too much water, but if he started battling he'd need a fair amount. Rhyhorn dug into his Pokemon food with gusto, the small pellets disappearing quickly down his gullet. Macop ate his slower, though he seemed more displeased with the bland taste. It held all of the nutrients battling Pokemon needed, though it rated much lower in appeal. Leaf turned in quickly. Macop laid down next to her, ignoring the small blanket she had brought for him. Ash turned on his Pokédex under the warm flicker of the fireplace and started to scroll through Rhyhorn's description. Most trainers followed a certain path through their Pokémon journey, at least those that started in Pallet and Viridian. They went north to Pewter, then east to Cerulean, then south to the main 3 cities, and so on. Most didn't even challenge some of the higher-level gyms in order to get their 8 badges. Ash didn't want to do that. While none of the Pewter or Cerulean gym leaders were pushovers, they were used to rookies and adjusted their power accordingly. He'd never grow strong enough following the beaten path of every trainer before him. Besides, that was the path Gary was going down. While they were great friends, they had long since decided to battle each other as rivals. He couldn't be any sort of good rival if he just followed Gary around Kanto. When he got to Viridian, he'd have access to other trainers he could ask advice from. He was going his own way, even if that meant splitting up with Leaf. Rhyhorn deserved to grow stronger. He blinked for far too long one last time and decided it was time to fall asleep. The fire was barely embers now and he threw a few handfuls of dirt over it, easily putting it out. Rhyhorn rumbled at him as he clambered inside his sleeping bag, escaping the slight chill of the night. He turned to his friend. "Can you wake me up when you can see the sun?" Rhyhorn frowned at the last word, but once Ash spent enough time describing it, he bobbed his head excitedly. Ash watched him contentedly as he circled around several times before stretching out, plates grinding lightly against each other. Rhyhorn's spines rose and dipped as he breathed deeply, scarlet eyes closed. It was comforting to watch. Ash fell asleep before he realized it was coming. XXX. Something cold touched his exposed arm once, twice. There was a grumble before it smacked into him again, nearly throwing him back. He jerked awake, beams of sunlight smacking him across the face. Rhyhorn stood over him, eyes narrowed. He snorted a puff of dusty air into his trainer's face. Ash coughed but was now fully awake. "Thanks. I'm up." Leaf was being jostled, rather nicely, by Machop, eyes bleary but focusing quickly. They packed up their camp, fed themselves and their Pokémon, and set off. Rhyhorn had woken him up at around 10, which made sense. Their cover of trees had made it difficult to see the sun, but in the future he'd have to find some way to wake up earlier. Most Pokémon trainers trained at night, after all of their traveling, so they wouldn't have exhausted Pokémon while they were walking the routes. He needed to get in a fair amount of traveling before he started to train in the evening. Time passed quickly. Sometime after noon they found a short stream and filled their water bottles. Ash's mother had bought him a rather enormous bottle of iodine solution, which helped to purify water. He squirted some into the bottles and let them sit for 30 minutes before they were ready to drink, though she had warned him the aftertaste might be a little strange. It was bearable. Leaf spoke excitedly of Pewter City, where she was planning on catching her second Pokémon. Her team was mostly planned out. She had 5 Pokémon she was going to catch, Arceus beat Med, and then a few extra slots for any others. Mankey could be found around Route 3 and she was ready to catch one of the fierce battlers. Machop looked a bit miffed at the topic. Ash hadn't told her of his plan to find a different path to all of the gyms. It wasn't a topic he knew how to easily bring up. Maybe in Viridian, he'd find a way to tell her. Now they had started to take the time to battle several wild Pokémon. Most of them were wild Rattata, which Rhyhorn shuffled to the side with his horn without even using an attack. He was able to swing his head to the side quickly, but when he tried to run after the Pokémon, he couldn't turn very easily without slowing down. "What are you doing to do about Brock?" he asked. Leaf perked up at the sound of his voice and scrabbled at her backpack, sleeping bag bouncing against her shoulders. In another second, she had pulled out a rather thick booklet with an enormous league symbol on the front. She flipped through the pages, Machop carefully steering her away from trees on the side of the path. "They're weak to fighting moves, right? Machop's really steady on his feet, so what I'm going to do is teach him karate chop and then maybe low sweep if I have time. It should be like 15 days until we reach Pewter, that's what my mom said, anyway, and by then Matchup will be a real fighter. Brock won't stand a chance. She pumped her fist in the air, grinning as Machop copied the motion. Ash nodded his head. It was a good strategy. Are you going to catch another Pokemon or just wait for a Mankey? I don't know. She shrugged her shoulders. Maybe if I run against something awesome, but I'd really like to stick with fighting types. Although I'll have to change my name again. Ugh, why didn't you guys stop me when I was obsessed with grass types? Leaf is a boring name. They both laughed warmly. Another day passed them by, traveling quickly with few conversations. By the time it was night, they ran into the resting meadow. The halfway point of route. It was simple, a wide, swath-cleared patch of clearing in the middle of the forest with several picnic tables and a few pre-made fire pits stacked high with stones. A pond was tucked into the corner, which would make it much easier to refill their water bottles. But the best thing was the trickle of smoke that crept into the air. Someone was already here. Ash trotted forward, Rhyhorn's Pokeball bright by his side. One of the fire pits were already burning, thin flames reaching toward the skies. A boy was stretched over one of the logs, drinking from his bottle. Derek. He looked up and waved as Ash grew nearer, face lit up by the fire. His Sandshrew wasn't released, but Ash could see the Pokeball on his waist. Hey, Ash. Hey. Want to battle? Leaf sighed but volunteered to watch the fire, sending Machop off to gather a bit more wood. Derek stood, walking toward a more beaten part of the meadow. Ash followed him, grinning. The light was fading, but what remained was plenty for a battle. Derek released his Pokemon. It was small, maybe a foot tall, made of overlapping tan scales. Its ears twitched nervously. Ash nodded and pressed his release button. Rhyhorn rumbled as he was released, voice deep and gravely, before narrowing in on the Sandshrew. His growl was low as he squared up, plates creaking. Mud shot! Derek cried. His Sandshrew squeaked as a chunk of dirt ripped itself up from the ground, dripping as energy shifted it into mud. Rhyhorn narrowed his crimson eyes but waited. Ash answered quickly. Horn attack. It wasn't like there was much else Rhyhorn could do. With a bellow, his Pokemon charged forward. The mud shot slammed into his face, but it was only enough to slow his charge. Few things could stop it. The Sandshrew squeaked again and darted to the side, Rhyhorn's feet clipping it as he went sailing by. He ground to a stop and turned again. Ash grit his teeth. Rhyhorn desperately needed new moves. He'd start training tonight. Horn attack, he said again. This time, the Sandshrew wasn't able to move fast enough to dodge. It did tuck its arms and legs into its chest at its trainer's shout for defense curl, but even the position wasn't enough to stop Rhyhorn knocking it across the clearing like a rubber ball. Nearly at Derek's feet, it rose again, wincing. The boy seemed a bit bewildered and wary but gave his next series of commands quickly. Rhyhorn didn't need any more commands. He charged forward as the Sandshrew's claws shined and scratched heedlessly at Rhyhorn's face as he plunged his horn into its softer underbelly. With a high squeak, it collapsed. Derek groaned but recalled his Pokemon. Ash happily patted Rhyhorn's head as the Pokemon trotted back to him, brushing off the drying mud over his plates. His Pokemon wouldn't take a bath to save his life, given his extreme weakness to water, but he would probably find a patch of earth rubbed raw from Rhyhorn rolling around in it. He accepted a small bundle of bills, the standard 1 versus 1 fee. Thanks. Derek snorted, but there was a hint of frustration in his eyes. Yeah, you earned it. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and looked around for something else to talk about. Ash looked away, a bit of heat rising to his cheeks. Come on, I think Leaf's starting to gather water. You want to divide food? He agreed, and they both walked back over to the fire pit. It crackled warmly, Matchup's tinder sending it near sky high, and Ash wondered whether he'd even need a sleeping bag as long as he was close enough. Reason won out as he tossed Rhyhorn several pellets of food. He only had to eat once every couple of days with his ground typing and slow digestion, but he had taken place in a battle. Derek released his sand shrew, which sagged limply on the ground. Digging through his bag, he pulled out a vial and screwed the sprayer onto open, leaning over the ground type to find the worst of the injuries. Potions had many properties: blood coagulants, pain medication, subclass bacteria made in a mockery of Ditto cells, and they could be used on the road to heal basic Pokemon wounds. After a moment, the Sandshrew's dark eyes opened and it peered around, chittering softly. Derek murmured congratulations, patting it on the head as he walked back to the fire pit. Leaf looked up as they approached, a grin on her face. "Nice battle, Ketchum. You too, Dorobo. Either of you want to grab Machop? He's been out for a while." "I'll do it," Ash offered. Derek had a hint of anger in his eyes, and Ash had never been the best at comforting people. He patted Rhyhorn on the back until he focused again, turning toward his trainer with a low rumble. "Come on, bud. Let's go. Try not to knock down any trees." A dusty snort, and then they both headed off into the forest. Ash struggled with his bag for a moment before finding his flashlight. It was still light, but better not to risk it, in his opinion at least. Rhyhorn nearly snapped a tree in half with his frustrated movements, but a stern look from Ash and he did his best to put it back. There were several branches that had been broken off by punches, Ash could guess, and following the trail led them to one gray humanoid, bent over with a rather enormous pile of sticks in one arm. "We didn't need that much," Ash said, ignoring the stick that Machop nearly launched at his head when the Pokemon startled and stood up. "Just a little. Leaf wants you back." The superpower Pokemon glared at him but made no noises of complaint. He knelt and picked up his dropped stick, not dropping any of his others, before turning and marching quickly back through the woods without a backward glance. Ash snorted, a sound which Rhyhorn copied. "He's only going to follow Leaf, isn't he? Her parents definitely picked one loyal Pokemon." Rhyhorn rumbled in agreement before his spines twitched. His plates ground together as he lowered himself to the ground, scarlet eyes narrowing as he stared around. Ash froze as well. Beedrill weren't normally nocturnal, but hunger did things to Pokemon. Was that the buzz of insectoid wings? No. It was a wild shriek, one filled with righteous fury. Ash only had to look up for a moment before the Spearow perched on the tree Machop had been breaking apart lunged for him. Rhyhorn sprang forward and took the hit. He grumbled, but the bird's talons, however sharp, did little to his plates. "Horn attack!" Ash bellowed. "Hit it before it starts to call for others." The Spearow started to swerve, taking to the skies, but Rhyhorn lunged forward into a charge and nailed it below the wings. Through sheer force of will, even as it plummeted, it shrieked out a warning before Rhyhorn got to it again. The second horn attack flung it against the trunk of the tree it had come from and knocked it out. There were few creatures on this route that would willingly attack a Rhyhorn, especially tiny birds like Spearow that were known for only attacking when they had the strength of numbers. This bird wasn't having any of him on its territory. That was the kind of determination he could use on his team. He had a Pokeball primed in a heartbeat before lobbing it at the collapsed creature. Though the Spearow had been knocked out, the Pokeball twitched wildly with the force of its consciousness. Rhyhorn tensed back up after 30 seconds of flailing, but its struggles grew less and less before it clicked complete. Ash grinned and scooped it up, admiring the bright surface. Rhyhorn rumbled, though his eyes narrowed at the Pokemon that had attacked his trainer. Ash just grinned wider and patted him on the flank. But the repercussions hit him quickly. Though the Spearow had been choked off, the echoing shriek of its warning still flickered around the forest. He quickly clipped the Pokeball to his waist and turned back to where his camp was, hat nearly snagged under a branch. "Come on. We've got to get back to camp." Rhyhorn understood his worry and took the lead, bending and snapping branches and leaving a relatively clear path. In a much shorter time than it took for them to find Machop, they had left the forest and appeared back by the fire pit. Leaf blinked up at him. "What took you so long?" "Machop got back like 5 minutes ago." She jerked her thumb at the fighting type, who was training on karate chop by getting the branches into more manageable pieces. "Oh, nothing." He grinned and held up his newest filled pokeball. Her jaw dropped. "No." Springing to her feet, she jumped forward and looked closer at it. "Hell kid, you beat me again. That's not fair." "What is it?" "A Spearow. But I think it might have called a warning. I tried to knock it out fast enough but I really don't know." Derek stood at that, frowning. "We'll sleep in the cover of the trees, but I'm not hearing anything. Definitely don't call it out until we get out of this part of the forest at least. Keep your Pokemon out tonight." Machop seemed thoroughly put out as they kicked dirt over his fire, but was quick enough to sit down next to Leaf's sleeping bag. She still seemed in awe of the newest member on Ash's roster. A flying type. Machop could still nail it, of course, but you neutralized its normal type weakness. "Any ideas what moves it has?" She coughed lightly, and though he couldn't see her in the darkness he could imagine she was mocking him. "With your fancy smancy poke card, of course. Pokédex. I haven't had time to check it yet, I'll probably do it tomorrow." Derek snorted at both of them. "Get to sleep, will you? I'd like to make it to Viridian tomorrow." There was no training tonight either, not with the threat of the Spearow flock hanging over their heads. But Ash couldn't fall asleep for a long while. Spearow were far from sturdy, their official name even being the tiny bird Pokemon, but they could throw all manners of attacks at their enemies from a far distance. It was the complete counterpart to Rhyhorn and exactly what he needed. Rhyhorn, as if sensing his thoughts, snorted again from his stretched-out position next to Ash. He poked the ground type in the general direction of his face, which elected him a rumble. He fell asleep with a grin on his face. XXX. He woke up without one. Rhyhorn had done his best to get him awake but so tired as he was, it had taken a light stab from his horn to wake up. Ignoring the hissing pain from his leg, he sat fully up, eyes nowhere near adjusted to the dark, and heard the gentle beats of enormous wings. As the light from the moon filtered through the trees and hit his eyes, he was able to see his friends, sitting stick straight with their Pokemon beside them. Machop was flexing his arms but a glare from Leaf put a stop to it. No matter how strong they might think they were nowhere near strong enough to take on a Spearow flock with a Fearow at its head. The birds flew overhead, seemingly making sweeps of the forest. Just as Ash thought they were gone, they swooped back around for another run of their part of the forest. He didn't dare turn on his Pokédex and check the time for fear of the light, but the moon had left its peak in the sky by the time the flock didn't show up for a long enough time. They felt comfortable enough falling asleep. Every night sound sounded like the flap of wings. Every rustle was an emerging Spearow. Every beam of light was glinting eyes. Even though it was just his paranoia, his newest filled Pokeball seemed to shudder. There was little sleep to be had that night. XXX. The next morning dawned without them, exhausted as they were. Ash felt a light kick to his shoulder, which was soon replaced by a kick that nearly punted him around the clearing. Eyes fully open and completely awake, he swiveled back over to glare darkly at Leaf. She shrugged, looking innocent. "You weren't getting up. Come on. We've already lost enough daylight as is." Ash turned back over to glare at the peacefully slumbering Rhyhorn, who seemed wholly unconcerned with how his trainer was woken up. Most likely because he hadn't seen it. He entertained himself with cheerful thoughts of a full-grown Rhyhorn carrying Leaf far away, shrieking. His sleeping bag seemed heavier than normal, and his movement sagged as they each packed up and fed themselves and their Pokemon. Rhyhorn still didn't need another serving of dirt, though he did eat what must have been a particularly tasty rock by the trunk of a tree. Ash snorted. Their morning daze was sobered by the sight of the resting meadow. Dozens of Talon imprints swarmed around the remains of their fire, and one of the picnic tables had a gouge that could only have been done by an irate Fearow. If Derek hadn't pulled them into the forest to sleep last night, there was little doubt on their mind that they would have been found. Both thanked the boy profusely, who perked up at the praise. Though it hadn't been officially decided, they all left toward Viridian together. Safety in numbers and all that, and Derek was far from a terrible traveling companion. Though he was still a bit miffed at Ash's win over him, he was clever and popped back some witty comebacks to Leaf's remarks. Those two were getting along like a house on fire. Ash was more than worried. His Spearow's Pokeball was warm to the touch. Pokemon were put into a sort of muddled state for their consciousness, but he bet that the avian would be mostly healed by that night if they were far enough away from the Fearow's territory that he felt safe releasing it. If not, it'd definitely be healed by Viridian. The day passed rather quickly, but Ash's excitement skyrocketed a mere 3 hours into the journey. There were trainers along the route. A few were powerful, with 6 Pokeballs on their belt and a look that suggested they'd rather use Ash for target practice than battle him, but the rest were just as eager as him. Rhyhorn spectacularly cleared the majority of their competitors, though a Poliwag brought him close. It only had one water move, Bubble, but he was able to power through and slam it into the nearest tree. Leaf fought a few, and Machop was no slacker. His low sweeps were something to be admired, and when he was able to charge up with focus energy, there was little that his attacks couldn't bring down. 2 battles named others victors, but the rest gave him the crown. Sandshrew got into even fewer battles, but its wins made up for its few losses. It had its egg moved down to a point, which was rather uncommon, and even Pidgey couldn't stand up to its assault. Derek accepted all of his winnings with a smug, self-satisfied grin on his face. Around noon, they stopped for lunch. Derek had decidedly delicious-looking sandwiches, though he winced and said they were from his father and he wasn't sharing. Ash and Leaf chowed down on their basic trainer meals while he stared at his Pokemon's Pokeball. It had started to quiver while he was walking. The Spearow was obviously healed enough to want to fight, but the Pokeball's force daze didn't allow it to escape. Fearow had large territory and they'd all heard distant threatening shrieks, though no searching flock ever got close. He sighed and clipped it away. Later, maybe. But by Derek's backbreaking pace, they'd reach Viridian City before the end of the day. The boy loomed behind Ash's shoulder at every battle, waiting for him to finish so they could move on, and even though Rhyhorn was still raring to go after every battle, Ash eventually limited their battles in order to avoid Derek sicking his Sandshrew on him to get him to go faster. The sun was threatening to slip beneath the horizon just as the dim roar of humankind reached the trio's ears. Rhyhorn immediately perked up and started a slow trot down the route, bellowing a challenge. Ash raced after him, patting his head and tugging on his spines as best he could. Rhyhorn slowed, staring up at him in confusion. "Just a town," he explained. "There's a lot of people but it's nothing to worry about, Rhyhorn." The ground type calmed, though he still snorted out a puff of dusty air. Leaf slapped him on the shoulder, Machop crossing his arms beside her. "Forgot your Pokemon was just a baby, Ketchum. You're not a half-bad battler, I'll give you that." He punched her back. She looked like she barely felt it, grinning. Derek coughed and they all snapped back to attention, turning to face what must be Viridian around the corner. After another 10 minutes, the route switched to be more hard-packed dirt, footprints easily visible. Another minute and Ash could make out where he, Derek, and Professor Oak had teleported in. And there was Viridian City. It was just as large as he remembered, strong and bold and imposing. Metal gleamed from nearly every corner. Leaf and Derek both sighed with relief, but Ash was jittery. There wasn't a gym to challenge here that he had any chance at. Giovanni was a fearsome opponent who didn't believe in lowering his power for weaker challengers. Ash would end up fighting a Steelix with his Spearow if he tried to fight him. So that was a no. But there were trainers here that could tell him everything he needed to find his own path through Kanto for his 8 badges. Leaf barely had a minute to admire the sight before he grabbed her arm and started trotting into the city. Derek followed at a more sedate pace, hand on his Pokeball. Rhyhorn was recalled quickly. Even though he wasn't full-grown, he was still too large and clumsy and be around all of the people in the city. Derek followed his example, though Machop stayed out. He hadn't ever been to a Pokemon Center, but Professor Oak had enough pictures of the red-roofed buildings that he was able to recognize it once he turned the corner. Pushing past an oncoming crowd of chattering people in suits, he pushed at the glass door and entered the air-conditioned building. It was a large open room, lined with couches and tables. A door to the Pokémon store was in the back and the desk that held Nurse Joy was in front. The pink-haired woman perked up as he walked in, a gentle smile on his face. "Hello. How may I help you today?" she said, leaning forward on her desk. Leaf pushed forward first, recalling a disgruntled Machop. "I think my Pokémon are fine. You normally only heal really wounded Pokémon, right?" She nodded. Pokémon heal much faster than humans, and some time in a Pokeball will fix up their exhaustion or minor injuries rather quickly. We take more serious problems here. "Well, I don't think Machop needs that. He got a bit of a nasty slash but I sprayed a potion on it." "That should be fine, dear." Nurse Joy swept her gaze to the rest of them. Derek bobbed his head but didn't offer anything more, eyes shifting downward. "I knocked a Spearow out, but that was a couple days ago. Should it be healed by now?" Ash asked, patting the Pokeball in question. It was warm to the touch, brimming with life and fierce determination. "It should be perfectly okay, although I would ask you release it outside first instead of in here. They can take a while before accepting their new trainers," she cautioned, settling back behind her desk. He thanked her, turning back to his group. "Regroup in an hour. I'd like to meet Spearow and see how that goes." They both nodded back at him, splitting almost immediately. Leaf ducked toward the store in the back while Derek went to ask about a room key. Ash tapped his newest member's Pokeball. It was time to meet it. XXX. The sky was growing darker, but there was plenty of daylight in the training fields in the back. A few trainers were spotted around the large area, but he hung tight to the edge of the forest and found a relatively clear spot. Rhyhorn rumbled happily as he was released, butting his head against Ash's thigh. He was going to be one big bruise by the time he won the conference, but he just grinned and patted the ground tight. He voiced what he was going to do to his friend, and he immediately squared up and bristled his plates. His spines ground against each other, scarlet eyes narrowed. All in all, he was a rather intimidating Pokémon. Ash couldn't wait until he was the full 3.5 feet tall. With a click, he released his other Pokémon. It landed on the ground, staring around at the new environment. The moment it saw him, it squawked furiously before shrieking out a summoning cry to all other members of its flock. Smug in his victory, it turned to him and waited. Nothing happened. Ash frowned. "Spearow, I captured you. You are now my Pokémon, and there is no flock to hide behind anymore. Either you will let me make you strong and accept that I am your trainer, or I will lock you in your Pokeball for the next year. What will it be?" Spearow shrieked again before taking to the air, brown-red feathers cutting through the wind as easily as a Magikarp in water. It swerved, launching itself in a mockery of quick attack toward Rhyhorn. He rumbled but braced himself, silver claws digging into the earth. Spearow pushed him back a few inches but it just didn't have any force behind it, blunt beak scratching heedlessly at the thick stone plates. It let loose an almost impressive growl before taking off again, wings beating against the air. Ash could see the thin beams of light blue energy lift off of its feathers and shoot toward Rhyhorn, glistening in a burst of enhanced wind. Not gust, but something different. No wonder it had been confident enough to attack Rhyhorn if it had a special move at its disposal. Rhyhorn rumbled with pain at the attack. He was built against physical hits, not energy, but even that move didn't do much other than annoy him. Roaring a challenge to the flying type, he squared up and waited. Spearow tried its wind move again. Rhyhorn shifted back but it wasn't enough. With a fearsome shriek, it dove again, talons extended. Ash recalled it before it came within a foot of his starter, releasing it immediately several feet away on the ground. Now that it wasn't soaring through the air, he was suddenly aware of how large he was compared to the tiny creature. It stared up at him with bright black eyes. "You're weak," he started. "All of your moves and you couldn't hurt my starter. But if you come with me, I'll make you strong." Its eyes flicked to Rhyhorn. After a moment, it sagged and conceded defeat, chirping softly. A fair amount of the fight had gone out of the bird, who shuffled against the trimmed grass and twitched its wings. Ash unclipped his Pokédex and held it in front of the Pokémon. "I'm going to scan you. Stay still." It only took him a moment to lock the sensor onto the still bird's form and press the button. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. They are a fiercely territorial Pokémon. Their summoning cry to their brethren can be heard from half a mile away. They compete constantly with Pidgey for food and nests. This Spearow knows the moves Peck, Growl, Fury Attack, and Razor Wind. Its ability is Keen Eye, which prevents it from losing accuracy. He nodded at Razor Wind, an egg move of some sort. It had the beginnings of a powerful Pokémon, one he was going to take full advantage of. "Would you like a nickname?" Rhyhorn grunted at the word, but when Ash offered the same to him, he shook his head. His name was enough. Spearow, on the other hand, seemed to be considering it. As soon as Rhyhorn turned it down, the bird shrieked and bobbed its head. Razor Wind was a powerful move that summoned wind. "What about Gale? It's a wind strong enough to do some real damage." A shriek was his answer. Gale puffed out its feathers, his feathers, Ash found out with the push of a button, but didn't take to the air. After another moment, he relaxed and let them fall flat. He stayed on the ground, staring up at Ash with those same angry eyes, even though he had no reason to be angry. It was just part of his face, it seemed. He returned both of them to their Pokeballs, preparing to head back to the Pokemon Center. Tomorrow, he'd ask around and find another route to the gyms before finding some way to break the news to Leaf. While they had known they wouldn't be traveling together forever, they hadn't expected to break apart so soon. The ground shivered beneath him, like the pounding of dozens of feet, or a ground type asserting its dominance. Ash frowned and stared toward the training fields. Only a Staryu and a Starmie were on them, both in the care of an orange-haired trainer, and neither of them could use Earthquake. Something flickered in the corner of his eye, and he turned just in time to see the Ponyta herd barrel toward him. Their manes burned with fury and panic as they stampeded over the ground, fire flickering from their hooves. They had no direction, just a primal fear that forced them in any direction it pleased. He threw himself to the side, running as fast as he could. Heat washed over him and flames nipped at his heel as the herd raced by, dozens lined up one after another. They seemed to have come from the forest. There were no Ponyta herds anywhere near here. Ash had just made a step toward the safety of the Pokemon Center when the lead Ponyta shrieked, wild and fierce. The herd slowed, hooves pounding, before they turned and raced toward the red-roofed building with fury in their movements. He released Rhyhorn in a flash of scarlet. There was no way he would survive the attacks if they turned on him. Rhyhorn narrowed in on the herd in a second and rumbled, deep and gravelly. Indeed, not a moment later, two Ponyta at the back of the herd twisted at his ground-type's rumble and narrowed their eyes, manes sparking. Rhyhorn could resist fire attacks well enough. "Horn attack!" he bellowed. One of the Ponyta charged, flames splitting from its mane to encircle its cream body. In only a second it was surrounded by a blazing fire, its charge only accented by the hissing sparks. Rhyhorn had no chance to dodge. The Ponyta slammed into him, whinnying. It only had a second to stumble back before Rhyhorn lunged and slammed his horn right into its chest. Shrieking, it stumbled back, pawing furiously at the air while its brethren finished charging up a fireball and spat it at the ground type. He hadn't faced any fire types before in his life. Already parts of Rhyhorn's plates were charred and a thin layer of soot covered his face, though he bravely charged forward to slam another horn attack into the second Ponyta's chest, throwing it back even farther. The first rushed him before he had even made contact, leaping up to slam its hooves into his spine. He roared with pain, the vibrations from its diamond-hard hooves rippling through his entire body. The second staggered back upright from his horn attack and spat another ember, which exploded against his head and forced him to the side. They were double-teaming him, and well. He needed a distraction. Gale appeared with a shriek, wings spread and blinking rapidly. Ash gave him a moment to absorb the situation. "Time to test your mettle," he called. "Up. Razor wind. Aim for the one on the left." He took off, short red wings spread and glistening with the bluish energy. The Ponyta glared at the newcomer, but Rhyhorn took the opportunity to body slam into the second Ponyta without even a move, throwing it to the ground. The first moved in to attack, but a sudden burst of wind from above made it stagger, whinnying wildly. At Ash's shouted command, Gale tucked in his wings and dove, beak shining. Fury attack landed on the back of the first Ponyta with reckless abandon, ripping away fur and exposing the more sensitive skin beneath. It shrieked and its mane flared up, burning Gale's exposed wings. He took off almost immediately, primaries trailing a thin tendril of smoke before the wind put it out. Rhyhorn bellowed from another hurried flame charge from the second Ponyta, but his horn gleamed past the burns and slammed into the horse's flank, throwing it down. It struggled once more weakly before passing fully out, mane fading down to mere embers in the growing dark. The second Ponyta shrieked at the sight of its fallen comrade and charged Rhyhorn, hooves shining with stomp and an ember building in its mouth. His ground type faithfully turned to face it, bracing against the ground with his horn extended. Gale launched a razor wind, but it was only enough to bluster the Ponyta before it finished its charge and slammed its hooves against Rhyhorn's head plate. He roared and jabbed his jab at its underbelly. It punctured right past the skin and threw the fire type back half a dozen feet back, skidding against the rough terrain. There weren't any more movements as it collapsed against the ground. Ash let out a breath he hadn't been aware he was holding before his mind clicked again. He scrabbled through his bag for a potion. He had been lucky, the two Ponyta had left the rest of their herd, but that didn't mean the others weren't coming as soon as possible, and Rhyhorn couldn't stand up to the dozens that had been there while injured, even with Gale distracting them. Just as he found one of the spray bottles, the click of hooves and the snort of fiery breath made him freeze and look up. An enormous Rapidash, one that easily towered over him, peered down at the twin collapsed Ponyta. Its horn glinted brightly as it spat out a thin ember, which exploded harmlessly against one of the fire-type's side. It didn't even stir. It turned to him, black eyes shining. The flames spread down its back, blazed up, shining with power. Rhyhorn bellowed and charged forward, earth trembling. With a grace that he couldn't fathom, it leaped over his head and landed easily on the other side. It snorted a fiery breath as Rhyhorn spun, confused, before rearing up and whinnying out a shrieking call. Ash furiously called his Pokémon over. Gale hovered for a second, frustration in his eyes, but his burnt primaries made it far from fun to fly. The ground put him at both Rhyhorn and Ash's mercy, so instead he settled for the next highest perch, Ash's shoulder, talons digging through his thin shirt. Rhyhorn rumbled by his side as Ash furiously poured the potion in the cracks between his plates. The Rapidash stared at them almost curiously, horn glimmering in the fading sun, but it didn't attack or come closer. It stood guard over the unconscious Ponyta, nosing at the wounds from Rhyhorn's horn. Almost as soon as Ash finished applying the potion, something appeared toward the training fields. The stereo trainer had long since fled, but now a man jogged toward him, whistling sharply. The Rapidash's ears perked up at the sound, but it stood strong, mane flaring slightly. Rhyhorn rumbled a warning as the man grew closer, scarlet eyes narrowed. Even Gale shrieked, the sound deafening from how close he was to Ash's ear. But then the man held up two pokeballs and the Ponyta disappeared in a flash of crimson. The Rapidash neighed and trotted up to him, butting its neck against his side. He grinned and stroked just underneath its sparking mane. "Who are you?" Ash said, still tensed. Gale spread his wings, ready to take off again, but the man hurriedly shook his head and held up his hands in a position of surrender. "I do apologize. My name is Gideon Jobane. This is all a big misunderstanding." Ash's eyes narrowed. In another flash of light, the Rapidash disappeared into the man's hand. "Again, I'm really very sorry. See, I have no Pokémon with me." The rest of the Ponyta were recalled, but I sent my Rapidash to find the 2 stragglers. Thank you for knocking them out. They could have caused quite a bit of damage to themselves. What happened? He tapped Rhyhorn's head and the ground type relaxed, only slightly, but he was still squared up and ready to charge. Gale lowered his wings, still trailing smoke, and narrowed his keen eyes. Gideon frowned, eyebrows coming together above his nose. This is my herd of Ponyta. I breed and raise them for trainers and such, but some people in black outfits stormed my farm and drove them mad, he spat. My Rapidash was able to find and calm them down, but not until after they reached Viridian. I wish I would have been able to catch those idiots who thought it would be smart to mess with a fire-type herd. Oh. Ash frowned. Who would do that? I have no idea, but thankfully I capture all of my Pokémon as soon as they hatch, so I prevent thieves from snatching them out in the fields. Otherwise they'd all be gone. His tone was both furious and frustrated. Gideon swept a hand through his hair that was so dark it was almost blue. I'll tell the news everything I can, but I don't think they'll be caught. They ran as soon as they couldn't catch my Pokémon. He brightened, if slightly. Your team has to be hurting after standing up to my Pokémon. Come on, I'll show you to the Pokémon Center. You're a trainer, right? If not, I'll pay for your healing myself. I'm a trainer. The man seemed to have switched gears quickly. I do know the way to the center dash. Nonsense. It's the least I can do. Gideon started to walk quickly and Ash shrugged before following. Gale shrieked at the motion, scratching at Ash's neck with one talon, but he calmed down at Ash's narrowed eyes. Rhyhorn rumbled along beside them, soot trailing from his plates. There was a camera crew around the training fields, made of 3 people. 2 men spoke with microphones while a woman angled the camera down toward the dying embers and imprinted hoofprints over the dirt, armed with several lights to counter the disappearing sun. They both straightened as Gideon grew nearer, eyes lighting up. Ah! And here's the man himself, once again. One of the reporters sprang up, the camera following him smoothly. Everyone, for a refresher, this is Gideon Jobane, owner of the Ponyta herd and close friend of our very own gym leader, Giovanni. Sir, what just happened when you ran away just 5 minutes ago? Gideon strode forward, smile warm. Ash crept away from the bulky black camera, Rhyhorn lumbering beside him as quietly as he could. My Rapidash alerted me to the fact it had found the last 2 Ponyta that had broken away from the main herd. They were giving my friend here a hard time, but he was able to fight them off. Now I can say that everyone is accounted for and safely in their Pokeball. The camera swung toward him despite his attempts to move away. He managed an awkward wave before turning away again. The reporter looked like he wanted to pursue him but found a juicer story with Gideon. Before we were interrupted, you were telling us what those dastardly men looked like. Care to pick up your description? Ash used the distraction to flee. XXX. And your Spearo's wing is just burnt, correct? He nodded at Nurse Joy. She accepted the 2 Pokeballs and set them on a side counter, turning back to him. I can promise them back in the morning. From what you've told me, it doesn't sound like they were very injured. Maybe don't let your Spearow fly for several hours, but he should be just fine. Thank you for getting them checked up. Would you like a key? Ash took the wide bronze key, which had his room number inscribed on the side. Hooking it on one of the various spots on his belt, he thanked her again before walking away. Now that he wasn't in the battle, he sighed at the now useless potion he had used. While it would have kept Rhyhorn fighting, he was getting his Pokémon checked up with Nurse Joy anyway. He had barely made it 3 steps up the stairs before Leaf barreled into him from behind, nearly slamming him onto all 4s. Ketchum. I left you alone for barely 10 minutes. How the hell did you already get attacked? The laugh rose quickly through him as he spun around to face her. I swear, it was nothing. Rhyhorn and Gale were able to knock them out pretty fast and then Gideon came over and collected them. Nurse Joy is going to heal them up tonight and they'll be fine in the morning. Leaf switched topics faster than an Arcanine. Then we seriously have to work on your news face. I mean, really? A wave? No, proudly declaring your name and that you'll be glad to help anyone else. Hell, kid, you should have at least dragged some sort of compensation out of the Jobanii guy. Joe Bane, he corrected. Where did you see that? She pointed over to the crowd of couches, where two thin televisions stood on tables. They were currently showing Gideon's face as he spoke passionately about what had happened. Ash winced. Leaf noticed the moment his adrenaline rush wore off, though the effects were easy to notice. He visibly sagged, closing his eyes for a minute too long. A grin curved her lips. Come on, off to bed with you. I can't go to bed yet, he protested. I haven't called my mom yet. Leaf looked like she wanted to argue a bit more, but she knew Delia Ketchum. Sighing, she pointed him toward the videophones in the back and went back to watching the television. He thanked her and walked over. Scanning his trainer ID, the screen flickered to life and brought up a number page. It took him nearly 5 minutes of scrolling, but he finally found the Ketchum household, saving it to his favorites before clicking call. Its melody chirped quietly through the center. He wondered briefly whether it was too late for his mother to pick up before the screen switched suddenly to a white color that meant someone had picked up. Hello, Ketchum residence. Hey, Mom. Barely a second had gone by before the screen switched to his mother's wide, smiling face. Ash. You made it. He smiled back at her. I just got here around 30 minutes ago. I'm traveling with Leaf Chikara and Derek DeRobo, do you know them? Of course, honey. I know just about everyone in this town, she teased lightly. But that's great. Did you have any problems? I heard there was a nasty little Pikachu around the beginning of Route 1. Well, I did catch a Pokemon. A Spearow. His name is Gale. He almost reached down to release the Pokemon before realizing that he was with Nurse Joy and settled for smiling. He helped me take down a Ponyta herd that had gotten loose. He saw her eyes widen before narrowing and leaped it to contain the damage. It wasn't that bad. Some people made this guy Gideon's herd angry and they went toward town. I only fought 2 Ponyta and my Pokemon are already at the center. Everything is fine. If you say so, Ashy, she said, though her eyes were still narrowed. Are you sure you're okay? Is Giovanni back from the league business? He shook his head and she smiled softly, before suddenly breaking into a yawn that seemed to take up the entire screen. Well, I've got to get to bed. Sorry to cut this short, Ashy, but the restaurant's been getting more customers than normal. Call me from the next city. I love you. The call cut off. He smiled and shut the videophone off, his own yawn loud. Leaf appeared from behind him, arms crossed. Now, off to bed. Tell me everything else in the morning. I already told you, he protested, but let her drag him up the stairs and toward his room. Unlocking it, he said his goodnights before immediately jumping into the shower. It was short and brisk, but 3 days of traveling had left their marks that he was happy to wash away. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. XXX. Ash danced around a bit nervously in the cafeteria section of the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, while handing back his Pokeballs, had said that Gideon had wanted to talk to him once he woke up. After only a couple more minutes that had Ash fold his napkin into a strange variety of shapes, the man appeared into the room with a wide grin. Now that it was fully light, he could see the dark clothing and leather vest he wore. 3 Pokeballs were on a string around his neck. Ash. Nurse Joy was kind enough to give me your name, the man said as a greeting, sliding into the seat opposite of him. Why did you want to see me? Gideon shrugged. Just to offer some advice, I guess. A trainer for only 4 days and you took down a few of my Ponyta, it's a trait to be admired, and I'd like to help. Besides, I was planning on meeting Giovanni but he's not here, so you're the last task I'm wrapping up here before I go back. He shook himself before grinning. So. Any questions? I have plenty of knowledge for a beginning trainer such as yourself, Gideon winked. Ash did actually have something to ask. I'm collecting the 8 badges to challenge the Indigo Conference, but I don't want to start with Brock and do the same path as everyone else. I just don't know where else to start, or how to get there. Gideon's eyes narrowed in thought. You've got a Rhyhorn and a Spearow, right? At Ash's nod, he continued. Brock would be a bit of an issue, but you could fight him successfully then skip Cerulean and go on. There's always Cinnabar Island, although the cost of renting a boat at this stage in your journey his wince was shared by Ash. All of his funds, even the ones that he hadn't earned yet, would be SCKED into that endeavor. Well. Gideon's eyes suddenly brightened. Have you ever heard of the Diglett Cave? Ash shook his head. It's a Pokemon and man-made tunnel that stretches through a little cave system. The O League doesn't take as much care over it when compared to Mount Moon or the like, but it'll be plenty of protection for you. They hardly watch it at all except for where it counts. That sounded far better than any plan of his. Where can I find it? 6-ish days into the Viridian Forest, as long as you stay on the path. Take a turn left when you see the sign, you can't miss it unless someone else had their Pokemon knock it down for fun. He rolled his eyes. Happens more than I like. He steepled his fingers over the table. It'll drop you off toward the end of Route 11, only a day or 2 away from Vermilion City, and at Vermilion, they train Dash. Electric types, Ash said, grinning. Rhyhorn not only was a ground type but he also had Lightning Rod as an ability. While Gale would be at a disadvantage, that didn't matter if his starter steamrolled the competition. Gideon nodded. Bit of a sucky journey, but I have no doubts you'll make it through just fine. As for your Pokemon, a few more tips. Your Rhyhorn won't take too much to learn basic physical moves, Stomp, Fury Attack, things like that. I'd give it a couple of days each. But spend a fair amount of time on rock and ground moves, which you'll need to take down Surge. Your Spearow needs some serious buffing, get it some moves that'll put some force behind it. Maybe Pursuit or Aerial Ace. Those will put some actual weight behind its words, if you know what I mean. Gideon stretched, leaning back. I'll take my leave, if you will. The farm calls. He smiled one last time before standing up from the table, vest nearly catching on the edge before he jerked it away. 6 days, Ash repeated as he watched the man walk away. Now he had a plan, which also meant he had to break it to Leaf. Sighing, he walked outside and prepared for that conversation. XXX. Leaf and Derek actually took it much better than he would have thought. He had cornered them just as they finished buying the last of their supplies. He had woken up early so he wouldn't slow them down buying his own, and on the way to Route 2 had told them everything. Leaf had a steely gleam in her eyes but Derek seemed indifferent. The boy had never warmed up much after he had beat him in a battle. Leaf pulled a joke about him closing his doors just like Kalos, and that had resulted in a delightful little chase around the streets of Viridian. But, as Leaf had said, he wasn't leaving yet. With that thought in mind, they entered the thick forest of Route. It was a different place entirely from Route. The trees made it feel crowded, even though they were cleared a few feet from the actual route. Rattata scampered almost constantly around them, Pidgey swooping through the trees to screech warnings. The sun only appeared in bursts, the rest gelled a light green by the leaves. The largest, and best, difference was the trainers. Mainly the fact that they were actually here. Ash must have battled a dozen or more on the first day alone. While a few were trainers starting out their official, League-recognized journey, he ran into the trainer from Viridian that had gotten the female Nidoran. Most were bug catchers. They hung around Viridian Forest for most of the years and tried to train the easy-to-catch Pokemon into beings that could generate them all the money they'd ever need. The trio was quite happy to cut them down a few notches. Derek battled the least yet again, only choosing the battles he knew he would win, but Ash threw himself full force into every trainer that passed by. His streak continued on. Gale finally accepted him after seeing Rhyhorn rip into an enemy Beedrill. The bird had been stuck to Ash's shoulder for the first day because of Nurse Joy's warnings, but every time after that he took to the skies and shrieked warnings to anything that dared challenge him. He saw his fair amount of use, his pecs were vicious and he could take out most Pokemon teams without breaking a sweat. The bug trainers were the worst example of Kanto trainers. Only a few had anything to challenge them, as they went after the easy Caterpie and Weedle instead of grabbing anything else. Ash was able to rake in a fair amount of cash, which only made him more ready. Each of the trainers he fought made him more excited for the next. At night, they trained. He let Leaf and Derek use his Pokédex for when they started to train, as he scanned it while they were walking. Both had books, but the device was simpler to use and generated more results. Leaf had stolen it for nearly 10 minutes while showing Machop a video of another Pokémon using Karate Chop. Derek had decided on training his Sandshrews' other moves first, but eventually, he'd start on Rapid Spin to get away from more enemies, though it almost seemed like it didn't need it. During the training, it was clear his Sandshrew was able to use its claws when it wanted to. Machop made more progress. His instincts were made to use Karate Chop and the videos Leaf had found didn't hurt. After a mere couple of hours, his hand had started to shine rather brightly when he attacked the tree. Ash had focused on Gideon's advice. Rhyhorn took to Stomp easily enough, while he didn't have the bulk of a fully grown Rhyhorn, his feet were strong enough and rocks shattered under his weight. Fury Attack was giving them a bit more trouble, but normal-type moves were among the easiest to learn. There was no energy involved in the physical ones. Gale was given the task of perfecting his other moves. His training at this point seemed to just be hurtling himself at any surface while shrieking furiously, and while that worked for most of the bugs, Ash made sure to refine his methods. Days passed quickly. A steady clock ticked in the back of his mind, and by the time they had reached day 6 he was jittery with nerves. Gale was searching overhead for any sort of entrance, but it would be just his luck if he managed to miss the entrance to the Diglett cave. Finally, he found a thin sign tucked away into the undergrowth. He might have missed it if Gale hadn't dived from above and perched smugly on top, chirping. It proclaimed the Diglett cave was to the left with a large arrow. Leaf sighed, more than a little downcast. But she hid it quickly and pounded him on the shoulder in her typical goodbye. "Well, Ketchum, I'll see you as soon as I can. Machop'll beat your Rhyhorn and your Spearow, no doubt about that." "We'll see." He grinned back. It was another second before they broke and hugged each other. It had been a very long time since either of them had been any more than a block away, and now the distance would be increased to an entire region. He shook hands with Derek, said his true final goodbyes, and set down the much thinner road. It was a short walk, less than an hour, before Gale swooped suddenly ahead and shrieked. Not a moment later, he stumbled across the entrance to the Diglett cave. It was a hole carved into the earth, concrete stairs leading down with a steel rail on the side. The sunlight sliced through the shadows, but it was clear that once he went in, he wouldn't be able to see much with the sun. But the electric lights on the side of the tunnel looked promising. The entire cave was around 10 feet tall and mostly circular, but one thing was clear. Gale, even with his powerful eyes, wouldn't be able to fly without crashing into every wall on every turn. The Spearow shrieked and puffed out his crest, but after Ash explained it, he accepted being recalled with only little complaint. With Rhyhorn at his side, he stepped into the cavernous maw of the tunnel. XXX. The darkness was pressing, but he quickly adjusted as best he could. Blue League lights were attached to the walls, wires hidden in tiny pockets drilled into the wall. They were created to mimic moonlight as best as man-made things could be, as to not disturb the hundreds of Diglett and the line that lived in the caves. His Pokédex hadn't been kidding when it had talked about the number of the ground-type evolutionary line. Diglett were moles that were about 11 inches long, though only the top 5 inches were normally seen when they poked their bulbous heads through the ground. They spent around 87% of their lifespan underground, swimming through the dirt as easily as water. Their evolution grew 2 more heads, though researchers still couldn't figure out why, but still mainly stayed beneath the earth. Except in the Diglett cave, where they roamed free. He ran into his first labor of Diglett half an hour in. They chittered at him, black eyes flashing in the beam of his flashlight. For dug beneath the earth almost immediately, but two more stared distrustingly at Rhyhorn, who glared right back. By the end of the first day, he had run into nearly 100. He never got within more than 5 feet before they scurried away, but a trainer dedicated enough to catching one would have plenty of options. The good side was how happy his starter was. Rhyhorn was a ground type, and rumors spoke of his kind having been carved from stone itself. Being under thousands of pounds of earth carved by foot-long moles made him feel more comfortable than open air ever could. Ash did not feel the same. It was cold and damp, but not enough that it could be called miserable, stale air filling his lungs. He could feel dust swirling around him with every step, no rain to weigh it down, and there would be no comfort from a fire at night when there wasn't any wood for miles. That was without the fear of the tunnel itself. He would gladly turn right around if he didn't know this was what he wanted. Then there was training. While Rhyhorn picked up Fury Attack within another few days, the presence of all of the earth sped up his next moves tenfold. He wouldn't even think about any sort of ground move, not while in the tunnel, but the easiest rock-type move for Rhyhorn learn was coming along nicely. Smackdown was a relatively simple move, or at least that was what his Pokédex told him. Rhyhorn would summon thick dirt and throw it at his opponent, weighing them down to the point it would pull flying types out of the air. So far, he had been able to pull up dirt from around him, though the act of throwing it was still rather weak. He released Gale every night, even though he couldn't do much training. It could mess up a Pokémon's mind to be in their Pokeball for too long, and the week that it would take to get through the Diglett cave was far too long for his Spearow. The avian shrieked constantly whenever he was out, feathers puffed up and crest flared, but he was scared. There were no skies in the pits on the earth. There was no way to tell the passage of time. He glanced down at his Pokédex and saw it was nearly 9, which explained his eyelids that felt heavy enough to fall right off of his eyes. Calling Rhyhorn off of his training, he spread out his sleeping bag and tucked everyone in closer. Gale shrieked as he was forced to hop off of Ash's shoulder, sharp eyes easily picking apart the dark of the cave with the thin light of the light above them as he landed. It was no substitute for the actual moon, but the gentle blue rays helped lull him to sleep faster than the other nights. XXX. 7 days passed slowly in the darkness. He had only stumbled across one other trainer, someone several years older than him. There was no way they could battle safely in the dark and cramped spaces, so they merely exchanged greetings and how many days it had been since they'd went it. Rhyhorn had, he guessed, mastered Smackdown. It was an almost extremely easy move to learn, utilizing only the most basic of rock-type power, but it would hopefully be the cutting edge between victory and defeat in the Vermilion Gym. Gale hadn't been able to much other than attack the ground with Pecks and Fury attacks, but he was getting stronger as well. Both of them were. His first guess was when the League lights began to disappear, blue light fading away and his flashlight the only thing keeping him from stumbling into squeaking masses of Diglett. Rhyhorn rumbled into the darkness, plates grinding, but Ash only sped up, days of exhaustion put on hold as warmth touched his skin. Warmth he hadn't felt since he'd entered the Diglett cave. An hour later, the ground swerved sharply up and he emerged into bright light. He was extremely thankful he'd read the Pokédex inscription on the subject. After spending so long below in almost complete darkness, coming straight up into sunlight had the chance to instantly blind him. He wrapped 3 cloths around his eyes and used Rhyhorn to navigate, stumbling around in a manner most ungraceful. As soon as his starter told him he was in the light, it had been nearly 20 minutes before he was able to adjust well enough to take the cloths off. When he did, he ran forward and laid down on the sun-warmed dirt, sighing up at the brilliant blue sky. Pidgey chirped on either side and an actual breeze stroked his cheeks. He was never taking this for granted again. Gale was released only a moment later. The bird prepared himself for the darkness of the cave but shrieked in delight as sunlight hit him, spreading his wings and taking off almost instantly. He challenged all other Pokémon with a vicious shriek, burning with the joy of being outside. Ash winced. It had been the hardest on his Spearow. Gale just wasn't meant to be inside anything in the ground. Rhyhorn had enjoyed it but, on the other hand, he didn't mind being outside. That same could not be reversed of Gale. They relaxed for nearly an hour before starting their way towards Vermilion City. All three of them were raring to go. In the darkness of the cave, he hadn't noticed the loss of Leaf and Derek, but now it struck him harder than ever. They had bonded on Route 1 in some of Viridian Forest. Ash challenged every trainer he came across. Gale was particularly vicious and Rhyhorn had been able to rip a Pidgey out of the sky with Smack Down. Both of them were ready and raring to fight, and a steady sum of funds funneled their way into Ash's pocket. Their fire burned high that night and both threw themselves into training. Ash did the best research he could on the Vermilion City gym. It trained electric types, he knew that, and its leader was Lieutenant Surge. There wasn't much information about him on the Pokédex, which was mostly only for Pokémon information, but the page or so about the gym helped him nonetheless. He was a powerful, fierce man who was known for using his electric types to their full potential in every battle he was a part of. There was no mention of how he had gotten the ranking lieutenant. Ash frowned. That stood out rather starkly to him. Clicking on the man's name, he searched through his basic bio but found nothing on any sort of war or military training. The League's page yielded no other results either. The man's page was strangely blank as well. Most gym leaders listed a few of their Pokémon as to give new trainers a chance, though Giovanni did no such thing, but Surge had nothing but times, location, and a picture of his badge. There was no picture of himself either on the page, just an expanded picture of his Thunder badge. Even as he searched on for other information of Kanto's electric types, he frowned. The League wanted their trainers to be prepared, but the glaring holes in Surge's bio spoke otherwise. He didn't find anything else for the rest of the night. XXX. The next day, he stumbled blearily into Vermilion City. Gale shrieked and dove from the sky, landing with talons curled on his shoulder. He was a mere 4 pounds, maybe a little more, but Ash knew he'd start gaining weight as soon as he was ready to evolve. Already his crest had lengthened somewhat, though not nearly enough for Ash to start looking for the more visible signs. Rhyhorn lumbered up beside him, rumbling distastefully at the large city. The chatter of hundreds of people had never appealed to him. Vermilion City was even larger than Viridian. Skyscrapers lunged upward with the force of hundreds of tons of steel, windows gleaming. The sun shone sharply from above, lighting the paths with the glimmering orange of day, clumps of people schooling around as they walked downtown. But no. The greatest thing was the water. Pallet Town had access to the ocean, but it was a day's walk away and Ash had only seen it a few times in his life. This was a town built for its ocean view, sea breeze thick and cloying over the entire city. Clouds hide none of the sun's intensity and the thick scent of salt and brine nearly swallowed him whole. He loved it. There were probably dozens of trainers out on this road alone and he wanted to battle them all, but not yet. He was here for something very different right now. His Pokémon weren't injured, though Gale had gotten a nasty vine whip from a Bellsprout, and both of them were ready to throw themselves fully onto the gym battle that was sure to come. But his backpack was far from light with his sleeping bag and all of his supplies, so he wanted to drop it off first at the safest place for a trainer. The Pokémon Center was the same red-roofed quaintness here as it had been in Viridian. It took him nearly 20 minutes of wandering around in awe of the huge city before he was able to find it, but he was grateful for the break from the pounding sun as the cool air from inside washed over his face. Nurse Joy smiled warmly at him as he entered. "Just a room, please," he asked, holding out his wrist. He slid it under the scanner, waiting for the pleasant chirp that marked him as a trainer that got room and board paid for by the League. She nodded her head and passed him a bronze key, pointing the way up the stairs. There was no Leaf to greet, but he still looked around the room with appreciation. It was no Pallet Town, but the bed was undoubtedly softer than any hard-packed earth with only a sleeping bag to protect his back. The beanbag for his Pokémon would be plenty for Rhyhorn, and the gnarled branches used for perches would make Gale happy, at least. Dropping off his bag, he stretched a few times and splashed water in his face. Both of his Pokémon were ready on his waist, having been prepared when Ash recalled them. Lieutenant Surge wouldn't know what hit him. It took another 10 minutes and several instructions from Nurse Joy and other passers-by before he found the gym, although once he saw it he wondered how he hadn't noticed it before. It was an enormous building, stretching up high. Different steel lightning bolts were raced over its surface, the tops tipped with lightning rods presumably to power the gym and feed its various electric types. There was no one by the doors, so he laid his shoulders into them and pushed. They must have been 4 feet taller than him, but they swung open surprisingly easily. Stepping in, he let them swing close behind him and stared around. He hadn't ever been in a gym before, but they were impressive. Several stories high for flyers, high-quality stone making up a pathway around the wide ground floor that made up the battlefield. It would certainly be better than anything he'd ever fought in before, that was for sure. A referee looked up as he walked in, sitting safely behind a plastic shield on one side of the battlefield. A door in the back opened, and a man stepped out. Ash blinked. Even from an entire battlefield away, it was easy to see he was nearly 7 feet tall, spiky blonde hair pushing up a few more inches. Ash was dwarfed by nearly 2 feet, and boy did he not like it. Surge made no effort to hide his height or muscle shirt cut to free his arms and army green shorts unrestricting. Ash stood as tall as he could, eyes narrowed. The man's personality looked like it would match his appearance, if the arrogant smirk over his face meant anything. "Ha, a baby." Surge scratched at his stubble, entirely unconcerned. "Normally they're taller before they challenge me, or maybe you haven't learned a lesson yet." His grin showed all of his teeth. "My name is Ash Ketchum, and I'm here to challenge you for the Thunder Badge." Surge grew closer, forcing him to look almost straight up, but he refused to let the man force him back. He wouldn't give up. "And how many badges do you have?" "2, I'm guessing, for a runt." "Go listen to the stories and come back when you're worth my time." He narrowed his eyes further. "I don't have a badge yet. I'm hoping you might be enough of a challenge to make me actually have to try and get one." Surge barked out in surprised laughter. His grin faded from sharp edges into something more broad and pleased. "A teething baby, but a baby nonetheless." "Fine. Get on the field. 2 on 2, or do you only have one Pokémon?" 2 on 2. He stalked toward the closer side, letting Surge lope over to his side with casual, easy steps. The man made everything look easy, even as he grabbed a Pokeball from a nearby bench and pressed the release. A small Pikachu appeared on the field. It twitched its long ears, looking around before focusing on Ash. Despite its size, its growl was surprisingly deep. Ash released his starter and took pride in how Surge's eyes widened. Rhyhorn bellowed his arrival at the Pikachu, who only narrowed its eyes and let its tail whip around its body, sparking softly. "DMN. Viridian or Lavender?" Heard they were offering a few Rhyhorn as starters. "Pallet Town." Rhyhorn squared up, horn poised. Ash let Surge finish signaling the referee before lunging into the attack. Horn attack. With a roar that shook the stone beneath him, Rhyhorn charged across the field. Pikachu zipped out of the way, but if the narrowed eyes on Surge's face were anything to go by, the strategy wouldn't work for long. Rhyhorn's typing had probably taken away most of Pikachu's long-range moves, which meant it had to get close. Quick tail. Pikachu instantly reacted and flung itself across the field, silver building around its tail. Rhyhorn lunged to the side and managed to avoid the iron tail that cleaved a hole in the ground. Rhyhorn hip-checked the electric type, slamming it back to where it laid on the ground, struggling to get up through its daze. He lunged forward and reared up as best as he could, coming down and jabbing Pikachu right in the chest with his powerful horn. For good measure, he tried to use Stomp on its chest, but Surge recalled it before then with narrowed eyes. "Well, chic kid, wasn't expecting that. I don't ever take it easy, but you might have the ball to handle this." With a grin, he tapped the release button on another Pokeball. Before the Pokémon had even formed, Surge called out, count yourself DMN lucky my Raichu's still resting. Course, you'll have enough trouble with this one. The Pokemon was tall, maybe 3 feet. Yellow fur overlined with jagged black slashes that looked more like wounds than stripes. Barbs stuck out from the top of its head, twitching. Then there was the fact Ash could feel the electricity as soon as it came onto the field. Jabbing its fists together, it grinned as Ash's hair on his arms stood straight up. There was no doubt in his mind. Gale had no chance against it. Rhyhorn had to knock it out. Rhyhorn shivered. His ability trumped his typing and he could sense the electricity crackling over his body as it traveled up to his horn, where it would wait until he used it or it dissipated. Surge counted on Ash's shock and took the first move. Low kick. Punch that pretty horn in if it gets too close. Electabuzz was slower than Pikachu, but that still put it a slice above Rhyhorn. His friend valiantly bellowed a challenge and lowered his horn, but Electabuzz sidestepped him smoothly. With its foot glowing, it kicked Rhyhorn's front leg out from under him. Rhyhorn bellowed as he was thrown to the ground. Smack down. Ash shouted, fists clenched. Electabuzz patted over the struggling Pokemon, kicking out again and landing a hit directly on Rhyhorn's spines. The ground type roared in pain, but Electabuzz, in its victory, never noticed the dirt rising in clumps around Rhyhorn's horn. Surge narrowed his eyes, but Rhyhorn got to his feet and spun around, furious. The smackdown slammed into Electabuzz's shoulders and forced it to its knees, eliciting a hiss of surprise. Electabuzz's fur crackled as it tried to push the heavy dirt off of its shoulders, but Rhyhorn had charged long before then. He slid into fury attack, jabbing and slashing with his horn as best he could. Electabuzz screeched with pain. Surge bellowed a command. Ash's eyes widened and he opened his mouth to shout for Rhyhorn to get away, but it was too late. Electabuzz's fist was slowly covered with frost, chilling the air around it. Rhyhorn stepped back a moment too late as Electabuzz's fist caught him right below his chin. The chill froze his muscles and he struggled a step back, but Electabuzz was done playing. Teeth bared in a vicious snarl, it leaped forward again and slammed 2 more punches below Rhyhorn's chin. They were enough to throw him upside down, wriggling on his back. Ash shouted out, but there was nothing he could do. Electabuzz hopped up and landed on Rhyhorn's chest, eliciting another bellow of pain. The ground type scratched him with his silver claws, but Surge's Pokemon was confident in its victory and did nothing to stop the weak attacks. "You're welcome to forfeit," Surge called, a wide grin on his face. Electabuzz grinned back, just as arrogant, and punched Rhyhorn again, almost indenting him into the ground of the battlefield. Ash was reaching for his Pokeball when he noticed something. Electabuzz had the static ability, which meant they had a constant stream of electricity running over their bodies. As Electabuzz stood on Rhyhorn's chest, that electricity was being sucked into the ground type's body and subsequent horn. It was beginning to spark, but just slightly. "Hold it in, Rhyhorn," he shouted. "Just a little longer." Surge scoffed. "Electabuzz, wreck it." The electric smirked and raised its arms just as Ash shouted, "Release." Rhyhorn had gotten his tip and, with a shriek like grating stone, pulled his head forward and released a blast of electricity from his horn. It lit up the battlefield, uncontrolled and untamed, but it slammed unhindered into Electabuzz's chest and threw it backward. Rhyhorn rocked until he was able to flip over, roaring. "Horn attack! End it!" Ash shouted. Electabuzz hardly had a moment to look up before Rhyhorn slammed his horn into its yellow chest and threw it back. It didn't get back up. Ash blinked as Rhyhorn immediately sagged, breath harsh and dusty. His friend was covered in electric burns with water dripping from his chin where the ice punch had melted. In short, he looked miserable. But also victorious. He gave his trainer one last look with prideful scarlet eyes before he was recalled, thoroughly exhausted. Surge had a look in his eyes that said he'd very much enjoy tossing Ash off of a cliff, but it broke into a grin a moment later. "It's not every day I'm defeated, runt. Hats off. Here's your gimmick." He tossed a bright orange badge at him, which Ash barely caught. It was shaped vaguely like a sun, all bright colors. It'll prove you actually defeated me, which is more than what most others can say. Your Rhyhorn ain't shit, and using my own DMN lightning against me wasn't bad. A chuckle built in his chest. Runt, if you want to come back after getting a few more badges, I won't say no to a real battle. Raichu hasn't had a good battle in a while. Ash grinned and nodded his head. That had been the most exhilarating battle of his entire journey so far. You can count on it. Maybe you'll give me a challenge. Ha! When the man clapped him on the shoulder, he nearly doubled over. Now go to the center. Probably a night's healing for it. Ash followed the gym leader over to the door, which Surge easily pried open with one hand and gestured him out. Thanks, Lieutenant. And he meant it. He could just see the man flinch at the name before the door shut in his face. Triple X. Nurse Joy paused right in the middle of congratulating him. Her eyes flicked over the screen that showed his information after scanning his trainer ID. Excuse me, Ash, this says this was your first badge. He nodded. Well then. She chuckled. Those are some pretty high standards you're setting yourself up for. Very few trainers battle Surge first, and fewer even win. Pride unfolded in his chest. This was why he was going this route. He had to set himself apart from the other trainers and make a name at the Indigo Conference if he ever wanted the champion to notice him. Will Rhyhorn be okay? Oh, he'll be fine. I'll inject some potions around the bruises, but other than that, he should be good in the morning. A little tender under the chin and on his chest, so perhaps take it. A little easier on the battling, but nothing too terrible. Thank you. He took his leave and headed back up to his room. Gale shrieked as he was released, flapping around for a second before spotting the perches and landing proudly on one. He fixed Ash with a steely eye, waiting. We won. Rhyhorn creamed a Pikachu but got into a bit more of a spat with an Electabuzz, but pulled a victory. He held out the Thunder badge, though quickly retracted it before Gale could peck it, chuckling. You'll have your own badge soon enough. He fumbled for a moment before spreading out his map over the bed. Gale chirped as he stared over it, attention half divided between that and preening his wings. We're going to Sabrina next, he offered. She trains psychic types and is rumored to be one of the most powerful gym leaders in both Kanto and Johto, but she's nicer than Surge and even Giovanni. If I tell her I only have one badge, she should lower her power enough, and we'll pull a victory. Ash stared at the wall, eyes narrowed. Gary had probably already gotten his first badge and was moving quickly toward his second. Ash didn't intend to lose. He would win against Sabrina, no matter his skill now. Nurse Joy kept his starter for the night and a while into the morning, which he spent pacing around his room. Gale shrieked testily at him, the room walls closing in on the avian, and it was only when he began to eye Ash's bag with one beady black eye that Ash gave up and headed outside. It was still warm, bright and shining with the sea breeze just as cloying as it had been in the beginning. Water Pokemon were best found along Route 6, giving a much better challenge than if he tried to fish something out from the tourist-stained waters of the city. The sea shone brilliantly, but the only fish that were daring enough to come to shore were Gyarados and Seadra, neither of which he was very confident in handling. Gale took off from his shoulder, claws digging past his shirt and into his skin. That reminded him, rather vividly. His shoulder was already tender and it wouldn't be getting any healing with how often his Spearow landed on it. Glancing up, he made eye contact with his bird before turning and heading into the heart of Vermilion City. An answering shriek met his ears and he knew Gale was swooping overhead. Vermilion City, while not nearly to the point of Celadon or Cinnabar Island, was a tourist destination as much as it was a regular town. And, given that the majority of people living in Kanto interacted with Pokemon on a regular basis, it was stuffed full of any store a budding trainer could need. The Pokemon store in the back of centers had only basic supplies, such as potions, repels, and cheap Pokemon food, all of which he had already stocked up on. Ash was looking for more specialized stores. He found 3 in the first 10 minutes, though none were quite what he wanted. There was a breeder's storefront, a large blue-white egg in an incubator proudly displayed in the front window, a bookstore with 2 Meowth lazily batting at toys on the door handle, and a domestic Pokémon store outfitted with leashes, collars, and soft beds. He was far from a domestic trainer. There were 2 main classes, though each had very different subclasses. A domestic Pokémon keeper was what it seemed, people who kept Pokémon for enjoyment, pets, or companionship. A license was needed, either from previous days as a Pokémon trainer or a set of tests, but they were much softer than anything he had to go through. There had been a petition to give them free healing at Pokémon centers, but it had been quickly repealed. They weren't trainers. Then there were trainers, which is what he most definitely was. They were legally signed up for the Indigo Conference, given free healing at Pokémon centers with the backdraw of a carry limit of 6 Pokémon as to keep them under control. Most often, trainers were either snapped up by the league or dropped off to become domestic Pokémon keepers to pursue a less dangerous lifestyle. Ash didn't think too far ahead, but he doubted that he'd ever drop his title of trainer. It meant something far more than free healing to him now. Gale shrieked and dove as he stopped in front of a building, talons extending as he landed on Ash's shoulder. 8 pounds, as light as it seemed, still gained quite a bit of velocity from the height his friend had dived from. But the store in front of him should help him with the problem. Pushing open the door, a warm tinkle of a bell greeted his ears. A woman behind the counter peered over at him, perking up once Gale was made visible. "Oh, a Spearow." She bustled around the counter, grinning, before shooting a narrow look in Ash's direction. "Don't let it fly around here, though. Pokémon are only allowed out as long as they contain themselves." Ash nodded, glancing over at Gale. The Spearow seemed a bit miffed, puffing out his crest and opening his beak like he wanted to shriek another challenge. Shaking his shoulder, Ash managed to shut the bird up before he could begin. She moved closer, eyebrows raised. "A fine specimen, though. It's close to evolving, did you know that?" Ash grinned and reached up to slide Gale's crest, twinging the red feathers intermixed with the regular brown. He had gained nearly 4 pounds, a little less than double a regular Spearow's weight, and he was chock full of aggression to match. Ash didn't know how long it'd be, but he guessed soon. His team was strong and he knew they'd only continue to grow as time went on. He blinked and focused back onto the woman as she began to speak again, flushing slightly as he cut off his train of thought. Now was not the time to go all internal and brooding. "So, what can Faulkner's Flying Fancy, Kanto Division, do for you?" Although he might have been imagining it, he saw her wince at the overly flamboyant title. Ash gestured to Gale. "As you said, he's close to evolving, and has gained a lot of weight." He ignored the disgruntled squawk. "It's been giving my shoulder a fair bit of punishment recently. Do you think you could have anything for it?" "I don't think I want a Spearow glove, but some sort of pad." The woman walked closer, narrowing her eyes. "We have a few. Come, hair to the back, I've got a perch for your Spearow while you're trying some of these on." Gale was more than displeased to be disturbed, but a flick on the beak apparently insulted him enough for Ash to pick him off and place him on the perch. He ruffled his wings, crest flaring up. It had grown again, rather steadily. Most flying types had wicked talons to defend themselves, and Spearow were no different. The upside was that while they could almost double in size before evolving into a Fearow, as Gale was quick on his path to do so, he wouldn't have to pick up an entirely new pad like with the evolution from Pidgey to Pidgeotto. Once Gale was a Fearow, there'd be no perching on his shoulder any longer. Eventually, he settled on one that wouldn't wipe his bank account when Gale evolved and he didn't need it anymore. It was thin, made of Tantoro's hide secured with several metal clasps. Wrapping down around his right shoulder, it was attached by 2 clasps around his armpit and diagonally across his chest. It even had a little lip on the side to protect his neck. Gale flew over and perched on it, chirping. Ash could feel the weight but only the barest pressure from the talons he knew were sharp against the leather. The Spearow narrowed his eyes and pecked at the pad, though he didn't try and use any moves against it. Evidently, he declared it worthy of his feat and shrieked. The woman shot him a glare at the noise, but Ash paid the price and quickly left the shop. It was a bit bulky and upset his weight distribution, but Gale had already been doing that and he adjusted easily enough. His Spearow didn't take off but instead stayed perched on his shoulder as he walked back to the Poke Center, swaying slightly with every step. By the time he got back, Nurse Joy had finished up making sure Rhyhorn was okay. She handed over the Pokeball with a smile and a few words about his overall condition, but he was fine. He had taken a few more potions than she had predicted, but the ice punches had been the thing that fazed him most, and beyond that, he was only lightly injured. Ash palmed the sphere and grinned a thank you back. Route 6 was a relatively medium-sized route. It should take him a week with some chance, maybe more if he trained hard, which he would. There wasn't anything special he'd be looking out for, though electric trainers starting their journey from Vermilion would be an entertaining challenge. Rhyhorn rumbled in slightly more than mild annoyance at Gale's Spearow pad when he was released, pawing at the ground with enough force for it to tremble beneath Ash's feet. When he was older, he could control it like an extension of his will, but he was a far reach from that. Narrowing his eyes, Ash slapped him, lightly, on his head plate. None of that. His talons were just hurting my shoulders. If anything, Rhyhorn's scarlet eyes narrowed further. He snorted out a puff of dusty air, glare fixed solidly on Gale, who flexed his crest and shrieked a warning. Ash blinked, a bit dazed from the sound so close to his ears. A few people walking down the road gave him a strange look, but he shrugged it off and turned toward the edge of the city. Vermilion was large and nice, but he was more interested in traveling. It took him nearly 15 minutes to find the entrance to Route. At about 5 minutes, he had shaken Gale off of his shoulder and told the belligerent bird to scout ahead, which he did so with a shriek of displeasure. Even with him, it still took them another 10 minutes to find a break in the buildings, facing away from the sea. Trees loomed rather suddenly from the ground, seemingly very little of a transition from the grip of the city to the maw of the forest. Ferns laid demurely on the ground, trail pounded in by thousands of feet, both human and other. Vermilion, while not the most popular city, was a fair step above Pallet or Viridian. He'd find a fair amount more trainers than normal here. He turned to his Pokémon, whistling sharply. A shadow fell across his face, widespread reddish wings blocking out the sun, and Gale dove. He pulled up only half a dozen feet to lessen the blow on Ash's shoulder, though it still stung. Rhyhorn rumbled in confusion, ready to step out on the path. Ash shook his head. This is going to be a harder journey than the Diglett Cave, he warned. Gale shrieked at the name, fluffy down bristling through his primaries. There are a lot more Pokémon here, and they're more used to humans, he said. If they think we're an easy target or have good food on us, we might get targeted by a pack. There's not a lot to worry about here, but I don't want to risk it. So, Gale, I'd like you to fly ahead, scouting out for anything. It'll be a good test for your stamina, which can help you in all of your fights. If you see even a hint of any Pokémon packs, you come back to me, okay? Gale squawked, a gleaming shine of determination in his eyes. Ash stroked his crest, smoothing down the spiked brown feathers, and turned to Rhyhorn. You'll be by me, like normal. You don't really need to work on your stamina, although you'll have to pick up your normal pace to stay by my side, but instead I want you to work on Smackdown. That's your only move, that's your type, and it needs a lot of work, so I want you to try and control the dirt while we walk. That should make you much faster at harnessing it. He got a shriek and rumble of agreement, and so plunged into his next section. I've put a lot of thought into it, and I think I know what 2 moves I want you to learn next. You know Sabrina, which is our next gym. She uses psychic types, so we don't have any disadvantages to her, but we don't have any advantages either. We'll probably have enough time on the route to make the moves ready for battle use, and they'll also spice up regular training. Gale, you're learning Pursuit. It's a dark move, so until you can get a feel for the energy you'll train it at night. It's a lot like when you use Peck, so it should be simple to pick up the motion until you can master the energy. Gale bobbed his head, seemingly pleased. Ash wanted to add a defense move to his list, but that was one of the few moves his Pokémon could learn that was super effective against psychic types. Rhyhorn, I put a lot of thought into it and I think Spite is the best for you. It lowers your opponent's energy, though not by a lot, but the best thing is that it's a ghost-type move, so even the energy of it should throw off a psychic's concentration. Rhyhorn pawed at the ground, making it tremble again. He was an attacking Pokémon, not one for statuses. Ash glared at him and he subsided, rumbling softly. Route 6 gaped before him. He shouldered his bag into a more comfortable position and let Gale fly off of his arm, blurring ahead with a shriek. Rhyhorn stood by his side, horn lowered and eyes bright. They set off. XXX. Gale shrieked overhead on their third day of traveling, though it wasn't a warning call. A few moments later and he dove down to hover in front of Ash, squawking. Ash stopped, sun beating overhead. What is it? The avian shot him the best glare it could while struggling to stay still in midair. Ash hurried forward and let the tired bird fall onto his shoulder. Spearow weren't meant for long flights, though they were wicked fast. His stamina was rising though, slowly but steadily. Rhyhorn pet his head, muscles bunching beneath his plates. His scarlet eyes brightened and he started walking again, rumbling back for Ash to follow him. He rolled his eyes but trotted after his friend, moving a hair faster than he had a moment before. Gale shrieked when Rhyhorn made a motion to keep moving, extending a wing in a mockery of pointing left. Ash frowned, more than a bit wary of moving off of the route, but Rhyhorn turned rather abruptly and shouldered his way through the towering brush, even though it reached over his spines. Ash sighed and followed again. It only took him a while to see what Gale had led him to. His eyes lit up at the sight of the grove so proudly present in the forest. Berry trees were naturally found and human-altered. The first berries had been small and had only provided little nourishment to wild Pokémon, at least until the ancient Pokémon trainers had stepped in. Over hundreds of years of domestication, those same berries now were large and plentiful, providing desperately needed assistance to wild Pokémon as well as trainers. They had originally started in Celadon City, where the grass types grew them by the bushel with all sorts of special effects. But a motion several decades ago had scattered medicinal berries by the kilos around Kanto and other regions to grow their own trees for Pokémon. And it looked like he had just stumbled across one of those groves. He walked closer, eyeing the thin trees that fought past the cover of other branches to SCK in the sunlight. Their dark green leaves were randomly interspaced with bright yellow berries about 4 inches in diameter, each with a vague hourglass shape. Citrus berries, if he remembered properly. About half had clearly been eaten. He could see the violent little diamonds carvings that came from small Pidgey and Spearow beaks that were unable to pull the fruit from the tree, circular nibbles from Weedle and Caterpie, but what worried him were the cleanly plucked berries that either suggested powerful Pidgeotto or humanoid hands. Packs of Mankey were common here and he had no intention of getting caught in one of their territorial disputes. Gale shrieked and nearly took off from Ash's shoulder, but he managed to catch the bird before it happened. Come on. Let me grab them, he offered, pushing Gale back, a firmly displeased look pushing his crest upward. That had to be nearly the 4th time today Gale had been unhappy with either him or Rhyhorn. The ground type in question growled a warning to the avian, dirt quivering near his spines. The both of them had been nearly at each other's throats the entire journey, though Ash had no idea why. They had gotten together relatively well through the Diglett cave and directly after. None of that, he said firmly, flicking Gale and pushing Rhyhorn's head to the side with his foot. Both of them looked away from each other, eyes bright. Ash sighed again. But he wasn't going to let their anger take advantage of the situation. Making sure Gale was secure, he took off his bag and rooted through the outer pocket. Citrus berries were actually incredibly firm despite what their outward appearance belied, and he didn't have to use any sort of protective containers beside the most basic. He collected around half of the clean berries available. Most berries grew quickly, and he knew it'd be about a week before they budded over again and another 2 before they were roughly full grown. After a moment of thought, he pulled off all of the half-eaten ones, leaving them in a small pile on the ground. While he didn't want the possibly diseased ones near his Pokémon, he wanted to treat a bud over again, and now the Pokémon could get them much easier on the ground. Rhyhorn stepped forward toward the pile, only to be stopped by Ash's foot. "I'll get you some of the nice ones, but only after I've washed them. They won't heal you if they're covered in germs," he said. His starter snorted but stepped back. He grinned at his haul. While potions and revives were much better medicines than any berry, they were also expensive and hard to gather on the road. With berries, while it would take longer for his Pokémon to fully heal, it was a much cheaper option as long as he washed them properly. A squeak interrupted his thoughts. Down by the brush, there was a Rattata, purple fur shining as it slowly emerged from the leaves, nose twitching furiously. It froze as it saw Rhyhorn, but with a stern look from Ash, the ground type rumbled and stepped away, leaving a clear path to the stack of berries. Within a heartbeat, the normal type had used quick attack to snag a berry and drag it away. Gale ruffled his feathers and glared at the trail the small rat had left. Rhyhorn rumbled his displeasure, pieces of dirt ripping themselves from the ground and beginning to hover above his spines. Ash sighed and went to defuse it once again. He had to get them acting right lest he lose where the route was. It wouldn't be good at all to get lost this early. XXX. He smiled blearily at Nurse Joy as she handed him a thin key. It had been 10 rough days on Route 6 and he was feeling the effects as heavily as a Tyranitar. Everything hurt. But his team had advanced. Gale's crest had lengthened to the point that when he flashed it, the longer red feather stood up nearly 2 inches above his eyes. He had gotten in 3 separate fights with Pidgeysflocks, although he had been able to beat them all back. Ash couldn't hide his excitement at Rhyhorn's growth either. He was maturing rapidly with the harsh training and battling lifestyle, growing to nearly 4 feet long and his spines reaching well up to Ash's waist. He knew that it would probably be less than 2 months before he was full grown, which meant something else: he would be able to support Ash's weight. It was a common thing for many trainers to have a rideable Pokémon. The Ponyta line were particularly favored, as well as Arcanine and Pidgeot. But Rhyhorn were just as capable, as long as the trainer employed a professional to sand down their spines in order for the saddle to fit, and said trainer avoiding being stabbed with every motion. He couldn't wait for the moment, though it was still a while away. Sighing, he trudged up the stairs toward his room. It took him nearly 2 minutes to get the fiddly straps of his Spearorai pad unclasped, throwing it to skitter across the desk before it came to a stop. His bag hit the ground with a thud like an earthquake. As much as the bed sung sweet songs to his ears, he knew he had to do something else before he could go to bed. It wasn't that late, though he didn't want to do any training tonight to be prepared for tomorrow, and the videophones downstairs were calling for him. It was a short but sweet call to his mom. She squealed happily at his first badge and tried to give him as many tips as she could about Sabrina. Gale had learned Pursuit and Rhyhorn could drain a fair amount of energy with Spite, but she was still worried about them in the battle. He had grinned sleepily at her with eyes half closed already, and she had laughed before sending him off to bed. It had been a wonderful, wonderful bed and an even better night of sleep. But now he was up again, 2 Pokeballs around his waist and as chipper as he was going to get. He hadn't appreciated the beauty of Saffron City last night, but now he could, staring around from only a few feet outside the Pokémon Center. It was a mountain range made of twisting steel and iron, desperately trying to be contained within an area too small for its bulk, and so it made up for the loss by stretching upward. Floor upon floor, the tallest building, engraved with a proud Sylph Co., seemed to be at the same level as the clouds. He felt small in the face of its strength, a Rattata in front of a Dragonite. Maybe the morning was making him more introspective than normal. He shook his head and started off toward the gym that held his next badge. Vermilion hadn't held a candle to the largest city in both Kanto and Johto, and he found it much more difficult to get around. While Vermilion had still had the undercut of sea breezes and a brilliant sun, now the air was harshly stale and the light refracted off of silver windows. It almost felt fake, an image wavering in the air. He definitely wasn't meant to wake up this early. Sighing, he scratched the back of his neck. It had been sore ever since he had gotten his Spirorei pad, though his skin was slowly thickening and becoming more used to the tough leather. Ash barely caught a glimpse of tan fur before the Meowth that had been poking out of the alleyway disappeared back into the shadows. For such a large city, it seemed to have a surplus of hidden alleys darkened with surrounding buildings. Multiple eyes gleamed out of almost every one, wild Pokémon searching for an easy target. He could have almost sworn he saw the spark of an electric type in one, though he didn't stop to check. Eventually, he found the gym, nearly 30 minutes after he started his search. It was a shorter building than those around it, though still several steps above anything in Pallet Town, flying types in mind. The gym was made from the same gleaming steel as the other buildings, a bright contrast to two neatly kept trees by the front. An enormous Pokeball was stamped over the doors, a rearing Rhydon displayed in the middle. Ash smiled and touched his starter's Pokeball with his fingers. One day, that'd be him. The doors were wide, thick brown wood with a heavy-set bronze handle in the center of each. He heaved on both for a while before giving up and just cracking open one, slipping inside as smoothly as he could. The doors were freakishly heavy. It was a strange mixture between warm and cold instead, as if he wanted to put on a coat but he'd be too hot with one on. He settled for making eye contact with the man sitting behind a desk and walking forward. "Greetings. Are you here to challenge the gym?" The man said mildly, dark brown eyes sliding smoothly up from his clipboard to Ash's face. Ash nodded firmly. "I am." "I see." The man's eyes suddenly flashed blue, as if someone had shone a colored flashlight on his retinas. It was startlingly creepy, and though he'd heard many stories about the psychics of Saffron City, it was very different to see them in person. "Only one badge? I'm afraid Lady Sabrina does not accept challenges from those beneath 3. Please return when you have the strength to stand up to her power." He shook his head and squared his shoulders. While he wouldn't try and contest Giovanni on that, Sabrina was supposed to be moderately nicer to trainers. "I am here to challenge the gym." They made eye contact, the man's eyes flashing between blue and their regular dark brown. Just as his mind began to ache, the man sighed. A Pokeball appeared on the counter between them, folding time and space as if it had always been there. "Then a challenge, before your own. My Pokemon is equal to the weakest member of the ladies' team. If you are able to beat me, you will be able to challenge her." His tone clearly implied he had little doubt for how this was going to turn out. "I accept." Something about this made him speak more formally than usual. "One-on-one." "Indeed." The man straightened from behind the desk, revealing loose, billowing clothes colored a pale blue. They flapped him in an invisible breeze as he stepped away from the desk, Pokeball hovering an inch above his open palm. Ash couldn't tear his eyes away from the casual psychic ability. No wonder psychic Pokemon were so highly praised. If a human could do things like that, there was no telling what a suitably powerful psychic type could do. They walked through the back of the room, exiting from the narrow welcome entrance into a wide battlefield. 2 more psychics, same light blue robes billowing around them, turned before they announced their presence and bobbed their heads, abruptly leaving through a thin door in the back. The battlefield was nothing to scoff at. It was similar to Surge's, blank dirt with no boundaries. There wasn't a referee either, but Ash got the feeling that the psychic would take offense if he tried to suggest one. Something tapped against his mind, increasing his light headache even more, and he could see the faint shimmer of psychic barriers surrounding the field. Ash took his place at one side of the battlefield, hands resting on his 2 Pokeballs. While Gale had an actual advantageous attacking move, he'd be winning this challenge with Rhyhorn. His starter was, well, his starter, he was more powerful and they worked better together. The psychic raised a hand, Pokeball still hovering half a foot about his fingertips. In another second, he had pressed the button for the fingerprint sensor and his Pokemon was released. It was a vaguely fat-looking creature, no fur but thick yellow skin. Its bottom half was a darker brown melting away the higher up it went. Above its mouth was a strange trunk that fluttered softly with every breath, twitching below its exhausted eyes. My Drowsy is soon to join Lady Sabrina's team once they evolve, the psychic said, a mocking tone entering his smooth voice. I wish your Pokémon luck. He released his Pokémon with the tap of a button. Rhyhorn bellowed his arrival, the sound like grating stone, and Ash grinned as the psychic's eyes narrowed at the sight of the powerful creature. Rhyhorn was close to full grown and the obvious bulk beneath his plates showed it. Drowsy stared at the ground type, blinking slowly, but its body was tense and light blue energy was already flicking around its eyes. Ash waited for a second but the man made no move to challenge him first. Horn attack. He doubted the Drowsy knew teleport, and most psychic types were known for frail bodies. If Rhyhorn could land enough hits, the battle would be over quickly. The man's eyes flared the same shining blue, and Drowsy's did the same. It raised one arm, claws twitching. Pale blue light shone outward from its eyes, reaching over the field as tendrils. Look away! Ash shouted. Hypnosis, the most famed power of the Drowsy line. Keep moving, but keep your eyes closed. Rhyhorn roared, his movements slowed as the first tendril touched his scarlet eyes, but he squeezed them closed and charged on. Drowsy was forced to stop using hypnosis and shuffle to the side, Rhyhorn barreling past. At Ash's command, he opened his eyes and turned around for another approach. Smack down, Ash said. He'd need to get close to use spite, but in order for that to work, he needed the psychic distracted. Dirt wrenched itself up from the field much faster than in Surge's gym. It trembled in midair, held aloft only through Rhyhorn's force of will. Drowsy's tired eyes narrowed, spilling blue light, and the dirt began to tremble anew, infused with psychic energy combating with Rhyhorn's iron will. Spite, Ash whispered. Rhyhorn twitched his plates, slowly releasing the smackdown as if Drowsy was overpowering him. The psychic's lips twitched into a smile. At least until Rhyhorn fully gave in and roared, mouth leaking shadows. A wave of energy exploded from his throat, spreading across the room. The hairs on the Ash's neck stood straight up. Drowsy flinched back, sagging. The dirt by its side fell uselessly to the ground. Its trunk trembled with anger as it forced itself back into a fighting stance, the bright energy from its eyes dulled with the ghost move. Rhyhorn had no chance to move. Drowsy snapped its arm out, blue overpowering the gray and psychic energy shooting out of its eyes toward him. It glowed around his plates, a spotlight of gleaming azure. He bellowed as he began to rise a few inches into the air, thrashing his legs. Ash gritted his teeth. Drowsy twitched its arm. Rhyhorn slammed into the psychic barriers with enough force to make Ash's teeth rattle. Drowsy's eyes burned once again, claws extended. Another confusion, this one bright and sharp with angry energy, grabbed Rhyhorn before he had even finished falling and flung him across the room once again. Rhyhorn thudded against the ground, bellowing his pain. He forced himself to his feet, scarlet eyes making brief contact with Ash's before he charged. Drowsy was still recovering from two confusions in a row when the furious ground type slammed into it. There were no sounds, no shrieks of pain, it merely flew backward like it had been hit by an avalanche. Psychic energy burned again but one last horn attack finished it, Drowsy's yellow fur stained a light pink where Rhyhorn's horn had stabbed it. Rhyhorn gave Drowsy one moment's glance to confirm it had fainted before he let himself be sucked into his pokeball with no complaint. The scarlet energy flashed back up to Ash's hand and he grinned. The psychic blinked, blue energy fading away. He recalled his Pokémon, visibly collecting himself before staring up and making calm eye contact with Ash. Very well. The Lady Sabrina will be ready when you return. Ash barely had time to nod in thanks before there was a hiss of moving air and the man simply disappeared, wind rushing in to take up the position he had once been in. He blinked at the empty side of the battlefield. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He was going to challenge Sabrina. XXX. 2 hours later, he stood in front of the battlefield once again. Nurse Joy had been more than surprised when he told her he was challenging the gym at only one badge, though she had quickly promised to use an extra amount of potions to heal Rhyhorn in time. It had still taken him nearly 15 minutes to find his way back to the Saffron Gym, but now he was ready. The psychic by the door had still been rather miffed when Ash showed back up, but he had led him back to the battlefield and said the Lady Sabrina would appear soon. 5 minutes had gone by, but Ash knew that the gym was also a school for young psychics. There were 100 other things Sabrina could be doing right now. He let his eyes drift around the battlefield, taking in the thick stone tiles surrounding the dirt. They were the same high quality that Surge's gym had. Something buzzed behind his eyes and he looked up. There was a woman on the other side of the battlefield. It was wide enough he couldn't see everything, but the thick black hair that billowed from her skull was impossible to miss. She had pinned it down into a flowing bun or ponytail, he couldn't see, but it contrasted sharply with her pale skin. Dark eyes flashed across the room toward him, already sparking with psychic energy. Ash Ketchum. Her voice was quiet, but it carried absolutely. Congratulations on beating Thawne. This will be a 2 versus 2, if ever you feel I am too great an opponent, you are welcome to withdraw. He blinked. Thank you, he called, hands tense on his pokeballs. Surge had been much more boisterous than this. I will release first. 2 pokeballs folded out of the air above her shoulders, perfectly still. Even as one snapped open, they never bobbed. The scarlet energy formed into an even strange Pokemon than the Drowsy had been. It blinked across the field dopily, eyes wide. And almost clouded. Pink fur moved over slim muscles as it rose to all fours, long tail sliding behind it. Slowpoke were far from commonly used in gyms, but Sabrina's calm expression told him not to doubt it. Her 2 pokeballs switched position with a flash of her eyes, the Slowpokes gliding forward to recall the Pokemon if necessary. Ash felt almost plebeian as he pressed the button on his own Pokeball. Gale shrieked as he was released, taking to the sky before he had gotten anywhere close to the ground. His crest spiked fully and his talons were bared. This would be no easy fight for Sabrina. Slowpoke blinked again at him, but more recognition flashed through its eyes. Ash grimaced as the same blue covering Sabrina's retinas filled its own. Telepathy was annoying as hell to fight. Again, the psychic did not make the first move. He waited for a second to finish a strategy before calling out his command. Razor Wind, knock it off balance. Gale shrieked again, wings blazing with flying energy as he flapped them furiously. The colored wind shot toward Slowpoke, who made no move to dodge it. After a moment that Ash thought it would connect, it twitched its tails and stood fully up on all fours, eyes flashing. The wind faltered, its flying energy pulled away by confusion. A light breeze pattered against Slowpoke's face. Ash gritted his teeth. Confusion was the most basic psychic move, but in its weakness, it was not unrefined but untamed. With a suitably powerful Pokemon, it could be used for all manner of tasks that others simply couldn't pull off. Use your new move. Gale almost froze in midair, his wings the only source of movement. Slowpoke stared up at him even as it did something with its tail, tracing a light design. His Spearow finished gathering the proper energy and moved. There was no victorious shriek or scream of fury, he dove silently, shadows pulling themselves from his surroundings to hug his body as he fell like a star. Slowpoke couldn't use any psychic powers to stop him, indeed, even Sabrina's mental connection dimmed as Gale grew closer. But instead, the dopey Pokemon spat out a water gun that nearly slammed Gale back. Now there was a shriek. Gale, thoroughly soaked and missing most of the shadows that signified dark energy, flapped once to get above the spray before diving again, stabbing his talons onto Slowpoke's back. The pink Pokemon barely seemed to notice it, turning its head and spitting another water gun at Gale's unprotected side. The avian shrieked with outrage, shaking off the worst of the droplets before taking the skies again. He swooped over Slowpoke's head, eyes shining with fury. Sabrina's eyes burned, Slowpoke's blazing to match. Ash barely had a second to see the rising blue energy before a confusion snapped through the air and latched firmly onto Gale's wings. He didn't have enough time to make a sound before he was flung backward, slamming into the psychic barriers. Slowpoke pulled back, still keeping its tight hold on Ash's Pokemon and letting Gale simply hang in midair, outlined by a furious blue. "Pursuit!" Ash shouted. Gale heard him and started to summon the shadows, thrashing violently against the psychic prison. Slowpoke groaned in discontent as the dark energy diffused its confusion, nearly plummeting Gale to the ground before he righted himself. Ash could see it in Gale's twitchy dive, he couldn't take many more hits. He wasn't built for this punishment. Slowpoke tried another water gun but Gale was done with that. He swooped around it, spray hitting his beak, before slamming into the back of Slowpoke's head. This time, the Pokemon did feel it, groaning lowly. At Ash's command, Gale dropped the pursuit and moved immediately into fury attack, clawing at Slowpoke's back and ripping away fur in patches. He lunged in for a peck that nearly pushed Slowpoke to the ground before the Pokemon could finish its attempt at confusion. "Up!" Ash called, and Gale complied. He took off again, rising through the sky to leer down at Psychic type. To Ash's surprise, he actually growled, a surprisingly thick sound that made Slowpoke's ears curl back. But despite its multiple wounds on its back and the 2 doses of admittedly unmastered dark energy, Slowpoke wasn't finished. With seemingly the last of its strength, it raised its head and launched a swirling mass of cyan energy. Gale tucked his wings in to dive, but the confusion changed course and smacked him out of the sky. Ash heard him shriek as his wing was jerked out of alignment, falling hard and fast to slam into the ground. Both Pokemon collapsed, though neither were knocked out. Ash grinned as a tiny, furious ball of reddish-brown feathers picked itself up and shrieked. Gale had his wing extended, holding it awkwardly as he tried to move. It was either sprained or cracked, neither of which Ash wanted. But his Spearow hopped slowly toward the collapsed Slowpoke, even as it tried to raise its head for one last attack. He shrieked at it before slamming his beak down in a peck. It fell and didn't get back up. Ash grinned, holding up a Pokeball. "You did great, bud. I'm so proud of you." Gale glanced back at him, victory in his black eyes before he was recalled. Ash didn't think the Pokemon was willing to admit it, but there was no chance he could fight again, not being able to fly. A grounded flying type was a done one. Sabrina let the psychic energy cool around her eyes, her Pokeball popping open to accept Slowpoke back inside. She nodded calmly to him, her other Pokeball flying in front of her chest. "She was my newest conquest." Her eyes met Ash's. "Count yourself lucky I so recently obtained her. Otherwise, you would have faced my next opponent first." Pokeball clicking open, she released her final Pokemon. Ash gritted his teeth the moment he saw her next Pokemon. While it wasn't her famed Alakazam, it was only a step below, a Kadabra, floating calmly on a wind of its psychic abilities. It glanced across the field toward him, little emotion in its calm black eyes. Already, Sabrina's eyes matched the glow of her Pokemon, endless possible strategies flitting between their shared minds. He tapped the release button on his Pokeball. Rhyhorn rumbled, staring across the field with fierce eyes. Sabrina looked anything but surprised. She probably already knew all of his moves. She took the first move forcefully. Kadabra's eyes closed and the silver spoon that held the majority of its power twisted, almost splitting as it quivered with energy. It was a fair step above confusion. Psychic. Rhyhorn charged toward the side, letting the psychic energy bounce off the barriers with a crack like thunder. Ash nearly flinched back. Kadabra peered down at the ground type before disappearing from view. His starter stopped, confused, but faithfully turned at Ash's shout. Kadabra had appeared almost directly behind him, spoon raised. A Psybeam fluctuating with brilliant flashes of color slammed into his back. He was thrown violently forward, nearly flipping over before gravity tugged him back to the earth. There was a bellow as he landed, nearly sinking a few inches into the dirt, but he righted quickly. Rhyhorn could take a while before he noticed pain. Ash was gunning for him, fighting past any moves they used. Psychic moves weren't known for having tons of kickback. Spite. He had to hurt the psychic, and there was no point in smackdown. Kadabra was much stronger than the Drowsy, and there wouldn't be a battle of wills this time. It could direct the dirt however it wished with little effort. Eyes losing their shine, Rhyhorn reared. He spat a shockwave of dripping shadows, snapping around the battlefield and only losing its strength when it rebounded against the barriers. Kadabra threw up a psychic shield, curving it around its body. The ghostly energy shattered it, but only a touch actually hit the psychic type. But Ash wasn't done yet. Horn attack. Rhyhorn roared a challenge and charged again, jumping to the side in time to avoid another psybeam. Kadabra's eyes flashed with the first sign of emotion, and even as it used teleport, Rhyhorn lunged forward and jabbed his horn into the psychic's leg. Kadabra appeared on Sabrina's side, floating in midair instead of standing. It supported its leg with a swirling wind of psychic energy, eyes narrowed with a faint anger. Sabrina had a little smile on her face. Horn attack, Ash said again, but something in his voice fell flat. Rhyhorn made it another half-dozen feet before Kadabra raised its spoon, the silver folding in on itself like it was made of water. A brilliant blue outline surrounded each of Rhyhorn's plates, glowing bright enough to almost block out his natural coloring. Spite! Ash shouted, but he knew it was hopeless. With a twitch from Kadabra's bushy tail, Rhyhorn was flung back into the psychic barriers hard enough for his spines to crack. Ash numbly recalled his friend. Sabrina was missing from her side of the battlefield, her Kadabra already recalled. He jerked as she appeared next to him, although several feet away. Her gray eyes were stormy. You do not have the ability to defeat me. Challenge others and return. Something flared in the pit of his stomach as he clutched as his starter's pokeball. I'll be back here. She stared at him with a touch of amusement in her eyes. The famed Lady Sabrina didn't warrant him another response and merely teleported out of existence, so smooth that not even air rushed back in to fill in her spot. It was several leaps ahead of the psychic, Thawne, she had called him. He clipped Rhyhorn's pokeball back to his belt and left the gym. XXX. Ash couldn't focus. While he hadn't started with a Dratini like the champion Lance or was sponsored and trained by Professor Oak, he also hadn't just been a fodder trainer catching bug types and battling just for money. Trainers that had traveled before him had been stomped beneath Rhyhorn's bulk or Gale's aggression. He had even defeated Gary. Sabrina was no pushover, he knew that. But Surge had been beaten by Rhyhorn. While Gale had defeated the Slowpoke, Sabrina had said it was her newest Pokemon and Thawne had said it was her weakest. Her Kadabra was a much higher step above it. He glared at the thick foliage of route. What he had said to Sabrina hadn't been a lie, he was staying in Saffron City until he grew strong enough to defeat her. Other trainers would take their losses diplomatically and head for a lesser gym, maybe trying to rematch her later. Well, he had never been complimented on his calm cool-headedness. There was a reason he was off the beaten path. A year before the conference wasn't enough to just follow others and get to their same level of strength. Brock and Misty had known monsters on their team and he wanted to face them, just like he wanted to defeat the monsters on the other gym leaders while Gary was still off fighting Brock's Geodude. This was nothing he would compromise on. He hadn't stopped by the Pokemon Center, his Pokemon, while knocked out, hadn't been injured that hard and he had enough revives to tide him over instead of waiting forever until Nurse Joy deemed them perfect enough to battle. Route 8 was wild and aggressive. It connected to Lavender Town, which was one of the most avoided towns in Kanto because of its overwhelming presence of ghost types. Little effort went into maintaining the route and it was about as close to a rainforest as Kanto could ever get, though it'd never match even the weakest path in Hoenn. Several rare Pokemon lived on it, including Growlithe, Ekans, Vulpix, and Sandshrew. All were strong enough to be a real challenge for his Pokemon. There would probably be few trainers on the thick path and he'd have to fight every wild Pokemon he saw. There was a sort of recharge time between gym battles. For the lesser gyms, it was a day at the most, while Brock and Erica held themselves to 3-day intervals. Sabrina never accepted anyone back below a week. So he had a week until he fought again. Grimacing, he released his Pokémon. Rhyhorn was conscious, and Gale had never been knocked out. Both stared up at him as he dug roughly through his bag, pulling out several potions to heal the worst of their injuries. It was a clear sign of how hard they'd been beaten when Gale didn't protest as Ash pushed his feathers around to get to his bruised skin underneath. "We're going to keep training," he promised. Both of them looked at him. "Sabrina won't know what hit her. We're not going to give up." Rhyhorn pushed himself up to his feet, the pain from the battle that he hadn't felt earlier hitting him now. But he shouldered past it and rumbled agreement. Gale flexed his crest, shrieking. XXX. Their peace fell apart quickly. Rhyhorn roared, turning away from his savage tree with fury in his scarlet eyes. Gale shrieked back, no apology for his misfired razor wind, spreading his wings and flaring his crest. The ground type bellowed again, all of the pent-up anger and frustration from losing at Sabrina erupting with a bang. Ash couldn't hide his yelp as his starter charged. Gale threw himself off of his branch just as Rhyhorn slammed into the tree with enough force to make the ground tremble, brushing off bark chunks on his horn. It creaked meekly, wood cracking, before the relatively old sapling slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Gale shrieked again, mocking the ground type as he flapped easily in midair. He kept his crest extended, primaries shining in the light. Ash winced as he saw the telltale effects of razor wind lift off of his wings and zip toward Rhyhorn, shoving him backward with all the strength of their recent training. "Stop it, both of you!" he shouted, raising his hands. He didn't have enough of a death wish to run between them, but his volume was enough. Rhyhorn immediately pulled back, though his eyes still burned. Gale waited another second, wings still flickering with blue energy, but Ash shouted, "Stop," again and he subsided. Rhyhorn rumbled from the force of the wind, pushed back nearly a foot. The anger in his eyes redoubled. Ash bolted forward and slammed a hand on Rhyhorn's head plate. The ground type only felt it as a tap while Ash's palm felt rather like he had tried to use brick break. "No. Stop that now." With a rumble and a shriek, both of them stopped. Gale swooped around until he found a new branch to perch on, folding his wings and digging his talons into the wood. Rhyhorn snorted out a puff of dusty air, rattling his plates. "Gale, go flying. I'm going to talk to you later," he commanded. Maybe something in his voice betrayed his emotions, and Gale took off from his branch without any argument. His wings flashed and then he was gone, flying over the forest. Rhyhorn. His ground type didn't meet his eyes, looking down as the target of his anger flew away. He pawed at the ground, shifting the dirt around to avoid looking at his trainer. Ash kept the uncomfortable silence until he finally looked up. "You aren't invincible, Rhyhorn," Ash said quietly. "Neither am I, neither is Gale. I know you've won all of your battles so far, and you're upset that you lost for your first time against Sabrina. I am too. But that anger has no place on this team. You're my starter, my second in command. If you can't control yourself, I'm putting you in your pokeball until you can." The warning almost stuck in his throat. He didn't want that to happen, not now, not ever. "I can wait, but I don't want to, bud. You're my friend." Rhyhorn looked away at that, scarlet eyes half closed. "I want us to work this out, but that's got to start with you." His friend rumbled quietly, still looking away. Ash could see the moment he visibly sagged, giving in. Rhyhorn stared back at him and made a disturbingly chirp-like sound, an apology. He fell to his knees and hugged him. At Ash's piercing whistle, Gale swooped down from above the trees, landing on his branch. A few of his primaries were out of alignment, and Ash got the sneaking suspicion he had found a Pidgey to have a fight with. "You two have been at each other's throats for the past 2 weeks, he accused. Gale ruffled his feathers and looked away, but he didn't deny it. Rhyhorn seemed a little more responsive, looking away again. He seemed to realize what he had been doing was wrong. Gale, I know you love to fight. But you don't fight this team unless I want you to, you understand? We are part of your flock. Gale aimed one beady eye at him, and Ash nearly winced. He had heard that comparing team members to herds or flocks could help group-oriented Pokemon, but apparently it was a little more difficult to see Rhyhorn as a Spearow than as part of a Growlithe pack. I think I understand, though. Gale, in every fight with Rhyhorn, you've been beaten, haven't you? The bird shrieked at the reminder but turned fully away, BRST puffing out as a declaration of pride. I don't mean it like that. Both of those times, you were wild and untrained. But you don't feel strong enough, I'm guessing. He steepled his fingers, thinking. After a moment, something came to him. He searched around the clearing for a while until he found the tree Rhyhorn had knocked down. With the fight, there hadn't been enough time for him to really recognize it, but now pride unfolded in his chest. Rhyhorn was well on his way to becoming a fully grown, fully powerful Rhyhorn worth remembering. Ash had to work for a bit, but he eventually managed to pull off the branch Gale had used as a perch. He walked back into the clearing, whistling for Rhyhorn to follow him. The ground type did so, rumbling with confusion. Eventually, he was in position. Ash jogged over to the other side of the clearing, kicking rocks and sticks out of his way until it was a relatively clean stretch from Rhyhorn to the tree Gale was perched in. Ash used his stick to carve a line in front of its trunk, nearly 15 feet away from Rhyhorn. When the Kadabra used Psybeam on you, it stopped your horn attack. Next time, that won't happen, he said determinedly. Gale squawked as he turned to him, obviously confusing and partially expecting a lecture. Up. The Spearow took off, flapping his wings and ending up about 10 feet over the line Ash had drawn. Rhyhorn, I want you to run to this line. His starter rumbled and made a move to start, but Ash held up his hand. And while you'll be trying to do that, Gale will be using Razor Wind on you. Gale shrieked, a devilish tone in the sound. Rhyhorn's eyes flashed with betrayal and Ash had to bite back a laugh. Imagine this line is the Kadabra, bud. It's weak, one more horn attack should knock it out. But while you're charging, it uses Psybeam, over and over. We need to get you to charge without being slowed down. And Gale, he shouted, the bird angling to look at him. Rhyhorn's tough. I'm sure you know that. Where you are right now, if I put you two in a fight, you'd lose. So make Razor Wind so strong you won't. Both of his Pokemon nodded. Ash trotted out of the direct path of fire, raising his stick in the air. Rhyhorn dug his silver claws into the earth, rumbling, eyes narrowed. Ash snapped the stick down. Gale shrieked, pounding his wings against the air. The blue energy seemed particularly spiteful as it roared forward, gleaming. Rhyhorn charged only 2 feet before the wind hit him and threw him back. He bellowed in rage and dug his claws in, lowering himself down to present a smaller target. The wind slammed into him almost unending, moving him steadily back. His claws left inch-wide furrows in the dirt as he was dragged back to behind where he had charged from, spines hitting the trunk of a tree. Rhyhorn refused to give up. He lowered himself further, bracing his back claws against the tree he had been forced again, and reached forward with one paw. It grappled at the ground before scoring a hit, allowing Rhyhorn to pull himself forward. Ash grinned and settled back, idly using the stick to scratch his back. While they weren't new moves, he had realized in the fight against Sabrina that he wouldn't win by just tossing new, unperfect moves at her. Both Gale and Rhyhorn could summon energy that could help throw off psychic moves and he could train summoning more energy while they were traveling, searching for more trainers or Pokemon. This would get them strong in their physical sense, which was the enemy of psychic types. And besides, it was a healthy way to get out their aggression. While both had liked shredding tree trunks with their respective attacks, nothing trained Pokemon better than versing themselves. Ash kept them at it for 6 straight hours. Gale had poured all of his heart and soul into the first 10 minutes of the attack, so much so that Rhyhorn was only able to make 3 feet of headway. But after that, his energy faded, trickling down to a light breeze at 45 minutes. Now, that wasn't to say Rhyhorn was any better, but the ground type was able to finally make it to the line at exactly 47 minutes into the exercise. Both of them instantly collapsed afterward. Ash, who had already stood in preparation, was able to dart forward and catch the exhausted Spearow before he slammed into the ground. Thanking Route 6 profusely, Ash had stuffed both Pokémon full of as many citrus berries as they could handle and given them a break. Rhyhorn was fine, he just flopped on his stomach and slept the 15 minutes away. Gale, however, was much more exhausted. His species wasn't meant for long flights, even though he had been staying in roughly the same place. He had laid back as Ash massaged the joints on his wings, doing his best to get rid of the hard spots as best he could. Though both had glared at him hard enough he was sure it was a move, they listened to his command. Ash redrew the line from where Rhyhorn had used Horn Attack and sat back, dropping his stick again. Neither of them were as strong as they had been at the beginning but, surprisingly, that made it more equal. Rhyhorn could make it almost 5 feet in a straight charge before Gale's competitive spirit triggered a fiercer blow of wind that stopped his movement in its tracks. Rhyhorn scored 2 more hits on the line while Gale had managed such a wicked razor wind that it flung Rhyhorn on his side, where he wriggled furiously until Ash took pity and pushed him over. He healed them up for the last time before letting them fall to sleep. Gale had his head tucked under one wing, back pressed against the tree trunk. Rhyhorn had drowsily eaten a chunk of dirt before passing out. Ash couldn't wait until they realized they'd be doing that tomorrow as well. XXX. Ash gripped his hat to keep it from blowing off, grinning. They were only 5 minutes into the first bit of their training run but already he could tell things were different. For one, Rhyhorn hadn't been blown back by the wind yet it was strong that Ash had had to take cover. Both were giving it their all. He watched for a while before he became acutely aware of something. It niggled at the back of his head, though he couldn't place. It was finally when Gale shrieked in victory at pushing Rhyhorn back several feet and calmed his winds that he finally grabbed onto it. It had been hidden by Gale's razor wind, but now it was quietly clear, a high-pitched howl from some hunting party. He listened in tense silence as it echoed off into the distance, still only loud enough he had to concentrate to hear it. Another answered it, closer. Then another. A hunting party was closing in. He whistled sharply and Gale abruptly stopped his attack, flapping over. Rhyhorn didn't quite get the memo and accidentally charged forward, still used to fighting against Gale's wind. He slammed face first into a thick tree trunk with enough force to make it crack, although he brushed it off and trotted over to Ash. But it was clear to see that once they had stopped their training they could hear what it was. Being a prey Pokémon, Gale narrowed it down first, black eyes wide and crest spiking up. Rhyhorn got it the next second as another unearthly cry bounced around the clearing, rumbling dangerously. "They're probably circling us," Ash hissed, even as he hurriedly threw everything into his bag. It took him a couple of tries but he managed to get the loops over a thick branch and slide it up into the tree. If the Pokémon attacked, he wouldn't be pinned down by its ridiculous weight. Both of his Pokémon tensed, ready for battle. Ash thought back to everything he remembered about Route. There was no time to get out his Pokédex. The only pack Pokémon were Growlithe and Vulpix. He flinched as another howl echoed through the forest. It, or they, was getting closer. There was also the very real chance that it was just one large Pokémon announcing to others that Ash and his team were its prey and it didn't want anything else getting in its way. In that case, he could only think of Arbok or Kadabra, but neither of them made the howls he was thinking of. The three of them stood there, although Gale flapped above, listening as the hunting cries grew closer and closer. He was sure it was a pack now, the decibels changing with every howl, but he still couldn't pin it down. His question was answered as the first Pokémon burst through the foliage. It was around 2 feet tall, covered in reddish-brown fur. Gray-black eyes stared up at him, narrowed, while 3 long tails whipped behind its body. Vulpix. While it wouldn't have been any better if they were Growlithe, he cursed anyway, fire types packed serious punches, and that was without a whole pack behind them. But Vulpix also were known to feign being injured if their opponent was too strong, so maybe if he knocked out one or two of them, they'd leave. That was his chance. The Vulpix across the clearing glared at him, fire bright behind its eyes. Ash flinched as another Vulpine burst through the brush only a few feet away from the first, quickly followed by another. Before Ash could blink, there was 5 Vulpix glaring across the field toward him, the temperature rising quickly with each of their exhaled breaths. Most of them had 2 to 3 tails, which were perfectly respectable and full-grown. But he couldn't hide his shock at one Vulpix, nearly a head above the others, with 6 perfectly formed tails behind it, wagging gently. A Vulpix ready to evolve, at their prime. It must be the leader. Another unearthly howl split the forest. Rhyhorn rumbled darkly as one final Vulpix burst into the forest. It was large, though smaller than the 6-tailed Vulpine. Its fur was groomed, though matted with mud and burrs, and its eyes showed nothing but determination. For tails, long and slightly curled at the end, whipped behind it. The 6-tailed Vulpix lowered its tails in SBMSN as it marched to the front of the pack. This was the leader. He had to take it out if he was ever going to get the pack to submit. Rhyhorn, Gale, get ready to attack. Scout them out first. Gale shrieked and took higher to the skies to avoid fireballs while Rhyhorn lowered his head and snorted. 2 Vulpix, the ones on the very end, immediately tracked the Spearo's flight to the sky. Ash grimaced. He bet they had Ember, which could reach high into the sky. Gale. Dodge anything they throw at you. It'll be fast fireballs without much range, so swerve up instead of down dash. He paused in his directions as the leader stared at their packmates, obviously communicating some instructions with their fledgling psychic abilities. With a snarl, it turned back to face him. Ash gaped as the lead Vulpix burst into flames. Its reddish fur flickered with fire, though it never burned, and he cursed when he recognized it. Flash Fire, Vulpix's ability. While it could absorb any fire attacks that hit it, it could also seriously hurt Gale if he dove and made contact. Thankfully, if he managed to distract the Vulpix enough to the point it forgot about keeping it activated, it would be a clear path to damage it. Rhyhorn. Horn attack, mow them down. He shouted. The Vulpix yipped and moved into action the second his ground type began to move. The 2 flanking Vulpix immediately split, angling themselves to have a straight line to Gale. He shrieked down at them, wings burning with flying energy. One raised its 2 tails above its head, the white tips glowing fiercely. Both simultaneously burst into flames as they activated their ability and launched 2 fireballs from the tips of its tails. Gale rose higher to avoid them both, still cleanly in range for Razor Wind. He launched it furiously, slamming the 2 Vulpix on their side as they yipped in pain. Rhyhorn bellowed as he charged, deadly horn poised. The lead Vulpix barked commands to each of their remaining 3 Vulpix before facing the ground type themselves. It was almost smirking. With a howl, it raised its 4 tails and released a blinding flash of light. Ash blinked spots away from his eyes, gasping, only to see Rhyhorn stumble through the light and slam point-blank into a trunk, cracking the wood. The lead Vulpix had darted away the moment after its light and watched from a safe distance as Rhyhorn rammed himself into the tree. The other 3 Vulpix circled him, each activating their ability, watching their leader for the sign to attack. Vulpix gave it by shaking itself, spreading its 4 tails and releasing ball of fire from each tip. Instantly, the others did the same. Rhyhorn's typing pulled through. Embers were deadly enough by fire types, but he took forever to feel pain and the fire didn't do much other than create soot. He turned around, bellowing. Vulpix blurred forward in what he recognized as quick attack, but it didn't get any closer to Rhyhorn than 3 feet. It slammed its paws into the ground to stop before roaring. The sound was hideously loud and shrieking, and Ash clutched at his ears in agony. Rhyhorn fared no better, bellowing and trembling, and even Gale couldn't help the flinch that nearly sent him plummeting him to the ground. By the time Ash could concentrate, 4 more embers had exploded against Rhyhorn's side. Distraction. That was what it was doing. Fire types weren't known for being very hardy, especially not Vulpix nor Growlithe, and they couldn't handle too many hits. So it distracted his Pokémon in order to land hits. He shot a glance toward Gale. The avian had continued pelting the Vulpine with razor winds, ducking and swerving around the various embers shot at him. Ash winced but knew what he had to do. Gale, Fury attack. You have to knock one out. Gale shrieked an affirmative and tucked his wings in, primaries flashing as he dove. He singled out the Vulpix with 3 tails, recognizing it as stronger, and landed a vicious slice across its ears. It howled, jerking back, and he fell upon it, ignoring the fires crisping his wings. The moment it held up its tails to launch an attack, he took to the skies only to flip around, gathering shadows, and slam into its head with pursuit. It fell down and did not get up. Rhyhorn stood his ground this time as Vulpix darted around him, 4 tails swinging and billowing more heat around the clearing. Ash vigorously cursed his jacket but knew he had no time to get it off. Rhyhorn, smack down. Gale, growl at the one with 6 tails. Distract it. Dirt rose into the air as Gale threw himself off of the fallen Vulpix, wings flapping furiously as he trailed a hint of smoke. But unlike with the Ponyta, he powered through the pain enough to release a growl filled with rage at the largest Vulpix. It jerked, eyes wide even as it faced him with its 6 tails. Rhyhorn had picked up nearly enough dirt to fill a fire pit, his control drastically improved. All of the Vulpix narrowed their eyes, bodies tensed to run if they were the target. Ash wasn't giving them that option. Wide shot. Throw it everywhere. Rhyhorn roared and slammed his front paws down. Like a shockwave, the dirt flew all around the clearing, gleaming with power. Gale had seen it coming and had flown above the radius, twisting into an elaborate climb. The second it was complete, he tucked his wings in and fell. Ash grinned as he plummeted at the largest Vulpix, its natural defense deactivated by the smackdown. With a shriek, he tore into its back, ripping away patches of fur even as it howled and fought to get him off. It took him nearly 4 pecks on top of a long fury attack to knock it out. 2 embers slammed into his side, singing his feathers further, and Ash knew it wouldn't be long until he wasn't able to fly. A Vulpine blurred forward with quick attack. It lunged for Gale but the avian managed to take off and get away. The Vulpine ignored him after that and instead grabbed onto the fallen 6-tailed Vulpix's scruff, dragging it away into the forest. Retreating. Ash glanced over and saw the first Vulpix Gale had knocked out missing as well, its partner gone. The lead Vulpix didn't have the same smug look on its face, instead one of blazing determination. Only one other Vulpix circled with it, but with a furious bark, the fire type glanced at its leader before blurring away into the forest. Vulpix was going to cover their escape. Ash nearly gave a command to Rhyhorn before he paused. Vulpix's eyes burned with anger and pride, and it had shown strategies none of his other Pokémon used. It had put up a fight against Rhyhorn despite its type disadvantage and had made even a more powerful Vulpix bow to it. There were plenty of other Pokémon in its pack, probably more he hadn't even seen, enough for another to take over. He was capturing this Pokémon. Rhyhorn, Fury attack and stomp if you can. Gale, I want you overhead and ready for Razor Wind if needed. Vulpix's ears perked up as Ash finally took it seriously, even despite the fight going on earlier. With its distraction techniques, it could run away at any moment. He didn't want that to happen. Rhyhorn bellowed and charged, but Vulpix had seen easily through his plan. It raised its tails again, fire building on the tips until it released in another blinding wave of light. Rhyhorn bellowed through the pain in his eyes and lunged in all directions with his horn and bulk, but he wasn't the target. 2 crackling embers exploded against Gale's side and he fell. Ash recalled him immediately. Gale shrieked before he disappeared, but Ash knew he was glad. While he had snuffed out the flames by recalling him, the endless waves of fire had hurt him enough. Flying would be an impossibility. If Rhyhorn failed, he was a last resort to try and capture Vulpix. Rhyhorn refocused as Vulpix stared in confusion at the sky, searching for its missing prey. He wisely kept his mouth shut from another bellow and charged as silently as he could, using all of the strength and speed he had learned from their training. Vulpix saw him coming and jumped onto his back. The ground type bellowed as the flash fire crackled against his plates, twisting wildly. Vulpix wormed its way between his spines, securing its position before it pointed its tails down and released a shockwave of heat. Heat wave. Rhyhorn felt it over his entire body, shuddering even as anger let him move. He bucked, rattling his plates together. Vulpix was light enough it escaped too much punishment, but Rhyhorn was going to get the fire type off of his back one way or another. With a bellow, he turned and charged toward the thickest tree lining the clearing, lowering his head. He rammed into it hard enough to send it toppling to the ground, the recoil trembling through his body. Vulpix was thrown overhead until it slammed into the ground, gasping and covering in bruises. It twitched its tails, throwing another weak wave of embers, but they fizzled out quickly. Rhyhorn shook himself from the blow and walked closer, twitching his charred plates. Ash could see the wince in his face and the flinch in his steps, but he managed to journey to the fallen Pokémon and stare down at it. Vulpix released one last burst of heat from its mouth, but Rhyhorn took the hit and didn't flinch. It stared up at him, then at the slowly approaching Ash. Vulpix twitched one last time before settling down, tails flat. Ash grinned and held up a Pokeball, primed and ready. The fire type gave one last glance to Rhyhorn and the Pokeball that contained Gale before closing its gray eyes. When the Pokeball bounced off of its chest, it twitched for less than a minute before dinging. Successful. Yes. Ash shouted, pumping his fist in the air. He lunged down to pick up the Pokeball, holding it above his head and doing a strange sort of dance around the clearing. It was only after he noticed the still burning grass that he dumped some dirt over the embers, but that didn't stop his enthusiasm for a second. I caught a Vulpix. He twirled to grin at Rhyhorn, only to notice his starter splayed flat out on the ground, panting wildly and twitching in pain. Now that he wasn't in motion, it was clear to see that nearly 24 embers had hit him from the near 4 Vulpix he had been fighting. Ash sobered and recalled him. Saffron City was only an hour or two away, he hadn't wanted to be far away in case of serious injuries, and it would be worth it to get all of his Pokémon healed up in one go before he tried to meet Vulpix. It took him a few tries to successfully snag his bag from the tree and grab his stick, which was actually a rather fantastic walking stick once he started using it, but then he was ready to go. XXX. Ash waited irritably in front of the videophone. It had been nearly 3 minutes since he had clicked call, and it was around 11 in the morning, a perfectly respectable time for Professor Oak or one of his aides to be in the lab. It was even a Thursday, the lab should be bustling with motion by now. Nurse Joy had taken his 3 Pokeballs and predicted somewhere around 6 hours to get them healed up enough, though they'd all be sore for a couple of days, mostly Rhyhorn. He had powered through with sheer determination, but that had only exhausted him more. Ash might have to add a few days more until he challenged Sabrina again to make sure all of his fighters were ready. Finally, at nearly 5 minutes, the videophone flickered from the black screen into a bright white, fading a few seconds later into a close-up of Professor Oak, white shock of hair uncombed and eyes bright. Well, hello, Ash. How on earth did you get to Saffron City so quickly? He distantly remembered he hadn't talked to the man since he started his journey. I cut through the Diglett cave and challenged Surge. I have a Thunder badge already, he said, pride obvious. Well done. Professor Oak clapped, smile bright. Is there any reason you're calling me? Wait, hold on. His face disappeared out of sight as he scrolled through something on another screen. A Spearow. Good choice. Oh, and I see you just captured a Vulpix today. Quite impressive. Thank you. He looked away for a second, now for the topic he had contacted him to ask. It was time to swallow his pride, even a little. I challenged Sabrina, and she defeated me. Do you, have any tips? I'm going to try again soon. Sabrina, eh? The professor furrowed his bushy eyebrows. She's one of the most tricky opponents you'll face, although judging by your tone there's no chance in convincing you into choosing a different gym first. He raised his hands in surrender as Ash narrowed his eyes. A jest, that's all. A good method would be to be on the offensive. Psychic types aren't known for being fast or sturdy, and several good hits from a Rhyhorn, even a young one, should knock them flat. Teleport should be your real problem, as it's devilishly difficult to defend against. My best bet would be some sort of long-range attack, maybe smackdown. If your Rhyhorn has a strong enough will, he might be able to resist a psychic's power enough to control it to hit them. For your Spearow, I can only suggest Pursuit to throw off psychic moves. Ash grinned. They already know Smackdown and Pursuit, Professor. Looks like I'm ahead. In more ways than one, I might add, he muttered. Challenging Surge and then Sabrina first. I foresee a strong future if you keep up that will, Ash. He blushed and moved on quickly. Do you have any other tips for Spearow or Vulpix? Mainly the Vulpix, though. I just captured it today and it put up a serious fight. It was definitely the leader of the pack. Ash became a little concerned at the can of worms he had just opened when the professor grinned wildly. Any other tips, you say? Well, where to begin? XXX. Here's our new teammate, Ash offered to his Pokémon. Gale stared in confusion, although a quick explanation quickly fixed things. Now both of his friends were glaring at the Pokeball in his hand. None of that. He scowled. It's a member of our team now, and I don't want to hear anyone saying otherwise. Get ready. With a tap of a button, he released the Vulpix. It shook violently as it emerged, tensing up, only to freeze in shock as it felt no pain from any of the numerous injuries it remembered. It extended each of its tails, flaring with life, although it didn't activate its ability. After a moment, it focused in on Ash and crouched, tails whipping. Rhyhorn, stop that, he warned. The ground type cut his growl, although his horn was still lowered. He turned back to face the Vulpix, who stared up at him with bright gray-black eyes. Its ears twitched violently even as it focused on him. I captured you. That makes me your trainer, okay? This is Rhyhorn Dash. He tapped his starter's horn, and that's Gale. The Spearow shrieked from his perch on Ash's shoulder pad, ruffling his wings. I don't want to hurt you, and neither do your new packmates. He pointed to his Pokémon and watched as the Vulpix traced his movements carefully. It hadn't attacked yet, so he kept on. Being a trainer's Pokémon means you get food, healing, and a safe life. I'll train you to grow stronger. Ash grinned as he saw its eyes light up. He had seen it admire Rhyhorn's strength and knew he had landed on its true wish. I can get you 6 tails and then a fire stone. That is, if you think you're strong enough to handle it. He earned a furious bark in response, for tails whipping around and coming up to rest above its head. After another moment, it nodded its head and yipped, the sound a fair bit more friendly than its bark. I'm going to see how strong you are, he said, holding up his Pokédex. Vulpix stayed still as he aimed the scanner at it, clicking the button. Vulpix, the fox Pokémon. At birth, it only has one snow-white tail. As it grows, the tail splits until it has 6, which is when it is ready to evolve. It controls Ball of Fire and has an internal flame that can never be put out. If it grows too warm, it releases excess heat through its mouth. This Vulpix knows the moves Ember, Quick Attack, Roar, Will-O-Wisp, and Heat Wave. Its ability is Flash Fire, which lets it absorbs fire attacks. He grinned at the moves. It was built not just for sheer brute force but technique and strategy, something he was starting to realize he lacked. Vulpix would be a perfect addition to his team. He quickly scanned for a gender, female. Would you like a nickname? There was little hesitation before she yipped again. He hadn't had many ideas for fire types, but a few stuck out to him: Inferno, Blaze, Fyr. She turned down every one and he started to realize that she didn't want a name that just screamed power and might. She wanted one about fire, about her element that lived in her chest like an extra heart. He stumbled across one quite by accident. Scorch. She yipped, whipping her tails. He grinned and kneeled down, allowing her to lower her head to make eye contact. "Welcome to the team," he offered, reaching a hand out. She stared at it a bit hesitantly before leaning forward and sniffing his fingers. After another moment, she let him reach out and slide behind her ears. She yipped, pleased. As he looked at her, he could see why Vulpix were so highly praised as pets. Even with her fur matted, paws streaked with mud, and her sleek tails knotted, her reddish-brown fur gleamed in the sunlight. He had asked specifically for Nurse Joy not to clean her off, following Professor Oak's instructions. The man had told him of fire types. While Ash hadn't ever expected to receive one from the ground gym in Viridian, he had known about their pride. Vulpix were on the high end of the list, and their vinous only boosted their proud nature. Pack grooming sessions could last hours in the wild. He finished rubbing her ear, eliciting a pleased croon, before he turned back to his bag. Professor Oak had had nothing but praises for the product, but the sellers had obviously heard of the pride of Vulpix and had charged accordingly. It had taken nearly 2 days' worth of winnings, which meant he'd have to cut back on potions when he set out again. But the brush was a work of art. He couldn't deny that. Layered with fire-retardant material in case of an accidental flash fire activation, soft on the outer layer while several rows of thicker bristles were tucked inside, waterproof and made for weeks on end in the wilderness. Scorch's gray eyes flashed as she looked at it, ears twitching. It took nearly 5 minutes, but Ash was able to move slowly enough for Scorch to trust him until she was in his lap, still crouching. Her legs were tight and one ear was pointed furiously toward the forest, tails curled. All of that changed when he began to brush her. He moved slowly, careful to avoid startling her by jerking on a knot, starting at the back of her neck over her back. She actually purred as he brushed away the years of forest time, untangling knots and sleeking over the red. After a while where she hadn't shown any signs of activating flash fire, he used his hands to rub any mud and remove burrs buried deep beneath her fur. Rhyhorn rumbled, stepping forward to sniff the brush, but Ash shook his head and he subsided. He didn't want them to train and disturb their newest member, but he also didn't want the time to go to waste. "You guys go to light training, okay? Gale, speed training overhead. Rhyhorn, I need some more control over SmackDown." They both voiced their agreements before going out. Gale shrieked before taking off, his reddish form a mere blur over their heads as he streaked across the sky. Rhyhorn trudged off to a corner of their clearing and started pulling up clumps of earth, scarlet eyes narrowed. Scorch purred again as Ash shifted to her chest, using only the barest pressure on the brush to avoid hurting her. He frowned as his palm met a hollow over her back legs, where her stomach was. Pausing in his care for a moment, he thumbed over the gap where strong muscle should have been. She was thin, though not starved. It took him half an hour to finish grooming her completely. Her tails had taken most of that time, as they were the most sensitive part on her body and he didn't want to risk hurting her at the beginning of their tentative friendship. Although he hadn't focused too much on them, he could feel the wide pores at the tips that released her fire attacks. But in the end, he could see it was worth it. She looked 100 times better than the fire type he had captured in the forest, looking like the pride of any team. Her thinness was something he would be quick to solve. Scorch yipped at him when he finally finished. Her eyes opened and she stared at his face before bounding out of his lap in one smooth leap. With an expression akin to awe, she examined every inch of her clean body. Ash smiled as she yipped happily and shook herself. A spray spark flicked out from one of her tails and she didn't even look at it before it snuffed itself out in midair. A thought flashed back through his mind. "Let's show how strong you are," he said and was rewarded with her ears shooting forward and a bark. He had already seen her quick attack and howl, which were pretty self-explanatory. Her howl was particularly fierce, and there had been that strange light she had called out of her tails, though he doubted it was flash. More likely, just a controlled burst of fire. But heat wave, ember, and will-o-wisp were what interested him. It took him a couple of minutes before he found a boulder of suitable size near their clearing. He had no wish to start a forest fire by testing them out on a tree, at least until he had a water type. She activated flash fire with a flare of heat. Her ember was just as strong as before, and her heat wave was able to be aimed like a shockwave if she spread her tails out. But the most curious thing was her will-o-wisp. Scorch seemed to shiver her tails, extending one above the rest. A ball of dull blue flames appeared, fire safely contained by her will. He frowned at it. While he knew it was fire, he couldn't feel any heat from the flames. It was technically classified as a cool flame, but how could that work? He wondered whether it would burn him or whether it would freeze, the blue shining like a beacon, and he was lost in the forest, needing its light. Scorch yipped, worried, and snuffed the flame out. He blinked, staring around to realize that he had walked nearly 5 feet forward and had been reaching out to touch the fireball that definitely would have burned him horribly. Will-o-wisp. It was one of the moves that had debates on it every couple of years, mainly about its classification. Only recently had people seemed to decide on the fact it was a fire move because of the burns it caused, citing the near-perfect resemblance to fire. But others brought up the otherworldly energies felt when the move was used and the hypnotic presence it had, and argued for a ghost classification. He shook his head again. "I'm fine, Scorch. You've really got that move down." She yipped again at him, pinging her head to the side. Ash turned back to his team. Gale had finished his training to the point of exhaustion and was panting quietly on a branch. Rhyhorn was narrowing his eyes at swirling eddies of dirt around him, trying to force them into shapes. He turned back to Scorch, who stared at the proceedings with her head ped to the side. "Come on, girl. Let's get to your training." Scorch yipped and followed him. Training with 3 was different. At first, Rhyhorn and Gale had settled into their position and were ready to deck it out again before they seemingly remembered they weren't alone any longer. Then they had turned to Ash and asked a silent question. Ash was rather proud of his solution. He didn't want to teach any of them new moves yet, just work on their ability, and so he had Scorch join the Razor Wind training regime. She was to activate flash fire and stand on Rhyhorn's back, weighing him down and burning him. At the same time, she'd be launching ember attacks to try and hit Gale. The first attempt had gone disastrously, and Ash had laughed his head off at their annoyed expression. A few citrus berries and they were back at it again. He leaned his back farther against the tree, arms aching even as he brushed Scorch once more. She purred deep in her chest, the sound comforting, and he slowly pried his fingers through a tight knot. His team wasn't quite ready yet, and he doubted that he'd let Scorch fight Sabrina, but they were close. He would be ready. XXX. Ash looked up at the towering city of Saffron once again. His team hadn't needed any healing with the Night of Peace they had gotten, and now he was ready to truly challenge the gym that had beat him already. Thawne stayed at his desk when Ash walked in, though he could see a pulse of blue energy flash by his eyes. The psychic tensed before flicking his head up, eyes narrowing at the sight of him. Ash waved his hand, smiling a bit cheekily. "You're back." When Ash didn't answer, he continued. "I believe I remember Lady Sabrina strictly requesting you challenge others before returning to her. Do I have to beat you again?" It was an honest question, though he hoped he didn't have to. He wanted his team to go straight into Sabrina to test his mettle once again. Thawne's eyes narrowed further. "Technically," he ground out, "there is no need. Please, right this way." He stood slowly, a wave of psychic energy fixing the papers on his desk. Ash still grinned at what looked like magic to him. He couldn't comprehend having psychic powers and performing such miracles on seemingly a daily Mazik. The battlefield was the same as he remembered it, blank dirt with a cushion of psychic energies burning around it. He marched onto his side, thanking Thawne quietly before the man marched off. There was a referee this time, a pale man with dull blonde hair and vivid green eyes. They made eye contact for a moment before the man turned back to reading through a list of papers in his hand. He palmed his pokeballs, tapping lightly over the warmer one that held Scorch. She wouldn't be in the battle today. There was no need to put a Pokemon that had only been under his care for less than a week and was still thinner than he wanted into a battle with one of the strongest trainers in Kanto. Gale would go first and Rhyhorn next. He needed his starter to defeat the Kadabra, and he was sure Gale could handle whatever else Sabrina threw at him, even if it was still the Slowpoke. Though he wasn't looking, he became acutely aware of another presence in the room. When he raised his head, Sabrina stood on the other side of the battlefield, Pokeballs hovering over her shoulders. "You have returned," she noted. He didn't quite know how to answer that and settled for bobbing his head in agreement. Her eyes didn't look at his waist, but she smiled slightly anyway. 2 on 2. You have trained hard. Thank you. He readied his Pokeball as she forced hers forward with a surge of blue. There wasn't a Slowpoke that appeared on the battlefield this time. Instead, a Venomoth took to the air, wings flapping lazily and expelling a cloud of dust with every movement. They didn't have the psychic typing, but they had evolved to have the powerful offensive moves to fight off predators. With a grin, he released Gale. The Spearow shrieked and took to the skies, hardly staying still as he swooped around to warm his blood from the Pokeball days. He narrowed beady black eyes at the Venomoth, who merely blinked slowly up at him. Ash took the first move. Razor Wind. Pursuit if needed. It was a memento of how hard they had trained for how quickly Gale harnessed the energy. Almost immediately, a wall of blue-flecked wind slammed into the Venomoth, sending it reeling backward. It didn't have the flying type either and couldn't resist, whipped around by the pressing winds. Sabrina's glowing eyes narrowed a speck. Even through the force of the wind, Ash could see the blue fade away as another color took priority. A pale yellow-green swirled around the room in eddies, bouncing lightly off of the psychic barriers. "Stun Spore," he said, trusting Gale's sharp ears. "Lower your strength to stop it rebounding up to you." Annoyingly, Venomoth seemed entirely unaffected by its own spores. As the Razor Wind decreased, it flapped rather quickly for its breed to regain its balance before climbing steadily higher, eyes flashing blue. Gale dropped the Razor Wind like it was burning and slipped quickly into pursuit. Shadows clung to his form as he circled over Venomoth's head, shrieking a challenge even as he tried to find an opening. He didn't quite know where to attack that wouldn't let him be hit by Venomoth's natural poison protection. Ash had to get it grounded. Ignore the poison and use pursuit. With a shriek, Gale dove. His beak slammed a hole right through Venomoth's fragile right wing. Humming and buzzing in a frenzy, Venomoth slowly fell, still flapping furiously with its other wing. Sabrina didn't recall her Pokemon, and Ash knew why. Bug types often lost their wings or had them seriously damaged, and it wouldn't be long until it regenerated, especially with Nurse Joy's help. Venomoth slammed into the dirt and buzzed again, weaker, but its eyes flared blue. Gale growled and shrieked, poison working its way through his system even as he flew widely. Ash's eyes widened as he saw the stun spore start to swirl up at his Spearow's frenzied movements, coming closer and closer to putting his friend out of the fight. "Calm down, bud. Watch out for the stun spore and use Razor Wind to pin it, then attack," he said, narrowing his eyes. Venomoth was charging up some sort of psychic attack, but Sabrina's strategy was flawless and he had little doubt it would eventually pull Gale out of the fight. Razor Wind pelted down from above as Gale swooped around while using the move to dodge the lazy yellow-green particles. Venomoth was stretched flat against the ground, even though it tried to twitch its left wing to release another powder attack. Gale was having none of it, and as soon as he knew that Venomoth was definitely stopped, he dove like a comet. But he hadn't used pursuit. With a groan, Venomoth released over a dozen tiny Psybeams strkng over the field. Training with Scorch kicked in. He dove under 3 and swerved around another, but there were too many. Two more slammed into his outstretched wings and threw him back far enough to hit the psychic barriers, shrieking as the pain only accelerated the poison moving through his veins. He struggled back to the air, eyes narrowed. Another razor wind pinned the moth while a flawless pursuit streaked through and nearly punctured the bug's carapace before Sabrina recalled it with an emotionless expression. Ash stared over at Gale, reaching down to grab his pokeball. But the Spearow shrieked a warning, flexing his wings even as tremors from the poison ran over his body. This was where he had been taken out last time they battled Sabrina, but not this round. He wanted a few more licks before he went out. Like he had feared, Kadabra appeared on the field. It seemed to recognize him, black eyes flashing as it tilted its head at him. Its spoon thrummed with psychic energy, floating low over the field. Ash took the first move. Razor Wind. Pursuit once it's pinned. The psychic type immediately threw up a shield as Gale pumped the blue wind across the field with a shriek. It rebounded sharply, swirling around the bottom of the battlefield and losing its strength. Gale kept it up, pounding his wings against the sky as the poison burned its way toward his heart. Kadabra narrowed its eyes, moving its spoon forward again, nearly bending it in half as it redoubled its strength on the shield. Even then, Ash could see the barest of cracks appear on its surface. With the flash of hasty teleportation, Kadabra disappeared and emerged below Gale. It narrowed its eyes and flung a burst of psychic energy, no refinement or control. Gale didn't have any time to react or move before it struck him cleanly across the chest. His eyes closed and he fell. Kadabra twitched its tail and Gale's descent was slowed. Long enough for Ash to press the button on his pokeball. It teleported back to Sabrina's side and stared blankly at him, prepared for its next battle. Ash grinned and released Rhyhorn. His blood was thrumming through him with this battle, and there was no chance he'd back down now. His starter roared a challenge, waiting faithfully for Ash's command. Horn attack. Rhyhorn readied his horn and charged. Kadabra twitched its mustache irritably, blue eyes shining from its connection with Sabrina, and began building a Psybeam. When Rhyhorn had only cleared half of the distance, it let it rip in a blast of spiraling rainbow light. The ground type dug his claws in the second he saw it coming, growling. It slammed just above his horn and he dug nearly a foot of perfectly straight lines into the dirt, but it only halted his charge for a second. The next, he was darting forward and slamming his horn into Kadabra's midsection. It was flung silently backward. When it rose up again, its eyes were narrowed with anger and its tail twitched violently, the first solid hit it had been struck by this battle jarring its arrogance from its hold. Its spoon writhed in its grip, seeming to melt and then reform the next second, held in place by unmeasurable psychic powers. Rhyhorn paced, circling Kadabra as best he could. His scarlet eyes gleamed as he rounded the corner off near Ash's side, preparing for the command he knew he was coming. Spite, then smack down. Sabrina knew he had this move, if she hadn't already read his mind to figure out all of his others. It wasn't too much of his surprise when Kadabra began teleporting smoothly the second he saw the shadows dripping from Rhyhorn's mouth. Now came the real part of his training. While Rhyhorn let the spite simmer in his throat, still drawing on the energy, he began to use smack down. It was a slow, unsteady process, and the dirt trembled wildly as it rose, but he still harnessed both moves at once, even though one was technically dormant. Ash couldn't hold back the wild grin on his face. Fire. Kadabra slid into a silent teleport the moment the syllable left his lips, but Rhyhorn had launched the dirt in any direction he could. It smacked into Kadabra as it reappeared, pushing it down and grounding it for the 1 second that Rhyhorn needed. Grunting, he launched the shockwave of ghostly energy all across the field. He saw the wild flash of light from Kadabra's attempt to throw up a shield, but the spite powered directly through and sucked its energy. It struggled back to its feet, using psychic energy to overpower the ghostly essence as best it could and also to brush off the residue from the smackdown. Its gleaming eyes burned. Horn attack, he muttered, although he doubted Sabrina couldn't hear him with her powers. Make it count. With a bellow like grating stone, Rhyhorn lunged forward. Kadabra jerked its molten spoon forward, a buzzing hum echoing through the battlefield. An eerie blue light flickered over the battlefield, rising over Kadabra and settling on its golden fur. Ash's eyes widened as he recognized it. Psychic. Rhyhorn heard his desperate commands and shut off his charge, awkwardly turning as best he could and trying to lunge to the side. Kadabra spun to face him and released a beam of electric blue energy so intense Ash stumbled backward. His starter collapsed. Kadabra sagged, but it didn't teleport back to Sabrina's side nor cease its wariness. It knew the battle wasn't over. Rhyhorn wasn't unconscious. He was weak, and barely trembling from his fallen position, but he wasn't out yet. "Come on, bud!" Ash shouted. Sabrina tilted her head even as Kadabra stood, tail twitching to keep its balance. "We're so close, Rhyhorn. This is what we've been working for." "One more hit," he whispered, pressing a hand against the psychic barriers. With a groan, Rhyhorn forced himself to his feet. His scarlet eyes met Ash's with nothing but his strength of will keeping him running, his desire to win crushing his body's weakness. He turned toward Kadabra, front legs shaking even as he tried to stop them. "One more hit. Horn attack!" Ash shouted. Rhyhorn bellowed back and charged. Kadabra raised its spoon, but Rhyhorn had nailed it with spite and its energy was still drained. The silver barely seemed to shift as Kadabra tried to concentrate its power into one final move. Sabrina's eyes gleamed as she cut off their connection and simply watched the last act. The Psybeam would have knocked out Rhyhorn if it had hit. Weakened though it was, it still gleamed with fluctuating energy as it snapped through the air. Rhyhorn stopped dead in his tracks and shuffled backward as best he could, claws digging into the ground. It exploded only 2 feet in front of his horn. He roared as the aftereffects hit him, front legs trembling weakly even as he forced himself forward. Kadabra shoved its spoon forward one more time, but now it only stood there, its master drained of all damage. Rhyhorn jabbed Kadabra in the chest and it fell backward, collapsed. Exhausted. Defeated. Ash waited for only another second before recalling his Pokémon. He couldn't help the grin that ran over his face nor the whoop that escaped it. It had happened. He had finally beat Sabrina. She teleported the instant her Pokémon was recalled. A worthy battle, she admitted, eyes bright on her almost expressionless face. "You have indeed earned this badge." Ash held on to the metal like a dying man. 2 pale gold circles within each other, bright and shining. He could have sworn warmth emanated from its surface, although that might have been his flushed cheeks talking. "Return later, if you would like a true battle. I feel you have not yet shown your true potential." Leaving Ash to ponder the strange words, she teleported out of the battlefield with nary a hiss. Ash couldn't stop grinning. He glanced over but the referee was already gone, though the man hadn't seemed to do that much anyway. Thawne was probably expecting him to walk meekly out of the gym for the second time. He trotted toward the front door to prove the psychic wrong again. XXX. Ash walked through Saffron City. He had taken the logical step and had given Nurse Joy the night to heal up both of his Pokémon. Gale had spent nearly 3 minutes with poison in his system, even though it hadn't been a strong burst. In the heat of the moment he hadn't considered his friend's life, although by the way Nurse Joy was talking, it had been serious than he had thought. The town was nice, and he had explored around while waiting. Sylph Co. Tower was politely closed off to the public for tours at the moment, citing some sort of project an anonymous sponsor had donated for, though it wouldn't be released to the public for quite some time. But now he was ready to leave. Saffron was large and pressing, in the same way a mountain would be. He wanted the burst of fresh air that Route 7 would bring, although only for a week before he was in another city for another badge. Celadon City, home of both grass types and an unreasonable amount of tourists. He'd have to fight rather hard to get there, but that would mean a fair amount more trainers, which he hoped would cover the costs of an extra carnivore mouth to feed, which, along with the brush, had drained him more than he would have liked. He especially needed money to buy some of the fabled TMs in the Celadon department store. Though he had no idea what his team would get, that hardly changed his mind from his want for them. Moves to cover their weaknesses were a must before he focused on their strengths, although he was sure he would find something. Celadon had everything, it was almost their motto. So with that in mind, he started to set off toward the route. It would take him maybe 30 minutes to get through town if Nurse Joy was correct, and he wanted as big of a head start on the week-long Route 7 as he could get. But he stopped on the borders of the town, curiosity overcome. There was something furiously hissing down the closest alley, two bright eyes shining in the dark as they whipped around to stare at something. It was probably just a Meowth, but something still flickered in Ash's chest. Normally they were quiet creatures who avoided attention in order to carry out their thefts. But not this one, for some reason. Moving as quietly as he could, he crept down the alley, keeping his body low to the ground and avoiding any dead leaves or broken cans. Shadows fell heavily on him, the morning sun still hugging the horizon, but he zeroed in on the Pokémon's hisses. In another couple of seconds, he had reached the source of the noise just as it went silent. A Meowth stood stick straight in the alley, golden-brown fur shining as it stood in an awfully still position, claws raised and ears forward. Its wide eyes were slitted but open, unseeing, glowing a pale, unnatural blue. Ash watched as the Meowth stumbled unsteadily over to the wall of the nearest building as if it didn't know its own body, claws extending and sheathing at random and ears twitching like they were being blown in a breeze. With the shriek of stone, it fully extended its claws and began to rip away at the red brick. Ash blinked and stepped forward, foot clipping a rusted can and sending it clattering away. The Meowth's ears never even twitched, still furiously digging at the wall with the strength only Pokémon had. To his confusion, it was making headway. While he was still trying to figure out what was happening, it had worked out a divot nearly the size of its paw into the wall and was digging steadily deeper, almost as if it was trying to reach something. Ash saw drops of blood hit the brick. It was ripping itself as it tried to get to whatever was in the wall. It was then he moved. Releasing one of his Pokémon, he moved back as Rhyhorn thudded against the ground, settling his hand on his back. Rhyhorn looked up at him and rumbled in confusion, although his eyes narrowed quickly in on the Meowth as its claws scrapped another rough note from the stone. "Can you try and get it away from the wall? Don't hurt it, though. Be gentle," he tried, shifting closer, although he didn't get too close to the Meowth. All Pokémon were dangerous, although the enchanted normal type seemed less so. Rhyhorn plodded forward, pausing in front of the Scratch Cat Pokémon. It didn't even look at the noticeably larger Pokémon that it normally would have run away from. Scarlet eyes narrowing, Rhyhorn leaned forward and pushed his snout against the Meowth's chest. It only reacted by awkwardly shifting its arm up to keep digging at the brick. Ash made a go-on motion. Rhyhorn jabbed his horn at its chest and managed to throw it on its back, although he never pierced through its skin. The Meowth still kept staring up, eyes flickering with blue flame, arms extended as it dug at an imaginary wall. Ash could see the injury, a nick at the base of one of its claws, scrapped against the rock most likely. But it didn't stop digging, scrapping at whatever it couldn't see in front of it. Ash was thoroughly weirded out. It would only be a couple of minutes to the Pokémon Center, and he doubted the Meowth would move much with the trance it was in. Just as he turned to get Nurse Joy, someone appeared in the entrance of the alleyway. It was a man, one tall though rather lanky. He had pale blonde hair that curled over his shoulder in a manner akin to dreadlocks, outfit a strange mixture of black and light gray. The thing that stood out most were his vivid green eyes. Ash blinked. He recognized him. "Referee." The man's face dropped into a furious scowl and he seemed to barely restrain himself from a surge of frustration. "I was merely attending Sabrina's challenge in order to speak to her later." His voice was a tone biting, but he dropped it soon enough as his gaze fell upon the Meowth. "What did you do to it?" "Nothing." Rhyhorn rumbled up at the man, squaring his shoulders and puffing out dusty breath. His horn gleamed but Ash kicked him, silencing his growl and forcing him back a step so he wouldn't threaten the man so blatantly, though he scowled furiously from behind him. I just heard it in the alley and came to investigate. How'd you know it was here? For a moment, the man didn't seem to want to explain. But then he sighed and began to speak in a hurried, serious tone. It's generating enough psychic energy to be an alakazam, but the energy's message says it's under duress. Sabrina was checking out over 4 other accounts exactly like this, and she sent me off to find this one to give her the tiniest reprieve. The Meowth still clawed heedlessly at the sky, eyes flaring and flickering as the man grew closer. He touched its chest, moving skillfully around its flashing claws, and narrowed his eyes at the drops of blood collecting on its golden fur. Move back, he warned. I'm calling out one of my partners. Ash and Rhyhorn scuttled backward. With the flash of a Pokeball, a Pokemon appeared. It was equal to Ash, nearly 5 feet tall, although its strange mass of hair added several inches. Its fur was a dark shade of gray, shining like thunderclouds, spiked at the shoulders and knees. It had a fox-like face, narrow blue eyes sparking as it looked around, but the strangest thing was the hair. Ash could only compare it to a ponytail, a bloody red extension swirling down to the thing's feet. It looked around and growled in a surprisingly warm way, barely giving Rhyhorn more than a glance. Ash could understand why, even from several feet away, he could feel the presence the thing exuded, something thick and pressing. Zoroark, find the source. Can you trace it? The man said, stepping away from the Meowth. He reached into a bag on the side of his outfit, pulling out a shrunken Pokeball, though he primed it quickly. Hissing, Zoroark knelt by the normal type. It extended its claws, vividly scarlet things that looked longer than Rhyhorn's horn, and felt the air above the Meowth like it was testing for wind. After a moment, it looked back at the man and shook its head. He visibly gritted his teeth before sighing. Cut it. Baring its fangs, Zoroark felt the air one more time before sliding its claws back into its paws. It leaned down and nosed against the Meowth's chest, ignoring its pitiful claws as they scratched around its muzzle. With a flash, the blue around its eyes disappeared. The Meowth closed its eyes and yowled piteously, limbs sagging in some form of overreaching exhaustion. It opened its gaze to see Zoroark still touching its chest and promptly passed out. The man sighed, kneeling to tap the Pokeball against the Meowth. He stroked behind Zoroark's jagged ears as the ball quivered, thumbing over the tips in a familiar way. It chid up at him before it was recalled, disappearing quickly into its Pokeball. After another moment, the Pokeball chimed successful. Ash blinked. He had maybe understood one thing that happened. What was that? The man glanced over at him like he had forgotten he existed. Something was controlling the Meowth, filling it with that psychic energy. Zoroark was able to remove it as a dark type, but we'll have to hope on Sabrina finding the source with her psychic types. I wasn't able to. The man's expression twisted at those words. Zoroark? He focused in on the unfamiliar Pokemon name. Where's it from? The man corrected, sighing again. Unova. I doubt you'll find any others here. His expression sharpened again. Any reason you saw the Meowth? Not really. I just heard noises down the alley, and since most urban Pokemon keep pretty quiet, I was curious. I honestly didn't know what was happening. I was about to go get Nurse Joy, he offered, spreading his hands like it showed his innocence. The man stretched a hand over his temple as if he was rubbing away a migraine. Come along, then. Where are you heading? Route I'm going to challenge Erica. The man's lips quirked up at the fierce tone in his voice but didn't say anything about it. Why? I'll take you. Take it as thanks for keeping that Meowth from injuring itself more than it already was. Spinning on his heels fast enough to make his dark clothes flare out, he began to march out of the alley. Ash ran after him, cursing the man's longer legs. Rhyhorn trotted behind him, eyes less untrusting but not sold. As much as he was annoyed to admit, the man worked his way through the crowds like a master. He was an expert on flaring his chest and intimidating others to walk around him while hugging the sidewalks in order to avoid the larger, unmovable clumps. Ash trotted in his shadow, moving quickly to avoid being swallowed by the constantly moving people. In a mere 15 minutes, they had arrived at the edge of the town. Ash grinned at the fresh breeze that had never penetrated Saffron City reached his lungs, bright and refreshing. He made to take a step forward and paused when the man copied his motion. "What are you doing?" "Following you," he said blithely. "Unless you'd like to pull up your hood and stalk broodingly for the rest of your journey, of course." Ash couldn't help the pink tinge on his cheeks and shook his head. "No, I'm fine. I was just confused." They fell into step, although Ash was forced to lengthen his stride to match the man's freakish long legs. Rhyhorn faithfully trotted beside him, strengthening both his endurance and intimidation by maintaining a constant glare at the blonde. "While I was not the referee," he started, voice dipping slightly on the last word, "I was indeed watching your match. May I offer some pointers?" Ash brightened. "That'd be great, but only if you tell me your name." "Oh. I had forgotten." The man seemed like he had honestly thought he had mentioned it, blinking. "I am Gladion, serving under the League this year. I'm a step above ACE trainers, you'll find, and I get sent on whatever suits the League's fancy." There was both a bragging and bitter note in his voice. Ash frowned, but he couldn't place the name. Of course, there were thousands of people employed under the League, but he tended to pay attention to high-level ACE trainers and those above. A new employee, maybe? He didn't focus on it. He waited a second before starting again. "As I was saying, your Pokémon are well trained, though meager in their power at their current level. They are both fighters, however, I will indeed give you that. Will you call your team?" Ash released Gale. The Spearow shrieked, raising his wings as if to take to the air before he saw Gladion. His growl was even more impressive than when he used it on the Vulpix, and he nearly took to the skies before Ash knelt and scooped him up, placing him on his Spearow glove. "Sorry," he offered. "He's not too used to other people, I guess. Probably thought you were a trainer." Gladion nodded, removing his hands from his Pokeball. He hadn't ever seemed threatened, only curious. Ash waited a second more before releasing Scorch. She tensed and stared around, taking a long moment to absorb the surroundings. He felt a pang of guilt at her flinch at the sight of Gladion, but she recovered quickly and shook herself, curling his tails luxuriously before turning to Ash. "That's Rhyhorn, Gale, and Scorch," he said, pointing to each of them in turn. Scorch yipped a greeting while Rhyhorn rumbled, although Gale kept with a silent stare. He had seemed to understand shrieking directly in Ash's ear wasn't the most pleasant experience and had reined himself in recently. Gladion nodded. "They have good beginnings. Your Rhyhorn in particularly has good spirit. What is its ability?" At Ash's answer, he continued. "I would suggest teaching it Shock Wave. By letting it charge at the electricity generators in Pokémon centers, it can store the electricity until it learns how to naturally produce it by himself. There are several TMs I feel would be useful in Celadon, namely Flamethrower and Sandstorm. But I will that up to you. Your Spearow, Gale, was it? Is close to evolving. Its crest, in particular, is a good measure for this. It is smoothly transitioning to red, and I assume that its beak has lengthened since when you met. Increasing its food will help a safer evolution and perhaps limit its battles against weaker Pokémon. Spearow, in particular, have a much higher aggression rate than other Pokémon." Ash saw the slight smile on his face when he turned to Scorch. "Your newest member, I presume. When did you find it?" "Just en route. She was the leader of a pack." Gladion nodded. "For Tails is an accomplishment at her apparent young age. Vulpix are not known for their firepower, as I'm sure you've discovered, but their control is higher than most, if not all, other fire types. She will land more hits, but they will be weaker. Instead of training her on attempting to increase her power, I'd suggest more technique-based moves until she has 6 tails and can summon more fire. Hex and perhaps Fire Spin would not be bad choices. Thank you, Ash said, grinning. Scorch tucked herself closer to his leg as Gladion stopped moving, something buzzing against his wrist. He extended his arm and pulled back his sleeve to expose a pokenav humming quietly. The device looked several leaps and bounds ahead of his own Pokédex and Ash couldn't help but admire it. Gladion pressed 2 fingers against its screen and read the message that appeared, a dip appearing between his furrowed brows. He turned back to Ash. It appears I am summoned. Rest assured, the Meowth will be healed and returned to the wild in a safer location. If you will. Ash moved back at his motion, pulling Rhyhorn back by his spines. Gladion withdrew another Pokeball and released its occupant. He did recognize the Pokemon that came out, though he'd never seen one in person before. The Crobat was at the peak of its prime, purple fur gleaming and golden eyes bright. He couldn't believe that it was nearly as tall as him yet hovered in midair so effortlessly, it hardly seemed to even notice it was flying. It flapped its 4 wings smoothly, waiting patiently as Gladion offered it the Meowth's Pokeball. To Nurse Joy, he whispered. His Pokemon chittered at him before taking off, soaring so quickly into the sky it was little more than a dot in a heartbeat. Gladion smiled softly at it before he cleared his expression once again and turned to Ash. I will take my leave. The best of luck toward your gym battle, he said, turning sharply on his heel. Rather quickly, he was out of sight, heading back toward Saffron City. Ash turned back to his Pokemon, who were all staring up at him. In a silent response, he pried the marsh badge from his case and showed it to them. All voiced their excitement, eyes bright. He looked onward toward Route 7, where he would eventually find Erica and her team of grass types. Ash had beaten Sabrina. He wouldn't lose now. Ash was enjoying Route 7 far more than he probably should have. It was reasonably short with pleasant trees and wide expanses of open grassland, the sweet scent of pollen bobbing around as summer settled over Kanto. He hadn't found any more berry groves but the shining leaves of the oak trees, he guessed, at least, never let it be known that he knew everything about the Kanto wilderness, made for a stunning backdrop against the sun. Rhyhorn plodded diligently by his side, every footfall sending tiny tremors through the earth. Ash had been working slowly with him, conscious of his younger age, but he was growing nicely and Ash guessed maybe a month until he was full grown. Gale was somewhere overhead, flying furiously. Ash had long since given up trying to keep him from attacking any Pidgey that flew across his path, and his heightened aggression didn't help matters in the slightest. As far as he knew, there would be free pickings for any trainers coming behind him judging by the number of times Gale flew back to him with ruffled feathers. Scorch was, well, still a work in progress. He had bought her several types of food but she seemed to have no taste other than eat it all, a common staple of wild Pokemon. Eventually, he hoped to rein in the instinct to gorge herself as if she'd never get food again, but that would be a while, he knew. He had put her in several battles, though not against a water type yet, and she had shown her prowess. Scorch was the skill instead of the power that all of his Pokemon had been learning from. There had been a fair amount of trainers so far, and he had challenged all of them. A few had turned him down but it was still the beginning of most everyone's trainer journey, they were still full of the rich fire that kept them walking for hours every day chasing impossible dreams. Now that he had had his win streak broken by Sabrina, he hadn't felt quite as upset at having an older gentleman with a Seadra take him down. But all of the others had fallen before him. Scorch was rapidly growing in her pride now that he constantly brushed her and she was allowed to show her strength, and Ash was still working on a way to nip that little idea in the bud before it could consume her. But it was still a beautiful route, far from the drenched darkness of Route sunlight almost constantly played on his skin, to the point where he had ditched his protective pants for shorts and hadn't once thought about going back. Scorch thrived in the heat, Gale tolerated it, and Rhyhorn barely seemed to notice the temperature change. He had been training rather heavily, working on their old moves. Today, however, he was going to start on a few new ones, though he doubted they'd be ready by the time he challenged Erica. It just wasn't very realistic. The night was chilly, though it still was better than he had found on some of the other routes. Beedrill had made themselves an issue that day and he kept a keen ear even as he set out his team in front of him. Rhyhorn docilely sat there, ready for his command, and he smiled and tapped the ground type behind his horn, earning a pleased rumble. Next gym is grass types, which means Gale and Scorch are going to be the main trainers. Rhyhorn, bud, you're going to have to sit this one out. He was prepared for the furious rumble, but that didn't mean he didn't wonder whether his starter would be able to hold his own. Ash knelt down by the Spikes Pokemon, rubbing a hand between his plates and scratching out the weak old dirt that had worked itself beneath his armor. I'm sorry, Rhyhorn. But you have a double weakness and you don't have any moves that you could use to counteract that. I promise that this and Misty's gym might be the only ones you might not fight in. I promise for all the others you'll be my main fighter. Rhyhorn made another sad croon, trying to convince him that he could fight, but Ash shook his head. He knew what he needed to do. Another touch behind the horn and he stood up to finish addressing the rest of his team. Alright guys, I've got a few new moves I'd like you to learn. Don't worry about getting them perfect in time for the battle. Rhyhorn, I think it's time we moved on from Smackdown. Rock Blast is a pretty powerful move and I think we can get it to the point where you can create rocks instead of pulling them from the ground. I'll work with you first. Gale, work on speed for a bit until I come over. Scorch, I have some ideas for your next move, but not yet. Right now, I want you to work on your control of your embers and will-o-wisps. It's only the most basic of psychic control, but I know you can learn more psychic attacks, so this will be a great stepping stone if you can really get your control down to a T. She yipped in confirmation, twitching her tails. Gale took to the skies with a disgruntled shriek. He didn't like playing second fiddle to Rhyhorn, though Ash rather expected he'd change his tune once he showed him the next move he wanted him to learn. Scorch waited patiently a moment before he gestured to a corner of their clearing, a section relatively clear of most vegetation and underbrush. Rhyhorn rumbled and trotted after Ash. Ash kept going for a second until he was able to find what he was looking for, a boulder, one about the size of him. Horn attack, he said, pointing toward the stone. Rhyhorn narrowed his scarlet eyes before lunging forward and slamming his horn up. He couldn't stop the high chuckle that escaped him once the dust cleared. The boulder was in shambles, broken chunks littering the floor with barely anything intact. Actually, it was a little more broken than he wanted, but no matter. Pretending to be inspecting the rock, he scooped up a handful of dirt. Ash spun around and tossed it into the air. Catch! Rhyhorn rumbled in surprise but managed to lock onto the earth, letting only a few chunks fall while the rest hovered near his spines. He leveled a glare at Ash but kept floating the smackdown above him. Okay, set it down. His starter did so, and Ash knelt again. He came up with a pebble about the size of his fist. Catch this. Rhyhorn narrowed his eyes, clearly concentrating, and Ash tossed the pebble. It slowed for a second before smacking Rhyhorn right between the eyes. He roared in far more confusion than pain, almost going cross-eyed to see where the offending stone had hit him. Part of the rock had broken off with impact. Ash laughed, bending over to pick up the rock again. It's going to be a lot harder. Try picking it up straight from my hand, it might be easier. He extended his palm, fingers flat. If Rhyhorn looked any harder at the rock, it was going to explode. He could feel it wobble in his palm, shaking and trembling. The very tip of the jagged edge left his skin before falling again. Rhyhorn let out a puff of dusty breath, sighing and shaking his head. This was going to take a while. Rhyhorn, let's work on something different. This isn't going to be a walk in the park, and I don't want you getting frustrated. So what I want you to do is split your attention between Rock Blast and Stone Sense. I'm going to toss this rock, not at you, and I want you to find it and try to move it. He paused. I'll be covering your eyes, though. His starter narrowed his eyes, leaning down to shove his nose at the closest rock while Ash went back over to his bag. He found his dirtiest pair of pants and, wincing at the smell, walked back over to Rhyhorn, holding them up. Folding the legs together, he laid it over Rhyhorn's eyes and tied the ends behind his faceplate. The ground type sneezed, shaking his head. Ash hadn't been kidding when it was his dirtiest pair of pants. Route 7 had had a pleasant enough rain in his first couple of days, but that pleasant rain soon went away and was replaced by rivers of mud. Gale hadn't even dared to land on the constantly falling Ash's shoulder, flying high overhead. Scorch had avoided it by perching on Rhyhorn's back, who had barely seemed to notice the weight. He enjoyed the mud, though Ash had had to dig away copious amounts from beneath his plates and spines once they stopped for the night. Ash knelt back down by the ruined boulder, picking up a dozen smaller rocks. Rhyhorn turned toward him, already extending his stone sense to feel his vibrations. He stomped his foot, waited for a second, and threw the first stone. It landed a couple of feet to Rhyhorn's right. The ground type rumbled, spines twitching before turning roughly toward the direction. He was good at sensing human-sized vibrations, but anything smaller was still an issue. Ash nodded, watching the rock tremble against the ground. Once it seemed to make all the progress Rhyhorn would, he tossed another, nearly 7 feet away. This time, Rhyhorn turned several directions, his confusion only growing once the vibrations gave way. Ash stepped forward to pry the edge of his pants up, exposing the stone nearly 90 degrees to his left. Rhyhorn growled in frustration. He flicked his head back to knock the pants down, jerking his head at Ash to continue. Ash was only too happy to comply. XXX. Gale came only a minute after he whistled, shrieking proudly. He was missing a primary, must have been a Pidgeotto to do that amount of damage. But the Spearow seemed no worse for wear and instead held himself tall, BRST puffed out in victory. Ash sighed and stroked over his crest, smoothing down the fearsome red feathers. He held up his Pokédex, where a video was open. Okay, this new move will probably take you a long time to learn. I expect you'll probably still be working on it well after everyone else finishes. He barely had time to finish his sentence before Gale squawked outrageously. He flexed his wings, shaking his head and turning it to the side, pointedly looking away from him. Ash couldn't help the grin that spread over his face. I did mention the fact that it's normally only Fearow that learn this move, right? Or that it never misses. Or that most Pokemon have to download the knowledge because they can't gather the energy needed to use it. His grin widened as Gale pet his head in his direction. He held up his Pokédex. In fact, in all of the searching I did, I couldn't find a single video of a Spearow doing it, because it's supposed to be so powerful only Fearow can do it. If you learn it, no one will see it coming. Ash faked a long, suffering sigh. If only you wanted to learn it, though. Gale shrieked, taking off to land on Ash's shoulder pad. Ash grinned and covered the Pokédex screen with his hand. The Spearow pecked, softly, at his shoulder, puffing out his feathers and only barely containing another angry shriek. Oh, but I thought you didn't want to learn it. It'll take too long. Ash couldn't hold back the teasing, but after one look in Gale's narrowed eyes, he gave in, still laughing. Alright, you dumb bird. Here you go. He uncovered the Pokédex and showed the screen to Gale. It began with a Fearow flying overhead, large and powerful, obviously at its prime. The very air curved around it. Then, with a shriek 100 times louder than Gale's, it began to glow a fearsome white, infused with energy. Like a speeding comet, it fell from the sky, wings tucked to its side and enormous beak extended. It hit a tree nearly 3 feet across and broke it in half immediately. The video ended right as the trunk groaned and thudded to the ground. Ash looked over at Gale's wide eyes. That's called Aerial Ace. It's probably the most powerful move I could teach you right now. And believe me when I say that it's going to take a while. Gale shook his head, extending his wings and shrieking. Ash winced at the sound but took it for what it meant, he was ready to learn. We're going to start with the energy. You already have a hold on it with Razor Wind, but we need to expand that. The second aspect is speed. If you don't go fast enough, you won't be able to use the move. Don't get me wrong, Gale, while it's incredibly powerful, it's also dangerous. If you don't learn it right, this could seriously injure you. What you're going to do is do speed exercises while using Razor Wind. I doubt you'll make much headway today, but see whether you can prove me wrong. Gale shrieked, spreading his legs to take off. With an almost pleased chirp, he leaned over and nipped at Ash's ear, immediately taking off the next second. Ash laughed, touching his ear. Seems they were finally understanding each other. XXX. Scorch yipped at him when he approaching, dissolving the will-o-wisp above her head before he could be caught in its hypnosis. The blue flame attracted his attention for the second even while it disappeared. You're really good at that move, girl, he congratulated, before frowning for a second. What do you use to make it? She narrowed her eyes, flicking her tails up. He could see a bluish hue appear from the red-brown of her fur, but it disappeared before it could fully form. Scorch looked up at him, confusion in her eyes as she seemed to try and figure out how to tell him. What she settled for was digging at the ground. Earth? Ground? He asked, but she growled and kept digging. By the time she had gotten both of her front paws in the ground, she apparently found what she was looking for. A whitish pebble was thrown in front of him. Rock energy. She shook her head. He knelt by the rock, picking it up and looking it over. Ash couldn't find anything other than a regular rock and he set it down again, the white sharp against the ground. Scorch yipped to get his attention before falling on her side rather dramatically, closing her eyes and going still. It took him a moment to understand. Death? She yipped again, before standing up. Bracing her front paws on the ground, she threw her head back and made the sound that had first announced her arrival. A hunting cry. Once she saw he understood, she cut it off and fell into a battle crouch, tails whipping. She pounced on the rock, picking it up in her fangs. When you hunt, you can use it. She narrowed her eyes again, thinking, before picking up the rock and miming dying again. Ash suddenly understood. When you kill something for the first time, you're able to use the energy. Scorch barked warmly, dropping the pebble back into the earth. Ash guessed it was meant to be bone or something similar. So that means that it uses ghost-type energy. Girl, I was going to teach you fire spin next, but I think I have a better plan that you'll like. Ash sat down cross-legged, and Scorch immediately trotted forward to lay down in his lap. He chuckled but began to pet her, teasing out a knot from one of her tails. See, Vulpix are strangely connected to the Mind Arts trio. You can, in total, learn 5 psychic moves, 4 ghost moves, and 5 dark-type moves, and that's without TMs. That's a fair amount for a Pokemon not part of that type, right? She yipped, listening intensely. Vulpix aren't the most physically sturdy creatures, I think you know. So it's thought that they evolved their mind to defend themselves, namely with the Mind Arts trio. That's how you have so good of control over your fireballs. He scratched behind her ears, eliciting a pleased yip, deep in thought. So I think the best idea right now is to teach you more ghost moves. You already have access to the energy, which is really quite impressive, and something that causes a lot of harm while keeping you safely out of harm's way is Hex. It's a ghost move, but with a special attack. If the Pokemon is poisoned, burned, paralyzed, or others, it uses that pain to double the attack. She yipped, excited. So if we can learn Will-O-Wisp to a finer degree of control and then add Hex after that, I don't think a lot of Pokemon could stand up to you. Ash regrettably pushed her out of his lap, unwinding his legs to stand up and stretch. So practice Will-O-Wisp today, girl, and I think tomorrow we'll be able to start on Hex. I promise I'll teach you another fire move soon, but right now this is the best option. Scorch yipped her agreement. Ash hurried out of the corner before she could create the hypnotic flames, grinning. XXX. Ash was tired, sweaty, and sore when he finally finished trudging through the route. Celadon City awaited, and with it Erica, the gym leader. He just had to find them first. He smelled it before he even saw it. Back in Pallet Town, there had been a grove of pine trees that his mother adored. She would take home the needles and distill them in a pot of water until the entire house smelled like nature. Every time he turned a corner, he half expected to find a small forest instead of his room, Rattata and Pidgey roaming everywhere. Celadon City was like that, but multiplied. Pine fresh combined with wildflowers combined with mint hit him like a Hitmonchan. It was a wall surrounding the city, mixing with the route's own natural scent and emboldening it up 1,000%. He walked in hesitantly, dirt fading away to slabs of stone beneath his feet. Though the smell was strong, it wasn't quite overpowering, and he adjusted after a few seconds. The next issue came with the buzz of people he could hear even before he had gotten onto the final stretch to Celadon. Ash was well aware that a few cities in Kanto received more attention than others. Saffron had the largest company beside the League and attracted many hopefuls. Vermilion was a coast town, tourists swarmed Cinnabar Island like a Meowth on something shiny. Celadon was crowded, sure, but it was supposed to be a fraction of the people in Cinnabar. When he finally pushed past the route and ended up on the paved streets of Celadon, he figured this was probably pretty close to being hit by a twister from a Dragonite. Hundreds of people darted around him, people in the faux, brightly colored shirts that hung low at the hem and sleeves in a horrible mockery of a kimono, the sacred wear of Kusa clan. He grimaced as someone shoved past him, their kimono some sort of bright purple with Celadon City scrawled over the back. He refused to call them kimonos. They weren't. He almost bet that he'd next run into someone wearing a sacred cape from the Hebe clan. Champion Lance would roast them nice and toasty on one of his dragons. But he shouldered his way through the crowd as best he could. Rhyhorn was pulled back almost instantly. Even he, the scrawny little 10-year-old that he was, didn't have one part of him that wasn't constantly jostled by the crowd. Rhyhorn, who was nearly 5 feet long, wouldn't last half a second, and Scorch had scratched at his leg to recall her the second the dull roar of the tourists reached her ears. Gale was still somewhere overhead, but he could handle himself. The Spearow would rip apart a Pidgeot if he thought it was challenging him. He shuffled his way forward. The only good part so far of a tourist destination was that the vastly more popular things, such as the department store, were readily pushed forward and accessible. Within 10 minutes, he saw its gleaming silver walls rise above the earth. He never saw its doors close with the number of people going in and out. Someone shouted over the crowd. Next to the Celadon department store was the Celadon market, famous for its berries. He didn't have any more citrus berries, but he'd buy man-made potions instead of relying on them this time. No, he was here for a different reason. Clawing at some man's arm until he begrudgingly moved aside, Ash fought his way toward the open-air market. Stalls lined every side, each drenched in brightly colored clothes and signs to attract attention. Fewer people were here, most came for the department store for all of the vastly cheaper options, but it was still enough he felt overwhelmed. Stopping for a second to catch his breath, Ash steadied himself before moving forward. Each market saw his trademarked scuffed clothes and pokeballs and recognized him as a trainer. All of them shouted at him, their compliments of their products blurring together before they ever reached his ears. He shook himself and took a quick right to the first stall beside him, where 5 large berries were proudly displayed in front and several boxes behind. The woman immediately launched into a sales play. In the end, he had what he was looking for and much more. His trainer ID hissed at him, still full of all of the things he wanted to buy at the department store, but the berries in his bag would help him in the long run as well. Thanking the woman and sliding an extra 5 over as a tip, he scampered out of the market and into the relative safety of the Pokemon Center. Even that was plugged high. Trainers were summoned by the siren call of the department store as much as tourists, and Ash was given a room on the 3rd floor for the first time. He wasn't upset, it wasn't any different than any of the others, and it wasn't exactly like an extra flight of stairs compared to 2 months on the route. 2 months. He blinked, thinking back along the routes he had gone down. Though he wasn't completely sure, it had been nearly 60 days since he'd started his journey. He'd missed his 1-month marker without even recognizing it, as well as his second. It was a bit upsetting. But now wasn't the moment. Kicking the swivel chair to the corner of the room, he released Rhyhorn, Scorch, and Gale. His starter faithfully looked up at him, waiting patiently to know what was going on. Scorch scratched at the ground, sniffing curiously. She had been in Pokemon centers before, but her nose was beyond anything Rhyhorn or Gale had. There were probably years of scents in the carpet. Gale, of course, immediately took flight to the perch in the corner of the room, ruffling his feathers and shrieking. "We're in Celadon, guys," he grinned. "That means gym battle." Gale and Rhyhorn immediately perked up, Scorch flicking her tails and looking up at him. Liquid steel filled her eyes. He had explained what they were, and there was nothing more than wanted than to prove her merit in a battle that truly meant something. "Gale, Scorch, remember that this'll be your battle. I need you two to be in tip-top shape, so don't push yourself tonight or tomorrow. Get plenty of sleep, yes, I mean you, Gale." He fixed the bird with a glare, but Gale just turned away, squawking rather proudly. "Today will be for strategies and a little something I've wanted to give you guys for a while, TMs. I think I can afford 3, maybe 4 if they're cheap. It teaches you a new move automatically. So we don't have to worry about trying to learn your other moves immediately." Rhyhorn rumbled, flexing his plates. Ash grinned and patted him behind the horn, an action that barely required him to bend over. "But first, I want you two to rest. I want to do something with Rhyhorn first," he said, shooing Gale and Scorch off. The Vulpine immediately went toward the corner opposite Gale, curling up into a tiny ball with her 4 tails settling over her muzzle. While Ash knew that Scorch could launch fireballs from her tails and control them psychically with no issues like an avenging angel of fire, it was hard to compare that to the tiny ball of fluff in the room. He settled for turning back to Rhyhorn and grabbing the bag of berries he had bought. "Okay bud, I got you something to try." Sitting cross-legged in front of the ground type, he stuck an arm into the bag and felt around the vaguely spherical objects until he selected one at random and pulled it out. A Durin berry. He had only gotten one after the berry seller's warning, something about extreme bitterness. It was a pale green, slightly larger than his fist, covered in strange nubs that looked a bit like armor. He squeezed it lightly, then harder. Pretty firm. Rhyhorn rumbled as he offered it, nosing at the berry in almost confusion. He leaned forward and took a bite. The effect was instantaneous. He immediately growled and turned around, though he didn't spit it out. Ash chuckled and set the berry aside. He'd kind of expected that. "I promise, I got better berries. Here, try this one." A blue berry, crisp and blue with 2 protrusions on the top. He almost wanted to take a bite. Rhyhorn barely touched the thing before it caved in on itself, the blue skin flopping as the inside squished. Ash sighed, gesturing for Rhyhorn to open his mouth before tossing it in. Well, she had said it was extremely soft. Rhyhorn seemed to enjoy the sourness better than the bitterness, at least. Aka, Watmel, and Pyapa berries were greeted with the same enthusiasm. Rhyhorn enjoyed the harder berries that he could actually chomp down on with his rocky shell and powerful teeth. He ate all 3 yak berries and was begging for more, but Ash had only bought 3 of each berry at a maximum. Gonlon berries were surprisingly enjoyable, and the smell made Ash want to try. Key and Moringa were the 2 Ash was going to force feed him even if Rhyhorn didn't like the flavors, though he didn't seem to mind them all too much. Charty, Aguave, and Bluck berries were a different story. Rhyhorn had speared the Aguave on his horn when Ash teased him with a second, which left Ash roaring with laughter as the juices dribbled over his plates. His starter's surprisingly effective pleading had left him removing the berry and wiping away its remains, though. Scorch woke up from her nap after a while and Ash had fed her the leftover berries. She was extremely fond of the spicy berries, but just like with her food, she devoured anything he put in front of her. But he noted down the spiciness for later. Gale had snagged one of the sherry berries he no doubt recognized from Route 1 but refused any of the others. Ash must have spent nearly an hour throwing chunks of berries for Rhyhorn to catch, no doubt shaking the ceiling of whatever poor bugger was below him. Yak berries would be added to the eventual shopping list, as well as ganlan, sherry, and whatever properly spicy concoction he could find. But now, it was time to fight his way to the department store. Berries would come later, maybe early in the morning when the tourists hadn't quite woken up yet. Recalling his team, he started toward the door. XXX. Ash muttered an apology to the woman he had just elbowed before popping into the department store like a bullet seed. The first floor was basic necessities, like food, common clothes, and the like, and it was surprisingly empty. Most everyone went higher. As he walked towards the stairs, not trusting the elevator with his life, he scanned the level breakdown. First was basics. Second was the gift shop, he would only go there if the world was ending. Third was kiosks, open shopping again. Fourth was basic trainer supplies, cheaper than the Pokemon Center. Fifth was extra trainer supplies. Grinning, he started up. In only a short while, he stood in front of the fifth floor. It was wide and open, only a few walls to support the monster of a roof. Everything else was filled with equal amounts of shelves for the cheaper items and glass-covered trays for the more expensive items. Ash, however, made a beeline for the line of 5 machines near the entrance. 4 other trainers were there as well, with around 3 dozen milling around the store that he could see just from the entrance, but it was infinity less than he was sure he'd find on the second floor. With the push of a button, it powered to life. A search bar appeared, and he quickly typed in Rhyhorn. In another second, a list of every TM Rhyhorn could learn appeared. He couldn't help the grin that spread over his face. While he knew it would be an incredible list, it seemed almost too good to be true. Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunder, Rock Tomb, Stone Edge, Poison Jab, Rain Dance, the list went on and on. He scrolled through over and over, eventually clicking up to open another tab and typing in Spearow and Vulpix. Their lists were just as long, though he noticed Gale was a bit lacking in options. But it was now that he peeled his eyes away from the screen of infinite possibilities and looked at the reality of his budget. With each being $3,000, though a few were cheaper or more expensive depending on the move, he could afford 3. If he had come later, followed the same path as everyone else, he might have been able to afford more, but not now. Sighing slightly, he turned back to the list with a harder eye. Scorch needed moves not focused around sheer power. Glad Ion had suggested Hex and Fire Spin, but she could learn both of those naturally. Though Energy Ball screamed his name to cover her major weakness, he knew she was already going to be learning Hex, which would just make the burden of another element all the more difficult. After a while, he finally selected Flame Charge. It wasn't the most powerful of moves, but it'd give her a physical edge she just didn't have yet, while also being an extra extension of Flash Fire to use. Gale was easier, actually. He was already working on, or attempting to, Aerial Ace, and while Fly looked promising, the extra 1,000 changed his vote to Steel Wing. It was insanely dangerous in the right hands, or wings, and would remove one of Gale's weaknesses. He bet the vicious little bird would enjoy it. Rhyhorn was a physical beast, but his control over his elements was improving. Rock Blast was coming along and Horn Attack hadn't failed yet. Ash knew he'd be working on Shock Wave next, and then, if he could manage it, Icy Wind, which meant there was no reason to buy either of the electric or ice moves. Flamethrower would be extremely useful, covering both grass and ice types, but rock Polish also had numerous advantages. In the end, he focused on Rhyhorn's weakness. Being a rock and ground type left him a lot of double weaknesses, and any way to cover 2 at the same time would be brilliant. Closing the machine's window, he walked toward one of the shelves. Flamethrower was easily enough to find, and Flame Charge was only a few feet away on the fire section, though he had to search a bit harder for Steel Wing. His search led him right across the track of a huddled bunch of tourists. Curiosity piqued, he scooted forward to see what they were looking at. Nestled on a bed of silk cloth, safely protected behind 3 panels of glass and laser security, were 3 evolutionary stones. One gleamed like a violently scarlet sunset, one was pale and twisted, the color of hardened coral, and the third was a pale green lit from within by a topaz hue. Fire stone, water stone, and thunder stone. One of which would allow Scorch to evolve. He left after another second. She wasn't ready and his budget wasn't ready to handle the 5 figures needed to buy those buggers. The employee gave him a pale smile that had probably been used too many times today as they rang him up. He flicked his trainer ID under the scanner, thanked them, and scampered out of the store. XXX. The training grounds behind the Pokémon Center, rather thankfully, had been built with Celadon City's appeal in mind. Nearly half a dozen, all with room for multiple trainers, stretched out behind the glass-domed building. Ash patted himself on the back for finding an empty one and set up for his training. He didn't release his Pokémon first. Pulling out the complementary transfer, he removed the discs from their protective layer, moving carefully as to not fumble and drop them, and slipped them into the 6 available slots. Rhyhorn's Pokeball went in first. The disc hummed as it began spinning, releasing a torrent of knowledge into the twitching Pokeball. His hands warmed up as the entire machine harnessed the power of fire, bright red flashes of light escaping over Rhyhorn's Pokeball. It was a neat effect. Scorch's looked much the same, though hers faded faster before flashing green for complete. It didn't take nearly as much effort to teach a fire type how to use a fire move. Gale's was a little less exciting, though the flashing silver blended smoothly with the transfer. He didn't bother removing the discs when he was done. Some stores accepted used TM discs for a small compensation fee. Rhyhorn rumbled as he was released, peering around and opening his mouth. Ash saw heat waver above his horn and wondered idly where it'd be released from. Scorch didn't seem too excited, though her tails flicked more enthusiastically than normal. Gale immediately took to the sky and would have tried out his new move if Ash hadn't glared at him. Rhyhorn, try Flamethrower. Aim over there, he said, pointing away from his Pokémon and any other trainers. His starter nodded and took a battle stance, spines sliding against each other. The heat picked up once again and Rhyhorn rumbled, opening his fanged mouth. With a flash, an explosion of heat burst into the air. It roared forward for a couple of feet before erupting in a sort of bang. Rhyhorn roared with satisfaction as the heat faded, the grass nearly 15 feet away charred. Scorch chid at him, though Gale seemed annoyed at his rival's success. The grin on his face couldn't be contained. That'll show any grass or ice type, bud. Great job. He didn't doubt the damage would be insane when that move connected. Scorch went next. She didn't need a target but she wouldn't want to hit them. Circle us with flame charge, he encouraged, pulled Rhyhorn a bit closer to give her a wider range to run in. She yipped a confirmation and activated flash fire. It flared over her fur for a moment before the edges of the flames almost seemed to catch fire again, growing much brighter and trickling onto the ground. Speeding like she had just activated quick attack, Scorch took off and easily lapped them twice before Ash could even track her with his eyes. He laughed. She seemed to have no problem harnessing the speed boost the move could sometimes offer. If he could only find a way to add quick attack and combine the moves, she'd be unstoppable. Gale shrieked irritably, ready for his move. Scorch peeled to a stop, releasing her ability, and welcomed Ash's thorough scratching behind her ears. The Spearow flapped again, readying himself. Rhyhorn, pull up some rock blasts and drop them over there. Rhyhorn rumbled and concentrated, ripping up several chunks of rock and setting them carefully in a sort of pile a few feet away. His control was getting much better. Ash didn't even open his mouth before Gale dropped into a dive. His whole body seemed to flash a fearsome silver as he fell, and it was only another second before he blinked out of sight and slammed into the rocks with a crunch. Dust billowed out. Gale shrieked victoriously, hopping out of the pile of pebbles with his wings still shining a brilliant metallic hue. Not a single feather was out of place despite the hit that would have broken bones without the steel energy. Ash grinned and picked him up, placing him gently on his Spearow pad. Steel Wing actually made him heavier. He looked over his team, kicking the pebbles into the holes Rhyhorn had made. Someone else would clean up to mess later. I think we're ready. Rhyhorn roared in response. XXX. Turns out, there was one more distraction before he went to fight Erikakusa. As he made his way back into the Pokemon Center, a familiar face greeted him relaxing on one of the couches. Derek? The boy looked up. Ketchum, yeah. You won a battle. He blinked but nodded, grinning. A warm-up round before the gym battle tomorrow. Perfect, really. Sure. Fields are in the back. Derek waited a second, stuffing his book back into his bag, before standing and following Ash back to the battlefields. Most of the trainers had started to turn in for the night, checking in with Nurse Joy for their Pokemon or one last snack from the free meals in the back. It was cool outside, the sun still out but lessened in its power. The fierce mint scent never seemed like it would go away. So how'd you get to Celadon so fast? Ash asked as they made their way around. I thought you were going to Brock Misty Path. Skipped Misty and Sabrina, Derek said. Sandshrew wasn't ready to handle them and I don't have any advantages. My other three are still pretty weak. You'll see soon enough, anyway. His smile was bitter. He nodded, though he didn't really understand. Where's Leaf? Left her somewhere near Cerulean. We weren't really traveling partners. After that, they reached the training fields with only 4 other trainers, which gave them a wide range of options. Derek picked one closest to them. It had a few burn marks but other than that was pretty well kept. Ash marched to the opposite side of the field, hands resting on his Pokemon. It was perfect for one last battle before the challenge tomorrow. He tossed out Scorch's Pokeball. She emerged, yawning. The second she caught sight of the battlefield, she tensed up and turned to face Derek, tails whipping over her head. Flash Fire activated only a second later. His face was impassive as he tapped along his Pokeballs. She's my newest capture, Ash offered. I'm hoping this'll give her some more confidence. But she's going to be my winning prize against Erika. Derek's eyes flashed at that. With a smooth movement, he released his Pokemon, a shorter brown bipedal thing with quills covering its back. Ash frowned. Derek had called out his starter against Ash's newest Pokemon. The Sandshrew squeaked over the battlefield, shuffling its silver claws against the ground and looking generally unthreatening. But Ash knew the little bugger showed some more strength than its outer appearance showed. This might not be the confidence boost Scorch needed. But he'd fight anyway. They were cave dwellers, its eyes were probably weak. Light show, then ember. Heat wave after that. With a roar, Scorch flung her tails over her head and ignited a fire on each tip. The flash was enough to have Ash blinking away spots. Sandshrew was far from better, squeaking furiously as it lashed out blindly with its claws. Scorch blurred backward with quick attack and launched 4 neat fireballs from her tails. They exploded against Sandshrew's side, pushing it down on its side. She seized her advantage, rushing forward and releasing a rippling aura of heat from her tails that slammed onto the ground type. Yipping warmly, she rushed back to Ash's side of his command and waited. Sandshrew whined, but its ground typing prevented too much damage. Rising back to its feet, it chittered at its trainer. Ash narrowed his eyes. Magnitude. Derek had one corner of his mouth twitched up. His Pokemon squeaked back before leaping into the air, energy dripping from its paws. Jump! Ash shouted, but Sandshrew had clearly mastered the move. By the time Scorch's paws had cleared an inch above the ground, the earth trembled and snapped upward, slamming her sky high, writhing and twisting in pain. She yelped as she hit, her paws bruising almost immediately. Sandshrew wrenched a chunk of dirt up from the ground, shifting it into mud almost immediately. Scorch's self-preservation instincts kicked in far before her sense of reason and she booked it almost off the field in her effort to get away. Focus, Ash said softly. She jerked toward his voice, ears twitching wildly. Ember and Will-O-Wisp. Aim for its head. Scorch flicked her tails, releasing the 4 fireballs she needed. Swirling them around her head, she launched them even as Derek shouted his command. Sandshrew dodged too and was hit by the others, but it shrugged them off and started its move. Though she had already begun to summon Will-O-Wisp, the second Scorch saw the beginning of Mud Slap. She released the bluish flames and bolted. Ash closed his eyes. She had been hit too badly and her wild instincts were coming forward. He could try and control her but he rather doubted it would work. Holding up her pokeball, he recalled her before the Mud Slap could come anywhere close to her fleeing form. "I recall Vulpix," he called. "You win this round." Derek's grin was wide. "Thanks for that," he said, holding up his pokeball. Before Ash could even ask for a 2v2 battle, he had recalled his Pokémon and crossed the field, hand extended for his money. Ash gave him the standard fee and Derek immediately headed back into the Pokémon Center. Ash narrowed his eyes. His teeth grit themselves, grinding inside his skull, but he just released his frustration in a growl and turned away. It had been a low blow, but Derek wasn't Leaf. He had forgotten about that in sight of a familiar face. Next time Derek would release first. Speaking of. He watched the scarlet energy form into Scorch, who immediately tensed and glanced around, ears pinned and tails thrashing. Ash waited for a second to make sure she wouldn't active flash fire before stroking her behind the ears, slowly relaxing her tense muscles until she whined and curled up in his lap. "I'm sorry, girl. He used his strongest Pokémon against you. I should have fought better. This wasn't your fault." She yipped at him, but it wasn't full of her regular fire. He dug through his bag and pulled out his brush, focusing on her tails first while still stroking behind her ears. Though his arms burned by the end, it was all worth calming down the anxious little fire type. XXX. Ash looked up at the Celadon gym, which was surprisingly empty despite the flow of tourists and trainers behind him. It made some sort of sense. Most tourists didn't fight in gyms and it was early enough in the morning most other trainers would be preparing for the fight instead of getting right to it. The outside was nice enough. Red brick with swirling green letters painted directly onto the walls. While he couldn't even begin to understand them, he did recognize them, Kusa clan symbols, their hidden language they passed down generation from generation. If the rumors were true, Erika took her Kusa heritage very seriously. Those symbols, which meant everything from protection sigils to honoring the Pokémon gods, could be found on every wall of the gym and most everything she owned. Her kimonos were far from the cheap swaths of fabric gift shops sold, handmade and of the highest quality Ariados silk. She honored full, half, and new moons and the perfumes she made were blessed by her ancient spirits. Celadon City had risen to greatest under her calm brilliance. That was not to say her practices got in the way of her gym. While it was indeed true she took far more care to protect the Pokémon of the trainers that challenged her, her own Pokémon were excellently trained and as smart as a whip. Her Parasect, normally universally recognized as a useless Pokémon, had stopped many challengers in their tracks. He pushed on the door and walked inside. The smell quickly upgraded itself, the mint. Almost overpowering and joined with something far sweeter. Though Erika was paid by the League, her side business of perfumes had made her sweet coin with their popularity. But the inside, once he got over the smell, was pleasant. The lights on each side were so similar to sunlight that he almost thought he was outside, though he knew they were greenhouse lights. Wooden floors with etched symbols lined up the walls as well, and the roof was arched in the traditional manner. A receptionist nodded to him as he entered, eyes flicking to his pokeballs. "Welcome. Are you here for a gym battle?" At his nod, she continued, sliding a lock of brown hair behind her ear. "Well, Erika is out in the field now, as your luck would have it. She might be doing something, so give her a moment to get ready." Accepting her directions, he thanked her and went toward the direction that she had pointed him. The smell grew stronger, though not by much, and once he found the door that led onto the battlefield it was like walking in a cloud of flower petals. As soon as his nose adjusted, he wondered whether his mother would ever leave this place. It was very different than Sabrina's or Serge's. Instead of being an empty field of dirt, it was an actual functioning greenhouse, plants of every size and shape lining the walls and ground. Berry trees towered above most, but he spotted the offending mint placed evenly along the ground as well. He saw the gym leader quickly. She was in the middle, surrounded by a few types, namely a Chikorita, Tangela, and Gloom. Her kimono was expertly tied off with a wide red ribbon, contrasting neatly with the pale green and emerald embroidery. A bowl of something steaming, tea, if he knew the Kusa rituals properly, sat between her legs, but she wasn't drinking it. Instead, she held her hands, palm up, in front of her, eyes closed and dark hair tied back in the traditional wear. Impossibly, the steam from the tea seemed to move in the air, twitching like a heartbeat and ignoring natural laws as it twined around the Pokémon near her. Her chest rose smoothly and the steam matched it, he realized. His foot brushed a leaf. Immediately, the steam began to rise normally, fading out in midair. Erika opened pale green eyes, almost matching her kimono, and met his gaze without an ounce of hesitation. Her Pokémon peered at him as well, but they seemed almost sleepy. "Hello." "Hi," he offered, stepping forward. She unfolded smoothly and stood, palms meeting in a half bow. The Chikorita to her right extended two of its vines and picked up the tea bowl, careful not to spill a drop, and carried it away. "My name is Erika Kusa, and I am the leader of this gym. I assume you are here for a challenge." At his nod, she continued. "And you are?" "I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and I have 2 badges." Her eyes glittered with interest. "Brock and Misty's, I assume?" "No." He shook his head, a grin spreading over his face. "Serge and Sabrina's. I went through the Diglett cave." "How interesting. Would you prefer a 2v2 or a 3v3? She reached into the folds of her kimono, retrieving 3 pokeballs that was spun through her fingers effortlessly. Erika was a very calm person, but there was no denying the strength she had to bring the gym to one of the highest in Kanto. 2v2. While he wanted a challenge, Rhyhorn wasn't quite ready yet to win him the badge. Maybe if he could just fight without a challenge, but he wanted the badge right now. A regular fight would come later. She nodded in acceptance. "The field is this way. Follow me, please." The Tangela, which should be only a newborn for its size, bobbed cheerfully at her heels, but by some invisible signal, turned and headed back into the underbrush of the greenhouse. The Gloom, however, stayed firmly by her side as she strode confidently through the grass, her bare feet barely even rustling a leaf. Ash felt like a lumbering Tauros in comparison, even though he did his best to crumple as few leaves and branches as he could. It took him a moment, but he eventually made out the protective barriers that stopped every battle from torching the entire greenhouse. The battlefield had grass and a few weeds growing on it, but Ash knew that there were several moves grass types had that could almost instantly grow plants. Though he looked around, he didn't notice a referee. Maybe the majority of gym leaders didn't use them. This was the second time. "Challenger, this is a 2-on-2. I will release first." With a look to her side, the Gloom marched onto the field almost like a soldier, bright red petals bouncing and thin eyes narrowed. Ash narrowed his eyes. Gloom, while powerful in the right hands, needed several moves to be brought to their full potential. He didn't doubt that Erika had souped them up to the right power level. Scorch appeared on the field, curling her tails luxuriously above her head. Ash noticed her tense at the sight of the enemy Pokémon but knew that she'd take this battle seriously. Last night had been an anomaly. She was more powerful than that. "Begin," Erika said, her gentle voice carrying over the field. "Howl, then Ember," he said, sticking to a familiar strategy. Gloom didn't have the best ears or eyes, so it probably wouldn't be as distracted as other Pokémon. Scorch gave it her all. The screech she released made his bones vibrate and Gloom squeaked at the sound, twitching its petals and reaching up to cover its ears. As soon as it had started moving, Scorch cut the move and launched her fireballs, flash fire activating smoothly the second before they erupted from her tails. Gloom's eyes snapped onto the flames the second they were launched but was only able to dodge the last one, the fire catching alight on its top petals. It chittered annoyedly but barely seemed distracted by the pain, shaking loose some powder to put out the flames and ignoring the burns crisscrossing over its top. Grassy terrain, acid, mega drain, then energy ball if you need to. Erica stood seemingly without effort, palms firm against her sides and black hair brushed back. Gloom squeaked, easily accepting the plan it seemed to have used many more times before. Closing its eyes, it stretched its stubby hands above its head. Will-o-wisp, he called, frowning. The combo sounded deadly. Scorch shivered her longest tail, the blue energy creeping from the top and onto the battlefield. It bobbed forward, hissing and crackling, its ghostly energy spreading over the field as an almost hypnosis. Gloom paused in its movements, still, twitching its stubby fingers, as the bluish flames hovered closer. Ash could see the moment when the trance hit, Gloom's eyes going flat with desire. Erica quickly put a stop to that. Grassy terrain, she repeated, voice soft but hard. Gloom's eyes flashed back to concentrated and it turned away from the orb, making a high chirping sound before it slammed its green arms into the ground. Ash could feel the energy spread through the earth, a shockwave of power rebounding into the air stained with grass-type energy. Immediately, the grass already present seemed to shoot several inches up, weeds sprouting flowers and new leaves as if summer had been condensed in a mere second. Grassy terrain wasn't a move he had faced before but he doubted he'd forget the strange energy creeping through the room. Scorch guided the will-o-wisp in one last burst forward, peppering Gloom's face in darkened burns. It jumped backward, avoiding the worst and ignoring the rest, and leaned forward, aiming its petals toward Scorch. Ash remembered the second command. Get ready to dodge. The acid was thick and purple, overpowering the minty sweetness of the room with a stench like rotting corpses. Scorch blurred out of the way with quick attack, flash fire charring the overgrown grass beneath her. Gloom merely turned to follow her, firing impossible amounts of violet sludge that immediately killed the grass beneath it. It was rapidly cutting down the areas of the battlefield that Scorch could safely go on. The acid stayed strong over the ground, hissing like a living thing even as the vulpine blurred around the spots. He had to end this. Flame charge, Ash called. He narrowed his eyes as Scorch stayed in quick attack, dodging furiously. She wouldn't let herself be hit. Gloom fired off another wave of acid before extending its hands again, readying its next move. Scorch dodged the last of the acid, fading out of quick attack and turning to find Gloom. It hissed with surprising aggression and fired the mega drain as a beam of solid green energy. Scorch immediately fell back into quick attack. Ash closed his eyes and cursed. She would exhaust herself trying to dodge everything. Focus, girl, he said as soothingly as she could. Gloom dropped the mega drain and she turned to him, ears flicking wildly. You're going to have to take some hits. I have potions and berries and access to Nurse Joy, Scorch. You aren't in the wild anymore. A hit doesn't mean the end. She stared up at him, tails twitching. Her eyes slowly slid to Gloom, which had aimed its petals at her once again, a ball of green energy forming in its core. With the power up from grassy terrain, the move would hurt, but it wouldn't end the match. Flame charge. All in. Scorch barked and sprang forward. Flash fire ignited again, crackling against her fur just as Gloom launched the energy ball. It slammed into her chest and Ash could hear the whine of pain above the burn of her movements. But she kept going and slammed into the grass and poison type with a body full of fire. Atta girl. He cheered. This move it couldn't brush off. It squeaked and fell on its side, arms twisting. Scorch made to run away but Ash shook his head and said, Heatwave, close range. She yipped and aimed her tails forward, releasing the shockwave of heat that killed most of the grass around her in a vicious circle. Gloom squeaked again, but the mega drain it had hidden in its petals connected solidly and flipped Scorch back. She yelped and struggled to her feet, but it was clear to see the move was strong. Her energy sapped faster than her fire burned, and it was going to knock her out sooner or later. Ember. Give it everything you've got. Scorch, barking furiously through the pain, raised her four tails and launched a blinding array of fireballs. They slammed into Gloom's side, cutting out its mega drain and knocking it out past all of the energy it had just gained. Erica immediately recalled it, a small smile on her face. To you. Without any fanfare, she released her next Pokémon, an averagely sized Weepinbell. It immediately perked up as the grassy terrain flowed through it, energizing the grass type. Ash frowned as he considered it. It was fresh and boosted, and that meant he had to end this quickly. Holding up his Pokeball, he recalled Scorch, letting the fire type relax before he healed her up in the center. If he needed her, she would be a last resort to take Erica out. Judging by how Gale shrieked victoriously when he was released before he'd even won the battle, Ash rather doubted he'd need it. Erica's eyes narrowed imperceptibly at the sight of the obviously aggressive Spearow, but she didn't comment. She did, however, take the first move. Razor Leaf. Vine Whip it down when it takes to the skies. Pin it. Peck. He had his own counter to her strategy, and, if the glint in Gale's eyes said anything, it wouldn't be a very long battle. Weepinbell shuddered and released long, jagged leaves from beneath its vines, looking almost maple in appearance. The moment they took to the air toward Gale, he released the Razor Wind he had been preparing and slammed them down. Weepinbell wasn't prepared and lost the battle with the wind, leaving the leaves to flutter around until they fell completely to the ground. The wind slammed into the grass and poison type, knocking it back flat. With a gurgle, it extended its two vines, but by then, Gale had fallen into his dive, beak shining. His near 8 pounds slammed into the plant like a sledgehammer. It took the opportunity, even as its thick skin was ripped apart under Gale's beak, to extend its vines and wrap them around Gale's wings. The Spearow squawked in a fury, temporarily stopped his assault, and Weepinbell jerked its vines to hurtle Gale across the room. In a shriek of anger, he activated Steel Wing, jerking them through the vines to sever them cleanly. Weepinbell gurgled in pain, twitching the ends of its vines like headless Eakins. Gale righted himself in midair and dove, beak shining. Weepinbell didn't have the incredible restorative powers of Tangela, and it was useless with the pain of its severed vines. Gale shrieked and promptly put it out of its misery by a furious peck to the side. Erica's eyes tightened. After the furious battle with Scorch and her Gloom, she must have expected it to be at least somewhat closer. But she accepted her loss with a fair amount of grace, walking smoothly over the field after recalling her Pokémon and extending a flashing badge to him. The Rainbow Badge. It is a symbol of honor. To have beaten me. A smile graced her lips. Return, once you are stronger. It will be a most entertaining fight, I think. Ash thanked her, recalling Gale with a shriek of victory. The badge was small, shaped like a flower with multicolored petals. He could see a tiny Kusa symbol etched where the center of the flower was, though he hadn't the foggiest as to what it could mean. Maybe it was an insult. But his third badge. He grinned and closed his fist over it. Erica turned to walk away, but he managed to catch her attention. She pivoted to stare calmly at him, one eyebrow raised. Ash almost felt jealous. She was the perfect picture of collected. Can I challenge you tomorrow? At her confused expression, he hurriedly continued. Not for a badge, but my starter is a Rhyhorn, and I wasn't able to use him to fight in this match. I'd like to see how he does against a grass type, but I didn't want to use this as a training match and potentially not get the badge. Erica raised her eyebrow again, a slight smile on her face. A worthy idea. I believe I have a match scheduled for tomorrow, but if you would like to come after, should be able to test your Rhyhorn. I will see you then. He grinned and thanked her. She merely smiled and nodded her agreement, turning to walk back into the greenhouse, presumably to heal her Pokémon. Ash looked down at the rainbow badge nestled in his palm. Slowly but surely, he was rising. Now the question was how long it would take him to reach the top. XXX. Scorch was getting checked out by Nurse Joy, though he doubted she'd be in there for much longer. Grass moves, especially energy ones, couldn't last long against the Vulpine's natural body heat, and the effects would often be minimal and quick to leave. Gale had barely been touched, though the vine had ripped out a few of his primaries. He'd grow them back in a couple of days. But this was Ash's third badge, a sort of milestone. While 4 badges would be halfway through and therefore worth more celebration, he was still incredibly happy to have gotten this far in only 2 months. He deserved some sort of celebration. What better than exploring the city that attracted more tourists in a day than Pallet Town would see in a year? While he'd spend the rest of today with his team, tomorrow would be all about Celadon City and the sights it had to offer. He doubted the match with Erica would take very long, a 1v1 without all of the gym challenge talk. Ash guessed he'd be in and out in half an hour. The videophones in the back of the Pokemon Center had had the longest lines he'd ever had to deal with before, but the talk with his mother was all worth it. She gushed over his 3 badges and promised him a cake the size of a Snorlax on his birthday. He had whined about it being in nearly 7th months, but she had already wrung a promise out of him to go back to the house for his birthday. By the time he was done, Nurse Joy had finished up with Scorch. He quickly went to collect the fire type, thanking Nurse Joy profusely and speeding back up to his room. Closing the door, he dropped his bag on the desk and placed his Spearorai pad next to it. The next second, he released all of his Pokemon and sat down next to them. Rhyhorn immediately lumbered forward to be next to him, pushing his plates against Ash's side until the boy begrudgingly scooted over to give him enough room to flop down on his stomach. He scratched him behind the horn, grinning. "Alright guys, look what we got." With a smile, he held up the rainbow badge, glittering in the light. It was greeted by pleased yips and squawks, though Rhyhorn settled for a quiet rumble. "Tomorrow, I'll be exploring the town a bit, but I've also scored another fight with Erica." Rhyhorn rumbled, tilting his head to the side, and Ash flicked his horn. "You didn't get to fight today, bud, but I asked for a regular fight between you and one of her grass types. It'll be a great test to see how well you can stand up to a double weakness." He roared excitedly, butting his head against Ash's ribs as thanks. Tonight, though, Gale and Rhyhorn take the night off. No training. "Scorch, I want to work on something with you, okay?" She yipped, though her head was tilted to the side. Rhyhorn leaned into him one more time before standing up, making his way over to a corner and flopping down again. He was asleep quickly. Gale took a moment longer, flapping around the room a few times before settling on the perch and tucking his head beneath his wing. They both didn't look like they'd destroy the room, so he pawed through his wallet for a moment before grabbing a 10. His bag was slipped over his shoulders. Scorch yipped as he gestured her to follow him out of the room, staying close to his side. Pokemon below 30 pounds were allowed out in the Pokemon Center, as long as they didn't start fights or weren't aggressive. While Scorch was prideful, he doubted she'd pick a fight with him right there. Nurse Joy looked up as he walked over to her, placing the 10 on the counter. "I'd like to rent a large tub for a couple of hours, please," he requested. She nodded, taking the 10 and sliding it under the desk. Re-emerging with a thin keycard, she pointed toward a door in the back. "Should be on the left side, the right is training ground and the keycard won't work on them. I believe 2 others are being used, the doors won't open if they are." "Thanks." He led Scorch toward the door, flashing the keycard to get in. The first was locked but the second flashed green and opened, allowing him into the room. It was about the size of his room, though without any furniture. Most of the room was dominated by a hot tub-sized bathtub, currently empty with several buttons on the side of the room. Scorch hissed at it, eyes flat and tails flicking. He patted her head and kneeled in front of her, locking eyes. "You're strong, Scorch, and I know you're not used to taking hits. So I'd like to help lower the pain when it happens to better help you. So tonight, we're going swimming to help your endurance for hits." She immediately barked at him, flattening her ears and shaking her head. He tried a different approach. If you can get yourself used to taking hits, you won't have to worry about them so much when you're actually hit on the battlefield. It still took him another 5 minutes of cajoling before she hesitantly agreed to try it. He marked it down as a win and stood up, walking over to the control panel on the wall. It had a list of ranges suggested for different Pokémon, and he clicked the warmer end of the range to compensate for it being a fire type. Immediately, water began to spill into the tub from hidden faucets. Scorch flinched back, ears flattening, but Ash knelt down and stroked her until she calmed again. Digging through his bag, he pulled out his swimming trunks. He had gotten them nearly 2 years ago and they were covered in tiny polywag, still a bit embarrassing. Changing quickly, he waited until the tub was full enough that the faucets shut off automatically before starting to clamber in. It was a lot hotter than he expected, but, realizing that wincing when he climbed into the water that Scorch was already afraid of probably wasn't the best idea, he managed to hide it as he got inside. There was a rim on the inside that made the water only come up to his waist when he stood on it, though he knew the center of the tub was around 5 feet. "Come on, Scorch," he said softly, feeling around the edge of the tub until he found what he was looking for. There was a taller lip on one side that only had a foot of water above it, perfect for the 2 feet tall Vulpix. She hesitantly walked closer, sniffing constantly with her tails perfectly curled over her back in a battle position. Vulpix never took baths in the wild, instead rolling around in dirt and burning the excess off via their other packmates. Ash held his arms out and she curled up in his grasp. His fingers were wet from testing the water and he made sure to hold them away from her as he slowly supported her over the bath. She winced as the first of the water touched her paw, and he stopped moving her to get her used to the feeling. It took nearly 10 minutes to get her fully standing in the water. Her ears had been pinned back the entire time but now they were perking up as she got used to the wet. What made Vulpix and most other fire types so vulnerable to water was the cutoff to their fire powers as well as the temperature change. Strangely enough, ice types were actually less efficient against them, though that was rumored to be because ice didn't cut off access to their inner flame. While cold could lower the flame's potential, it could snuff it off. But water not only gave them a shock from the cold, it also doused their flames and prevented them from using their inner flame to warm themselves back. Could be a dangerous combination any way you looked at it. But now, Scorch was in warm water, as well as put in slowly enough that she could adjust to the water. While she couldn't use any fire attacks right now, her body temperature wasn't being lowered. That was why the water move Scald, famous for having boiling water, did noticeably less damage to fire types. Scorch stayed perched on the lip, still inspecting the water, and Ash took the moment to fully submerge himself in the water. The heat was biting but after a moment of having his head under the water, he was able to adjust. He swam around a bit, carefully avoiding where Scorch was, before popping back up and shaking his head dry. He heard a yelp. Some of the water from his hair had hit Scorch across the face. She blinked, reddish-brown fur darker, before yipping. Bringing one of her tails forward, she snapped it through the water and splashed Ash right back. After he realized that his fire type had just attacked him in the water, his grin nearly threatened to split his face. "Oh, it is on," he said, flicking the water. More water splashed against her face. She yipped again in surprise and used all 4 tails to fling water at him. He was soaked in a second. Laughing, he dove right back in. They played together for nearly an hour. Their impromptu splash fight didn't last too long, and Ash held himself back noticeably, but Scorch soon grew more and more comfortable. She watched Ash swim forward and acted it out until Ash understood what she wanted. Keep both arms under her chest to support her. He taught her the basics of doggy paddle until she was flopping ungracefully around the edge of the pool. The Pokémon Center was nice enough to supply free-use towels. He spent 5 minutes getting as much off as he could, and she torched the rest with flash fire. Then he brushed her as the tub drained, not that she really needed it. Nurse Joy's night assistant accepting the keycard back and he went back up to his room, keeping Scorch by his side. Rhyhorn and Gale were still sleeping, though Rhyhorn had somehow managed to flip over entirely in his sleep. Ash changed into sleeping clothes quickly, laying out his trunks to dry on the shower rack. Ash yawned, stretching out on the bed that felt like it was going to swallow him up with its fluffiness. It had been almost forever since he had last swam, and today had exhausted muscles he had forgotten existed. He closed his eyes to sleep, only to open them up the next second. Small paws pressed against his leg, warm to the touch. He watched as Scorch carefully hopped up on the bed, tails flicking. She was only about 20 pounds, but the bed still shifted toward her as she padded closer to him. Her dark eyes flicked up cautiously to meet him, but when he didn't make a move to stop her, she walked a few more feet forward until she was standing on his chest. She laid down quickly, bringing her tails around to lay over her nose, a tiny ball of fluff. It was a bit like having an electric blanket on his chest. She constantly gave out heat even without her flash fire ability being activated, and he doubted he'd need a blanket tonight, not that he'd put one on and disturb her anyway. He raised his hand and stroked her behind her ears and, after a moment, she leaned into his touch. Ash smiled softly at his friend and leaned his head back, closing his eyes. Rhyhorn's rumbling snores, Gale's comforting presence, and Scorch's warmth soothed him to sleep far faster than anything else so far. XXX. Ash, while waiting in the greenhouse for Erica to finish, saw Derek leave. The boy's snarl was tightly affixed to his face, and Ash guessed that his challenge hadn't been successful. He didn't even notice Ash standing in the corner, stalking out of the room with bone-straight shoulders and hands tightly gripping his pokeballs. There was another second before Erica appeared around the corner, eyes locking onto his. He hadn't announced his arrival yet, she knew where he was anyway. "Come. Are you ready?" He grinned and trotted after her. Her almost floral kimono was done in pinks and green, tied back with a blue ribbon, but he couldn't help but notice her hair was frazzled and barely contained by her tradition. Hairpiece. "I'm afraid I was summoned to catch a herd of oddish found near route. There is no previous recollection of their existence and I was not prepared for them," she offered, walking smoothly to her side of the battlefield. "My Pokemon here is relatively new to my team. She has proven her worth but is not yet at the level for one of my higher teams, so she is just as ready for battle to prove herself as you. I hope your Rhyhorn can put up a fight." Ash grinned. "Oh, he will." Rhyhorn bellowed when he was released, twitching his spines and getting down into a battle position. The ground quivered beneath his touch, barely contained by the psychic barriers. Erica smiled and released his opponent. It was a slim Pokemon, similarly shaped to Scorch while a foot taller. It was a pale tan over its body, with green leaf-like protrusions over its body. Its tail twisted through the air like a fan, the same color as the grass around it. The Leaf Eon locked onto Rhyhorn, brown eyes alight with determination. A new scent filled the air as she entered, something like fresh leaves, or spring. It was overall rather pleasant. She opened her mouth to give the first command but Ash got there first. "Horn attack." Rhyhorn roared, charging. His increased bulk carried him quickly, lumbering forward. Leaf Eon waited patiently, twitching her tail. At the last second, she darted to the side, throwing her tail over her back and releasing a wave of razor leaves. Most didn't miss Rhyhorn's bulk. He roared, the leaves cutting right through his plates, though the true strength of the pain hadn't made it past his nerves yet. Shaking his head, he turned to try and track Leaf Eon, but she danced around and made it difficult. "Stomp and Fury attack," Ash whispered. "Get it grounded." Rhyhorn rumbled, the sound like an avalanche, before taking off again. Leaf Eon chirped in a decidedly mocking manner before disappearing like a flash, appearing behind Rhyhorn without a lot of effort. She had obviously mastered quick attack. "Change of plans, bud." Smack down. He didn't try to lower his voice. Rhyhorn was too far away to hear without him being loud. The dirt ripped itself from the ground, flying much higher than normal with Rhyhorn's new increased abilities. It flung itself at Leaf Eon, who blurred away trying to dodge. She managed to avoid most of it, but a large clod of dirt struck her across the chest and knocked her off course and onto her side. Ash seized the chance. Horn attack. Rhyhorn charged forward, horn lowered, and managed to nick her across the tail as she picked herself up. She cried out in pain, blurring away, before reappearing with a dangerous look on her face. "Sunny day and solar beam," Erica said softly, a smile on her face. "Be quick about it." Ash grinned at the first command and paled at the second. If that connected, there was no doubt, it would knock Rhyhorn out cleanly, even without his previous injuries. "This is going to hurt, bud," he warned. "Flamethrower. Burn it all." Rhyhorn chirped, raising its tail. The notch of its tail lined up with the sun and Ash immediately started to sweat. Heat beamed down like a tsunami and the sunlight took a much harsher edge, already he felt sticky. Rhyhorn opened his mouth and the heat increased even more. Ash was greeted to a startled Erica's face just before an inferno of flames hit the field. Ash had only seen Flamethrower a few times before, but never under the influence of Sunny Day. The fire that exploded out of his friend's mouth flung itself endlessly into the air, dancing around and torching the few surviving weeds beneath it. Rhyhorn bellowed in pain as the fire rebounded off of the psychic barriers and hit him, turning his plates black and slowly eroding them away. But he kept it going until there was a flash of scarlet light as Erica recalled her Pokémon, a smile on her lips. Ash recalled his starter the next second. He looked up as Erica walked around the battlefield toward him, still smiling. "You did well, Ash." "I was not expecting that Flamethrower," she admitted a bit wryly. "My Rhyhorn needed a pride check and I am happy you were the one to do it. It seems you would have been fine on a 3v3 yesterday." His cheeks colored. "Thanks," he said lamely. "I do not have a badge for you to win, but perhaps you would like this instead," she said, holding out something in her fist. He held out his hands and she dropped a vial into them, warm to the touch. "Your Spearow is powerful, yes, but it does not take hits well. I would suggest giving it this to hopefully increase its defense." Ash read the small slip on the side of the package and his grin lit up. A month's supply of iron, perfect for increasing bone density, something almost all bird Pokémon had a lack of. That would definitely help. He thanked Erica, which she accepted with a slight smile. She gathered her grass types by her side and once again disappeared into the greenhouse, barely rustling a leaf on her way. Ash smiled again and turned to leave. That had been well worth it. XXX. Rhyhorn had been injured, but most of it was superficial. The razor leaf wounds were going to be tender for a few days and his plates would take a day or two to regrow the parts the fire had eroded away, but he was fine for today. Nurse Joy had only given him a light checkup before releasing him back into Ash's care. Now though, it was time to explore the city. There were a few sites that were thought to be incredibly important for every passing trainer to see. The department store, of course, but also the game corner, the daycare, and the Celadon mansion. Judging by what he read online, the game corner would be best saved for last, just by the sheer amount of money it could wring out of you. Ash didn't want that to happen, but it was still better to be safe than sorry. He picked a random location and ended up with the daycare. Fixing his hat tighter over his hair, he started to struggle through the crowds toward the edge of Celadon, the harsh sunlight glaring down over the city like a baleful eye. Unsurprisingly, the number of tourists thinned as he left the flashing neon signs of downtown and entered the actual streets of the city. A few stores attracted his attention, especially something that advertised incredible Pokémon from Kalos in a sort of Pokémon show, but he had a plan that he was going to follow. There wasn't any point in being swept up in every little thing he came across, he'd never leave if he did. The good thing was that he could release Rhyhorn. The ground type rumbled warmly up at him, paws thumping into the ground and sending vibrations through the earth. Seeing Derek's Sandshrew only inspired him more to teach Rhyhorn some moves of his other typing. He found it rather quickly. It was a smaller building, simple wooden walls and numerous flower beds lining the front. Two Oddish ran around in front, seemingly caring for the plants despite having no arms. A sign over top of the wide door proclaimed the daycare was within, and it was currently open. It made sense, given that it was nearly noon. Ash pushed open the door and walked inside, peering around. It was a wide welcoming room, armed with a desk and several more potted plants. Well, Celadon was the city of leaves, though going from Saffron's gleaming silver to the green splashed on nearly every wall was some kind of whiplash. A man was standing behind the desk, focused on something hidden behind the wooden planks. He jerked as a bell on the door gave away Ash's entrance, turning quickly to stare the newcomer in the face. Ash smiled a bit nervously and waved. The man's eyes were a brilliant blue and very sharp. He was wearing some sort of almost safari-looking gear, dull green with various pockets and belts stamped across every side. 4 pokeballs trailed along his waist, as well as a bag of what Ash could only guess was Pokemon treats. "Welcome to the day care. What can I do for you?" His voice was chipper. "I'm just exploring," Ash answered, looking around the room once more. "What do you do here?" The man shrugged. "We take care of Pokemon. Mostly, it's domestic owners who have to go out for work, but occasionally we get some harder challenges. We promote a lot of Pokemon interactions and can help overly feral or Pokemon needing rehabilitation to regain social skills and proper reactions. We've even trained a few fossil Pokemon," he added proudly. "Trainers don't normally use us too much unless they want an egg, which is a trial and a half to get, let me tell you. My name's Kyo, by the way. Kyo Kiyomi. I'm Ash. Nice to meet you." His eyes lit upon a window in the back that showed a view to the wide fields in the back of the daycare. "How many Pokemon do you have right now?" Kyo tilted his head to the side. "Well, my sister's in the back with M right now. I think we've got 2 Pidgeot, a couple Growlithe from Officer Jenny, a Meowth, 2 Persian, 1 wicked little Shinx, and a couple others." He scratched the back of his head. "I wasn't there when they were dropped off, so I'm afraid I don't know enough. All of them are regulars, though." Ash didn't quite know what to say. Kyo seemed to latch on to that, a grin splitting his face. Making some sort of chirp sound, he turned back to his desk and prodded something beneath it. Another chirp answered him, and an Espion stepped out from beneath the wooden surface. It was obviously at its prime. Luxuriously pink fur brushed back smoothly, the scarlet gem on its forehead gleaming like the sun with casual psychic powers. The fork in its tail was a perfect 3 inches down. Kyo grinned wider at Ash's clear awe. "This here's E. She's a real treat, and my most powerful Pokemon, even above my starter. She helps me control all the Pokemon we get here." At Kyo's confirmation, Ash knelt and extended a hand. E sniffed it, breath warm, before chewing in apparent agreement and turning her head to the side. He ran his fingers over her neck, feeling the obvious muscles beneath the fur. This was a Pokemon he knew he would have to work hard to defeat. But as he was petting her, he noticed something strange. Near her flank, the fur was lumpy, hiding something beneath the surface. Ash frowned, stroking over the area. E yipped and moved back, shaking her head. He looked up at Kyo, whose eyes were sad. "I didn't just find an EV in the wild, kid. I traveled for a few months before joining Officer Jenny's task force, helping the Pokemon side mostly. One day, I received an anonymous call that there was a farm in Viridian." Ash blinked, but Kyo continued quickly. "Not a crop farm, but a mill. An illegal breeding facility that raises rare and profitable Pokemon for sale on the black market. But this one was much more careful, they actually sold over completely legal terms, advertising themselves as buying the Pokemon out of region so no one would think they were barely giving those animals enough room to turn around. That's where I got this little lady," Kyo said, stroking her behind the ears. "She was there. They branded her, 'cause they were going to keep her there as a breeder." "Show him, please." E did an impressive job of rolling her eyes before the gem on her forehead bloomed into light. The fur on her flank moved back, exposing white lines raised like welts over her skin. It was a strange boxy spiral, about the size of his palm. Even years later, he guessed, it was still clearly visible. He couldn't even imagine how painful it must have been. She hated everyone. I left the task force about a month after that and came here, and there she was. No one had made any progress with the princess. Guess she must have seen something in these bones, because she joined me and evolved a year or so later. Each it up at him, the same small chirp that Kyo imitated back. That's incredible, Ash said, the smile on his face warm and blinding. He had heard of mills. The League released a public announcement every couple of months or so, as well as another whenever they found one. Though the knowledge they were also called farms was new. Kyo kept him there for nearly another hour, telling endless stories about E's mischievous side and the troubles of trying to keep dozens of Pokémon together without constant battles and attacks. He was a wicked storyteller with a humorous side nearly a mile long. The time flew by without Ash really even knowing it. Anything you want to tell me about the Celadon mansion? Ash asked, shouldering his bag onto his shoulders once again. Kyo's face immediately dropped. Can't go there, eh? It's been closed for about a month. Something weird's going on in there and no one's allowed in. If you're sightseeing, the game corner's a better option than whatever those aristocrats are cooking up in there. Ash blinked again. What do you think is going there? Dunno, really. Kyo shrugged. Celadon Mansion hasn't ever been the highest place in the world and there's always been a few issues with how they treat their employees and such, but they're rich enough the news likes to turn a blind eye and the League never learns about it. I guess. They're probably preparing some sort of big announcement to get people to spend more money and this is their way of getting attention about it. Only thing I can think of. Thanks. He said his goodbyes and walked out of the daycare, squinting at the sun overhead. Although he hadn't really known what to expect, it had been a productive meeting. Kyo had plenty of stories as well as a few training tips he had learned from his time on Officer Jenny's task force. All in all, it was a good time. But now it was time for something else he had been looking forward to. The game corner, in its most basic form, was a casino legal for beginning trainers. Of course, there were rooms in the back that he wouldn't be allowed in, but for blackjack, smeargle, and the slot machines, he was perfectly able. He couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. His mother would punt him halfway to Unova if she knew he had planned for the game corner since before he went on his journey, but it was every kid's dream to win big, especially with their prizes. TMs galore, eggs by the dozen, rare and unique Pokémon. Like Dratini. Following his ears toward the dull roar of the tourists, Ash set out toward the game corner. It was almost impressively flashy. Bright neon signs louder than anything else he had seen in Celadon gleamed from the front, announcing the slogan "Fun for Everyone." The blinding pink, orange, and yellow were treating him worse than any flash. But he shouldered past a group of excitedly chattering tourists to glance at the posters stamped across the front of the store, announcing the Pokémon held inside. All of them were brilliant. He did notice something strange, though. All of the new arrival posters were dated at the highest 3 months ago. No new Pokémon had come in since then. Judging by how all of the posters were still outside, it was difficult to win those Pokémon, but it still didn't make much sense for no new Pokémon to be making their way into the game corner. He shrugged it off and looked over the possible Pokémon again. Grinning, he pushed his way inside. Though he wouldn't spend too much money, he was cutting himself off at $100, if he won one of those it would be an invaluable member to his team. The game corner was a stark contrast to the daycare. It was stuffed high with tourists and trainers alike, each filling the air with a buzz not unlike an oncoming horde of Beedrill. The people were able to do a decent job competing against the booming music he could feel reverberating in his bones. In a whole, the entire place was unpleasant. Ash felt stifled by the heat and noise. But he pushed past it and walked forward to the front desk, sliding patiently into line behind a half-dozen people or so. He spent exactly $100, as was his maximum, which got him 25 coins. The conversion rate was a little ridiculous, but it made sense. They didn't exactly want people just dumping money over the counter instead of playing their games. Ash spent a long while just staring at the prizes available. The first to jump to his attention was the Dratini, offered at 5,000 coins. Which was, again, ridiculously expensive and absolutely what he was going for. There were only 2 dragon types found naturally in Kanto, and by found naturally he meant found never by novice trainers such as him. The only chance he'd have would be to catch a Horsia and then somehow find a dragon scale to evolve it into a Kingdra. Again, not happening. This was probably the closest he'd ever been to a possibly attainable dragon type. He squeezed between 2 trainers and made his way over to the slot machines. They looked the easiest to pick up, and he only had a few coins to make some serious money with. It was simple: try and stop the spinners at the right place to get straights, and coins come out. Ash made 3 coins on his first spin and then lost for the next 5 in a row. Cursing, he slammed his fist onto the stop button, watching the stupid shelter click past instead of being in line like he needed it to. Growling, he accepted the 1 coin he made that round. It had to be rigged. Standing up, he turned around to try and find another machine. A tourist immediately swept in and claimed his discarded one, plugging in a coin and clicking the button like a madman. Ash rotated, but it seemed like he had been lucky to grab that slot machine when he did. Almost every other one was full. He hugged the wall, heading toward a vaguely dark corner away from the main floor where he could wait until a machine opened up. Reaching down, he moved to pull out his Pokédex when he caught sight of something scratched onto the wall. It was a circle with 4 lines inside of it, making a crosshair. He ran his fingers over the design. It was much too deep to have been carved by some bored kid waiting his turn. Pivoting to stare fully at it, Ash was even more confused to notice that it had been cleanly made, or planned. He knew the Game Corner logo was an intersecting G and C, so this was strange. Glancing to the side to ask an employee, he instead caught sight of another symbol. This one was an upside-down V with lines making feet at the bottom of the letter. It was carved just as deliberately as the first. There was another only a couple more feet down, a curved rectangle with a half circle inside. And another as an elaborately made E. And another. Another as a boxy spiral. Ash was far into confused. He traced over the spiral, feeling the grooves, but couldn't find anything more special about them. Moving down the line, still touching each one, he found that going to the left led him over a slot machine with no more symbols to be seen. Going to the right, however, led him up against another wall. Another wall with a faint box carved into it, showing a hidden door. Ash sucked in a deep breath. The boxy spiral had been a sign of an abuse mill, something that should have never existed and deserved to be stopped at all costs. He didn't know what those other symbols meant, but he doubted they were all cheerful and happy. But why would they be in the Game Corner? He pushed lightly on the door. After a moment, it began to swing open, though he quickly stopped pushing. There wasn't any light from the other side, which made sense as he hadn't seen any light through the cracks in the door, but he did catch the swirling of dust that escaped through the entrance. Ash hadn't exactly thought he would be any sort of hero. But there was a difference in being an ACE trainer employed by the League and investigating something that might potentially be an abuse mill's base. Whatever was going on in that door, it might not be good. It might also be the employee's entrance to the back of the Game Corner, and then he could have a good laugh about it. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Ash pushed harder on the door and slipped through the crack he had made. Immediately, dust hit his feet. He dug quickly through his bag and pulled out his flashlight. Before he turned it on, he slowly closed the door behind him. He really didn't want some Game Corner employee to throw him out if this turned out to be just their hidden entrance. He switched on the flashlight and was greeted by a thin layer of dust covering everything, swirled up by the door closing. Muffling his cough in his elbow, he shined the beam around to see what was down here. It was a long hallway, dark enough that his meager flashlight could only do its best at illuminating a section at a time. The walls were a dull gray, the ceiling and floor a matching dusty white. He could see lights in the ceiling, though they weren't on. Maybe he'd find a light switch down here. Ash started walking down the hallway. It wasn't nearly as long as he thought, ending quickly in a set of stairs. Again, there were no lights, but the dust here was less thick, though that didn't make much sense. What, did someone jump all the way from the door to the stairs? His footsteps echoed loudly on the walls as he crept his way down. They weren't too long, but it was still obvious that he was now underground. The game corner had been on the ground level and this was not. Once he reached the end of the stairs, the hallway on the end doubled back. He turned the corner cautiously, keeping his flashlight beam pointed down, but there was still no other sounds. Now, though, there was no dust. It was a pristine environment, crisp white tiles against the gray of the walls, without a hint of flashing neon lights or booming music. If Game Corner used this as storage place or something, then they were doing an awful job. The hallway split into a half-dozen different directions, each looking exactly the same. Ash flicked his flashlight down each one but couldn't make out anything, so he started with the first on the left. It was a wide, empty room at first glance, but as he moved closer he was able to make out markings against the wall. Thick, black marks outlined with rust, something had been attached to the wall here, and for a very long time. He felt along the edges, and guessed metal machinery. It was the only thing that made sense. The room directly across still had furniture in it. Long, empty tables with attached seating formed a mockery of a cafeteria, silent in the pressing darkness. There was an empty bar in the back that must have been the kitchen at one point, but only the cabinets were remaining. Flicking his flashlight over the walls, Ash hopped over the counter to check everything. The first cabinet actually had something. It was a broken plate, the edge shattered. He could see why someone left that behind. The next two had nothing. The last had something in a glass vial, rolled away and covered in dust. Reaching back, he managed to get a hand on it and pull it out. A sort of vial covered in a dried, sticky substance that he barely managed to avoid. It clung wetly to the cabinet as if it didn't want to be parter, and Ash was only happy to drop it back in and move on. The next two rooms were covered in the same black markings as the first, nothing different about them. He checked multiple times and the markings lined up perfect in all of the rooms, with only one difference, and that was something that must have been an enormous bolted table in the middle. Each of them had the tables in a different location. The second to last room was the strangest so far. Wide, circular tubes lined the rooms like pillars, except they were clear and didn't reach all the way to the ceiling. Rust markings were attached to the front, and several had strange substances dried and hardened across the insides. He wasn't able to see what they were with his weak flashlight, but they were obvious and dark. In the hallway next to the final room, there was a light switch. He deliberated for a long while whether to turn it on or not. For one, there clearly wasn't anyone home and his flashlight was just not strong enough to show everything. On the other hand, though, something was fishy down here. In the end, he threw caution to the window and flicked it on. Immediately, brilliant light streamed from overhead, nearly blinding him. He grimaced and rubbed his eyes, blinking away the spots. Clipping his flashlight back to his waist, he headed into the final room. It was the most pristine, nary a speck of dust in the whole thing as well as having the most furniture inside. There was a table, a fancy wooden thing probably made from mahogany, surrounded by 4 chairs. In the back of the room, there were short walls used to contain things, probably. Stacked against the back wall were cages. Ash frowned and stepped closer. There were maybe half a dozen tucked in the corner, each around 2 feet tall and making a perfect box. Locks kept the front securely attached, and there was obvious evidence from scuff and skid marks that the entire back wall had once been covered in cages. And inside one of the cages was a pokeball. It was thickly covered in dust, the only patch inside the whole room, rolled in the back corner. If he hadn't been looking for anything strange, he wouldn't have seen it. The only issue was that there was no way his arm, even as skinny as they were, could reach through the bars and grab it. Popping a pokeball off of his waist, he released the pokeball within. Rhyhorn rumbled a happy greeting, turning to but his head against Ash's thigh, when he looked around and saw where they were. He rumbled again, this time in confusion. "I know, bud. I found a hidden door in the game corner and went through. There's a pokeball back there, can you break the lock so I can grab it?" Rhyhorn rumbled again, lumbering forward to sniff at the offending chunk of metal. He didn't even use a move, getting his horn under the latch, he jerked upward. The lock exploded off with a bang that echoed around the room. Ash grinned, tapping him behind the horn. "Great job." Reaching inside, he was able to get a grip around the pokeball, which was surprisingly warm. Standing back up, he looked at it. If it was a trainer's pokeball with a Pokemon inside, he had to turn it into Officer Jenny at the soonest moment. But if it wasn't, he could probably use it for himself. Aiming toward the center of the room, he clicked the release button. Scarlet mist immediately came out, settling in the center. Rhyhorn rumbled and stepped closer, tilting his head to the side. Ash stayed slightly behind the ground type just in case and waited for the Pokemon. It was small, smaller than Scorch, and a quadruped. Reddish fur with sharp black stripes and a tan underbelly, as well as a thick, fluffy tail. It shook its head as it emerged, ears perking up before falling flat. There had barely been a moment of eye contact between Rhyhorn and the Growlithe before it lunged. Snarling and barking, it tore across the tiles and slammed into Rhyhorn like a bullet seed. Despite the damage it no doubt received from hitting his plates head-on, the fire dog merely tried to clamp down on Rhyhorn's spines with a maw full of fire. Ash managed to click the recall button just as Rhyhorn bucked it off, catching it in midair. His eyes were wide. Rhyhorn rumbled in confusion, turning back to Ash with a question in his scarlet eyes. "I don't know. Maybe it was in a battle when it was recalled." The ground type shook his head, but before Ash could ask what he meant his starter was already lumbering back toward the middle of the room and the table. Once he followed him, Ash could see where he was going, there was a folder on the table. Walking closer, he sat at one of the chairs and flicked it open, setting the Growlithe's pokeball on one of the empty slots on his waist. Inside was a crisp sheet of paper, double-sided with words printed on it. Rhyhorn stepped closer and Ash began to read aloud for both of them, eyes narrowed. As of 601, the Celadon City Game Corner base is no deactivated. All equipment besides 3 cafeteria tables, 4 kitchen cabinets, and 6 cages have been moved to the next location in Vermilion City Fishing Center. All personnel has been relocated to the new location and is scheduled to arrive and take over 6 for the esteemed Pokemon breeders we received Pokemon from. Please note that our contracts have not been severed. But as Project Legendary has changed its main objective, the grass types of Celadon City are no longer our concern. Please bring any and all Pokemon you wish to receive payment for to Vermilion City Fishing Center. At that time, we will inform you of our other 2 locations if you are based closer to either one. Please note that due to the changing objective of Project Legendary, we will no longer pay for any grass types, including our regular Bulbasaur, Tangela, and Chikorita orders. Our new requests will be arranged when you successfully meet with us in Vermilion. If any of you have any questions or concerns, contact G at your earliest convenience. If any of you wish to terminate your contract with us, you will be taken care of you. Steal Pokemon for profit. Exploit Pokemon for profit. All Pokemon exist for the glory of Team Rocket. Ash barely caught him as he nearly fell out of his chair. Team Rocket. The most notorious crime team in all of Kanto, vicious for stealing, harming, and even killing people and Pokemon they thought were in their way. They had fallen quiet for the past decade, he knew, and the League had collectively taken a break on their hunt of them. But the hidden passage in the game corner connected to a Team Rocket base. And the message inside told of a plan to move bases and potentially hurt more people. Project Legendary. What did that even mean? Ash's chest hurt, both from his near hyperventilating and rapidly pumping heart. Rhyhorn rumbled and pressed against his side, almost crooning in an attempt to calm Ash down. It was working, somewhat. He took another moment to breathe before something else struck him. The pokeball on his waist, the Growlithe, it was probably a Team Rocket Pokémon. He had heard the stories of vicious, cruel Pokémon that ignored their own pain in order to attack anything in sight. And the cages. The cafeteria. The rooms. Team Rocket had been working under the game corner for however long and no one knew about it. His mind flashed back one more time to the date. June 4th. The Team Rocket personnel had been scheduled to arrive and take over in Vermilion yesterday. They were already there. He sprung to his feet, Rhyhorn right by his side. Snatching up the folder, he finally registered what was on the front of the manila color. A boxy spiral. The same symbols that had been carved into the game corner wall. It had been a trail to lead them down here. But he was the one who had followed. Ash barely made it around the table before he started running. Rhyhorn charged beside him, horn lowered and paws thumping against the ground. They made it out of the room and Ash looked further down the hallway, catching sight of a door. A lock was present on its knob. "Break it down!" he shouted, still running. Rhyhorn bellowed in confirmation and took off even faster than before, shaking the walls with every step. The door didn't stand a chance. With the crunch of rending metal, it exploded outwards and exposed a set of stairs going upward. Ash didn't stop and ran on. Rhyhorn growled and slammed the remains of the door to the side, doing his best to get up the stairs alongside Ash. Another door was at the top, locked as well. Rhyhorn knocked it down without taking a breath. Sunlight streamed in, joined by the fierce smell of mint and wildflower. Ash sked in a wild breath before taking off running once more. He recalled Rhyhorn mid-stride, knowing his starter would only hurt the crowds trying to run through them. He tried to remember the map of Celadon City in his mind. Ash was almost sure that the Pokémon Center was closer than the police station, but he wasn't positive. Oh, what he wouldn't give to have a Pokenav to call someone from right where he was. The Pokémon Center was closer. He busted through the doors and immediately ran for the videophones, pushing past a trainer who gave a startled, "Hey." He didn't stop but called an apology over his shoulder as he immediately slid into the chair. Every videophone in the Pokémon Center had registered numbers in it. He typed in Vermilion City as fast as he could and clicked the first option. It was a number to Vermilion City's gym. A woman picked up after only 3 rings. "Hello, this is the Vermilion City gym, how may I help you? Is Serge there?" he asked, voice tight. He could hear her frown over the phone. "Well, yes, this is his gym. He is not currently in a battle. Give me your name and I will tell him that you called." "No. That wouldn't work. I need to speak to him now." "Sir, you can't just call and demand things like this," she said hotly, and he heard the squeak of a swiveling chair. "Now, for the last time, give me your name and I will tell him you asked Dash." "It's about Team Rocket," he said in a whisper. No one else in the Pokémon Center seemed to hear him. There was silence on the other side. "Is this a joke?" she said in a horrified tone. "No. I swear it. Please, just get Serge on the line, I need to tell him what happened. If this is a joke." She trailed off, but it was still clear to hear the fear in her voice. "I'll go get him. Give me a minute." It was the longest minute Ash had ever had to wait. He spent the entire time jittery and wishing he was already there in Vermilion so he could tell Serge straight to the face. The Growlithe's pokeball was hot against his side and he nervously palmed the manila folder as he sat there. After a horribly long time, the videophone clicked back to active. "Serge." A gruff voice said, deep and unmistakable. "Who the hell are you?" "Ash Ketchum. I challenged you about a month ago." "Runt." There was the sound of Serge scratching his stubble. "What did you say about Team Rocket?" "I was in the game corner when I found a hidden door. I went in and found a Team Rocket base. There was a paper that said they were moving bases to Vermilion City, your fishing center, and the date said they moved there yesterday. I think it was for their Pokemon providers or something. I have the folder here. I ran to the phone immediately to call you or Officer Jenny. There was silence for a while before Serge spoke again. You in Celadon? Yes. Go to the Jenny there. Ask for the chief. Don't take shit for an answer, Serge commanded, various rustling noises coming from his side. She'll take the folder. Ash couldn't even open his mouth before Serge cut off the call. He stood up, idly remembering that he had left nothing in his room. Whatever happened, he was ready. He gave himself another second to breath before taking off toward the police station. While the crowds had never been in his favor before, now they actively worked against him. His running was cut short only a few feet from the entrance of the Pokemon Center, a gaggle of tourists bustling in front of him. Trying to push his way through only resulted in dark glares. He managed to jump up and catch a sight of the blue-roofed building, but it wasn't good enough. Gritting his teeth, he began to push forward. Ash burst through the doors of the station and walked quickly forward, eyes searching around even as he moved. It was a large welcome room that connected to the emergency call receivers, a receptionist standing in front behind a thin desk. The man narrowed his eyes, but Ash brushed him off and jumped straight into the reason he was here. I need to see the chief. The man shook his head, but Ash shook his right back. I've been sent by Lieutenant Serge, and I need to see the chief right now. Maybe he saw something in Ash's eyes, or maybe the name Serge scared him enough, but he relented and pointed toward a door in the back of the station. Ash thanked him and trotted toward it, very aware of the curious eyes from the other workers there. The door was already ajar, and he pushed it open from the crack to fully wide. An Officer Jenny was sitting at her desk, staring intently at a much sleeker videophone to her right. Ash could just make out Serge's chiseled face before Officer Jenny looked at him sharply enough to cut stone. You said you had a folder? In lieu of an answer, Ash handed over the manila and watched her read through the paper. Her eyebrows rose steadily until they narrowed in a truly frightening glare. Kid, you did the right thing. Stay here, she demanded, shooting to her feet. Before he could open his mouth, she gave him the rest of the story. Team Rocket hasn't made an open move in 11 years. If you aren't a liar, this could be our first lead onto what they've been doing for nearly a decade. She disappeared like a shot out of the office and left Ash to his own devices. He glanced around, adrenaline running high, when a grunt interrupted him. The videophone was still running. Serge looked at, a grin cutting his face in two. Runt, if this turns out to be true, this'll be the first real job I'll have to do since your sheet battle last month. Stand real still. Ash frowned. What do you mean? With a pop, a hypno appeared in the room. It was old and powerful, golden fur shining and its mane nearly long enough to cover its entire chest. The pendulum they always carried swung softly, a strange mixture between gray stone and shimmering psychic energy. It stared at him with tired eyes, tall enough they were evenly matched. Ash glanced back at Serge, who was still grinning. She's going to teleport you over here. Every kid needs to fight in a war to see what the F it means to be a trainer. Now's a perfect time for you to learn that lesson. Ash couldn't help but blink incredulously. Team Rocket was made of criminals all about stealing Pokemon and hurting trainers. He wasn't exactly prime material to be chosen to fight them. Serge just grinned at him, teeth bared. Runt, I fought my first real battle against a criminal team when I was 8. If anything, you're behind. Stand still. Hypno, transport the little baby over. Ash only had a moment to be offended before a furry paw touched the small of his back and the world shuddered. It wasn't as smooth as Professor Oak's alakazam. He could feel energy pressing against him on all sides, nearly choking him, and the burn from the sort of scraping on his skin hurt. When the world cleared back into colors instead of endless darkness, he felt a bit like he was going to throw up. Hypno weren't renowned for their teleportation prowess. He could see why. When he finally straightened, he could recognize his surroundings. He was in the back of Lieutenant Serge's gym, the brilliant lighting shining strong overhead. The same quality stone making up the pathway around the gym was cool beneath him, and the battlefield showed signs of previous use. Enormous burn scars littered the dirt, whole chunks ripped up and scattered over the field. Serge thumped him on the shoulder, which nearly threw him right back to the ground. His hypno stood quietly by the side, such a calm presence as compared to the boisterous gym leader. She idly swung her pendulum, though her eyes never left Ash. The pale surfaces gleamed with psychic power. "Well, Runt, I doubt you thought you'd be here again. Most babies run screaming once I'm done with them." His grin gleamed with dark satisfaction, but Ash could tell he wasn't cruel. From the little time he had spent around the man, he guessed it was a streak of humor few understood. "I won, actually." Ash gritted his teeth, trying to clear his head from the swirling aftereffects of teleporting. "If anything, you had to chase me out." Serge broke into deafening laughter. "DMN right, I did. That Rhyhorn of yours still as powerful?" "Better." His lunch finally decided to stay in his stomach, and he mostly pulled a recovery, looking around with more caution. The lights overhead were burning, callous and cold. The sudden shock from almost overpowering mint and leaves to the sting of ozone hit him almost as hard as the teleportation. Serge straightened, pulling a few more inches up, not that he needed it. "Hypno, go to Jenny. Tell her I'll be there shortly." The psychic type didn't show any outward signs of acknowledgement, but Serge nodded his head anyway and, with a flash, she disappeared. "Jenny'll be outside. She'll probably interrogate you again once I cool her sheet for bringing you. The plan's to attack in a quarter of an hour, at least if I remember right." He shrugged. "Not too much of a strategy. Me and Jenny will cream those in the front while you and the others clean up the BSTRDS we don't care enough about getting." Ash nodded, but Serge's little explanation from back in Officer Jenny's office didn't make full sense. "Why did you bring me? No bowing down and kissing my boots for lettin' you fight with the big kids for once in your life?" His grin was only matched by the loud laughter a few seconds later. "You ain't shit, kid, I won't lie. Your team needed a lot of work when I last saw you, but it had potential. Beating Erica isn't too shabby, and even challenging Sabrina takes more ball than most trainers have. Besides, Team Rocket is a threat, even if it hasn't seemed that way for a long while. More hands on deck, especially ones that can handle their DMN share, won't be turned down." He cackled. "At least, only if I can manhandle Jenny into letting you within 3 miles of the team. She's got some sort of thing about letting babies fight criminals." Serge's speech lifted his spirits more than he would have thought they would have, though the final words did put a damper on his mood. Spine straightening, he nodded confidently toward Serge. The giant of a man grinned back, abruptly turning toward the door and starting to walk. Ash had to take nearly 3 steps to match the man's one, but with a strange combination of trotting and walking, he was next to Serge when the man basically flicked the enormous doors open. Right across the street was the police station. Yellow tape stretched almost across the entire street, leaving a tiny section for passerbyers to walk by, though they didn't seem like they wanted to. A border of people encircled the space, whispering in confusion as officers prepared for the raid. There were nearly a dozen, though with how they constantly moved around Ash couldn't be sure. All had something strange covering their chest and arms, with thick black clothing underneath. Some even had protective masks on, numerous pokeballs across their waist. They weren't contained by a 6 Pokemon rule. There was Officer Jenny, farther from an identical copy to the one he had left behind in Celadon City than the rumors he had heard about. Her blue hair was pinned back, cut jaggedly short around her ears instead of in the loops of the most basic Jenny. Her clothes were the same skin-type black, silver buckles attaching it securely to her limbs. All in all, she looked like she saw a fair bit more action than any of the other Officer Jennys he had seen. Serge grunted, still moving forward. He tossed a pokeball up from his pocket, clicking the release button quickly. In a flash, a Raichu appeared. Ash instantly knew it had been the Raichu Serge had threatened him with on their first meeting. From its first appearance, Ash could feel the electricity crackle through the air like a living thing, splintering off of the golden fur without seemingly any effort. It squeaked, nose twitching, before leaping the 6 feet to Surge's shoulder like it was nothing. The man didn't flinch as what must have been 60 pounds landed on his shoulder, scratching his stubble. Raichu's tail curled over his neck, jagged edge sharp against his tan skin. An officer raised a hand in greeting toward the giant of a man, although they frowned when they caught sight of Ash trotting quickly behind. Surge cleared the crowd of people with a single glare and he hopped easily over the protection tape. Ash had to duck underneath. The crowd immediately pressed back against it, chattering. Now that he was closer, he could see what the officers were wearing. The skin-tight black clothing was a new Silph co-invention mainly for task forces. It was fire retardant, waterproof, and strong enough to stop bruises from a medium-powered water gun. Few trainers wore bracewear, however, because of their exorbitant price and tremendous stiffness. Ash could see they had sliced holes around the knees and elbows to move better, but most moved with a sort of jerkiness that betrayed the stiff fabric. The plating over their chest and arms was harder to place, mainly because he hadn't seen anything like it before. At his best guess, it was some sort of armor, though it really didn't look strong enough to block any attacks. The plastic, colored gray, looked worryingly thin. Surge, without looking, reached back with one hand and pushed Ash forward. He stumbled a bit, straightening quickly, and quickly palmed his starter's pokeball. The Electric Master cleared his throat to get Officer Jenny's attention, and Ash looked up to meet eyes with the blue-haired task force leader. Officer Jenny, who had frozen halfway through bucking a section of protective casing over her chest, barely took more than a second to understand who he must have been. Surge! What the hell are you doing? Enjoying myself. His grin was sharp and he looked far from apologizing. This runt down here will be helping us take the BSTRDS. We'll handle the big ones, he'll just stick to taking out the trash. Excuse me? Jenny snapped, eyes narrowed and cold. He's a kid. Surge widened his grin and shrugged. If his instincts are sheet enough, he challenged me first, he should be plenty strong enough to carve through. Some grunts. Officer Jenny didn't quite seem to have a response, but she fought viciously for one. Surge sighed and raised a hand before her vaguely hiss-like sounds could form words, talking softly to only reach her and Ash's ears. Listen, all right, he was the one who got us the intel on the base in the first place. He'll barely have to fight if your officers can actually handle themselves. If they're still as sheet as last time, well, Runt over here can fight off grunts. Ash straightened without consciously realizing it, eyes bright and determined. Officer Jenny's eyes flicked down to his belt and he bared his pokeballs, which she narrowed her eyes at the low number. But he didn't let it get to him, grabbing onto the rising confidence in his chest and trying to project it. After what seemed like forever, she sighed. Fine. He'll be in the back, and you'll keep an eye on him at all times. I will. Ash spoke for himself, feeling like he was glowing. He let his hand fall again to run over the red and white spheres before frowning. There was a second one that warmed his hand to the touch, a sure sign of a fire type. He felt along the pokeball for a moment before realizing what it was. Officer Jenny. She turned back to him from when she had been about to go, eyes narrowed. Surge walked forward to get a closer look, eyebrows raised. Raichu chittered softly, sending a few stray sparks into the air. When I was in the base, I found a pokeball. There was a Growlithe inside, but it was feral. It attacked my Pokemon without any offensive move toward it, he explained, showing off the sphere. Officer Jenny's eyes narrowed further, becoming mere pinpricks of light. It was almost frightening to look at. She took another moment to think about it before moving. Clicking the last buckles of her chest plate into position, she shifted it into place. Her arm braces were adjusted quickly and a sort of flap was pulled up from her suit over her mouth, smoke covering, or something like that. Whatever it was, it almost made her look like she was ready for a battle against a Pokemon herself. The officers around her seemed to pick up what she was doing, whispering quietly to each other while attaching the last bits of their armor. Serge narrowed his eyes, Raichu sparking softly. Jenny narrowed her eyes, turning around. With a sweep of her arm, officers all around moved back, shoulders tensing as they focused their attention on her. She clicked the release of a pokeball out in the newly formed empty space. The Arcanine that emerged was enormous. It towered easily over him, red and black striped fur shining warmly in the sun while its ruff and tail flicked slowly. The red mist was still disappearing as it crouched, growling deeply, immediately shifted into a battle position. Being on Officer Jenny's team would do that for you. She gave a whistling chirp and it relaxed, peering down to bump his head against her chest. Jenny whispered a few commands to its sharp ears before turning back to him, clicking her arm braces together once before raising them up. Release it in front of Arcanine, she said, moving back to be out of the line of fire. Narrowing his eyes, ready to release his own Pokémon in the tiny chance they were needed, he clicked the release. Immediately, the snarling pup Pokémon appeared. It barely gave a look around before lunging toward Arcanine, who merely snorted and leaned down, pushing the fire type with one of its enormous paws. The dog yelped and growled, but Arcanine just leaned down and grabbed it by the back of its scruff, hefting it into the air. It snarled and spun around, lashing out with its claws, but the attacks did nothing. At a sign from Jenny, Ash recalled it. She held out her hand for the Pokeball and he gave it over, letting the sphere roll over her palm until she got a good grip on it. The next second, she tossed it to another officer, who snatched it cleanly out of the air and marched off. I'll send it to the League. We haven't gotten many good samples of the drags they use, but that DMN Growlithe was pumped full. I haven't seen one so aggressive in near 20 years. She scowled darker, giving her Pokémon a quick look before recalling it. Ash could feel the temperature drop when the massive fire type disappeared, though he hadn't been too aware of a raise when it had appeared. She fixed her glare back on him, though it lost some of its intensity. Did you see anything else in that base? Just some cages, tables, and cabinets. They took everything else out. Officer Jenny still hadn't lost her narrowed eyes, but her posture had relaxed now that she knew the basics of what she was going to be fighting. She cracked her neck, flicking her fingers around as if to warm them up, before fixing Ash with a softer glare. Kid, I still don't know what the hell Surge is doing putting you out here, but you listen to me. Right now, I am your commanding officer, even if you've never fought before in your life. Her voice was hard, sharp. This was the person that commanded legions of officers all around Vermilion City to fight back against those that wanted ill, risking life and limb every time she went out on the field. He would be an idiot to cross her. Ash nodded his head. Officer Jenny sighed again, shaking her head. Surge better be right about you, she grunted, turning back to her other officers. Barking a few commands to the people gearing up around her, someone grabbed a thin set of braces, some sort of plastic tinged a dark gray. The person, a man with a tightly trimmed red beard, inspected them for a second before striding over to Ash, a warm grin on his face. Surge. His voice was brightly cheerful but almost faked, and he purposely didn't make eye contact with the giant. 7 Pokeballs sat securely attached to his waist. Heard you brought a newbie. Jen ain't too happy about that. He turned to Ash. Hey there, I'm Rick. She wants you to have these arm plates, at least for now. We don't have time to get you any braceware and the chest plates are difficult to fit without measurements taken beforehand, and, no offense, but you're short and skinny enough I doubt any extras we have will fit you. Ash narrowed his eyes but caught sight of Surge the next moment. The man was frowning, his normally boisterous personality on hold for some sort of powerful disapproval. It wasn't directed at him, but instead Rick, the red-bearded man had obviously done something truly impressive to PSS the man off. Or, knowing Surge, maybe just looked at him wrong. But Ash didn't really think that was it. Rick, when he followed Ash's eyes to meet Surge's burning gaze, flinched. He seemed quite content to ignore the man's existence, but that wasn't an option. Ash hurried to draw the conversation away from it. What do they do? The braces, I mean. Rick perked back up. The plateware? Not the most creative name, sure, but they're basically heavily condensed protective surfaces. They won't do much if a Pokemon tries to hit you, but they're devilishly helpful for rebounding stray attacks from an all-out battle like the one we're about to have. He matched the officer's grin. That did sound useful, while he hadn't been in any seriously dangerous battles. As his Pokemon grew in strength, he knew that things would get more dangerous. How do you use them? The officer nodded, opening his mouth. A frown split his face as he turned to Surge, asking a question in a low tone. You mind? Oh. Ash did not like the grin on the man's face, exposing far too many teeth to be entirely friendly. Raichu, zap him. Rick yelped as Raichu snapped its tail toward him, releasing a beam of electricity that crackled through the air. He managed to react in the nick of time, raising his arm braces in an X over his chest. The lightning slammed into it hard enough to push him back several feet, but when it stopped, he emerged not too worse for wear. His hair stood all on end and his skin was faintly charred, the hairs burned right off. The glare he leveled at the gym leader lost its intensity when next to the immensely puffed-out beard still sparking occasionally. Guess Raichu thought you're dusty but was strong enough for that, he said, more than a touch mocking. Raichu made a chittering sound Ash could definitely pinpoint as laughter, an undercurrent of actual anger running through it. Ash, perhaps wisely, drew Rick's attention back onto himself. That's great. How do I get them on? Rick helped him attach the buckles over his wrist and elbow, pulling them snugly enough they wouldn't shift while avoiding cutting off blood flow. They were stiff and cold to the touch, but as he shifted his arms around and caught the light flashing off the reflexive surfaces, he couldn't deny he felt much more protected than when he was just in his shirt. He was glad he didn't have the brace wear, though, it seemed very difficult to move properly in. Officer Jenny, of course, made it seem as easy as sweatpants and a loose t-shirt. Vermilion's protector just had the air around her of superiority, though one look at her and you knew she had earned it. Rick had Ash finish up, tightening one last buckle, before turning to leave. He paused first, seemingly thinking of something. Kid, word of advice. Stick behind us and let the officers handle the worst of the grunts. You shouldn't have any troubles with the ones we let slip by. Surge stepped forward, normally bright and proud, eyes dark. But don't forget this isn't some fancy battle between you and another trainer. You remember that DM and Growlithe, their Pokemon won't stop when your team is knocked out. You first bring him onto the field without asking Jen and now you're filling his head full of nightmares, Rick muttered before raising his voice to Ash. Kid, they're not that bad. Sure, they pretend at battling the big crowds but they're actually pretty bad themselves. There's a reason we haven't heard from them in a decade or so. Surge frowned, narrowing his eyes, but the officer kept talking. You ever heard of Jesse and James? When Ash shook his head, he continued. They're the most famous Team Rocket members, mainly for their stupidity. Tried to attack 2 separate Pokemon centers with a mere 3 Pokemon, tried to steal from a different league-protected building, and they even tried to steal from the sisters' gym. Heard they were in the hospital for a couple of months before they could actually go on trial. Didn't have to search very hard to find them, they wore bright white uniforms and never changed. He held up his fingers as if he was looking through a camera. Don't even get me started on their hair. Jesse had this scarlet ponytail so long you could see it for miles. James wasn't much better. Some sort of vivid blue, I guess. And they sang. Rick snorted. The league barely had to step in to stop them, they almost blew themselves up numerous times. Almost seemed like they wanted it. But any kid a day into their journey could probably scare them off. Ash blinked, but Rick had already started to walk off, leaving a frowning Surge. The man's grimace had deepened with every word the officer had said, shoulders painfully tight. Don't listen too hard to him, runt. He ain't too strong himself, no matter what he says. Just stay behind Jenny and we'll handle most of it. He nodded, though he doubted the man had seen it. Surge was lost in thought, eyes elsewhere even as he showed him where to go. Over there. Serge extended his finger toward an area close to the police station, relatively clear of any tools or people. Go tell your team, and get ready. 5 minutes and we're heading out. Ash nodded, turning toward the area. There was an empty crate with the Silph Co symbol on it, the insides lined with a protective lining. There was a sticky note with plateware scrawled lightly over its surface. He took a moment to breathe before grabbing his pokeballs and tossing them out. Rhyhorn tensed as soon as he was released, releasing a deep enough growl that several officers looked over with their eyes narrowed. Ash paid it no mind, kneeling down to place his hand behind his horn. He barely had to lower his head to meet his friend's eyes, the ground type rumbling up at him. Scorch yipped, patting closer to press her nose against his side to sniff him carefully. She no doubt smelled the Growlithe and, if the sudden tensing of her tails were anything to go by, also sensed the aggression the thing had been wreaking. While Vulpix didn't have quite the olfactory skills of canine Pokémon, like Houndour and Growlithe, theirs were still advanced far beyond any human. She looked up at him, large gray-brown eyes narrowed. Gale spread his wings to immediately take to the skies, something bright in his dark eyes, but Ash glared sharply and the avian subsided. His aggression was at an all-time peak, and with him standing nearly above Ash's knees and weighing nearly 9 pounds, that anger packed a punch. We're going on a raid, Ash explained quietly. Rhyhorn immediately snapped to attention, narrowing his scarlet eyes and letting out a low puff of dusty breath. It's against Team Rocket. You know what they do, right? I've told you. He received affirmative replies. There had been nights on the road that they had all curled up around a fire, telling stories long into the night. Team Rocket had been a story his mother had told him a few times, though she never told him very much. She always seemed to dance hesitantly around the topic. Officer Jenny and Lieutenant Serge, you remember him? Are going to be leading the charge, but we'll be in the back to take care of the rest. We're going to stop them, he said, clenching his fists. Rhyhorn bellowed back, though he kept his voice down a little. Gale shrieked, spreading his wings and nearly clipping Scorch. She barked back, ears flattening, but Ash stood up and they both turned obedientially toward him. 5 minutes. Is everyone ready? They all nodded their heads in some way, tensing up and preparing for battle. The air warmed up as Scorch flexed her 4 tails, though she refrained from activating flash fire. Rhyhorn made the ground tremble softly, while Gale took to the air and began to warm up. Serge marched over, grunting as he looked over Ash's team. That Rhyhorn grew like a weed since last time, eh? Near full grown. Yep. Ash grinned and looked over his starter. While he hadn't taken the time in a while to notice the sizes of his Pokémon, they were all growing well. Gale, of course, was constantly increasing and Scorch had finally filled in the hollow over her stomach. But Rhyhorn had grown the most. There's a guy I know here that can get him all ready for riding. Charges FNG penny for it, but he does a good job. Check him out when you're done taking out these BSTRDS. His grin was sharp, though it faded into a more curious look as he stared over Ash's team. Your Spearow is a few battles from evolving, I'd say. That Vulpix is large for her size, and 4 tails ain't too bad. Serge narrowed his eyes. Being really picky with your catches, aren't you? I was challenged just a few days ago by another hopeful and they had 2 full teams. Ash shrugged. I focus more on Pokémon that are strong enough to keep up with me. All of mine are powerful and determined. He laughed loudly. Hell of a way to do it. Serge slapped his back hard enough to force him a few steps forward. 30 seconds. Get out there. Ash straightened fully, flicking his hair back. He switched his cap over his head more securely, settling his hand down quickly as Gale dove down sharply to land on his shoulder. The Spearow nipped at a strand of his hair, nearly ripping it out, flexing his talons against the Tauro's leather. He looked around quickly to see Officer Jenny and the other officers were lining up by the boundary tape. Serge was next to them, scaring away the civilians. Officer Jenny seemed a bit miffed at the giant doing her job but seemed to make it almost a competition, snapping her fingers until the entire crowd cleared. The officers, faces grim, buckled their plate and braceware and checked over their pokeballs. Ash closed his eyes and breathed. He pushed every thought of the speech Rick had given out of his head, every thought of failure, every thought of running away, focusing only on Rhyhorn by his side. The ground type's calm presence soothed him as he tried to focus on what was to come. Team Rocket was not a trainer on the side of a route waiting to battle against another trainer. There was no cash prize from winning, there was no handshake at the end, there was no end when his Pokémon were just knocked out. Even if he won, they wouldn't just run away. This was not a battle he could take anything close to casual. Rhyhorn rumbled quietly enough to be nearly subtle. Ash smiled and tapped behind his horn, starting to walk forward to get into line with the officers. He ended up in the back, holding up his pokeballs. Officer Jenny shot him a look and he recalled his Pokémon, sliding quickly into line. She pinned back one last strand of blue hair and took to the front, eyes narrowed. Listen up. We're going to hit them hard and fast, we don't know whether they know or not that we're coming. I need everyone in their formation. Don't stray from it. Ash narrowed his eyes, he didn't have a formation. By the time he opened his mouth, one of the officers in front of him grabbed his shoulder. You're with us, kid. Diamond formation, split upon battle. You're on the left. The woman turned back to Officer Jenny, gray eyes cold. Jenny didn't give them a pep talk. She merely looked toward Surge, nodded her head, and then they began to walk. Crowd split in front of them and Ash could feel their curious, wary, and almost hostile looks tumbling down on him. The officers were well used to it, but their nerves were for another reason. Team Rocket, at this point, was an unknown evil. The fishing center looked far from imposing at first. It was a wide building covered in decorative nets and fishing poles, windows tall and lined with emerald green shutters. If Ash had walked by it, he wouldn't have suspected anything wrong with it. There were a few people talking out front, but the moment they saw the stone-cold task force walk toward them, they split. Jenny didn't pursue them, they were, most likely, shoppers who had no idea what was actually going on inside the store. Ash couldn't see anyone inside, but a light had gone out, whoever was inside knew they were there. Formations. She barked, staring at the double doors. The same woman from before grabbed Ash's shoulder and pulled him back. There were 3 other people in the group, each a bit younger than most of the other officers. One was a kid Ash recognized from the conference 2 years ago. He had made it into the top. They kept their gazes mostly forward, scanning for threats, hands constantly splayed over their pokeballs. He was on the left, the rest falling in to make a diamond. The woman was in the front. They were all in the back of the pack, the cleanup crew, and Ash was going to do his absolute best to defeat whoever they were up against. Surge was the one who instigated it. With his enormous Raichu still on his shoulders, he marched forward and pounded on the doors. There was no response. With a grunt, he kicked the center of the doors hard enough that Ash could hear the latch break open. His Raichu lit up its tail, providing a beam of light into the dark store. It caught upon a thick cloud of gases trickling over the ground, a pale purple in appearance. The entire store was filled with it. Surge's Hypno appeared just as the gases exploded. She barely had a quarter of a second, but she still managed to raise an impossibly thick shield in that time, restraining the entire explosion faster than the blink of an eye. The building shuddered, groaning and shrieking as the explosion tore apart steel and concrete in the areas Hypno didn't put up the shield. With a scream, the back half of the roof caved in, exposing twitching electric wires and shattered support beams. A billow of dust covered the entire street. Surge had barely moved, though Raichu was spitting electricity furiously. Hypno's eyes flashed blue and she released the shield, turning toward Surge the next second. After a moment, the giant cursed and shouted toward Jenny. They're teleporting out. We have to move in. She sprang to attention. Pierce charge. 3, to me. Ash had only a second to think about what that could mean before his team charged. He lagged a second behind but quickly made up for it, sprinting over the dust-covered streets with his hands steady on his pokeballs. They slid into formation behind another diamond, going toward the cavernous maw that was the destroyed doors. There was still a thick layer of poisonous gas, but most of it slithered against the ground and was dissipating by the second. Ash covered his mouth with the back of his arm and ran on, his diamond splitting from the other and starting to cover the right side of the building. There was little to see in the dark, but it was easy to see that there was nothing moving, nothing but 3 motionless coughing stacked in the corner. It wasn't clear whether they were still alive, but it was clear they wouldn't be present in a fight. They had most likely used all of their interior gases for that attack. Dust swirled around the room like a living thing, the hisses of crackling electric wires sounding like a million miles away. They slowly circled around the store, passing 2 other diamonds in their search for the entrance. The desk had nothing and neither did the rows upon rows of fishing poles, most everything else bare. Chairs were already thrown to the ground and several shelves were knocked down. Whoever had been in the store before they arrived had left in a hurry. But he couldn't find any signs of where they had gone. At least until Ash caught sight of a symbol carved into the wall. A stylized E with a curving underline. Only a foot away from it was a curved rectangle, then an upside-down V, then a boxy spiral. His heart skipped a beat. Here it came. Over here. He bellowed, getting the attention of his diamond. They ran toward the wall, frowning as there weren't any obvious enemies. The one at the back didn't turn toward him, keeping their attention on the dusty room as to avoid any sneak attacks. Ash felt like an outsider in their well-oiled machine. "What do you mean, kid?" the woman asked, snapping him back to attention. He shot her a look, eyebrows furrowed. The symbols weren't exactly hidden. He ran his fingers over the wall, turning both ways. The symbols continued only left. Following the strange signs, he ignored her question until he found the same notch in the wall like last time. No matter their level of danger, it seemed Team Rocket wasn't the most creative bunch. Ash pushed lightly. He could hear the sound of a latch catching and, since he wasn't Surge, he doubted he could break it with a kick. He turned to tell his diamond only to come face to face with Jenny and Surge. No matter whatever he was doing right now, those two combined was a sight to give the most hardened trainer a shiver. Their eyes were wide as they caught sight of the hidden door against the wall, following the trail of symbols. Jenny stepped back, giving him a surprised look. "Not bad. How'd you know where to look?" Her voice seemed breathtakingly loud in the dim of the room. "Celadon. These are illegal Pokemon breeder logos," he explained, tapping the one closest to him. Jenny nodded, shooting Surge a quick glance. He grinned back, taking a few steps away for a running start. Surge launched another kick at the door. It shuddered, but with a second kick the latch snapped and it burst open, revealing a narrow stairway leading down. But unlike last time, Ash could hear voices and rustling from beneath, sounds that had gone silent as the bang from the broken door echoed down the stairs. There was a hushed quality that the mostly silent entrance brought, muffled footsteps echoing back up the stairs. Surge had barely put his foot back down before Jenny was charging, hands flying to her pokeballs. She released her first before she had even gotten to the bottom of the stairs, her enormous Arcanine slamming into the marble tiles with enough force to make them crack. A scream echoed up the stairway, and Arcanine let loose a burst of fire hot enough to bring sweat across Ash's brow. "Go!" the leader of his diamond hissed at him, grabbing a pokeball. Surge had taken the stairs in about 3 jumps, releasing 2 other electric types alongside Raichu. He disappeared out of sight just as Ash began sprinting down. His diamond moved smoothly with the notable exception of him as they arrived down in the base. It was different from the game corner, having clearly been made for actual storage before the criminals invaded it. There was no hallway or separate rooms, instead, it was a wide open space with strange tubes and cabinets lining the walls. There were the same pale white tiles, impersonal and sterile, the lights brilliant and unending. And in the middle was a small army of people. They wore pitch-black uniforms, finished with gloves and boots. A symbol stood tall and proud on their chest, an enormous scarlet R, harsh and jagged. Both groups were frozen as they made eye contact, Jenny dimly chasing an alakazam in the background with Arcanine. Neither group made a move. At least until Surge let out a whoop, sprinting forward and punching one in the face hard enough to knock them out. The rest split immediately, grabbing pokeballs and tossing them out as fast as they could, snarling commands. Ash's diamond moved forward to the left side of the wide room, flanking a charging team of much more professional-looking officers. The brilliant lights overhead were shadowed by the seemingly unending flashes of scarlet light as Pokémon after Pokémon were released. The room he had previously thought was enormous now seemed much more cramped. Nearly 4 Arcanine charged over immediately, tackling the enormous Mook in several drowsy spreading waves of both psychic energy and stench across the base. Ash clicked his first Pokeball's release button. His diamond split almost automatically just as a trio of grunts appeared. Rhyhorn appeared with a rumbling bellow, shaking the stone beneath him. One grunt turned to challenge him, a man with bluish hair. He bared his teeth akin to a predator, eyes narrowed, and released a Pokémon, revealing the squat form of a Sandshrew. It squeaked, surprisingly aggressive, slashing its claws and bristling upward. Ash took the battle first. Spite attack. Shadows dripped from the ceiling and pooled in his mouth, almost seeming to hiss and spit like a living thing. With a bellow, Rhyhorn shot the glob of ghostly energy and hit the Sandshrew head-on. It was forcibly pulled from its charge, eyes dull and shivering. There was no time to protect itself from Rhyhorn's furious charge. A horn attack later and it was down for the count, its body collapsed against the ground until the grunt recalled it. With a snarl on his face, he released his second Pokémon, a fat coughing that released a shockwave of toxic gas as soon as it was released. Ash glared at the Pokémon before his eyes flicked up. The low ceiling was annoying but it was high enough Gale wouldn't have too much trouble. Scorch could use Distract it long enough for the bird to go to town. The Spearow shrieked a challenge upon his arrival, reddish crest sticking up far past his regular brown feathers. Scorch barked and moved forward, already reacting to Ash's shout of "Light Show." He was ready and was able to cover his eyes as she released the brilliant burst of fire from the tips of her tails, blinding the already clumsy coughing. It groaned in confusion, listening for the commands of its trainer, but by that point Gale had already moved. Beak glowing furious with peck, he slammed into the ball-like Pokémon and hit it to the ground. Rhyhorn sprang forward but Gale shrieked and knocked it out himself, stabbing the coughing repeatedly even as it desperately released wave after wave of poison. The grunt recalled it, eyes wide. Before Ash could make a move to restrain him, he grabbed tightly onto his Pokeballs and ran back the way he had come. Another wave of grunts poured into the room from 3 doors in the back. They released waves of Pokémon, each with several, and didn't hang around a moment after that. Their Pokémon flooded the room without commands or control, following their drugged instincts to attack. Ash heard the rippling growl terrifyingly close to him and barely had time to twitch before a Persian nearly the size of his starter prowled past another battle, dark eyes glittering with malice. Its golden fur caught the light, exposing the flashing gem on its forehead. Its growl shook the very bones he was made of. It was the sound that his ancestors had learned to accept their death with, the sound of a predator that had finally found its prey, the sound of a hunt beginning. A bellow answered it. Rhyhorn lunged forward, hiding Ash behind his bulk. Scorch and Gale were double-teaming a Cubone but Rhyhorn didn't need their help. Something was threatening his leader and few would survive that. The Persian yowled a challenge, springing forward even as it released a blast of energy from its gem. It made contact and actually blazed through Rhyhorn's weak nerves, giving him a jolt of pain. He ignored it, digging his claws into the cracking tiles and waiting. Ash took command. Stomp. The Persian never broke in its charge, never once considering not attacking the behemoth in front of it. Fangs bared in a snarl, it kicked off the ground and lunged. Its leap brought it nearly 10 feet forward. Rhyhorn took the hit, not like there was much he could do to stop it, and immediately reared. Persian scrabbled at his spines with its wickedly sharp claws, yowling, but it couldn't get a hold before Rhyhorn managed to shake it off. He used his bulk to slam his front two paws onto its chest. Ash definitely heard something crack. It screeched with pain, its gem glowing with brilliant power. Swinging its curled tail around and infusing it with a strange energy Ash recognized as a very unorthodox knockoff, it swung it desperately to try and knock Rhyhorn off. But in its rather creative use, it was weak. Rhyhorn shrugged off the dark energy without too much trouble, bellowing back to counter the pain. With the shriek of cracking stone, a boulder shaped from dirt and rock ripped itself from the ground, tearing past the marble tiles, and slammed into the pinned normal type. It collapsed fully, making no effort to escape Rhyhorn's bulk. He clambered off of it, sniffing quickly at the hole from his strongest rock blast yet before turning back to Ash with a proud rumble. Ash grinned wide enough to light up the room. Gale shrieked a victory as he and Scorch finished off the cub one, clambering off its fallen form and flapping back toward him. He was missing a primary or two, but the loss hardly seemed to slow him down. His eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of battle. "Come on, guys, that's it. Keep going," he encouraged, straightening fully to look for another threat. Ash had barely scanned half of the enormous room when someone caught sight of him. The man wasn't a low member like the one he had fought. There was no skin-tight black uniform, no vividly bold R, but instead some sort of war suit, golden lines crisscrossing over his shoulders. One glance at him and it was clear to see he was important. There was also the fact he was battling Surge. An enormous Charizard was raging over the battlefield. It was nearly 8 feet tall, each wing double that, and its gray eyes shone with nothing but fierce bloodlust. He had thought the heat from Jenny's Arcanine was bad, but this was double, triple that. Its wings hit anything in its path, friend or foe, and it torched even the slightest movement from any other Pokémon or trainer. The thick scarlet scales over its body shrugged off any move, and it never made a move to defend, even when the opportunity presented itself. Ash was momentarily stunned at seeing the incredibly rare fire type, something he never thought he'd actually see. Professor Oak only gave one out a year, and they could only be bought from less than 5 breeders in all of Kanto and Johto. Finding one in the wild was near impossible, as their natural habitat was volcanoes and they rarely ventured elsewhere. He could see the beauty of its power even through the savagery, but admiration was not the same as respect. A moment later, it was fried by a burst of electricity strong enough to leave spots behind. His eyes. The Charizard roared in anger and took off toward the 3 Pokémon darting around its feet, smacking a Grunt's Pokémon out of way without even looking. Raichu, Jolteon, and an Electriv, all under Surge's control. The man's normally boisterous face was grim even as he commanded his Pokémon flawlessly. There was a shriek and half the ceiling collapsed as the Charizard hit it out of the way, concrete tumbling down on its head and wings. It shrugged it off as if it was a gentle rain, grabbing the larger chunks and hurtling them towards its foes. One connected, although the Electriv recovered quickly and jumped back into the fray. The man in charge of the fire type did little to control it. Instead, he just hung back, a slight smirk on his face. He scanned the battles happening around him, 3 more Pokeballs calm against his waist. His eyes met Ash's. Everything about him screamed deadly casual. There was a looseness in his motions that the enormous, screaming Charizard next to him couldn't defeat, a smoothness to his face as he pet an eyebrow. Even his violet mohawk, something normally seen as rebellious, was quietly sophisticated. The steel in his face and eyes was of power, not rank. There was a moment of silence as they stared at each other, the battle raging around them. Ash narrowed his eyes, reaching back as Rhyhorn lumbered up beside him, scarlet eyes flashing. Scorch barked worriedly by his side, shooting a stray ember from one of her tails to distract a Golbat with its bright light. Gale shrieked overhead. The man noticed them all. There was a smirk on his cold face, cruelly vicious, and he clicked the release on a Pokeball and turned back to his battle with Surge without another thought. The toros that emerged bellowed like a train before immediately charging. It was at the peak of its prime, all raging aggression. It took only a moment before its glowing black eyes met with those of Ash's team and it readjusted its course toward them, slamming a weakened Vileplume out of the way and knocking it out. Ash narrowed his eyes. He opened his mouth to shout a few commands but was stopped. Scorch howled, leaping in front of his Pokémon. Her eyes flashed the brightest blue he had ever seen from her, but he couldn't see any other signs of the psychic energy, until he looked at Gale and Rhyhorn. Both of their eyes gleamed, a pale reflection of the blue from Scorch. He flashed back to his first time meeting her and how she had commanded her pack through basic telepathy. It lasted for nearly 30 seconds before the psychic energy broke up. Rhyhorn apparently contested one of the plans, grumbling a counterattack until Scorch agreed, but then they turned back to the quickly approaching toros. It had stopped to fight another member of Ash's Diamond, the same boy from the League. His attention was divided between a lightning-fast Crobat and the toros, and he was barely able to get his Rapidash to direct the Pokémon away from his team. It slammed into the wall hard enough to shatter nearly 10 tiles from the Incinerate, but shook it off as easily as a candle flame and turned toward Ash. Scorch yipped again, one final command, and his team began to move. Ash couldn't help but beam. She had finally gotten the boost she needed to return to the powerful, proud Pokémon he had seen on Route 8, the leader of a pack that knew her strength and how to fight with it. Her flash fire gleamed particularly bright, flickering and flashing with barely contained flames. The toros finally arrived. Its head gleamed blue with psychic energy as it charged at Rhyhorn, recognizing him as the greatest threat, but it never made it. Gale slammed a razor wind into its face, forcing the Pokémon that was taller than Ash a few inches back and stopping its charge. With a bellow of rage, it turned to hit the Spearow with the Zen headbutt instead. Scorch leaped in front instead, letting loose a ferocious scream as well as a light show. Toros stumbled into a wall and nearly knocked it down. Ash could feel the vibrations through his bones. The Pokémon was strong. One look at the Charizard and it was easy to see that the man trained his Pokémon well, though Toros didn't seem to have a strategy. It just charged. Ash could deal with that. Gale, try and pin it. Scorch, Ember and Heat Wave, keep launching until something connects. Rhyhorn, go all in, you're the only one that can handle it up close. He clenched his fists as they all moved smoothly to his commands. Gale shrieked, pumping his wings as hard as they could go. The razor wind that emerged was an enormous, screaming wall of wind that would have stopped Rhyhorn dead in his tracks. But Toros, now that it was concentrating, merely snorted and kept moving, digging its cloven hooves into the room. Scorch lunged forward next, constantly blurring her motions with quick attack. It was the only way she could dodge the furious stomps Toros threw at her as she wove in front of it. Endless fireballs rained down on its shaggy fur every moment she took to breathe, but nothing seemed to have any effect. Rhyhorn did the most. He stayed quiet for once, digging his claws into the tiles for something to push off. With a roar, he pulled Toro's attention, stopping its strike at Scorch. The bull turned to face Rhyhorn, bellowing. Its horns lowered and it began another charge. The ground type met it head-on. The crash from their two heads colliding sent a shockwave around the room, the dull boom shaking a few sensitive Zubat from their perches in the sky. Rhyhorn immediately jerked his horn up, scoring a hit across Toro's face, but it retaliated with a tackle that nearly flipped Rhyhorn over. It was clear. Rhyhorn was the only one who could stand up to the normal type, but he still wouldn't last long. Scorch! He bellowed, feeling as loud as his starter. Distract it with Will-O-Wisp. She barked her confirmation and stopped her efforts to fry the bull, instead twitching her longest tail. That same bluish-purple flame flickered through the air, Scorch's eyes flashing cerulean to control it, and paused right by Toro's face. It froze for the blink of an eye, considering the fireball. Gale shrieked a victory and slammed it with a charged razor wind. Toros grunted with annoyance, stumbling a step backward. The Will-O-Wisp exploded against its side, burning the fur there with its incredible heat. Gale swooped in automatically to cover Rhyhorn as he concentrated, digging his claws into the broken tiles below before taking off. Ash could almost swear he was using extreme speed. Rhyhorn roared furiously, claws ripping through the tile as he charged. Tauros looked up just to see the ground type slam into its chest. There was the distinct sound of something cracking, but whether Tauros' skull or Rhyhorn's plates, Ash couldn't tell. Tauros trembled in midair and Rhyhorn booked it out of there before it could enter one of the deadliest states to all Pokémon, Thrash, in its rage. Flamethrower. Rhyhorn responded immediately, gathering heat and releasing it in a blitz of fire. The cone of scarlet slammed violently into Tauros, alighting even more of its hide, and it bellowed in rage. Flamethrower had knocked it out of the pain of its burns and now it was furious and dangerous. He would have to tread lightly. Charge it when you can. Gale, keep it distracted. Scorch, try to find a time for light show, he said a bit worriedly. No Pokémon could pull out of Rhyhorn's charges that easily. The ground type was living, walking armor that punched with more force than most cannonballs. Whatever the man had done with his Pokémon, as evidenced by Tauros and the Charizard, it wasn't good. Rhyhorn rumbled back, cutting off the flamethrower and sagging slightly with exhaustion. He wasn't prepared to hold energy attacks for so long. But still, he dutifully dug his short claws into the tiles and prepared to charge, snorting out dusty breath. Tauros moved and he charged to meet it, ripping away a few weakened pieces of marble. Gale blasting a razor wind at Tauros' back, accidentally propelling it faster but also knocking it off balance. Tauros bellowed, stumbling, and blitzed right past the ground type. Rhyhorn swerved his best to double around, almost galloping. Scorch barked angrily and threw an ember at Rhyhorn's back. Ash frowned and reached for her pokeball. Had a confused Ray got her when he didn't see her? Before he heard her apologetic yip. One look at her blazing fur and he understood, the members of her old pack all had flash fire. They didn't feel fire attacks, and she seemed to have forgotten the enormous lumbering ground type wasn't a lithe vulpine in her act to get his attention. Thankfully, Rhyhorn barely seemed to have felt it, rumbling his acceptance even as he charged in the direction she directed. He intercepted Tauros even as it moved to avoid him. Few things couldn't stop a Rhyhorn that had had time to build up its charge, and Tauros was not one of them. It flew backward, nearly 300 pounds slamming into the ground. Ash had barely opened his mouth to cheer a victory when he felt it. A chill spread over the battlefield that his raging adrenaline could not cover. It slithered around like a living thing, shadows extending as even the sterile hospital lights couldn't chase them off, frostbite creeping up the walls. Ash spun just in time to see a ghastly cackle its arrival. It was a warped picture of a Pokémon. A dark gray center constantly swirling, switching sizes as easily as breathing. Two narrow white eyes, the dot of a pupil the only color, extended almost past the sphere that made up its body, its wide, fanged mouth open and sneering. Then there was the gas, hissing, spitting stuff that seemed more alive than the permanently fixed expression of dark glee on the ghost type's face. The grunt that released it grinned a bit nervously, though she laughed when she noticed Ash's pale face. "Get him!" she cried, pointing unnecessarily at his still form. Ash spared a moment's glance back at Tauros. Rhyhorn and it were going head-on, stabbing as best they could with their horn. He prayed his thanks to Arceus for Rhyhorn's incredibly weak nervous system. He'd definitely be unconscious without it, even with his incredible armor. Gale spat frequent razor winds to both push Rhyhorn forward or slow Tauros, though Ash knew he was waiting for the moment to get down there himself. Scorch tossed fireballs but Tauros' shaggy fur and thick fat prevented most of it from doing any damage. "Scorch!" he shouted and was treated to her determined expression. She saw the approaching ghost type and immediately ran toward him, fur blurring into a streak with quick attack. Rhyhorn turned at the sound of his voice and growled, almost making a move to join him before Ash shook his head. "Stay there, bud. I need you to take out the Tauros." The ground type barely had time to rumble an affirmative before Tauros broke free from Gale's razor wind and bolted toward him. Gale shrieked in anger at his move failing again, a feather drifting from his furiously flapping wings. Scorch leapt high into the air to intercept Ghastly, slamming into its core and unleashing a wave of fire upon it. It hissed, gas thickening to the point it was almost opaque. Ash's eyes widened even as Scorch made a move to bite down on its exposed center. Get back! She immediately fell to the ground and blurred back toward his side, yipping in confusion. But Ash kept his eyes firmly on the ghost type as its gases extended farther away from its body, reaching nearly 3 feet away. When that was compared to how it already hovered a couple of feet off of the ground, it was like facing something human-sized despite its center being only about 2 feet tall. Ghost and poison type, notorious for destroying any hope of close fighters. If Scorch got anywhere within the range of its gases, it could overwhelm her in seconds, knocking her painfully unconscious. And that was only if he was lucky. The grunt who controlled it laughed again, her slightly nervous expression clearing when Ghastly didn't turn on her immediately. Hypnosis. Ash thanked his lucky stars he had chosen Scorch. She, with her budding psychic abilities, was the only one who could hope to throw off such a move. Ghastly thrummed in discontent, almost making a move to turn back toward its trainer, before it shuddered and faced Scorch once again. It unleashed a seemingly wave of ghostly energy that froze Scorch in her spot before levitating lower to make eye contact. Its pure white, unearthly eyes gleamed from within like a flashlight was upon them, whispering unheard suggestions to fall asleep. Scorch shuddered and her flash fire deactivated, falling limp and cold against her reddish fur. If Ash concentrated, he could see a beam of energy appearing between his Pokémon's eyes and it. He wasn't concentrating on that, however, as he chucked a broken piece of tile at the Vulpine. She immediately yipped back to attention, skidded back an inch by the shattered marble. Scorch almost seemed dazed, movement slow, but it was clear she wasn't asleep. After a moment of shaking herself, she came back to and glared at Ghastly, snarling. It thrummed again, fangs bared. The grunt shouted wildly. Smog! Smog! Poison it, damn it! Almost immediately, it dropped the outer layer of its gases. They flickered a more true purple than the grayish stuff that surrounded its body, floating idly around until Ghastly got them under its control. Then they swirled around like a snake, funneling directly toward the growling Scorch. Heat wave. Light it up, he said a bit hesitantly. The poison was already in gaseous form which, he guessed, should only ignite upon contact with fire. It wasn't sludge bomb or anything, which would turn gaseous when under extreme heat. The two attacks met with an explosion of heat, almost rupturing Ash's eardrums with the aftereffects. He flinched and jerked up his plate wear, the edges of heat and flame liking against his clothing but protecting his face. If he hadn't had the armor, it would have been a painful and deadly thing to be hit by. He waited a long moment before lowering his arms again. Ghastly wailed as extra flames licked along its outer gases, nearly igniting them before it controlled itself with deadly precision. Its eyes flashed toward Scorch, honing in on her life energy to find her. Nightshade, the grunt shouted, hands cupped around her mouth. She seemed to want to jitter all over the place. Ash paid her no mind, eyes firmly focused on the Pokémon in front of him. Scorch was zipping around Ghastly with quick attack, keeping it distracted while Ash tried to come up with a counterattack. He strung together some attacks and hoped she understood them. Quick charge. There was a moment of hesitation as she pieced together the combo before she reactivated flash fire and then lit it up once again. Flame charge was fast but now she was faster, blitzing around the field like a fireball herself. She kept circling until Ghastly was too slow to keep its eyes on her and she struck, slamming into it with an explosion of light and heat before immediately leaping back. The rocket member howled her anger and Scorch matched it, paws dancing over the cracked tiles nimbly, almost scampering over the imploded trench they'd made from their explosion. Ghastly shrieked, but Ash for the first time realized that its mouth hadn't moved. It bared its fangs and closed its maw for hypnosis, but he'd never actually seen its mouth move alongside its noises. He didn't take the time to focus on it, gritting his teeth as he tried to find a strategy to take the ghost down. It was clear now that while it was powerful and deadly, it was in the wrong hands and didn't have nearly the arsenal it needed to be a honed weapon. The grunt wasn't taking advantage of Ghost's most powerful tool, shadow travel, treating it like any other normal-type Pokémon. She was ignoring its unique, sixth sense for living Pokémon as well as the unstable nature of its corporeal form. He needed to knock it out before it decided it wanted to be in charge of the battle. Roar and Ember. Keep it up until it drops, he instructed quietly, almost kneeling to allow her and only her to hear the commands. Though, with the way the grunt was raging about the turning tide of the battle, he doubted she could hear. Scorch barked in confirmation before darting over the field, ears pinned back and tails waving in tight circles to keep her balance. After a moment, she slammed her front paws onto the ground and skidded to a stop as a blast of shadowed energy leached over the tiles in front of her, seeming to permanently stain them a faded gray. Ghostly energy interacted strangely with this world. Ghastly hissed from its failed night shade, mouth still fixed in its unnerving grin. It bobbed a few inches higher at its commander's instructions, preparing a second hypnosis. Scorch never gave it the chance. Skiing in a deep breath, she released a piercing screech that immediately made Ghastly flinch, even with its terrible hearing. For rapid-fire embers streamed from the tips of her tails, slamming against its center. Ghastly shrieked again. Ash took the spare moment to look back at the battle with Tauros. The bull Pokémon looked worse for wear, but it was far from done. Its fur was ripped in several places, Gale's sharp beak proving useful yet again. Numerous stab holes littered its chest and side from Rhyhorn's horn, but even as blood dripped against the ground it didn't seem to care, bellowing lowly before jumping into the fray again. Gale tucked his wings and swerved to avoid a jabbed horn, reopening them quickly to fly up as high as he could in the cramped space. His usual incredible acrobatic maneuvers were useless in this enclosed space, and by his more furious than normal shrieks, he was feeling it. The half a dozen or so feathers that littered the ground and the careful way he extended his right wing showed the cost. Rhyhorn was hardly better. One of his spines was cracked along the top, an enormous sliver simply gone. Other cracks and breaks littered his form, several looking like they'd pierced all the way to his nerves. At this point, he was most definitely feeling every scratch that didn't hit a completely uninjured area. But still he lunged forward, jabbing and stomping as best he could at the furious bull. Ash turned back just as Scorch launched two more embers, forced to cut off the others as Ghastly dove at her, attempting to get her caught in its gases. The grunt was messing up, nervous and scared as she was. Smog or hypnosis would have been much better. Ghastly was following her orders seemingly without hesitation, but a darker glint flashed in its endless white eyes. Scorch yipped and backpedaled. Ghastly dove right into the ground with a hiss. Its gases exploded over the field, trickling into the ground, only to re-emerge from the grunt's shadow. She squeaked, leaping away, shouting another command for the ghost type to follow. But Ash saw the look in its eyes. If either one of them didn't end the battle soon, it was going to take control itself. The grunt realized that as well. Ash saw her mouth move but didn't hear what she was saying. The results came to him soon enough. Ghastly shrieked, wide mouth extending past its center and flickering against its gases. Its shining eyes gleamed past its closed eyelids and sheer power dripped around the room. Something violent was happening. Ash saw it almost in slow motion as the outer edges of Ghastly's gas caught on fire. The flames burned a violent purple as they slowly spread down toward its center, the ghost type screeching with every inch. There was only one move that could match what was happening in front of him. Explosion. Gale heard his shout, desperately flying away from Tauros and turning toward the bigger threat. Scorch fell back to cover the still charging normal type, but that wasn't Ash's concern. Gale did his best to make a U-turn, pumping his wings in the cramped room, but he wasn't going to make it in time. A brilliant flash of white light lit up the room. Gale shrieked victoriously, soaring over the blinded grunts as every inch of him burning with a ferocious light. Brown feathers fell to the ground as new ones grew in the blink of an eye, burning with fire. Instead of a Spearow, a Fiero exploded through the air and hit Ghastly dead on before it could use one of the most deadly moves known to the world. There was no hesitation as it sank to the ground, levitation cancelled in its unconsciousness. The gases burnt from explosion trickled through the air. Gale squawked, flapping his wings once. The shockwave of wind that left his gleaming feathers dispersed all of it in a second. Ash couldn't help the incredulous grin that spread over his face at the sight of his evolved friend. Gale had nearly tripled in height, from the 2-foot-tall scrawny bird into a master of the skies. His beak flashed like a sword in the burning lights, black eyes covered by a brilliant red crest. His talons gouged enormous marks into the mostly destroyed tiles as he landed, releasing the scrape of metal against stone. A jagged X of white feathers stood on his back. But nothing could hide that same aggression and pride in his eyes. The grunt recalled Ghastly with a squeak and made a move to grab from the other pokeballs on her belt, but Gale never gave her the chance. With a shriek that sounded more like a roar, he extended one enormous wing and slammed it against her head. She toppled like a cut tree and connected solidly with the ground. "Gale?" Ash said, a grin creeping across his face. The avian turned to him, all his power brimming beneath the surface. He would be on a buzz from the evolution energy for nearly 10 minutes, Ash needed to milk that before the adrenaline wore off and he would actually need to get used to his body. "Get the Tauros. You can do it." Gale shrieked and took off. He could only flap his wings perhaps twice before skimming the ceiling, which he pushed off from with a disgruntled shriek. Ash couldn't help but notice his preen as several grunts stared at him with wide eyes, smacking a lone gulbet out of the air with one talon. Tauros barely had a moment to look up before Gale fell upon it. The bull bellowed from the weight, skidding to a stop. Nearly 70 pounds had just crashed down on it, all centered around 8 dagger-like talons digging into its back. Its 3 thin tails whipped against Gale's tail, only annoying him. He let out a squawk, rearing up even as he kept his talons tightly enclosed over the entirety of Tauro's back. Flapping his wings once for momentum, he stabbed his sword-like beak directly into the back of Tauro's neck. It pierced through immediately. Tauros bellowed and shrieked, thrashing, but eventually it slumped over, blood flowing thickly from its many wounds and dripping over the Fiero's beak. Gale shrieked a victory call and clambered ungracefully off, flaring his wings for balance and nearly smacking Ash away. The Tauros was enveloped in a surge of scarlet light and sked away. A dark snarl on his face, the man with the purple mohawk reattached the pokeball to his waist. Another one was missing, clasped in his other hand, his finger pressed mockingly to its release. His scowl twisted into an expression of shock as Surge's shout echoed over the room. "FNG finally." Ash could only watch with wide eyes as the ferocious Charizard, the thing of fire-spewing nightmares, let out a shriek of pure rage and anger. Surge, his Jolteon missing, Jenny with 2 Arcanine and several other Pokémon, and nearly 3 other trainers stared endlessly as the Pokémon slowly began to fall. It was covered in endless wounds, electric burns coating its wings and dripping in water and steam. Raichu chittered darkly, brimming with satisfaction, and snapped one last bolt of electricity. The Charizard shrieked with pain and toppled. The man actually growled, quickly recalling his second Pokémon. The second the red covered the Charizard's scales, Surge was moving, spriting easily over the few fallen Pokémon and shattered holes through the tiles. His eyes were narrowed with concentration. With a flash of scarlet light, Ash barely had time to see a hulking, monstrous alakazam before the man disappeared alongside it in a flash of white light. He blinked spots out of his eyes as Surge swung a fist at where the man had been, cursing vividly. The grunts of the room seemed far less confident once their leader had left. More than a few shot desperate looks toward the 3 doors in the back, visibly twitching towards it. Others resigned themselves to their fate, pulling the last of their Pokeballs off of their belt and shouting orders to their last Pokémon. Surge didn't care. Now that his Pokémon weren't taking out the biggest threats, he unleashed them upon the grunts of the room. Raichu darted around the room like a living bolt of lightning, zapping endlessly with the perfect amount of control. The Electrove simply lumbered along, lacking the speed but packing more of a punch. Each of its moves left its opponent twitching on the ground. Jenny leapt to attention and Ash did so as well. Rhyhorn charged toward a small pack of Raticate, ignoring his many injuries to Stomp and Horn attack them until they weren't a problem. Most went down in less than 2 hits, and their fury swipes did little to Rhyhorn's armor. The grunts fled the moment he turned his dark scarlet gaze upon them. Scorch had been the least injured up until Gale evolved, her small size and speed keeping her away from most attacks. The daze from hypnosis was still present but she pushed past it to blur toward a weakened Victorybell, blasting it with embers even before it noticed her charge. Gale took a moment to awkwardly extend his wings, flapping them a few times to get used to the size. His wingspan as a Spearow was about 3 feet, maybe more, but now it was proportional to a bird that ruled the skies. No longer would he have the notice in the Pokédex that he wasn't built for long flights, now he was created for them, made for them, lived for them. Few would stand up to him now. He shrieked with pride and took off clumsily, the adrenaline already wearing off. The same burst of speed even as he fell was enough to launch him straight into several Eakins, crushing one beneath his talons as he landed. Jenny let the wanton destruction continue for a few moments longer before blowing a fierce whistle. The shrill shriek of the tool echoed around the room for a moment and each task force officer, Ash and Surge included, paused in their battles. Each of their Pokémon made a final move to at least incapacitate, if not knock out, their opponents before turning to listen as well. "Surrender!" she bellowed, voice booming around the room. There was silence. One grunt shakingly raised his hands. His Pokeballs fell with a thud from his fingers, rolling slightly until an officer's Pokémon caught them with its psychic abilities. After that, everything moved. Countless grunts surrendered, especially as Surge leered mockingly in their faces, Raichu perched smartly on his shoulders and sparking. More and more Pokeballs joined the ground, rolling around until they were quickly caught by the nearest psychic. Defeated Pokémon were recalled and still struggling ones were knocked out, mostly by Jenny's fierce Arcanine. Injured officers were teleported quickly out, their Pokémon put in stasis for the moment. At Jenny's furious typing, several League Alakazam teleported into the room and began to take the prisoners out. Their Pokeballs were taken far away from them. Ash clasped a hand over his chest as people raced around him, trying to calm his racing heart just by touching it. Rhyhorn lumbered closer, pressing his head against Ash's thigh and rumbling comfortably. Scorch stood quietly next to him, nursing her front left paw. Gale squawked angrily as he tried to make his way over, stumbling more times than Ash could count. It brought a laugh to his lips. A hand landed on his shoulder, and he turned to make eye contact with Surge. The giant had a cut across his eyebrow and light burns across his face, no doubt from the Charizard, but his grin was as boisterous as ever. "Not bad, Runt. Ain't going to lie." Surge glanced over the ruined tiles and knocked out Pokémon. "You weren't sheet." Ash beamed. "XXX. You're still an idiot," Officer Jenny sighed, dragging one of her hands over her face. She let her elbows land harshly on the edges of her desk, sprawled out over her wide chair as she was. Directly after successfully getting all of the grunts that hadn't teleported out into holding cells for the League to pick up, Officer Jenny had just about frog-marched him to her office. Then she had shut the door and immediately collapsed in her chair, wearily unbuckling her plateware and setting it on the ground. She was covered in more injuries than Surge, scratches and burns littering her exposed hands and face. Ash waited rather patiently in his chair, fiercely aware of the 3 Pokeballs that were being taken to the Pokémon Center alongside the officer's Pokémon. He had made sure that someone knew that Gale had just evolved and needed to be checked out, but with the influx of injured Pokémon she was receiving, Ash didn't know when she'd be able to get to them. But he grinned. She shot him a glare but it was half-hearted, and the edges of her lips were twitching. "But without you, we might have had to blow up the center to find the base and most of the grunts would have teleported out by then. Good job." Jenny shuffled around several papers on her desk, the exhaustion bleeding off her form as she held it at bay through her sheer willpower. Surge is going to explain most of it to you and give you your reward, but I dragged you in here to give you a congratulation myself. Ash knew the hair on his arms and face was singed and that he was grimy and dirty and dusty, but he still felt brilliant. His team had pulled a victory with difficult odds and he couldn't be more proud of them. This speech only confirmed it. Vermilion City is indebted to you, though don't let it get to your head. Nurse Joy streamlined your Pokémon to the front of the line, behind critical care patients of course, and they should be fixed up by late tonight or tomorrow. She flicked a stray paperclip off of the desk, fixing him with a quick glance. I've got top-of-the-line security cameras in here, so there's no need to go to the interrogation rooms. Just tell me everything you know about the Celadon City base and what led you to discover the one here. Ash took the offered water bottle, drank deeply, and began. He could hear thudding noises from beyond the office as he finished up his explanation, the sounds of a quiet argument happening outside. Jenny's face twisted into a soft scowl, though Ash knew it wasn't directed at him. She gave him a moment to breathe after finishing, asking a few clarifying questions and letting him confirm a few statements. With a sigh, she brushed back a lock of her hair and pressed a button on her desk nearly hidden by a stack of paperwork. Ash heard a buzzer outside the office and almost immediately the door banged open, revealing a man with several bandages wrapped around his extremities. Surge grinned and stomped inside, shooting a pleased look at Officer Jenny's steadily deepening scowl. "Glad you finished up quick," he said, almost half of his face visible as burned in the clearer light and his already ruffled sideburns singed. "Just escaped Joy, and I'll be taking this little runt with me." Jenny sighed again but didn't fight it, she had already gotten everything she needed. "Send it off to Ms. Joy when you finish," she instructed. "And I will raise hell if you start giving him all of his rewards tonight." He let out a burst of barked laughter. "Guilty as charged, Jen. I'll bring him tomorrow in one piece, bet your butt on it." Then, reaching forward to grab a hold of Ash's shoulder, he jerked the boy up out of the chair and out of the office. Most of the officers in the building were missing, although a few were trickling back in. One woman was having a burn around her upper arm wrapped by someone Ash recognized as one of Nurse Joy's assistants, carefully drinking a glass of water and leaning against a table to keep steady. Surge kept one hand on his back and carefully steered him around the desks and chairs, nodding jerkily to the doorman before they left. A crowd was gathered outside, shouting questions as soon as Shure emerged. Ash blinked as the flash of a camera hit him right in the eye, but Surge merely growled and started to push his way through the civilians. Ash didn't wait up, doing his best to stay directly behind the giant. The two guards at the entrance had their hands constantly on their Pokémon and were watching the crowd of people with barely contained disgust. They snapped to attention as Surge approached, giving him a quick rundown of the people that had tried to get in. Surge's scowl was truly impressive and Ash guessed that he'd only have to look at the enormous swinging doors before they'd open themselves out of fright. A moment later and they were inside the gym. Surge yawned rather mightily, scratching at a crisp white bandage around his upper shoulder. He half turned to Ash. "Come along, runt. Don't have all day." Ash trotted next to the man as he walked toward the back, the sounds of the crowd beyond the doors fading quickly. A referee in the back saluted Surge as he came close, but he waved him off and pushed through one of the tall doors in the back. Ash followed as quickly as he could. It was a wide room, seemingly an office for the man, though it didn't seem like it saw that much use. The desk was longer than Jenny's and marked with random, crumpled papers, random splotches of ink scattered over its surface. Surge kicked the chair and it swiveled to accept his weight as he collapsed in it, still grinning. Ash sat down on the other side, more than slightly curious as to what the man wanted with him. Officer Jenny had said reward, and he would be lying if he didn't say his mind hadn't stuck on that particular train of thought. "Why'd you call me in here?" Surge glared at him for interrupting what must have been a brilliant introduction before sighing. "Well kid, here's the thing. Sure, you fought around like everybody else but you're also 4 years younger than them at the minimum. Your team of 3 did sometimes what their team of 7 couldn't. So Jenny and I talked and we decided you should get another Pokémon as a reward. Team Rocket has a surplus of Pokemon in Hell, one of them might work with you. Ash blinked, eyes wide. There had been a number of powerful Pokemon he had fought today, and he could remember a fair few he wouldn't mind training. I thought I was supposed to get a small reward. Well. Surge grinned, holding his thumb and pointer finger a few inches apart. A Pokeball's pretty short. Thought that should be plenty small enough. He took one look at the man's smug face and couldn't help but laugh. He should have expected this, it was Surge. The man lived to break expectations. And also to break those that laid down the expectations. Surge frowned, though, and kept speaking. Course, we've got a limit on the Pokemon you can actually take. You remember the Growlithe? It'll take us near a month or so to flush out all of the drags in its system and then some to rehabilitate it. Can't get any that the BSTRDS pumped full. But I thought all rocket Pokemon were drugged. That's what we all thought, too. Surge scratched his stubble, giving Ash a once-over. He apparently deemed him worthy because he kept talking. See, we captured about 42 Pokemon from the grunts themselves and then another 96 in storage. Took us a while to figure it out, but there's a pattern to the Pokemon that were drugged, with a few exceptions. His face turned grim. Viper's little monsters were high as a kite. Didn't need to capture them to see it, you saw that Charizard and battled his Tauros. Raging chargers with no sense of self-preservation. Course, we can't confirm it, because we didn't capture the piece of sheet, but we hardly need to. But for every other Pokemon, there were only a few types that were actually drugged. The rest were under some sort of psychic block in their mind, something that brings out the bad. Basically brainwashed. And here's the kicker. Most of those DMN Pokemon were weak or unevolved, which is a piece of candy for a strong enough psychic type. Alakazam, probably. Common as sheet in the right areas. But these mental barriers are foolproof. Tight. I'm guessing an Alakazam could do 2, maybe 3 before passing out for a couple of days. So either they've got the strongest psychic in the world or more Alakazam than we can count. Ash tried to wrap his head around the information being thrown at him. It seems Rick's speech about a useless Team Rocket was passing farther and farther out of usefulness. What types were drugged? Surge counted off his fingers. Fire, electric, rock, dark, and steel. Every single one was out of their dead minds. The psychic blocked ones at least were more self-preserving, not that it's saying much. So. He clapped his hands together, forcing Ash back into reality. Any other Pokemon that ain't drugged can be yours. Probably will take us a couple of days, week at the most if they're really shitty to us, to break through the barrier, and then some light analysis to see whether it's safe to journey. Any that stuck out? Ash frowned, thinking back. Most of the Pokemon he had fought we hardly enough to remember. The Tauros, of course, had been ridiculously powerful and he had barely been able to fight it off with all of his team. Coughing and Raticate were common enough he could capture one of his own. The several other Ekans, Persian, and Cubone were grouped together in his mind, he couldn't differentiate between them. But there had been one. The Ghastly, he said, before clarifying. One of the grunts had it, a woman, I think. Brown hair. Surge grunted. Beside that being spectacularly undescriptive, you're in luck. I know what little fucker you're talking about. Another issue. See, the way we've been attempting to break the psychic barriers so far is with psychics. For the most part, it's easy. Alakazam spends a few days mapping out its brain so it can find the block, then snip and we're out. But Ghastly are ghost types. You're lucky it's got a poison type as well, Alakazam can get it through its poison sacs. I'm going to need a backup in case it doesn't work. Ash frowned. That Ghastly had been one of the most incredible battlers beside the Tauros, and he would hate to watch it slip by. The Persian, then. I don't know who its grunt was. Third issue. Surge ticked off a finger. You ever wonder why Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower ain't exactly open to all? Rule is 3 badges at the minimum and an evaluation from an officer Jenny. Ghosts are tricky business. So I'll have to get Jenny's permission before giving you it. His frown deepened. While the rule made sense, ghost types had the highest chance to rebel against their trainers, with dark only a little behind and psychic running. Third, that didn't mean he didn't think he was ready for the ghastly. Serge scratched his stubble, a fierce grin on his face. No need to look so DMN disappointed. You just fought against Team Rocket and held your own. If need be, I'll send in Hypno and she'll kick your little ghost type's butt and break the barrier at the same time. She got plenty of experience fighting ghost types down in Alola. Ash grinned, excitement revitalized, before he frowned. Wait, what do you mean? Alola? There was a long pause. Surge's dark eyes were incredibly sharp, piercing straight through Ash as he made quiet eye contact. A million billion thoughts ran across the man's eyes and Ash couldn't catch a single one of them. He sat there with the hairs rising on the back of his neck, uncomfortable but refusing to show his confusion. Moments that seemed like hours clicked by, the quiet the only sound. After a millennium, Surge finally moved. His eyes showed a flash of respect before going blank. He spoke again. Yeah, Alola. They're the shittiest fighters of all the regions, which makes sense given they don't even have gym leaders and they only just made an actual league with the tournament. They couldn't even handle their own war. Ash jerked but Surge steamrolled on. Called on Kanto to clean up their shitty dirty work. BSTRDS. I only like a few of them and I spent near 2 years fightin' over there. Kukui at least apologized and gave some pretty DMN nice rewards, though, and he's not a bad battler. Glad Ion ain't sheet, at least once he up and left those Dmed Islands and came over here. Kiawe's too annoying to enjoy. Surge snorted like he had made a joke. While there was amusement in his voice, there was something darker, only a touch away from anxiety. He had never expected to hear that from the boisterous man. Surge had full well known what he was talking about, despite nothing of it making sense. They held their eye contact, bright against confused, for a few moments longer before Surge straightened up. A grin slid onto place on his face like it had always been there. Jenny'll kick some buttes into gear and start getting some Pokemon broken free. Come back tomorrow for more of an update, but she'll do her best to throttle me if I don't send you off to the nurse right about now. Is that a Pokédex? Ash hadn't expected the man to recognize, but again, it was Professor Oak that had made it. He nodded. Gimme. Surge snapped his fingers until Ash handed it over, flicking open a document and typing in several words. That's the person you should see for getting your Rhyhorn all fitted out. You won't be going back to Celadon, or anywhere else, until after we get this whole DMN mess fixed out. I'll let you try and convince Hypno to send you to whatever gym you want to fight next. Ash smiled. That was a lot more than he had hoped for. It would have been an annoying trip to either Fuchsia or Cerulean, though he wasn't sure what he wanted to fight in next. He was leaning towards Cerulean, if only just for the fact he would be fighting their real teams. Gym trainers weren't technically allowed to curb stomp brand new trainers on their first badge. Well, they most definitely were, but they weren't allowed to use their real teams. The generally accepted thing to do was raise a kid or two of their main team and use that on everyone with less than 3 badges, although a few gym leaders, Giovanni and Blaine, mostly, just didn't allow anyone below 3 in. But now that he had gotten that sacred number, gym leaders' real teams were going to be unleashed on him. From what he had heard, the Sensational Sisters hadn't had a workout in a long while. He wanted to be the one to do it. But before he stood up, he frowned. Something had stuck out to him from Surge's parting words, beyond the crazy Alola mention and talk of war, of all things. Why do you use a Hypno? I thought you mostly training electric types. My family's tradition. She's my first Pokemon. Mom and Pops wanted me to follow in their footsteps of a Mando psychic trainer. Never really stuck. He shrugged. No gym leader is contained to their type, runt. Everybody got's monsters, and now that you've got 3 badges you're going to be facing them, whether they're the right type or not. Then the man fully sagged against his chair and glared fiercely until Ash said his thanks and left. Nurse Joy was waiting. XXX. In the end, it didn't take very much to get him all fixed up. While he hadn't noticed it before, he didn't have too much hair on his arms or legs, perks of having a fire type, and the plateware had protected what else remained. The burns along the edges of his face were easily touched up with a modified burn heal, and Nurse Joy had slapped several bandages over his light scratches and declared him good. His Pokemon, not so much. While Officer Jenny had allowed full restores on his Pokemon, Gale was already going to be contained in the Pokemon Center for the next day or 2 to be checked up after his evolution, and there wasn't much point in only giving full restores to 2 of his Pokemon. Evolution reacted strangely with some of the more powerful medicines. So Nurse Joy would give Rhyhorn and Scorch a lesson version and keep them overnight. They'd be tender for the next couple of days, but Ash wasn't going to be battling much anyway. Rhyhorn would probably take a day or 2 to regenerate his spines, at least right up until they were sandpapered away to make room for riding. But still, that night, it was cold and quiet in his room. He had been allowed to see Gale, hooked up to half a dozen monitoring systems and looking decidedly displeased in the cramped hospital room, but only for 5 minutes before they kicked him out. Rhyhorn and Scorch were still in stasis. His room felt empty without the snoring Rhyhorn next to him. He felt cold with the pressing warmth of Scorch on his. His room felt almost unsafe without Gale's fierce territorial spirit, even while asleep. So instead, he pulled out his Pokédex, putting on the quiet background noise of dripping rain to try and calm his restless nerves. He found the search bar and typed in Alola. Ash already knew what the region was, though it was the second most remote in the world, Kalos right behind it. Alola was rumored to have one of the strangest climates out there, cold enough several species of Pokemon evolved to be ice types while still be warm enough to be classified as a tropical oasis. He paused at the picture of a snow-white Vulpix, covered in thick fluffy fur and piercing blue eyes. It was cuter than Scorch was with its extra poof of snowstorm-ready fur. But there weren't any mentions of war. He was restricted to only Kanto documents on his current version of a Pokédex, but it still didn't give him much. From what he could tell, Alola was one of the most peaceful regions with something called ride Pokemon, which weren't even captured by a trainer. Ash trusted Surge more than he trusted these pages. There had been a war. It took him a long while to fall asleep. XXX. Rhyhorn rumbled in confusion as he was released, looking around. His scarlet eyes flashed with mistrust as they landed on Jorge, the man Surge had recommended, and he moved to stand protectively in front of Ash. Ash smiled and scratched between the thick plates of armor. He had been released early this morning, though he wasn't completely healed. But still, he was a fearsome sight to see. Now that he was fully grown, his plates were thick enough they rubbed almost constantly against each other, releasing endless waves of dust and dirt into the cracks between them. While Rhyhorn would never enjoy taking baths and getting wet, he thoroughly looked forward to the nights Ash would sit there with a brush and dig out every last chunk for completely unhindered movement. Jorge raised his hands in SBMSN, a gentle grin on his face. "Whoa there, big guy. Ash here just hired me to get you rideable." Rhyhorn immediately perked up, his spines rumbling together. Ash knew him well enough to know that his rumble was of excitement rather than a threat, but Jorge, despite being so laid back, still seemed wary as he walked carefully around the ground type. "He's a good size," he admitted. "Less than half a year old, but I wouldn't doubt that he's going to evolve before the year's out. Whatever training you've been doing has nailed it, his plates are very cleanly developed. And his spines. While you could have done a better job filing them, they've naturally developed the beginnings of the notch right here." He mimed his hand over the dip in Rhyhorn's spines, careful not to touch them. "Yeah, he's perfect for riding right now. Of course, you can't do it for too long while he gets used to the weight, but this is actually a great exercise for training. Strengthens their legs, back, overall muscle mass, as well as helping with mobility if you sit up there long enough. You a trainer or a racer? Trainer. Jorge seemed pleased with that answer, a thoughtful furrow between his eyebrows appearing. He hummed quietly. Then I've got a couple more options I can do. See, I'm sure you've noticed he can't do too much with his claws right now, not until he becomes bipedal. But I can still sharpen them, as they're pretty dull right now. I don't think they learn too many moves to do with their paws right now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I can also smooth the edges around his faceplates, giving him a bit of a break from erosion, though it won't last that long. Again, both of those are extra options, but they'll not only help your Pokémon in battle but also everyday comfort. Ash nodded his head. While he wasn't completely sold, it was a promising aspect. What are you going to do to let me ride him? Ah! Jorge visibly perked up, reaching into one of his many pockets and pulling out a sheet of paper jostled against nearly a dozen others. This was a store all about outfitting rideable Pokémon. Once it was unfolded, a large diagram of a Rhyhorn was revealed. Each of its plates were colored a different hue, scientific names printed neatly beside them. I'll be doing most of the work on the Shiogakuis, the main spine. Boss man crammed so many fancy words in my head I sometimes forget no one else can speak them. He grinned easily. Anyway, what I'll mainly be doing is deepening that notch that's already beginning to form. I'll widen it a bit as well, but it's always going to be a tight fight. Don't ride bareback unless you want to lose something very important to you, he warned. Jorge laughed at Ash's wince. Yeah, a lesson everyone needs to learn. Rhyhorn are ground types, they aren't exactly soft. An Arcanine, that's a different story. But yeah. So I'll make a little hollow a bit behind his shoulders, as that's the safest spot, and you'll be able to slide in easily. Ash grinned, touching along the edge of the spine. He had been excited to ride on his starter ever since they had made eye contact all those days ago in the Viridian Trainer School, lumbering around on his beast of a ground type. While the cost would deplete most of his saved funds, Serge had slipped in several hints about some monetary rewards for helping them out, and that should still allow him to buy some new supplies. I'll do it. The claws and smoothing out his facial plate as well. When do you think you can finish? Jorge hummed, placing a hand on his jaw. With his size, probably a day or so if you want a good, quality job. We have a contract for you to make sure you're okay with leaving your Pokémon here with us, as well as an expected time of finish. But we know you trainers don't exactly have access to a phone, so we'll send a messenger to drop him off at the Pokémon Center an hour after we finish. If you can't trust Nurse Joy to hold on to him, well, I'm not sure who you can. Ash grinned and nodded. Jorge went to fetch the contract while Ash knelt by his starter, locking eyes. Okay, Bud. It won't be for very long, but I need you to stay with him while he works on your spines. Rhyhorn rumbled immediately, bumping his head against Ash's knee and shifting him back a few inches. Ash rubbed a few more pieces of rock out from around his faceplate until he calmed, keeping his voice quiet. I know. We just fought against a criminal organization, and don't think I still can't believe it. And now I want to leave you. But I'll have Scorch with me at all times and then Gale once Nurse Joy releases him from her clutches. Rhyhorn snorted in amusement before butting his head against Ash's side one more time, making an almost whine. But when Jorge reappeared and Ash signed the contract, giving over enough money to make his budget weep, he did follow the man. Ash would be keeping his Pokeball for safety reasons, and they had several stalls out back for Rhyhorn to sleep in overnight. He had to fork over an extra 10 for Pokémon food, though. He was quiet watching the back of his best friend disappear into the back of the shop. While it was easy to see a Growlithe or an EV feeling love and affection for their trainer, sometimes people forgot that even the less cute or cuddly Pokémon could feel the same deep, ripping emotions. Ash knew that the loyalty between him and Rhyhorn was not anything to be broken. Nothing could break it. XXX. Ash grinned and ran on. Nurse Joy had received a message from Jorge about 20 minutes ago and he had barely taken any time to apologize for stopping his brushing of Scorch before he was packed up and running through the streets of Vermilion City, arms pumping by his side. It was early enough in the morning that he was able to storm his way through more of the city without having to run through too many groups of people. Jorge came out to greet him, grinning at the trainer's quite obvious nervousness. "Your Rhyhorn was perfectly fine throughout the whole process, though we had to bribe him with some pasho berries to get him to eat." "Some loyalty you've got there, eh?" Ash only smiled and waited. Jorge laughed. "I'll lead you over to our back area and show you how to ride him. Shouldn't be too difficult to pick up. We've got some more intense riding courses, though those are more for professional racers." He disappeared back inside the store, pausing for a minute to write down something on the desk, probably confirming Ash's arrival. Ash trotted in nervously after him, tapping along Rhyhorn's pokeball. The store was a cool safe space against the powerful summer heat of the seaside town and he enjoyed walking around to glance at the various products. Jorge reappeared from a back room and waved his hand for Ash to follow him, which he quickly did. The back was a thin hallway with 4 Pokemon rooms along the sides, outfitted with warm beds and large food bowls. Jorge led him along to the second one of the row, revealing a bulky ground type sprawled over the floor, head resting against the cold floor and pressed against the glass door, as close to the opening as he could be. The very moment Jorge came into view, Rhyhorn's eyes snapped open. When Ash arrived as well, he sprang to his feet and slammed his head against the glass, which shuddered violently. Ash held up a hand and Rhyhorn stopped his eager assault, though it was clear he could have shattered the glass door had he wished to. "Easy, big guy. Your trainer's here," Jorge said almost conversationally, unlatching the door and pulling it open. Rhyhorn lumbered out, giving Ash a clear view of his back. His main spine, a rippled fearsome thing, smoothly curved downward. It created a pocket about 1.5 feet deep, the thick plate smoothed over enough to almost look like glass. There were a few divots along his back for Ash's feet, but Rhyhorn had been bred to bear riders over hundreds of years. Jorge jerked his finger. "Fields out back. It isn't the biggest but it should be good enough to get the basic hang of it." Ash finished touching along Rhyhorn's spine before standing, gesturing for his starter to follow him. A door in the back led him to an admittedly small backyard, but getting anything in the city was impressive. It was mostly blank grass, a few berry bushes lining the sides. A mounting block stood by the door. Rhyhorn lumbered over to stand next to it, pausing for a moment. Ash clambered up onto the mounting block, very thankful for it. Without the extra height it provided, he would have had to try and jump nearly 3 feet and land perfectly to get on him. "You have to spread your legs out," Jorge instructed. "Don't worry about being able to direct him. He isn't like a Ponyta, no matter how hard you kick him, he isn't going to feel it. So all of your commands have to be verbal. By putting your heels in the holes, yeah, those 2 right there, you'll be able to stay on while he charges. Trust me, it hurts more falling off than staying on. Are those your thickest pants?" Ash nodded, brushing a hand over his jeans. He hadn't bought any winter supplies to avoid wasting valuable storage space, and these were the thickest he owned. He hoped they would be enough. Rhyhorn rumbled comfortably as Ash lowered himself over his starter's back. His plates were cool to the touch but after a moment, he could feel the barest hints of Rhyhorn's body heat worming their way through the thick plates. It wasn't entirely comfortable, but nor was it uncomfortable. He guessed it would take some getting used to. Jorge directed him on where to grab and how to dismount. He got on and off a few times until he felt comfortable doing it, even trying it without the mounting block. But then, once he was safely secured, he gave his first command. "Walk." Rhyhorn rumbled with excitement and began to plod forward, getting used to the new weight himself. Ash trembled almost violently until he managed to hook his heels in just right and stabilized. It was incredibly strange to feel the vibrations of the earth rising up through the ground type to meet him, Rhyhorn's sheer control over it even at his young age obvious. At Ash's voice, he sped up. Jorge stepped back as Rhyhorn began trotting in a wide circle, making sure to keep his movements calculated. The glee infected both of them. Charge! Rhyhorn bellowed with excitement and started to run around the field, head lowered and claws ripping at the earth. Ash yelped as even his heels couldn't stop the shaking and fell quite dramatically to the side, twisting away from Rhyhorn's form as he landed. Rhyhorn immediately ground to a stop as he felt his weight leave him, turning around and crooning a question. Ash spat out a clod of dirt, looked up at Rhyhorn, and laughed. XXX. Even Surge couldn't summon a barking laugh once he directed Ash to one of the working rooms of the various psychics working to break Team Rocket's blocks. It was a small room, perhaps 10 by 10 feet, and almost completely bare. An alakazam stood in one corner, both spoons extended and eyes glowing. Several large Pokémon constantly patrolled around all of the rooms, though there was some extra protection about the ghost type's room. Ash could see the gleaming red eyes of a haunter in an officer's shadow. It would give chase if Ghastly tried to escape through shadow travel. Ghastly, however, looked in no condition to be escaping. It was deeply unconscious, placed under hypnosis at all times. Its ragged body sagged against the ground, flattening out almost, and its gases only extended 2 inches away from its center, weak and almost transparent. "We're only a day in," Surge said quietly, somber. Each of the rooms had broken, beaten Pokémon that had been tortured by Team Rocket, and the mood infecting everyone was far from happy. Alakazam there has found his way in through its poison sacs, but it's pretty much a touch and go. If he pushes too hard, the ghostly energy will force him out, and if he goes too slow it'll swallow his probe. We've made decent progress so far, though. Ash couldn't muster a response as he looked at the defeated Pokémon in front of him. It was a vivid difference from the cackling, hissing beast he had fought off with Scorch. He worked up his voice. "What about the other Pokémon?" "Easier." Officer Jenny marched forward, flanked by 2 scientists that Ash guessed were overseeing the process. "We've managed to map out the basics of an Eakin's mind, and my guess is only a day or so until the block is broken." "Surge, why'd you bring the kid here?" Ash was starting to take offense at being called kid all the time. "My name is Ash Ketchum," he said as winningly as he could. She shot him a glare, but it didn't pack her regular punch. "I know that. Surge filled me in. The point still stands, what are you doing here? We're not even close to breaking that Ghastly's block." Surge shrugged. "Kid deserves to see what we're doing to get him that Pokémon. Besides, I've got something at the gym to show him. This is just a pit stop. Well, finish up quickly and head on over. I trust you did take him to Nurse Joy last night." Ash held up his wrist, which still had a bandage over it. She glanced down at him and seemed to realize from his disgruntled expression that he didn't quite appreciate being spoken of instead of to. One of her officers touched the edge of her shoulder, jolting her back into reality. They whispered something in her ear and the 3 of them were off, moving quickly through the seemingly endless corridor of glassed rooms. Surge snorted in amusement, clapping him on the shoulder. "I wasn't lying about showing you something. A mutual acquaintance of ours called me in to give me a suggestion. He apparently thought pretty high of your little battle in Saffron and is slightly said you aren't listening to his suggestion. Ring a bell?" Ash blinked. "No." Surge shrugged. "Well, finish up quick. The thing's already set up for you." The man immediately turned back toward the way they had come, stopping only to chat with one of the officers, a serious-looking man with narrow gray eyes. Ash turned back to the one-sided glass, staring at the weak figure of the ghost type. The Persian Surge had managed to find was a few rooms down and it was progressing faster along than the Ghastly was, but whatever Team Rocket had done was strong. It wouldn't be finished quickly. He nodded his head. He would do his best to save all of the Pokémon captured under Team Rocket's case. He owed it to them. XXX. Surge had shown him a quick and easy way to charge Rhyhorn in a Pokémon Center's generator. Glad Ion had apparently sent him a message asking about Ash, which the boy had not been prepared for, and had left instructions for him to follow. It was a lot easier than he had expected. Electric generators were mostly hidden except for an exposed coil of wire, which connected to two plugs in the wall. By simply removing one end of the wire from the wall, he broke the loop of electricity and, by putting it against Rhyhorn's side, the ground type was able to absorb it. Surge had cut him off at 3 minutes in. Rhyhorn's electricity storages were nothing at this point and he'd need to charge a bit every day to be able to use the move with any sort of precision. It was going to take weeks to get his horn to be able to store enough to even use shock wave, and then more time on top of that to be able to generate the electricity himself. Ash left his starter to get used to the current running through his horn and turned his attention to the one Pokemon Nurse Joy had handed him only 10 minutes prior. There hadn't been any complications during his evolution, but he would definitely need more time to get used to his form. He released him, immediately greeted with a powerful shriek, and scanned him quickly with his Pokédex. Fearow, the beak Pokemon. With its huge and magnificent wings, it can stay aloft without ever having to land for rest. Its long neck lets it find prey both on land and water, and it will fly above the ocean for days to find food. It constantly fights with those from the Pidgey line. Ash grinned as he read over the new and improved Pokédex entry. Gale shrieked proudly, the furious call now much deeper. He had learned to restrain himself from shrieking at the volume he normally did. It was well known that a Fearow's cry could be heard for miles if they released it at their full strength, and Nurse Joy had not taken kindly to that. He stroked behind the bird's enormous red crest, fingers digging past the thick brown feathers and scratching against the softer layer of fluffy down beneath it. He was still getting used to his much thicker coat, still used to his thinner feathers. Fearow had very different biology than compared to, say, Staraptor or Pidgeot. The large avian could be found in almost every region naturally, while Pidgeot had to migrate during the warmer months. Fearow's thick coat of feathers allowed it better protection against ice types, even if its slightly smaller size than its rival Pidgeot hurt some of its battles. But Pidgeot were only bigger than Fearow right as after they evolved. Fearow grew faster than Pidgeot, given as they only had one evolution. The Pidgey line grew very little naturally as they had 2 bursts of growth hormones, and the production cells needed for those 2 evolutions severely outnumbered regular growth production. Fearow, on the other hand, only evolved once. It would grow, while not exponentially, but still steadily. And Ash knew that Gale would one day be feet taller than him. The bird squawked, jolting Ash back into awareness. He preened visibly as Ash stroked over his crest. "May I?" he asked. Gale only gave it a moment of thought before nodding his approval. Ash grinned and touched lightly over his beak, the enormous weapon longer than his forearm. It just couldn't compare to a Spearow's tiny beak. Ash still remembered how Gale had pierced through the Tauro's skin and flesh like it was nothing. He was one of the most incredible hunters of the sky, almost completely unbeatable. Maybe Ash was still stuck on his evolution. He rubbed the back of his neck, smoothing several of Gale's feathers over. "Okay, bud. So I've given it some thought, and I think I know what moves you're going to learn next." Gale perked up, talons scratching against his perch. Ash had to specifically request a room that had a perch big enough for the bird. He knew that for most Pokemon centers Gale would have to just be on the floor, but he didn't trust the Fearow right now after his evolution. Each of his talons were nearly 4 inches long and were capable of ripping apart carpet without a thought. Once he learned to control himself, he wouldn't have to pay extra for the room. Aerial Ace is a given. Now that you've evolved, I bet we can pick it up really quick. Gale shrieked his approval. Ash winced and rubbed one ear, though Gale extended a wing to him in apology. "It's all right. But I was also thinking maybe Pluck or Drill Peck. I think you'll like both of them." Ash let a grin slip over his face. "Both of those moves allow you to get up close and attack your opponent, but you're going to need some more long-range attacks well. And I think an actual elemental attack would be perfect. Heat Wave." Gale remembered how Scorch used it, squawking quietly. Quietly for him, at least. "That's it." He flicked Gale's crest. When we start training again, we'll see which one you can pick up easier, and then go from there. You know we're going to have to reteach you how to fly, right? The Fiero shrieked annoyedly. He spread his wings to their full length, nearly 9 feet, and flapped them quickly. The wind nearly blew off Ash's hat if he hadn't caught it. Oh, come on. You know it. Would you like to battle Misty and just fall into the water because you don't know how to fly right? Gale squawked again, but Ash was distracted. A voice had come over his intercom, the gentle tones of Nurse Joy. Ash Ketchum, please report to the front desk. Ash Ketchum, to the front desk, please. Ash frowned. He had all of his Pokémon with him, all of them fully healed. Turning towards his second friend, he recalled him quickly and started toward the door. He passed a few trainers on his way down, though there weren't that many, and arrived near the front desk. Nurse Joy smiled warmly at him. Ash, I have a message here from our gym leader. Surge must really like you. What was it? He asked, smiling. Her kind mood was infectious. It's done. She frowned. It's not the most descriptive message, would you like me to ask for clarification? Ash couldn't help the grin on his face. No thanks. His face felt like it was able to split in half. That's fine. He turned to the glass doors. Now was time. XXX. Ash tore through the streets as fast as a Jolteon, apologizing to everyone he bumped into almost as fast as he was running. The officer at the front of the door only asked his name, grinning at his red face from the run. He was directed back toward where the run's underground had been, the pathway much different than the brightly sterile and impersonal stairway to both Team Rocket bases. Pictures lined this hallway, most of all of the officers in front of the building, years lining the bottom. Every officer Jenny had her own picture on one wall, her Pokémon laid out around in her in an array. Ash paused at the current one, a team made of beasts spread out in the background. Officer Jenny was waiting at the bottom, scarlet eyes so eerily similar to Rhyhorn's narrowed. Alakazam took a week but he managed to do it, she sighed. That Ghastly is completely free. We checked it out and while it's an aggressive little fucker, it doesn't seem to have any more blocks in its mind. DMN, if I could just find the psychic who managed to put a block in a ghost type's mind. Ash nodded, looking past her. Surge was standing by the one-sided glass, staring in with Raichu perched on his shoulder. The man's eyes were tense. Is it okay? He asked, walking up next to the man. Ash was very consciously aware of the fresh Pokeball he had placed next to his belt, one down from Scorches. Surge let out a barked laughter. That Ghastly ain't going to be okay for a long while. Maybe if you give it enough help, but even then, it's going to be a long and bumpy road. It's a ghost type, and resisted the block better than most, its memories are a lot sharper. You're going to have a clusterfuck of a time getting it healed. Surge looked at the ceiling, more contemplative than Ash had ever seen him. I was there when they broke through, kid. That Ghastly kept snapping out of hypnosis and goin' nuts so Raichu zapped him back to Lalaland while they worked. I was packing up when it snapped. Runt, ghost types are part of the Mind Arts trio. They don't talk much, sure, Ghastly will giggle and sheet, but you won't hear too much out of their actual mouths. If they even have one. But you can still hear it. His eyes were dark and clouded. I wasn't in the room but you didn't have to be. That Ghastly screamed once they broke the barrier, but no security camera'll pick it up. You hear it in your bones. Ash couldn't help the shudder that ran up his spine as he looked in on the collapsed ghost type. It was still solidly exhausted and unconscious, though without a hypno constantly focusing on keeping it down, it wouldn't be long before it was up. Ash would have to start moving. Surge made a move but Officer Jenny got there first. This is going to be recorded, and we have a hypno nearby ready to take over if things go wrong. If you can't control that Ghastly, you don't get it. I understand. Ash nodded, shoulders set. He palmed Rhyhorn's Pokeball and quickly stepped into the room, the glass door sliding shut behind him. It was much eerier inside the room. The walls, instead of having wide glass panels, were smooth metal, the same matching on the ceiling and floor. He felt a bit like he was trapped in a box, hidden lights shining quietly from pockets in every corner. Though he did feel more comfortable when he spotted the covered vents in the ceiling. If Ghastly released its poisonous gases, at least he'd have a chance. He released Rhyhorn. The ground type rumbled warmly before instantly narrowing in on the ghost. His nostrils flared and he growled, the ground shaking softly beneath his claws. Ash put his hand above his horn and he stopped, though it was clear he was cautious. Explaining the story took less than 5 minutes. While in the room, it was easy to forget the people watching him from the outside, though he made sure to include them to Rhyhorn as well. The ground type kept on constant guard. It was a waiting game after that. Ash wanted to use his Pokédex but knew it would only work on Pokémon he captured, although his hand twitched toward it several times. Rhyhorn paced by his feet, growling at the tendrils of gas. As if that would chase them away. Ghastly seemed to have tight control over itself while conscious, but its gases ran freely when it wasn't. Thankfully, they were a fraction of their regular strength, fading away before they had gotten more than a few feet from Ghastly's body. Finally, after seemingly forever, there was movement. Rhyhorn immediately tensed more than he had already been. Ash moved behind him as Ghastly slowly twitched its pure white eyes, the ones that never closed. Its pupils had only slid out of sight, but now Ash could see a corner of one coming back into focus. They made eye contact. Ghastly exploded upward, activating its ability with a hiss Ash could hear rattling through his head. Its gases moved like living things, almost immediately thickening to become opaque. Ash could barely make out the permanent grin and wide eyes. "Stop," he said, his voice coming out much more confident than he actually felt. Ghastly paused for a second before the outer layers of its gases burst toward him. Rhyhorn reared to the best of his abilities and let the poison bounce off his incredible armor. While Ghastly might be able to poison him eventually, now was not the time. It was undertrained, weak, hungry, and most likely still recovering from the psychic block. "I'm not from Team Rocket. You battled me, remember?" Ghastly seemed to understand him now that it was clear its gases wouldn't have an effect, snow-white eyes twitching in frustration even as it searched the area for a shadow to escape in. Ash barely caught a flash of scarlet eyes before Ghastly recoiled away from Rhyhorn's shadow, gases tucking close to its form. He heard the deep baritone of a haunter's laugh in his bones, the shadow rising an inch from the ground before settling. Rhyhorn rumbled in distrust and stepped on it. "I helped get rid of Team Rocket. That base we rescued from is gone now." Ash could clearly see Ghastly's disbelief in the creature's eyes, despite its frozen face, its eyes were quite expressive. "You won't ever go back to them." Now Ash paused. He had thought long and hard about the pitch he would make to the creature, and now that he was seeing the ghost he figured it was the right move. "But I can make you strong enough to fight them." Ghastly's eyes gleamed with an almost desperate want. It twitched and slowly its gases faded back to transparent, still tightly contained against its body. Rhyhorn stayed between them but Ghastly slow rose to make solid eye contact with the trainer. "You don't know me. I don't know you. You don't know whether I can make you strong. But I promise you, I will do everything within my power to let you fight Team Rocket once again." They held their stare for what seemed like millennia. Rhyhorn stayed still beneath them, understanding the moment. The only sound was the gentle hiss of the gases being released from Ghastly's body. Until finally, slowly, hesitantly, Ghastly shifted its head up and down in a nod. Its grin still bared all of its serrated teeth but it no longer held the edge nor the threat, and its wide, blank eyes were full of emotion. Ash held up a pokeball slowly. Ghastly immediately hissed at the sight of it, gases flaring, before it seemingly traced whose arm held it and calmed. Rhyhorn tensed but didn't move other than that, beady scarlet eyes fixed firmly on the ghost. As gently as he could, he tossed the pokeball. It passed quickly through the poisonous gases and hit solidly against Ghastly's side. With a flash of scarlet light, it disappeared into the Pokeball, which immediately began to twitch violently. It lasted far longer than any of his other Pokémon. Even despite knowing who was capturing it, Ghastly fought like a cornered animal within the ball. It nearly rolled around the room, writhing and spinning. There was a gentle click. Ash knelt and picked up the Pokeball, grinning at the chill that crept down his spine once he touched it. "Welcome to the team, Ghastly." Ash grinned and reclined farther back onto the blanket he had managed to cram in between Rhyhorn's spines and his back. All in all, now that he was a day or so into riding him, it was getting much easier. He could cram only one heel into the divots at a time to stay steady, and Rhyhorn had quickly picked up a proper speed to keep both of them moving smoothly. It had taken him nearly a day after capturing Ghastly to convince Surge's Hypno to teleport him to his next location, though he was pretty sure the man had convinced her to drag it out that long so that Nurse Joy could finish up her check over Ghastly. Surge had also stolen his Pokédex to put his more personal number in it in case Ash found anything before shooing him out of his town. Hypno had dropped him off right on the edge of Saffron City, though he didn't pop into the city. While she no doubt could have taken him all the way to Cerulean City, he wanted the time to train his team against water types as well as try and get Ghastly used to them. He hadn't taken the ghost type out yet, giving his team one relaxing day on Route 5, as well as relaxing a bit himself. Tonight would be full of training for the newbie. Not to mention Gale. His grin widened as a furious shriek echoed from behind them. Gale flapped furiously, his wings pounding against the sky as he tried to flap at the speed he did as a Spearow. But his enormous wingspan could no longer move fast enough for that, and now he just flopped around dramatically in the air. "You still refusing my help?" Ash called up, prompting a satisfied rumble from Rhyhorn. He chuckled and tapped his heels softly, clucking his tongue like he saw in the Rapidash races. "Come on, my noble steed. You don't want to let Gale beat us, do you?" Rhyhorn rumbled again, though he didn't increase his speed. One glance up and it was easy to tell. Gale had shrieked angrily at Ash's comment, promptly lost concentration, and had nearly plummeted before he caught himself. He had refused Ash's help, though, and Ash would rather let the post-evolution hormones work themselves out before he stepped in. Besides, his friend needed the reality check. His Pokédex gleamed as he scrolled through pages and pages of information, reading idly at what he saw. Most of it was stuff he already knew, though a few pieces were more interesting than others. Almost every single document Professor Oak had downloaded about Ghastly were frightening and exhilarating. Ash couldn't wait to start training it. "Did you know you were once used in war?" Rhyhorn would lead the cavalry charge. He flicked through a few more paragraphs. "You guys were more feared than both Rapidash and Tauros, combined. Not a lot could stand up to that fat head of yours." Rhyhorn gave a grunt of insult, but he rumbled good-naturedly. His scarlet eyes no doubt gleaming, he made a quick turn left, nearly jerking Ash out of his seat. He yelped, catching a hold on the spine in front of him, and conceded defeat. "All right, fine. Your head is very nicely proportioned. No fat." That earned him a prideful rumble, and he kept reading. "Hey. You're number 111. In the Pokemon classification system, I mean." Rhyhorn rumbled again, but at this point Ash was pretty sure he was just humoring his trainer. Scorch yipped in concern, trotting closer. With how spread out they were, Ash and his friends were taking up most of the route, as long as you counted the writhing shadow from above. The Vulpine had taken it upon herself to keep Gale from killing himself somehow, and from her expression Ash guessed something was about to happen. Scorch's ears flicked back and she lunged forward just as Gale fell, shrieking, to the earth. Ash signaled for Rhyhorn to stop and he did. Moving gingerly, he dismounted and headed over to the avian still struggling to shake off the dirt covering one of his wings. "None of that," Ash chided, sidestepping the talon that clawed for a grip at the earth. Gale subsided, squawking angrily as he glared at his offending wings. The growth in the Pidgey line was much easier to deal with. Ash sighed and knelt, idly scratching at Scorch's ears, who had sidled up to him. I know you're still recovering from your evolution, but if you want to fight in the Cerulean City gym, you're going to listen to me, Ash said firmly, forcing the avian's black eyes to meet his. The Fiero shrieked his disgruntlement, but as Ash just stared at his collapsed form, he laid flat, beak resting against the ground. He wasn't even used to all that extra weight yet. I'm going to teach you how to fly, and properly this time, he said. But for today, you're just going to get used to your body. I know I wasn't able to release you very much in Vermilion, and I doubt that Nurse Joy did any training with you, so you're still recovering. What you're going to do is stand on Rhyhorn, okay? The ground type rumbled annoyedly but stood still as Ash helped Gale up, brushing off his wings and smoothing over the feathers. He was a bit annoyed at losing his rather comfortable and easy seat, but with a tug to free his blanket, he knew his team came first. It took a fair while for Gale to properly arrange his talons over Rhyhorn's spikes. Gale's 70 pounds weren't comparable to Ash's weight, but he was generally sharper, and Rhyhorn grumbled at the pain from his talons. But eventually, he was aligned and ready to move. Ash barely bit back a laugh. It made for a truly spectacular sight, an enormous, magnificent Fiero clumsily perched on a disgruntled Rhyhorn's back. Scorch yipped amusedly, tails flicking, though when both Rhyhorn and Gale glared at her she stopped. Rhyhorn looked pleadingly at Ash, but he merely sent his starter off. It's training, he chuckled, unable to hold back his grin at the very good attempt of Grolithize Rhyhorn was trying for. Besides, Gale's your friend. You're happy to help him, aren't you? An annoyed rumble later, and they were moving. The first trainer they ran into looked thoroughly confused, but Ash was still able to wring a challenge out of him. Scorch won it rather easily, a Weepinbell no match for her flames, and Gale had long since given up being annoyed for the relief his aching wings were getting. Rhyhorn, despite his annoyance, barely seemed to notice the bird's weight. Ash walked steadily along them, even holding up Gale's food bowl during lunch so he wouldn't have to dismount from Rhyhorn. Scorch had seemed to appreciate other Pokémon riding Rhyhorn, and had tried to sneakily jump onto his back whenever she thought he was distracted. Ash didn't have to do anything to stop it, especially as Rhyhorn slammed to a stop perfectly to JRK the Vulpine right off of his plates. She yipped in annoyance but did continue walking beside Ash, though she eyed his shoulders every so often as if she could ride up there as well. Ash was honestly curious to try. Her 20 pounds wouldn't bother him too much riding shotgun when he was carrying almost 3 times that in his backpack. The day on the route went by quickly. There had been an irate cloud of Pidgey swarming over the route, but Gale had scared them away with one beady eye and a piercing shriek. Scorch had taken care of a tiny pack of Rattata, as well as most of his challenges. But then the day came to an end, the sky dipping from a blue reflected up from the barely visible ocean to a golden that washed over his skin as if rain. Scorch kept him from feeling the falling temperature as he set up a campsite in the clearing he had found, pressed close to his side. All of them ate their food quickly, scarfing it down before turning expectantly to him. They knew what was coming. I'm going to release it, he said, which was a bit unneeded. Rhyhorn straightened and stood directly by his side, his fierce protector. Gale hopped as best he could over to be next to the rhino while Scorch stayed against his other side. With the click of a button, their new team member appeared. It sagged for a second, pure white eyes roving, before it recognized Rhyhorn. Its shriek echoed around Ash's skull, gases thickening, before its gaze slid up and found Ash. There was a moment of quiet fury in its eyes before it silently levitated a few inches lower to the ground, gases easing back into a passive trickle. My name is Ash Ketchum, he said. This is Rhyhorn, Gale, and Scorch. They're your new teammates, okay? It hissed, mouth still fixed in its wide grin, but subsided after a moment of glaring from Ash. I'm going to scan you to see what your moves are. It was almost difficult to get the Pokédex's scanner to focus on the ghost, clicking quietly as it recognized a Pokémon but struggled to truly find it. But eventually, it honed onto the Ghastly's center and began to display text across the town. Ghastly, the gas Pokémon. Ghastly are mainly composed of gases. When its body is exposed to strong winds, it can be blown away and scattered. It can use its gases to suffocate its prey. This ghastly knows the moves Hypnosis, Lick, Nightshade, Smog, and Explosion. Its ability is Levitate, which allows it to float. Ash couldn't hide his frown at the last move. He had done some research and it was impossible for a Ghastly to learn that immensely dangerous move without the most incredible of training, which he doubted Team Rocket did, or a TM. But there were only a limited number of certain, more dangerous TMs made, and Explosion was most certainly on the list. It was one of the few moves that could actually kill the user, not even to mention those around it. The very fact it knew it and could use it spoke of something Ash couldn't piece together. He hadn't even known there were Explosion TMs able to be seen by the public. Knowing Team Rocket, it probably hadn't been. He nodded his head. That was a good move set, one that was far different from both Gale and Rhyhorn's. While all of their moves were mainly for attacking, this Ghastly had over 3 ways to incapacitate its enemies. It would be priceless in capturing new Pokémon. He toggled a switch on the bottom right, Male. Ghastly hissed proudly at him, one pupil flicking out of sync with the other to stare at Rhyhorn. He stayed there floating, gases writhing, while Ash thought over what to do with him. He would do best to learn some more attacking moves, probably Shadow Ball and Hex. Want to start training, Ghastly? He immediately hissed at him, pupils slits against the white of his eyes. Ash cursed himself for not remembering something earlier. I'm sorry. Would you like a nickname? Ghastly bobbed up and down, still bearing its fangs in the wide, unnerving grin. Ash frowned, running through several ideas. If he had to take a wild guess, he'd think that the ghost type would want something powerful and deadly. He bounced through a few. There were a few poison names that he seemed partial for, but they never stuck for long. While a Ghastly was indeed a poison type, it was first and foremost a ghost, an eldritch being that did not belong on this earth. It took him a while but eventually, he found one they both liked. Wraith. The cackle it gave echoed through his bones. XXX. All of Wraith's moves were on point. Despite Team Rocket most likely never training him, he seemed to have practiced all of its moves to the point Scorch had to burn herself back awake after his hypnosis. Ash didn't check his explosion. There was a reason it was known to be fatal. Scorch had, surprisingly, offered herself to be the test subject. Most of Wraith's moves had to be utilized on another Pokémon and the reason was that in order to unlock Scorch's latent Mind Arts trio abilities, she had to be under constant mental stress for them to emerge. And Wraith was only so happy to oblige. Ash winced as she yipped in pain, thrown backward by the surprise Nightshade Wraith had flung at her from the shadows. He had spent most of his time creeping around in the black, 2 gleaming white eyes dripping like wax from a tree branch to the ground. He wasn't strong enough to completely disguise himself in the shadows, so his eyes were like a gleaming beacon for those that could look. Scorch was not one of them. Her attention was drawn to avoiding the writhing tendrils of gas that slithered across the field. Without a more solid corporal form like Haunter, Wraith couldn't actually bring his gases with him when he traveled through shadows, leaving only his gleaming eyes to be seen. Even they lost any sign of their physical form, disobeying any laws of stability as they moved independently and without constant shape. Scorch yipped triumphantly and snapped 2 will-o-wisps toward a seemingly innocent shadow. Wraith shrieked wildly and lunged out of it, eyes shining with pain. Ash clicked his Pokeball, withdrawing him before he could get anywhere close to the Vulpine. Wraith hissed as he was released half a dozen feet away, but he clutched his gases tight against his body and settled for glaring. Ash knelt down and scratched behind Scorch's ears, earning a pleased yip. She was handling herself incredibly well against the ghost type and her hex had never been faster to form. Ash knew he was probably pushing her mental abilities too fast but she had always been stronger than most, and if anything she was more excited than him. Ash had filled her head with countless stories of extrasensory, and the idea of competing with a Growlithe's sense of smell while it was activated only fueled her competitive spirit. And so she had taken the task of bringing the newest team member up to speed with the rest of the group, using it to progress in leaps and bounds with her own move but mainly focusing on Wraith. She had been taking her job as second in command quite seriously. Rhyhorn was first, Ash knew that. The ground type was a species built around herds and packs, and for the less than 10 Rhyperior in the whole world, there were little other Pokemon that displayed the same loyal spirit. Even though it was most likely years before he would evolve, there was no denying that fierceness. Gale, however, was not. While Fiero did tend to lead a flock, that wasn't often, and it was normally only directly after they evolved. They were loners, hunting the skies above land and sea and fighting off others from their wide and fiercely kept territories. Gale was fine without leading their team. He didn't need that. Scorch was a leader, had been before Ash had captured her. But she knew that she couldn't get to Rhyhorn's level and had settled for second in command, handling the newcomers as long as Rhyhorn suitably threatened them enough. Ash had heard the rumbles and barks of their native tongue to the surprisingly quiet Wraith as they apparently laid out what would be happening in the team. They were 2 days into Route 5 and already things were going rather splendidly. Ash couldn't wait to see what would come. XXX. Ash yawned as he walked through the entrance of Cerulean City. He was so tired that he had barely been able to recognize the houses fast approaching, although he had had the good sense to recall Wraith a mile or so back when the ghost got antsy. The Ghastly was mainly nocturnal and hadn't exactly had a lot of time outside of his Pokeball in Team Rocket's care, and had taken to accidentally waking up everyone on the team a few times a night. Ash, despite his budding relationship with the ghost, was getting a bit sick of it. But he was letting him fight in the gym battle. While he knew that the challenges would be stepping far up in strength, Wraith deserved it. He had poured every last breath, figuratively speaking, into training, learning a new move or two along the way. Ash was very proud of how far he had come from the aggressive, all-offense battler he had been. Gale was a given. He had adjusted to his new wings and size, and now his razor wind stopped Rhyhorn dead in his tracks, at least until the ground type really shoved his bulk behind him. Scorch had taught him the beginnings of a new move, but only the beginnings. He could only summon the warmth of Heat Wave instead of any of the fire, but it was a start. Gale seemed to enjoy harnessing the element and would definitely use it in battle. The last came up to Scorch or Rhyhorn, both of which had been very vocal in their attempts to get him to pick them. Both had a disadvantage and neither had any moves to cover it, though Rhyhorn had been able to absorb a fair amount of electricity from Ash's portable batteries. He nearly slammed into a pole and tried to shake himself back awake. Cerulean City was, in all actuality, not that impressive. There was a hint of a water line far in the distance and it was partially bowled in by a large river, but in all honesty it was dull. The houses were made of modern architecture with only a few variations, the streets were roughly paved with stones and had standard-issued light posts. Ash had only seen a few people out on the streets despite it being somewhere near noon on a weekday, and most of them were wearing business casual. Although he would admit it was a mountain ahead of the faux clan garb from Celadon. The population here was smallish. If he had to, he'd place it somewhere between the ghost numbers of Pallet Town and the bustling Vermilion. It didn't have anywhere near the numbers of Saffron or Celadon, but it was a step higher than his hometown. But even his town at least made things interesting, with their tamish wandering Pokemon and large communal gardens. The only thing to spruce things up here were the posters. He idly stopped by the closest one. It was about the Sensational Sisters, most of them seemed to be, showing the three posed in their bathing suits. Brightly colored words glittered around the sides, the edges curling and peeling. It was several weeks old, the show long gone, but there was no one to take down the posters until they eventually blew away. Cerulean City, while not nearly on the level of Pewter City, was far from rich. It never had enough money to raise its quality, it barely had enough to keep itself alive. The Sensational Sisters were some of the only income for the town, and they worked harder on that than anything. Though their younger sister, Misty, had had to take over a few challenges, all four were selling their soul to keep the gym and the city alive. Ash gave himself an hour to find the Pokemon Center and recuperate, and then he'd challenge the gym. XXX. There had been a few shops around the town, mainly for food and the like, but there had been one for more trainer-y things. Ash was only halfway through his storage of iron for Gale, having taken a break since he evolved, but already he was seeing the results. Pokemon centers didn't carry base form nutrients and the other stores didn't either. In the end, he shrugged it off and headed toward the gym. It was the best kept thing in the town. Gleaming white walls with blue-tinted windows and a glass roof, a neat garden out front. More posters littered along the walls, bright and welcoming, and Ash could feel the burning stir of adrenaline pick up as he walked through the doors. There was a receptionist, an older woman with her strawberry blonde hair pinned back. The room was made of gray walls and thick plastic flooring made to look like wood. It made sense, there was no reason to have actual wood flooring in a water-type gym. She smiled prettily at him, shifting a paper to the side as she waited for him to fully approach. "I'm here for a gym battle," he said, brushing his hands over his pokeballs. Each had already been briefed at the Pokemon Center. He had decided to wait and see what Pokemon the sisters threw at him before choosing either Rhyhorn or Scorch to fight with. "All right," she chirped. "The sisters are right by the pool, and I think they should be ready. Any electronics on you?" He blinked but nodded, gesturing toward his Pokédex. She pointed toward a series of lockers on the far wall. "Well, unless you want to have it zap you in the middle of a match, I'd suggest putting it in there. It's just better to be safe than sorry in a water-type gym, you know. Make sure to collect a brochure on your way out." He nodded and turned toward the lockers. They each had a key, which he slipped around his waist in the plastic bracelet that was attached. He was more than slightly leery to leave something gifted to him by Professor Oak behind, but he was even more so about getting it ruined. Ash went to the door she directed. The cloying scent of chlorine grew stronger and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He could hear the dim sounds of splashing water and the bark of commands. They were probably training. There was a buzz of an intercom from the challenge area and the sounds of training abruptly shut off. When he pushed open the door and walked inside, there were no Pokemon out, though the ground was covered in water. His boots, thankfully, were waterproof, and the multiple drains across the tiles prevented most of it from escaping. The three sisters were in various positions across the room. One was in the middle of the enormous pool, perched on top of a platform with 3 Pokeballs around her waist. The other 2 were around the edges of the pool, bathing suits soaking. Although, once Ash gave a second look, he could tell that they weren't bathing suits. While they were smaller and cut around the same areas as a one-piece, they were made of a thinner version of the material most police officers used. The black wasn't flattering, but the 3 rather gorgeous girls didn't need it. One of the sisters smiled apologetically. "Sorry about the water. You're about to get soaked again, though, so don't get too comfortable." Ash nodded, stepping forward and trying to ignore the squeak his boots gave as he stepped through the puddles. The sister in the pool leaped nimbly from platform to platform until she was on the edge, pulling her dripping ponytail back and getting in line with her siblings. The tallest pulled out 2 Pokeballs from some sort of hidden pocket, preparing to announce the challenge when Ash spoke up. "I have 3 badges," he called. Instantly, grins lit up their faces. They each grabbed 1 Pokeball from their own pockets, twirling them idly in their palms as they arrived on the opposite side of the pool. "It's been a while since we've gotten a workout," one called. "You'll be facing one of each of our Pokemon. I'll be going first. My name's Violet, by the way. We don't have an order, either. For all you know, I could be the strongest." Her laugh was twittering, almost like a Pidgey. Ash nodded, palming his Pokeballs. The referee on one side of the room, who had slipped in while the sisters were preparing, raised his hand and announced the standard set of rules. 3 on 3. Violet grinned and released a Seadra. The water type spat a stream of water into the air upon its arrival, eyes glimmering with arrogance. It slipped into the water and twitched its wide fins, preparing for battle. Its agua and tan scales were hardened and sharp, but it was still a fair while away before it would be safe to evolve it, if the sisters could even get a hold on a dragon scale at all. Ash thought it over for a moment before releasing Gale. He had heard stories about a monstrous dugong on their team, and Gale needed to take out one Pokemon before another could hit him with Ice move, which he hadn't had enough time to work up a resistance to. The Fiero shrieked mightily and took to the skies, flapping his wings smoothly. The room didn't have much in terms of height, but it was enough for Gale to properly stretch his wings and fly around a bit to warm up. Seadra sank a few inches below the water, ripples covering its horns. It watched him with the eyes of a predator. But Gale was a predator all on his own, and he was now evolved to hunt over water. His thick feathers and enormous talons would shut down its arrogance. Ash couldn't help the grin spreading over his face. This would be his first real battle in over a week. Most of the other challenges had been much simpler tasks, and Scorch had been enough to handle most of them. Now was his first real gym battle, facing their actual teams. It was a challenge he was more than ready for. Fiero versus Seadra. The referee announced. Begin. Seadra immediately dropped, sinking fully into the water. Violet stayed quiet, and Ash realized why after a second. There wasn't much of a chance her Pokemon could actually hear her through the water, especially with as bad of hearing Seadra were known for. Though by the gentle smile on her face, she wasn't worried. It can fire water but has to stay in the pool. Circle. Try and find it, then flurry, he said, earning a shriek in response. Gale tucked his wings closer and pulled into a lazy circle, though anyone that knew him knew it was anything but. His black eyes gleamed as he searched through the gently rippling water. Seadra were not known for their patience, and after only a few minutes, it reared up to the side of one of the platforms and immediately fired a bolt of water. Gale tucked his wings and swerved to avoid it, shrieking angrily. Seadra determinedly snapped off more and more water, ducking beneath the surface of the pool every now and then to replenish. Gale's bulk was the issue. One of Seadra's more powerful shots tagged his wings and sent him flailing, still unused to his form. Ash lunged for the opportunity. Use it. Flurry. The Fiero steadied, feathers lit from beneath by a gleaming white light. Aerial Ace made him glow as he swerved upward in a tight loop before plummeting. Seadra made no sound, eyes narrowed as it tried to escape underwater. Gale reached it long before that. His talons slammed into its protective armor, almost denting it as he landed on the Pokemon. They both fell underwater from the force he had used to land the attack, writhing through the bubbles. Ash could see the gleam of steel wing as Gale finished the combo they had come up with. There was a momentary pause where the only sign was the two thrashing shadows beneath the surface of the water. Ash couldn't help the prickle of unease over his spine. Fiero were made to dip beneath the surface while hunting, but they couldn't survive for longer than a few minutes, especially not while fighting another Pokemon. He palmed his Pokeball. Gale exploded from the surface of the water, shrieking furiously. Water streamed off of his oily feathers, but it was impossible to miss the spot sheared clean in his chest. The missing feathers dotted the surface, ripped off by an intense blast of water. Seadra appeared a few moments later, looking much worse for wear but eyes gleaming proudly. Two enormous cuts ran over its muzzle from either Aerial Ace or Steel Wing, but it still replenished its storages under the water fast enough to launch another blast to the weakened Gale. Ash frowned, a strategy coming to him. "It's absorbing water from the pool," he shouted. "Get close and grab it. Try and get it on one of the platforms and then take it out." Gale screeched his approval at the plan and swooped like an avenging legendary, wings tucked and talons outstretched. Seadra made to disappear again, to tempt him under the water, but the Fiero was having none of that. He shrieked as loudly as he could, disorienting the creature, before slamming his talons over its fins and rising. It was obvious it was much heavier than the bird was expecting. His wings flapped furiously, reminiscent of the first time he tried flying, beak gaping as he struggled to lift it into the air toward the nearest platform. Seadra was making it more difficult, thrashing and spitting out globs of ink to slid over Gale's feathers, weighing him down. He managed to throw the water type down on the floating plastic thing, landing on the edge himself. Seadra flopped, using its fledgling levitation abilities to try and right itself, but Gale wasn't having any of that. His near 2-foot-long beak gleamed as he prepared to use Peck. Violet gave her first command of the entire match. Twister. Ash paled as Seadra flicked its lower fins, uncurling its tightly wound tail as if baiting a storm to come. And come it did. Wind erupted from the tip of its snout, swirling together into a howling cyclone. Gale was effortlessly smacked off of the platform, nearly thrown into the water before he surged upward with the glimmering protection of steel wing to ward off some of the winds. He dodged furiously as Seadra twisted its head to try and hit him, but now that Gale knew what was coming he was prepared. Still, the twister had gone low enough to scoop up water and throw that was well, and Ash was displeased to find that the psychic barriers only blocked high-intensity waters as his chest was quickly soaked. Seadra let the tornado drop, sagging with exhaustion. It glared, arrogance still glimmering in its eyes even as it flopped against the platform. Peck, then Fury attack if you need to. Finish it, Ash said, gritting his teeth. It had been a long while since Gale had been smacked around like that. Gale screeched his approval and moved. Seadra tried to spit more blasts of water at him but it was drained dry. Seadra had never evolved to have very large water reserves as they could only survive in the water and draw from that. Kingdra grew enormous ones but Seadra, when grounded, were far from good battlers. It only managed to dampen Gale's feathers with a blast of mist before he was there. His peck stabbed effortlessly through the thick scales of Seadra's fins and though he moved for Fury attack, the water type was recalled before then. Violet sighed, palming the pokeball. That was a nice battle. I really thought Seadra could reclaim it with that twister. It was, like, really close. There was a smirk on her face. And we really should have warned you about the barriers, yeah. We don't have too strong of a psychic type and so he only worries about really dangerous attacks getting through. You're not even close to being soaked. She gained a fierce grin. But it's not over yet. Come on, Daisy, you're up. Show this little punk the power of the sensational sisters, yeah. She stepped off of the commanding area to let a blonde-haired girl step forward, who idly tossed a pokeball up and down. I'm the oldest here, she said as a way of greeting. My Pokemon have prepared for any advantage you could throw at us. Ash tensed. A wiggling memory in the back of his head told him that this was the sister to have the enormous dugong whose bulk was said to sink the platforms if it came ashore. Daisy, though her simple hairdo and gentle smile didn't show it, trained beasts when it came to water types. Ash gritted his teeth and flashed a glance to Gale, who was still perched on the platform. Missing feathers bobbed in the water and he held his right wing awkwardly, but his crest was extended and his eyes were sharp. He'd keep fighting. Dugong's been waiting for a challenge. She barked. Show me you can actually give one. With that, she released her Pokemon. It was a behemoth. Nearly 6 feet tall and almost double that long, it let loose a lilting cry upon its arrival. Its body was covered in slick blue-silver fur, oily and thick, and Ash could see the muscles even beneath the thick layer of fat. It stared rather quietly at him with deep brown eyes, assessing. The platform groaned beneath it, sinking enough to allow nearly half a foot of water to splash over its surface. Ash swallowed. He had prepared for this. Gale had enough tricks to weaken it to the point of either Scorch or Rhyhorn. The referee took a moment to allow both of them to stare each other down before dropping his hand. Fiero versus Dugong. Begin. Pin. Ash shouted. Gale took to the skies, shrieking. Dugong simply watched him, swishing its tail through the water. It stayed that way for a moment that dragged on for hours as Gale gathered strength. If the avian had teeth, he would have grit them. As it was, he settled for clapping his beak closed as he threw a powerful burst of blue-flecked wind toward Dugong, his razor wind as strong as ever. Dugong grunted lowly and made a move to slip into the water, but Gale swooped forward so that he was directly above it, pinning it to the platform. But with the creature's impossibly thick reservoirs of fat, the move was barely doing anything to actually hurt it. And that was where the next step of Pin came in. Gale screeched in frustration and flapped harder. Flickeringly, Ash saw the wind waver as if a mirage. A single ember popped to life before fading out. He couldn't help the wide grin spreading over his face. Heat wave was far from perfect, but it was getting there. Gale cawed as Dugong finally began to twitch from the pain of heat and wind combined, though it was nothing like the inferno scorch could summon. Daisy shook her head, and as Ash looked up, he realized she had never dropped her smile. "You have a good strategy, kid," she called. "I'll give you that. You have some good combos and your Pokémon at least somewhat know what they're doing. But it's time to see what a real Pokémon can do. Dugong, begin." Dugong abruptly stopped whining in pain, and by the time Ash realized it had been a trick, the behemoth had already easily shrugged off the wind and slipped into the water. Gale broke off his move, half from Ash's command and half in shock. His razor wind alone was normally enough to make Rhyhorn struggle to inch impossibly forward. In his confusion, he missed the silver-blue form slipping through the water underneath him. "Below you." Gale swerved out of the way as Dugong emerged, but it didn't fire the steady beam of intense blue at him. Instead, it swept it over the field, holding the rather draining tactic for nearly a minute as if it was a simple icy wind. In under a minute, nearly 3/4 of the field was frozen. Ash shivered. The cold permeated the air and he swore that the splashed parts of him were going to freeze. Daisy shot him a quick apologetic glance before turning back to the battle. He did the same. Dugong clambered up onto the enormous ice floe, using its deceptively strong flippers to haul its bulk up. It seemed much more at home now, using its enormous flippers to slide easily around the field. Gale circled overhead, unaffected by the cold. His kind was made for hunts over frozen ocean. He just wasn't made to fight the predators already there. Ash swallowed. He had put more stock into Pin than he had thought, and Daisy had already used that to exhaust Gale. Use aerial ace to get in close and do whatever you can. Gale seemed to understand he wasn't going to win this fight, but if the wild screech he gave was any indication, he was still going to give it all. He swooped into the tight flip incredibly fast, claws and beak shining as he dove like a hurricane. Dugong was faster. With uncanny ease, it sniped off an ice beam and tagged him in the center of his wing. Hoarfrost crackled over each feather and his dive was ripped from him. Horribly off balance, Gale fell, shrieking all the while as he tried to stay upright with only his left wing. He slammed into the edge of the ice floe. Ash winced at the pain screech, but Gale tore himself upward, one wing completely covered in a thin layer of ice and dragging on the ground. The Fiero lunged across the ice, talons scrabbling for a hold and a speed they were unused to. Dugong seemed almost surprised at Gale's fierce anger. And that confusion cost it precious seconds to react. By the time it fired another ice beam, Gale had lunged forward and stabbed his beak through its chest. The next second, his chest was frozen. The cold was far too much for him and the proud Fiero fell over silently, wings tucked in an uncomfortable position beneath his fallen form. Ash recalled him quickly, pokeball cold under his fingers. Dugong made a sound not unlike a laugh and slid easily back toward Daisy's side. The sister in question had a wide smile on her face, only growing with the cheers of her fellow sisters. "Dugong isn't someone to be underestimated," she said, voice carrying over the field. "What's your next Pokémon?" Ash didn't have to give it a lot of thought. Rhyhorn could have faced a water type, maybe the Seadra, but Dugong was a monster with nearly every move it had able to lower Rhyhorn's body temperature to drastic levels and rip right through his plates to his sensitive skin. He couldn't make his fight. Wraith wasn't strong enough either, not until it was much more heavily weakened. He tossed his other Pokeball, the warmth from it aiding his stiff fingers. Scorch appeared on the field with a howl, tails curling above her head. Fire spewed from the tips as she braced herself. The glass-domed roof only emphasized her power, high noon dancing off of her fur like stars. She and Dugong made eye contact. Despite Scorch having to stare nearly 4 feet up, she didn't seem afraid. The bleeding wound in the center of the silvery blue fur detracted from the ice type's overall appearance, but it was still powerful. Scorch just knew that she could fight it. Ash paused, sking in a deep breath. He had a plan. Before more than a heartbeat had gone by, Scorch activated Flash Fire, letting a wave of heat explode through the room and warming it rather immensely. Already, the ice beneath her paws began to melt. She yipped as the water seeped past her fur but determinedly moved a few steps away. That too began to melt. Ash closed his eyes. "You can't use Flash Fire, Scorch," he said. "It'll melt the ice." With a whine, she deactivated it, and the cold came pressingly back. He hadn't considered a field full of ice to walk on for her. Not only would she be weakened by the cold because Flash Fire wasn't able to defend her, but she would be weakened further by having Flash Fire not constantly absorb oxygen for her to use. Opening his eyes, he made eye contact with the referee and nodded. The man raised his hand and announced the fight, beginning it quickly. Dugong kept still, waiting to see what Scorch's strategy would be. Daisy was quiet as well. Vulpix were rare enough as is, and Four Tails was a show of her strength. Scorch had made no effort to hide the power of her Flash Fire, strong enough to melt the ice beneath her paws, and it was obvious she was battle-ready. Ash grimaced. With Gale, he had Razor Wind to cover the still unmastered heat wave. Scorch, however, would rely heavily on her bare beginnings of a move for the strategy he was going to use. To the left, near the water. As many embers as you can toward it, get a cover of mist up. Then use extrasensory and hunt. He could see her ears perk up at the sound of the move. She adored using it, but the fact was that she couldn't hold it for very long, nor could she activate the actual attacking power of the move. At this moment, she could only boost her own senses, instead of overloading the opponents to confuse them. Scorch howled and fired a single ember toward Dugong. The water type grunted and destroyed it with a single puff of icy breath, but the distraction worked. Scorch had launched nearly 24 rapid ball of fire toward the rippling surface. Steam immediately exploded upward. Scorch whined in pain at the moisture but kept firing more, the brief flashes of light from the embers the only thing visible in the cloud of mist. It looked like a true cloud, heavy with water and slowly expanding. Daisy clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "You have good strategies, kid, but even in the mist there's nothing your Vulpix can do against Dugong." She chuckled. "There's not much anyone can do against him." She nodded toward the ice type. "Get in and do it quick. Don't get in the water." Dugong grunted its acknowledgement and slid forward, flippers propelling it quickly over the thick ice. In seconds, it was completely enveloped in the cloud, and Ash could see nothing. There was a burst of fire, then nothing, then more fire. It was far from obvious what was going on in there. Ash couldn't help the slight grin that spread over his face even as nervousness writhed in his stomach. Scorch hadn't been hit yet, extrasensory allowing her to avoid attacks and launch her own, but she couldn't keep it up forever. Daisy was right that she didn't have a lot of moves that could injure Dugong. The thing was, though, that she did have a few. He cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted, "Pack hunt." The fire attacks abruptly shut off. Daisy shot him a confused glance, eyebrows raised. "Are you going to fight a Dugong like you'd fight a Vulpix's prey?" "That is dash." Ash saw the bluish flames connect. There was silence, and another burst hit something, the blue much more hidden in the cloud than the fireballs had been. Daisy kept talking, trying to unnerve him, but he saw a shadow drop from the ceiling. Summoned by otherworldly energies. Or by one very specific attack. Daisy visibly blanched as Dugong released a terrible cry of pain. 2 ice beams flashed out of the cloud and connected with the barriers, released randomly. If Ash had to guess, Scorch had used nearly 4 will-o-wisps before performing Hex. That would pack an incredible punch no matter what she was facing. "Keep the advantage," he called, praying her extrasensory was still activated. "Heat wave, ember, anything you can." She couldn't bark back or reveal her position, but he saw the intense blast of fire that was bright enough to illuminate Dugong for a second. It took a moment before the mist covered it again. Ash narrowed his eyes. With all of the fire attack Scorch had been using, she was losing the cover she needed. More fire into the water. Try and keep up the dash. The ice cracked. It was a terrible omen. Instantly the room went quiet, the only sound the water lapping against the ice floe. The mist thinned even more and Ash could see Scorch's reddish fur blitzing around the area, and in only another second she emerged from the cloud like a rocket, quick attack blurring her movement. Ash opened to mouth. To tell her to stop wasting energy when he realized why she was running. The mist had cleared enough for him to see the broken circle in the middle. The issue came with the lack of Dugong there. And Scorch's reasons for running were clear. Right beneath the surface of the ice, barely visible as more than a shadow, was Dugong. It was in its element, hunting beneath the surface of its ice towards prey that couldn't get away. A single hit from its flippers would break the ice beneath Scorch if she stopped running. A single hit would send her flying. A single hit would end this match. Ash had no idea what to do. Scorch was obviously exhausted, the overuse of extrasensory and Hex attesting to that, but she couldn't stop running. Dugong looked worse, peppered in burns and the black markings from Hex, but even its decreased speed didn't decrease the hunt. Daisy settled back, a light grin on her face. I wasn't expecting that Hex, she said almost conversationally, as if they weren't watching their Pokemon battle. Dugong's looking a lot worse than any other battles so far have pushed him. But what can your Vulpix do now? Scorch. She didn't react but he knew she heard him. Flash fire and quick charge. Melt the ice and get to a platform. Use light show if it gets close and do whatever you can. She wasn't going to win this battle. She just didn't have the firepower yet. The Vulpine could run circles around the ice type every day of the week but she just didn't have any finishing moves to actually end things. Wraith would have to do that. Scorch howled and ignited her fur. The ice melted and she almost slipped, paws low on traction, and it only grew worse when she lit herself again. She barely had enough time to make it to one of the platforms before the entire thing melted beneath her. Chunks of the ice floe bobbed in the water, still melting away from the sheer heat Scorch was giving out. Dugong circled once beneath the water before popping up, grunting as it shoved a chunk of ice away effortlessly with its horn. It opened its mouth to form another glacier but Daisy snapped her fingers. It's too weak. Get in close and end this. Dugong gave another lilting cry before dipping again beneath the water. Scorch whined in pain and frustration but began to glow again, lit from inside by a pale blue. Her extrasensory flickered, coming on and off as she struggled to pour her energy into finding Dugong before it reached her. All four of her tails released a burst of light just as Dugong emerged from the water, an ice beam primed in its throat. It groaned in pain, eyes used to the pitch blackness of deep frigid waters, and paused as it tried to recover. Scorch gave one desperate look around, no platform was close enough to leap to without assistance, before jumping onto Dugong's head. Ash gaped but she just used it as a stepping stone, propelling herself again to reach a platform behind it. He opened his mouth to cheer wildly but closed it when he heard her cry of pain. She had stepped on Dugong's horn, and it had gone cleanly through her paw. There was no escaping now. Reduced to 3 paws, the fourth tucked close to her chest, she waited for the ice type to turn around. Dugong was furious. Flash fire had burned its head and the aftereffects of Hex were only making the pain that much worse, bright and intense. It swallowed the ice beam and swam closer, priming a water move instead. Ash could see the almost sickly colored liquid swirl in its mouth a moment before it fired. Scorch managed to throw 5 fireballs, 4 from her tails and 1 from her mouth, before the water slammed into her. It threw her clean off the platform, but Ash recalled her before she hit the water. He whispered praise into the chilled surface even as he watched the field. Dugong roared in pain as one of the fireballs smacked it into the eye, ducking immediately under the water to douse the pain. When it re-emerged, the clear membrane over one eye was blackened and puffy. Deep-sea Pokemon didn't have regular, human-like eyelids. Instead, they had a thick membrane over their eyes to allow them to stay clean and protected. Dugong were no different. While its eye would be fine-ish, the injured membrane would leave it blind and disoriented. Daisy was quiet for a while, staring at her heavily injured Dugong. "What's your name, kid?" she finally asked. Ash hadn't realized he hadn't told them. Ash. Ash Ketchum. I'm from Pallet Town. Well then, Ash, she said. We aren't done yet. Release your next Pokemon. He nodded. Let's finish this, he said, eyeing the limply floating Dugong. It had taken down 2 of his Pokemon so far, and despite it looking like it was halfway to passing out already, he doubted it didn't have more gas in the tank. It was best to finish things quickly. Wraith cackled as he appeared, eyes flashing in and out of focus as his gases immediately thickened to opaque. Daisy, and the other sensational sisters, flinched, and he dimly realized they probably hadn't heard laughs inside their bones before. Meeting ghosts for the first time was never truly enjoyable. Dugong vs. Ghastly. Begin. Ash sprang into action before Daisy could open her mouth. Nightshade then Ghost Ball. Do it fast. Wraith hissed, pulling his gases forward and infusing them with ghostly energies. As a ghost type, he didn't need to summon shadows from things nearby. He was full enough as is. Dugong grunted and slipped under the water. The Nightshade, looking almost like a bolt of lightning, slammed into the surface and erupted upward, showering Ash again with water. Dugong avoided the worst of it but was still injured, groaning as it swam deeper. Wraith was barely restrained by Ash's command to wait, eyes vivid in the hunt. Dugong slipped through the water for a while, trying to find a strategy. Daisy had not been expecting a Ghastly and didn't seem to have one either. Dugong erupted from beneath Wraith, a multicolored beam firing from its horn. It met Wraith's second Nightshade and both exploded before they ever reached their targets. Wraith wailed from the pain of the explosion, the sound reverberating through Ash's skull, before abruptly charging another attack. Beneath his 2 fangs, a ball of pure shadow formed, crackling with gray and blue lightning. Dugong made to swim below again but Wraith tagged its tail. With a cry, it passed out, floating on the surface. Daisy recalled it quietly, shaking her head from side to side. Dugong hasn't been defeated in a long time, Ash. Good job. She looked to the side. Lily, you're up. Lily, who had the shortest hair out of the 3, a gentle pinkish color with brown roots showing through, twittered nervously as she climbed onto the platform. I'll admit, it's been the longest since I've had to fight. I'm the youngest, but my Pokemon are strong. She rubbed the back of her neck, blushing. Not as strong as Dugong, though. Ash nodded, fixing his stare on Wraith. The ghost trickled back toward his side, hovering over open water. He didn't need the platforms unless he was too exhausted to use his ability, which Ash rather doubted would happen. Lily released her Pokemon. A Golduck squawked as it appeared on its side of the field, blue feathers a stark contrast to the pale white ice chunks still floating around. Ash narrowed his at the reddish gem embedded in its forehead. Its admittedly sharp claws couldn't do more than annoy Wraith but psychic powers would be a hassle. The referee started the match and this time, Ash let Lily take the first move. She seemed a bit surprised at that, pausing for a moment before calling out, "Water gun." Wraith immediately dropped as Golduck spat out a stream of water, cutting it off fast as soon as it realized it wasn't going to hit. Ash frowned at the very real gleam of intelligence within its eyes, showing battle prowess earned over many years. Although Lily seemed inexperienced, her Pokemon was not. Wraith spat at the Pokemon, fangs sliding around in his mouth while one pupil flicked back to stare at Ash. He had drilled into his mind about waiting for commands before attacking, and it seemed to be working. Though his gases were flicking and writhing, he stayed on Ash's side, sizing Golduck up. Shadow Ball. Test its reflexes. Then go for days when you find a chance. Ash had only taken a short while to come up with the combo days, and he had never been more excited to see it in action. It combined Wraith's biggest strengths, stopping enemies before they had the chance to attack. Smog, Hypnosis, and Lick on their own were incredibly dangerous, but when they were together, they were unstoppable. Golduck dove into the water the moment Wraith spat the shadow ball at it, quacking quietly as it popped its head back above the water. It treated easily, waiting for instructions even as it analyzed the floating ball of gas in front of it. Water gun and then confusion. Lily shouted. She gave a lot more commands than the other sisters. Golduck responded instantly, spitting enormous streams of water, cutting them off the moment they began to miss only to fire another one. Wraith was struck cleanly in his mouth, which passed cleanly through him. A gaping hole appeared in his form before his gases pulled themselves back together, sking his energy to do so. With ghosts, it wasn't a game of hitting them. It was a game of exhausting them. They could survive nearly any attack that hit them as long as they had the energy to pull themselves back together. As a ghastly, Wraith would rely heavily on dodging because if the attack hit his center hard enough to blow it away, he wouldn't be able to come back together. But when he was a haunter, Ash could teach him a technique called reforming, which allowed him to completely reform his entire body after being knocked out, but it was incredibly draining. Golduck abruptly gave up on water guns and instead went for confusion. The gem on its forehead began to glow a fierce blue, the same shade erupting around Wraith's eyes. He writhed in pain, gases flying toward Golduck in an effort to distract it. Wraith howled, the sound high and shrieking in Ash's bones. The confusion touched his mind, which, in his base form, he had almost no protection on. But he struggled through the pain and dove, eyes alit with malice as he moved. Golduck tried to duck underwater to swim away, but Wraith went for Lick first. A ghostly tongue made from an extension of his gases slammed against Golduck's beak, snapping its head to the side even as its muscles froze up. It nearly began to twitch, fighting through the paralysis, but Wraith just locked eyes with the frozen creature and glowed pink. The bonds of hypnosis built and grew, fighting against the water type's mental prowess, but Wraith's anger allowed him to subdue the Pokémon. Finally, he floated closer and surrounded Golduck in his gases, obscuring him so much Ash almost didn't see the bright red flash of a Pokeball. Lily sighed on the other side of the battlefield. That was a good match. Yeah, Ash agreed, still focused on Wraith. The ghost looked wildly around for his opponent, gases flickering, before Ash's words jolted him back. He bared his fangs at his trainer but the expression showed far more pride and exhilaration than anger. He had taken out 2 Pokémon on his first gym battle. When he looked up from recalling Wraith, Daisy was by his side. Her golden hair was dripping wet and he dimly realized that as matched, he was almost soaked to the bone. That was a good match, Ash. She grinned. Your Vulpix knows her stuff. I really expected Dugong to thrash her the moment she came onto the field. He blushed slightly, and she chuckled. Here's your badge, though. The Cascade badge isn't viewed on the same level as the marsh or volcano, but you really did earn this one. Nice job. His blush brightened, spreading to his neck. Shaking hands with all 3 sisters, he turned to leave and take a nice, warm shower back at the Pokémon Center. Hey, by the way. Ash turned back to see Daisy walking up to him. What would you rank our Pokémon? We do want to organize ourselves in terms of weakest to strongest, but it's been so long since a challenge we don't even know anymore. He thought quietly for a moment, idly shaking some moisture out of his hair. Definitely the Dugong was the strongest, he started. Then the Seadra, and then the Golduck. But they were all really strong. If you can get a dragon scale, that Seadra is going to be a beast. She smiled at him, flicking a strand of her golden hair back. Thank you, Ash. We'll make sure to call you back when we find one. I'm sure she can use your Fearow for target practice. Her smile grew softer. Seriously, come back. This was a really fun match. It's been forever since we've gotten someone above 3 badges. I will. He was definitely finding some way back afterward. That dugong had been the strongest Pokemon he had faced so far. Well, other than the Tauros, but that Pokemon had been in a group of its own. Actually, she said, grinning. I'm going to call up Brock. He hasn't had a real battle since even before us. I promise, he'll be more excited to see you than you are to meet him. There was a pause. You are heading his way, right? He couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Yeah. I'm pretty excited. You should be. Brock knows his stuff. She twisted his shoulder until he pointed toward the door. Now shoo. We need to clean up. Ash thanked them again and walked away. Now that the adrenaline rush of the battle was gone, he really needed the shower. He was freezing. XXX. Ash yawned and stretched, backpack rising with him. There wasn't much to do in Cerulean, and he was itching for the road again. The battle against the sisters had refueled his adrenaline, and he didn't even want to spend a night in the Pokemon Center. He knew that if he did, he wouldn't be traveling again until nearly noon because of the free meals. So better to just start tonight. There was only an hour on sundown and he had spent the time walking Route 24 by himself. When he released his Pokemon, he wanted to congratulate them on their win, and it was better to do that when he turned in for the night. He had made the decision not to go up Route 4 yet. Bill, the Pokemon researcher, was always interesting and it would be nice to meet him, at least if the man had time. But the real reason was for training. Ash wanted battles. He wanted Pokemon. While Route 4 would provide him that, he needed to take some real time to develop his team. That dugong had been a slap in the face for his rather trusted position on his throne. The last time he had struggled anywhere near that level had been with Sabrina, but he had worked past that. This time, however, the challenges were only getting worse and he needed to be prepared. So Route 24 it was. Besides, Bill might be someone interesting to talk to. In the articles Ash had read about him and the not-so-subtle hints from Professor Oak, the man liked talking to trainers, as well as gathering data from their Pokemon. The sun gave one last surge of glory from behind the horizon, a final flash of burning gold, before it succumbed and slipped beneath. Ash grimaced at the dark and started to look around for a clearing to stay the night in. The League hadn't really expected anyone to travel only an hour away from Cerulean, and so there weren't any of the nice well-kept clearings with picnic tables and structures to camp in tonight, but he made do. The clearing was quite cramped, but he wasn't planning on any serious training tonight anyway. Though Rhyhorn might want to let out some steam. Ash set up for the night, sliding his bag out and grabbing his sleeping bag. The silence was pressing and by the time he was ready, he was twitching. While the hour or so of quiet had been nice, he wanted his friends back. Rhyhorn landed on the ground with a roar. When he finally realized that he wasn't in the gym battle, the glare he shot Ash was legendary. Ash couldn't hold back the wild laugh that ran through him even as he apologized to his starter. It was an ice and water type, bud. You just don't have the firepower to deal with one of those yet. But don't worry, we will. Once you perfect Shock Wave, we can start fighting water types, and you'll soon get strong enough to face a dugong all by yourself. Rhyhorn still rumbled annoyedly, but he accepted it and turned back to the clearing. He went on his daily inspection of the trees, eyeing any suspicious spots for enemy Pokemon. Ash let out one last snicker before turning back to release the rest of his team. Gale screeched his arrival, spreading his wings and looking far too pleased of him. There was still a tender spot where the Seadra had tagged him and he was moving stiffly, but Nurse Joy had worked her magic. Wraith cackled, gases visibly puffing up with pride. Rhyhorn rumbled annoyedly once he finished his patrol, stomping back over as Wraith no doubt bragged about the battles he had won to everyone else. Ash winced as Scorch was released. She had been the most injured and Nurse Joy had had to stitch up the paw she had stabbed with the dugong's horn. Scorch wouldn't be fighting for a few days and he'd need to carry her if she wanted to walk beside him for more than about an hour to avoid ripping the stitches open again. He opened his mouth to tell everyone about the badge when Rhyhorn took one look at Scorch and lunged for her. Ash leapt to his feet, jerking forward, but Rhyhorn was merely nudging her toward the middle of the cramped clearing they were in. He snapped his scarlet gaze toward the center and almost instantly a wide area of dirt lifted into the air, making a fire pit. Rhyhorn rumbled loudly, stomping his paws several times and using his claws to rip up dirt. Ash stood back, stunned, but his starter wasn't talking to him. Instead, Gale and Wraith were paying rapt attention. The next second, they both flew off. Ash gaped. Wraith had only just begun to truly join the team and listen to them, but Rhyhorn must have had a much stronger leadership position than Ash had thought. He turned toward his friend, but the ground type just shook his head, crooning softly. Scorch looked just as confused as Ash felt, at least until Rhyhorn turned and rumbled to her. Ash could see her eyes go enormously wide as she brought her tails around to stare at them. Ash couldn't notice anything different, only that a few more of the white pieces of fur had been replaced by the reddish colors of her coat. "What's going on?" he asked, stepping forward. Rhyhorn rumbled again, gesturing his horn toward Scorch. She was practically prancing around, eyes wide and barks cheerful. Ash took the sign as what it was and sat down, waiting to see what was making Scorch so cheerful. After 5 minutes, Gale and Wraith reappeared. In his talons, Gale had gathered nearly 20 pounds of firewood. Wraith couldn't carry any and seemed slightly annoyed, but Ash guessed he had led Gale to the right places. Gale circled once, 9-foot wingspan casting an incredible shadow over the clearing, before he dropped all of the wood right in the fire pit. Rhyhorn rumbled, nosing the logs and sticks until they were all in the middle of the pit. Ash had never gathered more than a couple of logs for his fire and Gale had gotten nearly 4 times that. If they wanted a bonfire, they were going to get one. Scorch looked toward Rhyhorn once for confirmation before shooting several embers toward the fire. It caught quickly, and in a few minutes was a steady, crackling flame. Scorch didn't wait a moment past that and dove directly into the fire. Ash frowned. Most nights, Scorch did sleep in the fire, keeping it burning as well as strengthening her flash fire. Rhyhorn and him had had some good laughs about actually feeding her sticks to keep the fire going, which, according to his Pokédex, was perfectly safe. But he had never seen her so excited to actually be in the fire. The fire redoubled in size, hot enough that he and Gale had to move backward. He could hear Scorch's happy barks echoing past the crackle of flames. Another minute went by, and Scorch reappeared from the fire. Ash immediately ran closer, though he didn't touch her immediately, letting her cool down. Rhyhorn was right by his side, rumbling quietly. She yipped back, incredibly pleased. Gale gave an almost quiet chirp for him, bobbing his head and smoothing back his crest. Wraith made his own congratulating hiss, gesturing roughly with his gases. Scorch accepted it all with the proud look she had had when he captured her. When she finally turned to face him, he understood why. Instead of 4 beautiful tails, there were 5. XXX. Ash grinned and sped up slightly, Rhyhorn rumbling in protest. In the distance, he could see a traveling pack of trainers, several of their own Pokémon traveling beside them. A Graveler, Ponyta, and a rather rare Nidorina, all of which he wanted to battle. Rhyhorn did an impressive job of rolling his scarlet eyes and lumbered after him. They were only the first of the battles Ash had. He tried to challenge everyone that came within a mile of his team, and while a few turned him down, most agreed and some were just as excited as he was. All of his Pokémon were getting stronger, Wraith in particular. Now that he had a trainer actually willing to release him for more than battles, he was progressing in leaps and bounds. Scorch stopped dead. Ash frowned and turned around, head tilting. She was standing by the side of the road, eyes perked and tails twitching. Her attentive gaze was fixed somewhere to their left, past the neatly mowed grass and into the sparse forest. Ash looked down. "What is it?" She barked at him, curling her tails forward into a battle stance. A grin spread over his face. While battling trainers was fun, he was just as ready for whatever Pokemon Scorch had sensed asking for a fight. Quickly telling the rest of his Pokemon, they made a sharp turn and walked toward the wall of trees. Scorch led the way, yipping to get his attention every time he almost went a wrong direction. Rhyhorn lumbered beside him, breaking down every branch or brush in his way. Ash grimaced. Something was pounding away inside of his head, lining up almost perfectly with Rhyhorn's footsteps. Ash was about to check whether Wraith was too close. The ghost had a habit of getting distracted, and he could cause headaches when he didn't rein in his aura, when Scorch thumped his leg with one of her tails. There, right in front of them, was a tail. It was thin at the tip, though he could see it rapidly begin to thicken. The golden color it had was decidedly not the tone of prey, which would make sense with it throwing off enough pheromones for Scorch to sense. The tail twitched, rustling the branches. Whatever Pokemon it was, it had crawled out of some bush, leaving its tail behind. Ash blinked. The tip of the tail twitched again, golden fur catching the light. With every flash, his headache pounded a fiercer tempo inside of his skull. Whatever it was, it had something to do with the Mind Arts trio. Rhyhorn rumbled by his side, but he raised his hand, stopping the ground type. The owner of the golden tail didn't seem to have realized it was visible, twitching the end and rising somewhat. Ash crept forward, scanning for branches around his feet. Rhyhorn stayed behind. He wasn't exactly built for stealth, but Scorch managed to pad by his side, extrasensory keeping her eyes a brilliant blue. The tail twitched, froze, and disappeared. Ash blinked. Pushing past the bramble and striding forward, he came across a berry tree, the yellow-green citrus berries peppering its surface. But several on one side were cleanly plucked, the stems barely broken. Whatever the Pokemon had been, it had precision, as well as being able to use teleport or extremely fast. But it was gone. Scorch? He asked, knowing the answer before he got it. She yipped and shook her head, eyes flicking in and out of extrasensory. Ash sighed but turned back toward the road, ready to continue going. The Pokemon was gone now. 2 hours later, after a very entertaining fight against a Poliwhirl, Scorch tensed again. Ash jerked, but she was already running, flicking her tails for him to follow. Ash cursed and pursued, Rhyhorn hot on his heels. Gale swooped overhead but kept his shrieks to a minimum, and Wraith stayed behind them all. They weren't very stealthy, but they were giving it a shot. Wraith stiffened as they grew closer, gases tightly tucked next to his body and thickening. It confirmed Ash's guess of a Mind Arts Pokemon, but that only made it more difficult. They were notoriously difficult to catch, and the ones found around Kanto were known for their ability to escape any battle they didn't want to be a part of. Scorch spread out all 5 of her tails, jerking everyone else to a stop. She pointed with her paw behind a bush, where Ash managed to catch a glimpse of gold and brown fur before there was a crack and it disappeared. Rhyhorn growled in frustration and made to run deeper into the forest, but Ash slapped his hand behind his horn. Not this time, Bud, he said quietly, glancing down at Scorch. She shook her head again, enhanced senses pulling up nothing but the general Rattata and Pidgey. Whatever it is, it's following us. I have a plan. His nerves were high as he walked along the path, trying for casual and probably failing. It had been a long while since Scorch, or any of his Pokemon, had sensed something worthy of a fight beside the odd Pidgeotto or Beedrill, and fighting Mind Arts Pokemon was always a treat. So far, there had only been Sabrina's beasts and several Drowzee he had fought, but all were wily and knew their way around their moves. He had sent Gale to fly far overhead, practicing long distance while also presenting a less threatening figure. Wraith was strictly contained to Scorch, who was offsetting his ghostly output by using extrasensory. It provided a much more difficult challenge for her, trying to HRNSS psychic energy when a base form ghost type was within 3 feet, but she managed to summon it in pops and bursts. But he wasn't focused on finding the Pokemon anymore. Instead, he wanted it to come to him. Ash was starting to become concerned when the sun began its self-graceful descent to the horizon, teasing him with its mocking dips and falls. Rhyhorn plodded assuredly ahead, but Ash didn't have his confidence. He kept sparing glances toward the thinning forest even when he battled other trainers. There hadn't been so much as a flash of gold. But at the 5-hour mark, 30 minutes from when Ash was going to turn in, Scorch abruptly slowed and smacked him with one of her tails. He forced himself not to react, but adrenaline shot through his body. Whatever had been following them was close, but Scorch hadn't fallen into a battle stance yet. She shooed Wraith away in order to fully pull up extrasensory, slapping Rhyhorn on the flank to inform of the approaching Pokémon. Ash waited a minute before stretching, using it to quickly glance around. There wasn't another trainer as far as the eye could see, and the forest was the closest it had been in a long while. The Pokémon had chosen well. All he had to do was wait and see how it would challenge them. In the end, it did so by teleporting. There was the sharp crack of thunder and a figure appeared on the road before them. Rhyhorn roared in shock and dug his claws in to stop, but as due to the plan, he didn't attack immediately. Scorch hugged close to Ash's legs but flexed her tails, and Ash could see Gale's shadow begin to circle overhead, growing larger and larger. Wraith hissed but stayed behind Ash, dropping the temperature a few degrees in his readiness. Ash recognized it quickly. The Kadabra was only slightly shorter than him, narrow eyes bright and pulsing with psychic energy. It stood stoically before them, head bowed slightly and tail twitching. Neither side moved for several moments. Ash had guessed it would attack them but hadn't expected a frontal challenge. It seemed almost wrong to attack it without being provoked first. "Hello," he offered. The Kadabra flicked its eyes upward from Rhyhorn to him, face emotionless. "What do you want?" It continued to stare at him, but he could see the visible strain in its eyes. An emotion similar to frustration flashed over its face and it closed its eyelids, focusing its power more. Ash guessed at its meaning and turned his head, staring at Wraith. "Go to Rhyhorn," he said. Wraith was visibly torn between challenging one of his sworn enemies and obeying, but Ash's command wore over and he slithered over to his leader, gases still tightly restrained. The Kadabra's shoulders sagged somewhat and its eyes stopped glowing so harshly from behind its eyelids. It opened them and leveled its gaze at him, bright. Without Wraith's natural aura protecting Ash, it could do whatever it wanted. By the time he realized that might not be such a good idea, two of its claws twitched and there was pressure behind Ash's eyes. "Beast," a voice hissed in his head. It was monotone but exhausted nonetheless, crackling at the end of the word. Ash traced its gaze and found the black pupils trained on Wraith, who growled back in return. The two voices clamored for space inside of his head and he grunted in pain, to which Wraith immediately backed off. But Wraith's voice, even in his base form, was much stronger and more cleanly developed. Ash frowned. The Kadabra didn't have a spoon. Its wide claws gripped nothing and the so-called alpha waves Kadabra projected were barely giving him more than a slight headache. Despite its stable appearance, the psychic type was tired. Judging by the far too thin tail, the underdeveloped shoulder plates, and the short mustache, the Pokémon had evolved very recently. Maybe even within the week. But it was ready to fight. For several first-stage Pokémon, such as Horsia, Abra, and almost all baby Pokémon, the size difference between them and their evolution invoked powerful brain growth. The Kadabra, before it had evolved, had lived most of its life hiding, eating, and sleeping, but when it finally was strong enough to evolve, it suddenly had far more brain power to develop to actually living. For several Pokémon, they used that extra brain power to find their spot on the food chain. The Kadabra seemed to be one of them. "You want to fight Wraith?" Ash asked, gesturing to the ghost. He hissed back, the sound throbbing alongside Ash's blood. Kadabra shook its head ever so much, twitching one of its ears. It curled its claws back, eyes gleaming with power once again. "Fight." Ash couldn't help the grin that spread over his face. If it wanted a fight, it was going to get one. "Wraith, stay back," he warned, holding his hand up. The ghastly hissed, pupils rising in a question. But Ash was resolute. At the stage he was in, Wraith was the most dangerous to any psychic Pokemon because he couldn't control his energies. A single hit from the Kadabra might knock him out if it was powerful enough, but the psychic would be drowned in ghostly energies and in incredible pain. Besides, it wouldn't be a fair fight, and not just because of skill differences. Rhyhorn, you're up. Kadabra's eyes gleamed with interest as the ground type lumbered forward, growling a challenge. It rose a few more inches above the ground, claws curling in on each other and tail pointing down to steady itself. As an Abra, it probably never moved much, it didn't seem used to it now. But the blue gleam behind its eyes was impossible to ignore. Ash almost opened his mouth to command for spite, but then he stopped. Kadabra wanted to test itself, he wasn't going to take away that by crushing it easily. In hindsight, he might have wanted to avoid choosing his strongest friend, but this could be a training exercise too. Shock Wave, Bud. Use up the last of your stores and then switch to Rock Blast. Keep it guessing. Rhyhorn rumbled his response and concentrated, the tip of his horn beginning to crackle a pale yellow. He hadn't been practicing that move too much ever since perfecting it on Route 5, but his stores were still low. With a roar, he released the lightning and immediately charged a different direction. The shock wave twisted toward where Kadabra was standing, but it teleported out of the way with little effort, the only sign of its inexperience the tremendous crack it brought along for the ride. Rhyhorn wasn't experienced enough to have the electricity follow it after teleporting, so he fired off another shot, forcing it to cut off whatever move it had been preparing and teleport away again. Ash nodded, taking a step back and letting the two of them duke it out. Kadabra managed to raise some sort of barrier when Rhyhorn took too long to charge another shock wave, and the electricity bounced harmlessly off, almost falling like water to the ground when it encountered the powerful psychic energy. Rhyhorn rumbled in confusion as a vibrant blue suffused his form. Memories of Sabrina's gym came back and he began to summon the ghostly energy of spite, breaking up the psychic prison. Kadabra fully closed its eyes, pupils glowing cyan. Rhyhorn fell harshly to the floor, rumbling in annoyance before using Rock Blast to dig himself out of the slight hole he'd created. Using a widespread attack, he flung the stones to the most likely places Kadabra would teleport to. He nailed 2 hits across its stomach, throwing it to the ground. Kadabra didn't make a sound, but Ash got a sudden flash of frustration through his mind, at least before it abruptly broke off once again. It raised its claws, twitching each one as the same stones Rhyhorn had flung at it wobbled into the air. Eyes narrowing, it flung them rapidly, pausing a second to be sure of the aim before launching. Rhyhorn, as retaliation, launched an enormous flamethrower to halt the rock's process. The rocks slowed and stopped, collapsing to the ground far more misshapen than they had first been. Ash took several steps back from the heat, twisting the cap of his hat downward to block most of it from his face. By the time he looked again, Rhyhorn had finished, not a scratch on him and a rather proud expression on his face. It had taken him a while to be able to put that much power behind his elemental attacks. Kadabra twitched both of its ears back in a clear sign of anger, eyes narrowing further. It straightened its tail before moving one claw out, the point gleaming in the reflected light from its eyes. Both of its eyes closed and it lowered to the ground, pushing all of its energy into one attack. Ball of light began to appear around it. They were small, perhaps half an inch across for each one, but there were more than a dozen. Each was evenly spaced in a sort of half-circle over Kadabra's head, throbbing with bright psychic energy. It opened its eyes and Ash got an unmistakable flash of smug satisfaction. Rhyhorn looked up just in time to see nearly 15 psybeams rocket toward him. He was instantly consumed in a brilliant spotlight, his roar of pain only accenting the explosion of so much energy. Kadabra turned to him, eyes alit with pride. It raised a claw as if gesturing for another opponent when Ash started laughing. It jerked away from him, ears flat, but Ash was instead staring at Rhyhorn. The ground type was wriggling on his side from where the psybeams had thrown him. His plates were burned a crisp black and there was even a sliver missing from his more delicate chest plate, but Ash couldn't focus on them. He waved his arms and legs around but couldn't manage to right himself, flopping like a landed Magikarp. Ash kept laughing and laughing until he heard a pleading croon from his starter, who actually made it sound pathetic despite being a several hundred-pound fighting Pokémon. Sighing, he trotted over and began to push between Rhyhorn's spines. With a crash like a falling tree, Rhyhorn landed right side up, still looking very put out. Kadabra actually made a hissing sound and Ash dimly realized he had ignored it. "Sorry," he said, walking back over. "Would you like to keep going?" Its eyes traced a slow line over to Rhyhorn, who was standing beside him. It was obvious its attack had done some damage. Rhyhorn favored his left leg and the black burns marks were stark against his gray plates, but he was still up and moving while Kadabra had shoved a lot of energy into the attack. It shook its head, eyes staring unblinkingly into his face. Ash couldn't help but feel slightly uncomfortable, but after a moment, it broke the stare and turned back to Rhyhorn. Ash shrugged, more for Rhyhorn than himself. Wild Pokémon challenged him all the time, and though they normally fled directly afterward, Kadabra didn't seem threatening. It had just wanted the battle. He stroked Scorch behind the ears, promising her the battle, and turned to leave. If Kadabra acted up, he knew Gale could finish it quickly, and Wraith had plenty of energy to shut off its psychic powers. Something tugged on his bag. He frowned, looking down at Scorch, but she had turned around and was facing Kadabra, tails flexed. Ash spun, ready to command. His mouth opened to shout for Gale to go in from above as he made to direct Wraith. Instead, he turned just in time to see Kadabra tap a floating Pokeball with one claw and get SCKED inside. He blinked. The Pokeball fell to the earth and began to twitch, although not violently. Ash could only guess it was similar to Kadabra poking it, testing the waters to see what was happening. After a minute of shocked silence, it pleasantly dinged successful and sat there. Rhyhorn rumbled and walked forward, nosing at the red and white sphere. He was still moving stiffly, so Ash pulled him back, grabbing a potion and beginning to pour it in the cracks between his plates. Though he wasn't too injured, it was always good to make a powerful first impression for their apparent new partner. He wasn't complaining. Every trainer knew the strength of the fearsome Alakazam, and Sabrina had grilled respect for Kadabra as well into his brain. But while it had been upset at Rhyhorn surviving its attack, it hadn't had the pride of Scorch nor Gale. He didn't know why it had joined him. Nevertheless, he guided his team off of the route to avoid any other trainers. Scorch and Rhyhorn were closest to him, with Gale and Wraith flanking them both. Hopefully, it wouldn't make Kadabra feel trapped, with only a half circle instead of a full. Pulling out his Pokédex, he scanned the Pokeball in his hand. Kadabra, the Psi Pokémon. It emits alpha waves, which are capable of producing strong headaches and causing machinery to fail. A silver spoon can amplify its power, and closing its eyes even more so. It is extremely intelligent. This Kadabra knows the moves Teleport, Barrier, Confusion, Psybeam, Flash, and Kinesis. Its ability is Synchronize, which allows it to project the pain of status conditions onto other Pokémon. He nodded. It was a small move pool, but that was hardly surprising given its young age. There were several gaps in its prowess he had to cover, but it was a strong Pokémon. Well, not it. He toggled a button and found its gender, female. That was rather rare, as the Abra line was almost 3/4 male, which led to females being highly prized. Maybe that was why she had evolved, to protect herself from others of her species. It had been known to happen. Ash shot his team a look and pressed the release on the Pokeball. It felt almost strange that he hadn't been the one to catch this Pokémon in a way very different than Wraith, but he shoved it aside to meet her. Kadabra emerged hovering, tail twitching to help her regain her balance as she stared at them all. Her eyes flicked to each of them in turn, lingering on Wraith and Rhyhorn in particular. She turned her gaze back to Ash, waiting. "My name is Ash," he said, before pointing to each of his friends. "If you'd like, I'll be your trainer. Is that what you want?" She nodded her head, ears twitching. They seemed to be the only part of her body that moved regularly, everything else supported by thick coils of psychic energy. "Well then. He paused. Except for Scorch, no one else had accepted him as their trainer quite so easily, and even she had fought and struggled beneath him. Would you like a nickname? Kadabra's ears flicked up at the word, and she inclined her head the barest of inches. Ash didn't have a lot of ideas, but every starting trainer dreamed of an alakazam. But she didn't like the names he had gathered. It took him a while to understand, but the names he was giving her were simple. Like Gale was named after wind, or a wraith was a type of ghost, those names were not for her. She wanted something with meaning. When he offered the right one, she latched onto it. Karma. And just like that, she was in. Ash made sure to introduce everyone thoroughly. She took to Scorch and Gale the easiest, using a burst of psychic energy to ruffle both of their feathers and fur. Ash had read somewhere that since their heads grew for as long as they were alive, they couldn't walk or else their spine could snap beneath the weight, and so they used their psychic energy like a set of hands. Rhyhorn had a little less acceptance, though she seemed to drop her grudge quickly. He grunted his greeting and, when she responded, began to introduce her to the apparent laws of the team. Ash didn't know them all himself. It was a little difficult to interpret fully formed ideas instead of emotions from a hunk of living stone, but he could guess. Karma nodded at the end and Rhyhorn mirrored it, apparently satisfied. Wraith was the issue. Karma wouldn't, or couldn't, go within 5 feet of him. The second she got close, her eyes flicked like a flashlight losing power and she drifted dangerously low to the ground. Wraith hissed in frustration but moved back. Despite the anger all sides of the trio held towards each other, they did understand their weaknesses and how to combat them. Karma was part of the team. He would do his best to be civil. Ash saw the energy crackle around his pure white eyes and grimaced. Until Wraith evolved, he wouldn't be able to hold back his aura enough to let Karma use her powers near him. And, in order to combat the ghostly energies, she would have to extend her own aura, alpha waves, to create a bubble of safety. He dimly realized he was going to have to buy a dragonite-sized load of headache pills if he was going to make it through training these two. At least it would most definitely help Scorch learn her moves better. Ash didn't see a point in traveling any further. There weren't any more trainers now that the sun had said its final goodbyes, and the only thing keeping Ash going was the gentle wind that brought the rich scent of the sea with it. Vermilion had its own seaport, but those were tamed waters, bordered in by ports and walls and barriers. The waters by Bill's house was the true ocean, the one filled with the dangerous and unknowns. Where he had stopped for the night was only a day's travel away from Bill's sea cottage. Route 25 was far from dangerous, but he still picked a spot far from the route, a little break in the tall grasses that provided enough cover for him. Once everyone was fed, he used a bit of Gale's carnivore and Rhyhorn's herbivore mix to make an omnivore meal for Karma. He immediately jumped into testing the rest of Karma's moves. The problem with her became pressing clear. She had power in spades. While she hadn't been able to show it with Rhyhorn, as she had already been exhausted from staying up that late when she was still used to her 18 hours of sleep as an Abra, she had incredible amounts of endurance and the force to back it up. Ash guessed that once she was fully rested, she could contend on almost even footwear with Scorch. But she would still lose, and that was because of her lack of control. Every move was given twice the strength it needed. A barrier that could have stopped Gale's razor wind to stop an ember. She likely had just scratched the surface of the increased brain power her evolution had given her, but instead of taking the time to work things out and figure out how to live as a Kadabra instead of an Abra, she had jumped straight to challenging the nearest trainer. Ash could respect that. He just wasn't quite sure on how to train it. While the ocean was incredible, there was a second reason he was traveling up Route 25 now. He could wait several days if needed to speak with Bill, but the hands-on experience from a researcher would trump even calling up Professor Oak, though he was definitely also doing that once he got back to Cerulean City. But for right now, Bill was a much closer resource to utilize. Karma tilted her head to the side, claws glittering in the reflected light of Scorch's flash fire. The vulpine barked a command and released an ember from her newest tail. It was always good to exercise it the most to make sure it was on par with her others, letting it drift toward the psychic. She held her paw up, concentrating. A barrier appeared in front of her, bright but colorless, looking almost like the wavering lines of heat. Scorch guided the ember to hit it solidly in the middle. As usual, the barrier held strong. Ash sighed and leaned further back on Rhyhorn's plates, a blanket between them to prevent any pinching. The ground type was relaxing, but his eyes were keenly fixed on the newest member of the team, Scarlet Gaze Bright. He smiled and began to dig dirt out of the cracks he could get to. Karma wanted to join us. You can do your strong leader thing, but don't try to actually scare her. She's probably even younger than you. Rhyhorn rumbled, managing to roll his eyes in a surprisingly human-like motion. Ash laughed and slapped him behind the horn, hurting his hand far more than the Pokémon. Come on, don't try to lie. I know you were standing on tiptoe, trying to pretend like you were taller than her despite having to look up nearly 2 feet. He gave a roar of disagreement, which only sent Ash into peals of laughter. Rhyhorn looked extremely betrayed and shuffled half an inch away from his trainer, but there was a reason Rhyhorn weren't known for their mobility while laying down. Ash easily scooted back to being next to him and laid there, listening to Rhyhorn's quiet grumbles of annoyance. Gale untucked his head from beneath his wing and squawked something, apparently agreeing with Ash. Rhyhorn visibly blanched and roared back, trying to defend his honor. Ash just smiled and let the sounds wash over him, staring up at the gentle night sky. XXX. It was nearing evening by the time Ash caught sight of the ocean through a break in the trees. All of his Pokémon spooked when he shouted in excitement and began to run, heading toward the glittering inch of blue between 2 pines. The sun sat on an angle, shoving its gleam beams directly into his eyes, but the expanse of sea was still a beautiful sight. Perched on a hill as he was, he could see for almost hundreds of miles with nothing but pure, shining blue, waves crashing against a distant shore. Scorch padded forward and sniffed, turning her nose up at the salty sea air. There was only a touch of it now, but Ash knew that as they got closer, it was likely to be almost as distracting as Celadone's mint and berry scent. Already, he was jittery. He loved the sea. Karma floated serenely up beside him, only giving the ocean a glance. She had probably lived her whole life next to it, hearing the crash of waves and treating it like Ash treated the chirp of Pidgey. She turned toward him, confused at the stop. He sighed, looking over the Muriel Bay. Ash knew he would be closer to it soon, but some part of him wanted to stand up here forever, catching the rays of light and sending them to dance over the water, controlling the waves and where they crashed. He could see far between the water, see where the wild Pokémon lived and where they breathed and played and hunted, but the waves were his and he laughed alone with them. Rhyhorn rumbled, nosing against his leg. He jerked, shaking his head and turning back toward the path. If they were going to make it to Bill's house, they had to keep moving. Still though, the bay called to him like a living thing. Maybe it was because of the 2 trio Pokémon he had on him, but he distantly realized that the fantasy he had just had was not his own. Bill's sea cottage was a surprisingly quaint little thing, 2 stories but sprawling. Its yard was neatly taken care of by some grass type and he could see some sort of porch in the back, but for now all he cared about was the front door. He recalled all of his Pokémon, ignoring Rhyhorn's annoyed huffed, and knocked. It took nearly 2 minutes for someone to answer, though he didn't knock again. The door was suddenly flung open, nearly smacking him across the face. Suddenly his ears were full of apologies even as he tried to focus on who was in front of him. The man was only a little taller than him, and the sort of lean body style that spoke more of a healthy diet than exercise. His brown was loosely contained in a short cut and looked like it hadn't been brushed in several years, and his clothes were much the same. But his eyes were bright and sparking. "What can I do for you, young traveler?" he asked, sporadically twitching from one position to the next. Ash was more than a little concerned he was going to explode if he didn't find something to do. I just captured a new Pokémon, and I was hoping you could help me. I heard you're an expert on the Abra line." Bill visibly perked up. "An expert on the Abra line? I am the expert. Come in, come in." Ash wished he could ride away on Rhyhorn. Even after a few days on the road, he wasn't used to such enthusiastic human company. Nevertheless, he nodded his head and walked inside, closing the door behind him. Bill's house had an enormous opening room. At least, it would have been enormous if it wasn't stacked high with machines and folders. Every wall had a bookshelf lined with folders and books alike, some so tightly crammed Ash wondered how the man had gotten them in. Most of the floor was neatly arranged, each book open to a specific page, but that wasn't the issue. Bill was organized, he just was doing too much. He didn't make an apology for the mess, getting straight to the deal. "So what did you capture?" he asked, clapping his hands together. "We've got a few Abra around here, but they mainly stick to themselves." "A Kadabra, right? There was some sort of attack in the bay that caused a few to evolve." "Yeah." He held up her pokeball, frowning. Was he supposed to release her? The room was far from open. Bill shook his head. "No, not yet. Did you not see the Pokédex entry?" Ash blinked but nodded his head. "They ruin fragile machinery when they aren't well trained. Besides, I've barely asked you any questions." There was a wry grin on his face. "Trainers, always so impatient." Ash colored. "I'm sorry. None of that." Bill flapped his hand, looking around. "All right. When did you capture it?" "Last night." "She actually captured herself, I mean. She asked for the battle and then took one of my pokeballs later." Bill chuckled. "Definitely part of the Abra line, then. They're well known for making their own decisions. What's your problem, then?" "I doubt it's an unwillingness to listen to you. She doesn't know how to control her powers, I think," he said. "Karma evolved recently and she uses way too much force for really simple moves." "Ah." Bill nodded, his grin fading away to a more contemplative expression. "Well kid, there's actually not much I can do. She just needs some growing in to do, and I can't speed up time, at least not yet. But I can give you some exercises for her to do and she should be able to pick up her powers. Teaching her new moves should help, she can use those to gauge her power level." Ash sighed but accepted it. He had come here looking for a shortcut and he shouldn't have. Karma was going to take time, just like Rhyhorn had in the beginning. He wouldn't be doing either of them any favors by rushing it. Bill seemed to understand his disappointment. "Hey, don't look so sad. Kadabra are notoriously powerful once they get a handle on themselves and yours seems like the type to find her place on the chain quickly enough. Here. I'll go write down some things to do." He bustled off and Ash took the time to stare around the room. He couldn't make heads or tails of many of the things around but a few words jumped out at him, though only a few. One pile of folders was on the braceware from Sylph Co., something about flexibility. Another was on the chemical compounds of black sludge, with a hypothesis about Grimer scrawled over the front. A third had a detailed diagram of some sort of new pokeball with the word heavy written several times. One had a cup of cooling coffee next to it, the books opened in a half circle around where Bill must have been sitting. Only one word jumped out to him on the paper. Viper. Each of Viper's little monsters were as high as a kite. Surge had said that about the man who had the Charizard and Tauros, about the man who had led the attack on Vermilion City. Ash gave one glance to the doorway Bill had disappeared through and threw caution to the wind, jumping over a bunch of folders and beginning to read the list. Unknown true name, last name possibly Duco. Aliases, Viper, Pedro, Aya Duco, birth certificate destroyed but mention found. Relations, Duco family members, unclear if an alias. Known Pokemon. High alert, Charizard, Alakazam, Tauros. Unknown power level, Arbok, PYR. Hey! Bill blustered, coming back into the room with a paper in his hand. That's confidential. You can't look Dash. Viper? Ash asked, standing to his feet. I'm really sorry, Bill, but I've fought him in Vermilion. I saw his name and I just dash. Bill calmed down in almost an instant, shaking his head. Sorry, kid. Didn't expect it. I can't tell you too much, but you're really not allowed to look at those papers. He scowled and nudged the closest folder. Here I am, leaving all this in the front hall and just expecting people not to look. No, I'm sorry. I just saw his name and connected it. I fought his toros during the invasion. He couldn't help the heat spreading over his neck and cheeks. Why did he have to look? Bill's eyes brightened. Ash Ketchum? Ash blinked. Yeah. I heard about you. From Jenny. There was a pause where neither of them seemed to know what to do. Bill figured it out and stepped forward, offering the paper he had been carrying. Here. Don't try to do them all at once, but the couple at the top I bet she could do while traveling. Good luck. Ash accepted the paper and just about bolted out the door. Even though the sea breeze called to him, he avoided Murio Bay and turned back to the route. XXX. Route 4 was a welcome change. He had taken only a few days to get back to Cerulean, where he had called up Professor Oak and gotten much of the same instructions as Bill had given him. Karma was progressing well, but he hadn't felt comfortable putting her in any trainer battles beside those with his team. She exhausted herself far too quickly. At the current moment, one word was her limit. Even with Wraith recalled or far away, the ghost had left a sort of stain on his mind, a bond only found in the trio. Over time, Karma would leave one as well, but until that moment, she could only communicate in draining bursts, and Ash had held off it. While he knew that not having to speak in battles would give him an incredible bonus, he contented himself with dreaming about it and helped Karma find her feet. Figuratively. Route 4, however, was perfect for his other Pokémon. Trainers ran common through the route, heading through or around Mount Moon to challenge Pewter and Cerulean. While both towns were not high in non-trainer tourism, the two gyms were some of the nicest, at least below 3 badges. And, with it still being rather early in the season, some people had chosen the strategy of training for weeks with their Pokémon before going out and starting to challenge gyms. Ash had thought about it, but he liked the thrill and adrenaline of gym battles too much to just train endlessly. Besides, if he had done that, Karma would never have started to catch up. He let out Karma to watch most of the battles he did, letting her see the strategies he used and how Rhyhorn battled. She seemed to look up to him the most after he had exhausted her, almost mimicking some of his actions to the side. She had managed to learn Reflect, which was only a weaker version of Barrier but more suited toward physical attacks. Gravity was coming along, but it was still in progress. It was a move that involved her manipulating the environment instead of just her psychic energy, which she didn't have too much control over. He had wanted to teach her Zen Headbutt as some sort of close-range move but decided against it. She would only have access to the move for a short while, because her head would just keep growing. While that seemed like an advantage, the truth was that if she started to attack with her head, there was a chance she could snap her spine while doing so, which wasn't exactly a risk Ash was going to take. He would have to rely on teleport to get away if a Pokémon got too close. Route 4 was about a week along, which worked out well for him. He had bought nearly every battery he could afford in the Pokémon Center and he was, Arceus help him, going to figure out what he needed to make creating electricity click for Rhyhorn. He had also started training on Earth Power when he wasn't charging electricity, which was his first actual ground-type move. Ash had felt the sting of guilt when he realized that. The Rhyhorn line were the only Pokémon to have ground before Rock in their typing, and here he was ignoring his starter's most quintessential part. But there was a reason for that. Ground moves were only just behind Dragon moves in difficulty to learn. For most moves, it involved taking something and making it their own, controlling it and directing its path. Rhyhorn, no matter his power, could not control the earth. It was there long before his birth and it would be there long after, no matter how much humans and Pokémon shaped it pretended they were in charge. Ground moves, although not really the simpler ones like Drill Run and Sand Attack, involved asking the earth to move, exercising your will over the endless surface of the world and hoping it would comply. That was why he had avoided the moves until now. And even as strong as Earth Power was, it was only a precursor to the move he wanted to teach, Earthquake. One of the most powerful moves a Rhyhorn could learn. Rhyhorn's look of Growlithe eyes when he heard of it had nearly sent Ash over the edge, but he had managed to contain his laughter to finish explaining Earth Power. Before he could destroy the Earth, he needed to understand how it worked and moved. Gale was sticking to Heat Wave and Scorch to Extrasensory, and Wraith had flitted from move to move before settling on Dark Pulse. He had wanted payback first, but Ash knew the dangers of a move that needed him to be hurt to work. Where he was right now, if he got hit at all, that could end the match quickly. Dark Pulse, while more difficult to learn, was a long-range attack he needed. He had only made a little progress with the dark energy, however, and Karma got twitchy every time she was near him. Gale had tried to help, but the avian didn't have the best grip on it himself. For Scorch, however, he knew he needed to teach her finishers. Where she was now, he could only imagine Fire Spin, Flame Blast, or Iron Tail working. The first two weren't that strong and the third wasn't in her element, but she didn't have the firepower for Flamethrower yet, not until she had 6 tails. But he couldn't make up his mind on which one to teach her yet, so he focused on Extrasensory. By the end of the week, he could see Mount Moon above. It was a towering thing even though he could only see it through the breaks in clouds, silvery white revealing a cold, uncaring gray. In his mind, he knew that silver was bigger, but in the moment, he couldn't imagine anything peaking above the mountain that stood a few miles before him. Even though he wasn't at the base, his neck cricked from looking up. It was colder as well. The last remnants of salty breezes had long disappeared once he fell into the shadow of the behemoth, and even the sun fled its lofty throne to only illuminate the mountain from behind, giving it an almost ethereal look. Ash was not entirely sure he didn't want to just walk around it, but the enormous stretching sides it had helped convince him. Besides, while he didn't want another Pokémon after having just gotten a new one, there were plenty of battles to be found inside. The Pokémon Center before the entrance was a fair bit smaller than the ones found in cities. Nurse Joy smiled quietly at him when he entered, sitting in a wide chair and staring out over the few trainers milling around the shop. He immediately headed in that direction, bringing up his Pokédex to check his balance. The wind spread naturally over his face. It was enough to buy potions and food for the trip, but the batteries he had bought for Rhyhorn had SCKED the last of his traveling funds. If he kept spending like that, he'd have to dip into the money he had set aside for TMs, which would be upsetting. His Pokémon didn't need a checkup and he wanted to make as much headway as possible through the mountain. The sisters had presumably called Brock and he didn't want the gym leader to be any more prepared than he already was going to be. The instant he walked in, he wished for another coat. Cold slithered up his sleeves and over his neck, chilling him to the point he released Scorch the next second just for the warmth. The Diglett cave had been cold, but nothing to this level, nothing to this intensity. He knew the cold prickle up his spine was guilt. If he released Gale, the avian would hate it. If he didn't, he would be furious and upset. Scorch yipped up at him, glaring at the walls as if she could chase away the stone. He released the rest of his Pokémon, waiting a moment before letting Gale out. The Fiero moved to extend his wings, only to meet unforgiving stone. He immediately shrieked, the sound reverberating off of the cave. The next instant, he was making for the entrance still visible. Ash held up his hand. Stop, bud. Tell me now. Do you want to be released more or should I wait until we get out on the other side? Gale squawked, glancing around. His black eyes looked up but his beak got in the way, keeping him forced to look forward with wings tightly contained to his side. As miserable as he looked, he nodded his head determinedly on being let out. He didn't want to be left behind, even in the cave. Ash recalled him, looked at his team, and nodded. It was time to move. XXX. On the second day in, he knew something was wrong. It wasn't just him, either. Every trainer he talked to mentioned the lack of Geodude, which the cave was supposed to be known for. Paras were far more skittish than normal, and even Zubat colonies with multiple Golbat stayed away from attacking trainers. Though no one had seen anything from the Cleffa line, there also hadn't been any signs of them. But no Geodude. Ash hadn't even seen any shed stones from their outer shells, which they shaved off frequently in the wild. No boulders he stepped on flew up to attack him, no narrowed eyes from the walls of the cave. Although some tourists whined about the lack of an experience, Ash was nervous. Geodude were some of the most common Pokémon in Mount Moon. They wouldn't just disappear. Around noon on his second day, he finally broke. Pulling out his Pokédex, he tapped Surge's number and let it ring. Thankfully, Pokédexes didn't rely on the electric service most devices used, but instead the psychic connection between devices kept under track by nearly 5 dozen psychic types around the regions of Kanto and Johto. Ash let Rhyhorn inspect a sort of pocket in the wall for Pokémon and tucked himself and his team in it to stay out of the way, sitting next to the wall. Rhyhorn stood guard over the entrance and Scorched to the opportunity to tuck herself closer to him, warming his extremities. After nearly 10 minutes, Surge picked up. "The hell you want, Ketchum?" Ash didn't get the chance to answer before Surge kept going. "I'm up to my ears in challengers for these DMN tickets. I don't have time for a friendship call dash." The voice was distinctive. Ash didn't feel the need in checking his identity. "I'm in Mount Moon. What Pokémon did you say were drugged?" Surge tapered off his rant, and Ash could practically see the man's narrowed eyes. "From the Vermilion attack." He grunted, several fumbling noises coming from his side. "Why do you want to know?" Ash gritted his teeth. "Tell me." "Give me a FNG second," Surge growled. There was the sound of rustling papers before he spoke up again. "Fire, electric, rock, dark, and steel. We can guess the BSTRD Viper drugged his as well." The man paused, and Ash knew he was connecting some dots. "You said Mount Moon." Ash knew his heart was beating a staccato beat inside of his chest. "Every trainer I've come across has said there are no Geodude in the mountain." "I haven't seen any either." There was silence on the other side. "They were just drugging them because they couldn't use the psychic block on them. They're hunting specific types of Pokémon for something." Surge summed it up. "Sheet. XXX." Ash emerged from the cavernous depths of Mount Moon, a cloth wrapped around his eyes to safely adjust to the light. But he could feel sunlight resting on his arms for the first time in nearly 3 days, and it was wonderful. He let Rhyhorn guide him to a safe spot and waited for the 10 minutes to pass before he could remove the bandages. The first thing that got him was the colors. It was wonderful to see greens and browns and blues instead of the cold gray of the stone. He sighed happily and dug his fingers through the soft earth beneath him, grinning. Pewter City was only a few days away, enough time to finish building his strategy. Rhyhorn had gotten a much better sense of the earth when he was trapped inside of it endlessly, and his other Pokémon had gotten experience fighting the trainers down there and the few Golbat that wanted to pick a fight. Brock's Pokémon were known for their incredible defense just as strongly as the gym leader himself was known for terrible puns. But more than the excitement of the fight was the creeping sense about the rock types of Mount Moon. Doubtless, Surge had sent out an alert about them, as well as to those who were near any of the other types. Rhyhorn crooned and bumped against his leg, jerking him back. He nodded, tapping his starter behind the horn, and turned to start walking down route. The route was known for wild Mankey packs that would attack travelers at the slightest provocation, which would be a good way to train his Pokémon. Karma, he decided, would start battling before Pewter. She had earned it, her power much more contained in her moves, though she still tended to overkill her moves. Even as he walked, even as he chatted with his Pokémon, even as he stared up at the welcoming sun, he couldn't shake the feeling of terrible wrongness. The police officer in Vermilion had said that Team Rocket was a thing of the past, and now it was stupid and could hardly plan more than a newborn Weedle. Weedle still evolved into Beedrill, no matter how long it took.